Chapter 1. 10 Downing Street. The United Kingdom's foreign policy has remained unchanged for 5 centuries, to create a divided Europe. Within the office of the Prime Minister at 10 Downing Street, Sir Humphrey Appleby, the Cabinet Secretary, spoke with a rosy complexion and great eloquence. As the true helmsman of the British Empire, overseeing a civil service of 680,000, he was in his element. We allied with the Dutch to counter Spain, united Germany against France, collaborated with France and Italy to contain Germany, and allied with France to restrain both Germany and Italy. Your Highness, divide and conquer did us. Ir Humphrey loosened his tie, bowed his head slightly, a smile gracing his features, and then glanced across the lengthy table. There sat the current Prime Minister of the British Empire, the true captain of this aging vessel, Mr. Jim Hack. You speak with too much worldly wisdom, Humphrey, Mr. Hack remarked slowly as he removed his glasses. At that moment, the softness in his demeanor belied the absence of a true moral vacuum. He smiled at the young boy seated opposite him, saying, "You need not feel any pressure, Your Highness." As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at the envelope before him. It was made of brown parchment. Goodness! It was almost unimaginable that such paper was still in use. The back of the envelope bore the inscription for Anthony Galvin Falkirk Windsor, Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead. Windsor Castle, Berkshire, Hogwarts? Mr. Hack raised an eyebrow, uncertainly inquiring. Hogwarts, Sir Humphrey replied, casting a knowing look at him. Your Highness, your primary focus should be on social engagements. Everything else need not concern you. Mr. Hack's face displayed ease, for social interaction was ingrained in the royal lineage, and he did not perceive it as a challenge, even if the counterparts were wizards. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hack returned the letter to him. Typically affable, Mr. Hack suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. He tilted his head, a flicker of ambition passing through his gray eyes. He regarded Anthony and spoke in a calm tone. As for Her Majesty the Queen, the government will undertake the necessary lobbying that I anticipate that soon you shall be preparing to depart for King's Cross Station. Sir, Auntie will not agree. Anthony feigned a sigh, speaking with a touch of despondency. Meanwhile, Mr. Hack had already opened another stack of documents beside him, donning his black spectacles once more. With his head bowed over the papers, Anthony could not discern his expression, yet a haunting voice echoed in his ears. Her Majesty will consent. She will allow you to attend Hogwarts. This is not my decision, but a resolution of the British government. The resolute tone, reminiscent of a dictator's, emerged from the mouth of Mr. Hack, this notorious affable man, leaving Anthony momentarily taken aback. However, as he turned to glance at Sir Humphrey and Mr. Bernard Woolley, the Prime Minister's private secretary, the enigmatic smiles on their faces conveyed everything he needed to understand. Clutching the acceptance letter in his hand, Anthony felt an inexplicable yearning for the magical world. Hogwarts. Harry Potter. Surely, no one on Earth could be unaware of its significance, unless he had arrived on another Earth. Yes, this seemingly innocuous British prince harbored the soul of a traveler from a distant realm. Regarding the bewildering reality of waking up as a prince, Anthony felt surprisingly unfazed. Perhaps the impact of popular culture had dulled his senses, allowing him to accept the truth of his transmigration with remarkable composure. As an infant, even if he wished to exhibit distress, it would merely manifest as the cries of a child to others. Thus, he quietly embraced his new life, beginning a rigorous and monotonous royal education from the age of 2, from the simplest table manners to interpersonal communication, from attire to the articulation of each sentence. The passage of time gradually diminished the remnants of his discomfort, until he read in the Times about the reshuffling of the British cabinet. The Prime Minister resigned, and the former Minister Jim Hack was recommended by the party to become the new Prime Minister. It was at this moment that Anthony realized he had entered the realm of Yes, Minister, and its sequel Yes, Prime Minister. However, comprehending the world he inhabited held little significance for him. He was still too young. Politics felt distant, and the British throne was at least a dozen steps removed from him. As it stood. With the birth of the next heir's child, his claim to the throne would be pushed even further back. In summary, his status could hardly be deemed noble, for among the heirs, he did not even rank within the top 10. Yet to say he was merely a fringe figure would be an understatement. Even the Prime Minister, Mr. Hack, required an appointment, while he could freely come and go. Thus, to regard him as a mere marginal figure would be to underestimate his position. Life continued as he anticipated, devoid of any ripple of excitement, until one fateful morning, a gray owl with particularly long eyebrows landed on his windowsill, clutching a letter in its beak. He blinked, staring at it, and the owl returned his gaze. Initially, Anthony dismissed it as a prank. Windsor Castle, where he resided, was open to visitors year-round, albeit only certain sections. Among those tourists, there were always some audacious individuals attempting to sneak into restricted areas. Naturally, pranks were not uncommon. An owl delivering a letter. Did they think he was oblivious to Harry Potter? What a joke, he was an ardent fan. Wait. Harry Potter? Suddenly, it dawned on Anthony that it was likely 1991. He remembered that the original Harry Potter novel was published in 1997. So how could anyone be sending letters via owl as a prank on him at this time? Unless. Chapter 2. The Ministry of Magic. On the very day that Anthony received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, a fantastical scene unfolded at number 10 Downing Street. Within the Prime Minister's office, a fireplace, initially serving as mere decoration, suddenly erupted into a vibrant green flame. From within this enchanted inferno emerged a man clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with an elegant hat, and possessing a visage marked by resolute determination. This startling event, occurring abruptly behind Mr. Hark, nearly induced a heart attack, though fortunately, Mr. Hark's robust health allowed him only a momentary fright. The newcomer introduced himself as the esteemed Bartemius Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the British Ministry of Magic. His visit was for two purposes. First, to inform the Muggle Prime Minister of the existence of the magical world. Second, to announce that the following morning at 9 o'clock, a professor from Hogwarts would arrive at Downing Street to escort a particularly special new student. After relaying a few trivial matters, Bartemius Crouch departed with a low remark about the rapid changes in Muggle Prime Ministers. With a resounding pop, he vanished before the eyes of the three astonished Muggles. Wizards? Magic? Professors? The bizarre spectacle left the three leaders speechless. They stood with mouths agape, pointing and gesticulating wildly at the spot where the self-proclaimed wizard had just disappeared. It was only when an urgent ringing interrupted their silent tableau that they were jolted back to reality. Mr. Hark promptly answered the phone, where the voice on the other end belonged to the butler of Windsor Castle, who succinctly conveyed one matter. Prince Anthony would be visiting the Prime Minister the following day, and a formal invitation was requested. Just before hanging up, the butler uttered a singular word, wizard. Thus unfolded the subsequent scene in Whitehall. Initially, Anthony was struck with shock and bewilderment upon learning of his identity as a wizard, as he had never encountered anything extraordinary in his life. For many years, nothing had transpired to lead him toward the realm of magic. It was not until his meeting with Mr. Hark, who encouraged him to demonstrate his magical prowess, that Anthony first revealed his latent abilities. With his finger as a wand, he pointed at the mountain of papers on Mr. Hark's desk and silently recited the classic incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. In the next moment, not only did the documents begin to levitate, but the entire desk itself floated gracefully, as if swimming through an ocean of air, freely frolicking about. Anthony's eyes widened in disbelief. His astonishment was genuine and unfeigned. He could perform magic without a wand. No, he truly was a wizard, and visibly a prodigy. Oh my God! In this moment, all four individuals in the Prime Minister's office marveled at the spectacle. Life in Whitehall was proving to be far from the dull existence Anthony had anticipated. After afternoon tea, the atmosphere in the Prime Minister's office gradually grew lively. The upper echelons of the government were in a constant state of flux. High-ranking officials, such as the Director of the Political Security Bureau, the Deputy Prime Minister, and the Chief of MI5 hastily departed from the Prime Minister's office. Following them were the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Health and Social Care, the Minister of Education, and the Minister of Housing, Community, and Local Government, all of whom poured into the office like schools of fish returning to the sea. As dinner approached, Anthony witnessed firsthand the rapid assembly of a list that materialized from thin air and was presented before the Prime Minister. The speed of this operation exceeded his wildest expectations. It was a comprehensive dossier containing information on all 11-year-old children across the British Isles, numbering in the tens of thousands, arranged alphabetically from London to the provinces. Perhaps for the Prime Minister, among these individuals lay the future classmates of His Royal Highness, all of whom were regarded as valuable assets to the nation. Bored in the office, Anthony promptly opened the thick list. On the first page, pertaining to the London area, two conspicuous names leapt off the page: Harry Potter, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and Hermione Granger. Upon seeing this list, Anthony had no doubt that, given some time, the agents could effortlessly identify which among the thousands of 11-year-olds were budding wizards. After all, young wizards from Muggle backgrounds often attract attention when their powers manifest. Take Harry Potter, for instance. MI5 would need only to conduct a cursory investigation into his previous school to uncover his remarkable exploits, such as flying atop a rubbish heap to escape pursuers or turning a teacher's wig blue, which resulted in a reprimand from the school authorities. Reflecting on this list, Anthony couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the civil service. When the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary reached a consensus, such exaggerated efficiency could outpace the Ministry of Magic by several streets. The simplest course of action for MI5 would be to monitor these children. Once the school term commenced in September, a brief inquiry into their whereabouts would likely reveal who among them were wizards and who were mere muggles. The government's actions were swift. Anthony keenly observed that Mr. Harker appeared to harbor a keen interest in the Ministry of Magic. No, it wasn't just him. Even Sir Humphrey seemed quite enthusiastic about it. They appeared to be strategizing on how to cultivate governmental influence within the magical realm, with the aim of subverting the Ministry of Magic and placing the British wizarding world under the central government's control. This was undoubtedly a chilling notion, yet, one could argue, rather intriguing, wouldn't one? In the Prime Minister's office, observing Mr. Harker processing documents with fervor akin to that of a blood-boosted zealot, Anthony cautiously inquired, "Sir, are you intending to confront the magical world?" Seated at the far end of the long table, Anthony squinted slightly, treading carefully with his question. In response, Mr. Harker gradually slowed the motion of his pen, shook his head, and gazed at him, saying, "Of course not, Your Highness. While we wish to come into conflict with them, in this era of seeking common ground while respecting our differences, we must focus on consensus. I have always regarded it as my duty to benefit the nation. Concerning England, we can distinctly feel a sense of love for her and pride in her. However, those wizards must recognize the strength of England. On this land, we are all subjects under the Queen, are we not?" Anthony cast a bewildered glance at the resolute and somber Prime Minister. Does he truly believe I am oblivious? It is evident he wishes to exert control over the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 3. A Visit from Professor McGonagall. Coco and the others are wizards, and we are yet unaware of their true capabilities. What if? Anthony collected his thoughts and spoke indirectly. "Your Highness." At that moment, Sir Humphrey, who was organizing documents nearby, interjected, "Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario." He turned to Anthony, a smile gracing his face, speaking as if mentoring a protege. "What if they are indeed exceptionally powerful? Why then would wizards choose to conceal their existence?" Because of the international statute of wizarding secrecy," Anthony grumbled inwardly. Yet, as he contemplated further, he grasped Sir Humphrey's deeper inquiry. What is the essence of this law, its origins, its context, and the motivations behind its enactment? After careful consideration, a fragment of knowledge from his past life, as studies of magical history surfaced. Are wizards concealing themselves to prevent persecution by muggles? But how could muggles possibly overpower a wizard? Is it due to their numbers? Perhaps they are reluctant to engage with ordinary people? Ultimately, Anthony settled upon the prevailing notion in the current magical realm. Wizards refuse to communicate with muggles. If that is the case, then why seek your assistance? Why visit the Prime Minister? Sir Humphrey chuckled softly. "Only the weak are adept at hiding. Your Highness, perhaps a wizard could contend with 100, but they are certainly no match for England." As he spoke, a subtle smile emerged on the face of his cabinet secretary. Truly, Sir Humphrey, the most astute man in the civil service, aside from the Almighty, elicited a sigh from Anthony. How could he derive such a conclusion merely from a few words and a brief encounter with a wizard? "This is merely your conjecture." "No, it is not conjecture, but deduction," Sir Humphrey replied with a slight smile, his expression shifting to one of audacious confidence tinged with modesty. The visage of someone who believes himself to be exceedingly astute. By observing a person, their attire, fabric, tone, and choice of words, one could draw certain conclusions. Is that so? Anthony marveled. He certainly understood this. It was all too apparent. He regarded Mr. Hark, the newly appointed Prime Minister, a graduate of a lesser-known institution, the London School of Economics, known for its practical focus. Coupled with Mr. Hark's common background, his attire did not adhere to traditional norms. The double-breasted suit and lively bow tie imparted an informal air, rendering the Prime Minister more approachable. He then turned his attention to Sir Humphrey and Mr. Bernard, whose attire was markedly different. Two individuals of distinguished lineage, representing the epitome of old London, adorned in the quintessential attire of tradition, a single-breasted suit with a blue lining, a dark tie, and a Windsor knot. Anthony, too, donned this ensemble, albeit reluctantly. Given his choice, he would prefer to wear short sleeves, shorts, and flip-flops. Indeed, he was a humble instrument of social observation. As he gazed upon the haughty visage of Sir Humphrey, he could not help but ponder the intriguing notion. What if he were to reveal that while a wizard may struggle to contend with all of Britain, subduing these 3 muggles would pose no challenge at all? That would surely be an amusing scenario, wouldn't it? After a brief moment of contemplation, however, Anthony resolutely dismissed the thought, reluctant to dampen the spirits of the newly appointed Prime Minister. Furthermore, one could only wonder how the tale of Harry Potter would unfold if left unchecked. How delightful that would be. As time marched on, Anthony soon found himself welcoming his first evening in Whitehall. A night devoid of dreams led him to awaken at dawn. By 7 o'clock, he emerged from his bed. Years of habit rendered the luxury of sleeping in a mere fantasy. Breakfast, prepared by the Prime Minister's personal chef, consisted of milk and sandwiches. He was not entitled to partake in the morning repast alongside the civil servants in the cabinet dining room, as it was funded by the state, and Anthony, not being a government employee, lacked the privilege to savor any offerings from the cabinet's table. The royal finances were strictly separate from the state treasury, and in simple terms, he was an outsider within number 10, despite the entire nation being under the Queen's dominion. His current status was merely that of a private guest of the Prime Minister. And even Mr. Hark had no entitlement to dine in the cabinet room, let alone him. His brief encounter with Mr. Hark that morning left a lasting impression, particularly due to the prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Mrs. and the Prime Minister's wife explained that her husband had toiled late into the night before finally retiring to bed. Upon hearing this, Anthony was momentarily moved by the diligence of the Prime Minister, though insincerely. At 9 o'clock, as anticipated, the fireplace in the office once again erupted with green flames. However, this time Mr. Hark was prepared, having already shifted to the opposite end of the long table. The thought of someone constantly emerging behind him was quite terrifying. After the flames subsided, a witch appeared in the room, her rectangular glasses perched on her nose, her curly hair neatly styled into an elegant bun, and draped in a deep green robe. Mr. Burner promptly approached to greet the wizard who had emerged from the hearth. "Good day, I am Burner Wully, the Prime Minister's private secretary." Professor McGonagall, visiting the Muggle Prime Minister's residence for the first time, displayed a degree of caution. After shaking hands with Burner, she directly introduced herself in a hushed tone, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minerva McGonagall. "May I inquire where Mr. Anthony is?" "Burner, please inform Sir Humphrey to come here, and also bring our prince." Mr. Huck was momentarily dazzled by a sudden green light. He first removed his glasses and gently massaged the area around his eyes. Once his vision cleared, he rose to warmly greet his guest, saying, "Jim Huck, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, welcome to your visit. Please have a seat." However, he maintained an air of respect and decorum. The professor offered a slight nod to Mr. Huck before taking a seat in the nearest chair, her movements imbued with both rigor and an aura of mystery. Chapter 4. Go forth, seek, for it lies in Fork's Hire. Anthony was escorted out of the reception room by Sir Humphrey. After all, number 10 was not his residence, and he could not linger indefinitely in the Prime Minister's office. The moment he stepped into the office, Anthony noticed that where Mr. Huck had been seated was now occupied by a figure both familiar and foreign to him, Professor McGonagall. So, it is indeed her, he thought to himself. She was undoubtedly the professor who had undertaken the most field work at Hogwarts. He quickly addressed her. "Good day, Professor." "Very well, Mr. Windsor. It is now time for us to proceed to Diagon Alley to procure your first-year supplies." Upon seeing Anthony enter, Professor McGonagall also rose. She then turned to Mr. Huck and continued, "I trust one need not elaborate on what magic entails." "Of course, madam," Mr. Huck replied, though his expression bore a hint of hesitation as he raised an eyebrow towards Sir Humphrey. However, Sir Humphrey, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward with a slight smile and continued the Prime Minister's thought. "Yet, as a member of the royal family, His Highness cannot depart alone with a stranger. Of course, I do not question your identity, even though you entered without presenting any credentials. Nonetheless, I must emphasize that this concerns the national security of the entire United Kingdom. Should any tragic event occur, one that neither party wishes to see, it would significantly impact Great Britain and Northern Ireland. In light of this, it is the Prime Minister's duty and responsibility to ensure that necessary security personnel accompany you. I hope you can comprehend this. There is no need for such precautions." Professor McGonagall replied, furrowing her brow. She could discern that this Muggle seemed to be casting aspersions, perceiving her as a potential threat. Nonetheless, her scholarly composure prevented her from engaging in a quarrel with the Muggles. She calmly stated, "I do not believe we will encounter any danger. As for accompanying personnel, Mr. Windsor's parents or immediate relatives may follow." I am..." Sir Humphrey interjected, feigning a cough, and then adopted a look of helplessness. No, dear lady. I believe you are underestimating the complexities of this matter. Firstly, Princess Eglantine is currently abroad, and secondly, His Highness's father." At this point, he suddenly broke into a shy smile, infused with a hint of servility. As a humble civil servant, he dared not speculate too much on royal affairs. He continued, "The closest living relative to His Highness is Her Majesty the Queen. Are you certain that you wish for Her Majesty's attendance?" Professor McGonagall was taken aback. She had not anticipated such intricacies. What is more alarming is that this remarkable woman, who has devoted her entire life to the noble pursuit of education, finds herself utterly outmatched by Humphrey, a seasoned bureaucrat, at least in the realm of verbal sparring. Very well, let Mr. Bond, in lieu of your parents, accompany you on this journey. At that moment, Mr. Hark stepped forward to speak. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a gentleman entered the Prime Minister's office. Impeccably dressed in a suit, with striking features, brown hair, and blue eyes. This was clearly a premeditated act. Otherwise, how could this dapper agent so fortuitously appear here? Anthony raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the intentions of these three individuals before him. However, Bond? Really? Now even 007 has made an appearance. Anthony rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words in this peculiar Harry Potter universe. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. What if amidst all this chaos, Harry Potter himself is an unwelcome intruder? Could it be that I have been transported into some alternate realm of amalgamated universes? Would DC or Marvel soon invade as well? In an instant, Anthony was astonished to discover that the world he had inhabited for over a decade had suddenly morphed into something unfamiliar. On the other hand, Professor McGonagall, after a moment of contemplation, ultimately acquiesced to the notion of this Muggle gentleman accompanying them to Diagon Alley. Professor, excuse me, but where exactly is Diagon Alley? Along the way, seated properly in the back of a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, Anthony gazed at the simultaneously familiar, yet foreign figure of Professor McGonagall, his eyes alight with curiosity. Is it truly possible to transform into a cat? What would such a cat resemble? Can it be done? Gradually, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Charing Cross, Professor McGonagall replied, her tone somewhat reserved. She expressed concern about the unpredictability of this purely Muggle mode of transport. Charing Cross? Very well. Mr. Bond, at the wheel, glanced in the rearview mirror and, with a smile imbued with masculine charm, stated, we should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Charing Cross, situated in the city of Westminster, is a borough of London, home to notable landmarks such as the British Parliament's Palace of Westminster, 10 Downing Street, and even Buckingham Palace, all nestled within this urban expanse. It should not be too far, one would think. Interestingly, it is quite remarkable that both the center of Muggle authority and the heart of the magical realm, the Ministry of Magic, reside in Westminster. One cannot help but appreciate this tacit understanding. Throughout the journey, Anthony seemed to have truly embraced the persona of a child, engaging Professor McGonagall with a barrage of questions in a childlike manner, asking things like, where is Hogwarts? Are there wizards in other countries? How does the Ministry discover little wizards like him who come from Muggle backgrounds? Professor McGonagall patiently provided clear and simple answers. The location of Hogwarts is indescribable. It lies in Scotland, surrounded by vast forests and the sea, a place of breathtaking beauty. She remarked that the mountains there are quite spectacular and that Anthony would surely adore them. As for how little wizards are discovered, she remarked that the founders of Hogwarts had created two remarkable alchemical artifacts, the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admission. One was a magical feathered pen, while the other was a grand tome bound in black dragon hide and crafted from parchment, upon the birth of a child endowed with magical talent. The Quill of Acceptance would sense this and inscribe the child's name in the Book of Admission. It is through the names recorded in this book that we dispatch acceptance letters. Wow, is it truly that magical? Anthony exclaimed with feigned astonishment, his eyes wide. Of course, he was well aware of this. In his previous life, he had been an ardent fan of Harry Potter. His inquiry was merely a pretext, as another person occupied the car with him. Did you hear that, Mr. Bond? I have contributed to the British government. Mr. Bond, who was at the wheel, glanced at the 11-year-old prince through the rearview mirror, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this young royal was not only cunning but also remarkably astute. As the foremost agent in all of Britain, he had deduced the precise location of Hogwarts from mere snippets of conversation. Among the 32 administrative regions of Scotland, there was only one that met the criteria of being coastal, densely vegetated, and relatively sparsely populated: Falkirk. Mr. Bond then nodded toward the young prince through the rearview mirror. The vehicle weaved through the bustling marketplace, while Anthony gradually shifted his gaze from the interior of the car to the vibrant world outside. Chapter 5. Welcome to Diagon Alley. It is indeed a tragic reality. Anthony, this prince, was akin to a bird confined to a cage. Throughout his life, he had ventured out of Windsor Castle only a handful of times, the farthest being Buckingham Palace. As for London, who would dare allow an 11-year-old prince to roam the streets of London? Reflecting on the activities of children from common families at this age, chasing butterflies in meadows or catching shrimp in streams, Anthony couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He understood that as a member of the royal family, he was destined to be unlike ordinary folk. Yet, knowing this did not mitigate his disdain, even loathing, for such a life. However, a surge of confidence welled up within him as he glanced at Professor McGonagall. Once he mastered his magical abilities, he would soar to great heights, free from these constraints. As for the title of prince, he could let others bear it. He had no desire to remain imprisoned in that gilded cage. As Anthony's thoughts drifted further, his journey neared its conclusion, and the vehicle gradually came to a halt at the corner of a bustling street. "This is the place," Professor McGonagall indicated, pointing to the shabby leaky cauldron nearby. "Mr. Bond kindly exited the car and opened the door for the professor. "Thank you," she responded warmly. Anthony followed the professor out of the vehicle, and upon looking up, he beheld the rather dilapidated establishment. "Wow, wizards certainly have a unique sense of taste," Anthony mused, struggling to find any words of praise to describe the place. Ultimately deeming this run-down structure, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding architecture, as distinctive. Reflecting on this, he found it rather amusing. The Broken Axe Tavern was established in the early 16th century, predating the implementation of the Confidentiality Act by approximately 2 centuries. In earlier times, Muggles were welcome here, a fact not lost on certain wizards who viewed the befuddled Muggles wandering in as a source of amusement. Professor McGonagall shared Anthony's perspective on the uniqueness of this place. Its dilapidation was troubling. Every year, when she brought Muggle parents here, it incited unnecessary panic. As the gateway to the magical world, she could not comprehend why it remained in such a state of disrepair. After all, walking down the street in robes already attracted considerable attention. Behind them, Mr. Bond furrowed his brow, observing the conversation between the two figures, a large man and a small boy, and feeling a stir of confusion. He saw no sign of a tavern ahead. To his left stood a bookshop, to his right a record store, and in between was merely a wall. Anthony, perceptive as ever, noticed Mr. Bond's perplexity and reached out to grasp the agent's hand, guiding him alongside the professor into the invisible tavern. What a marvel! As the trio stepped into the Broken Axe Tavern, Mr. Bond's vision momentarily cleared, as if the fog that had obscured his sight was suddenly whisked away by a gust of wind. The cacophony of sounds, peculiar aromas, and the gasps of the crowd surged into his consciousness. His instincts heightened, as the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the dilapidated taverns he had encountered in remote African towns during his missions. To his astonishment, a giant, at least 10 feet tall, loomed before him. Instinctively, he stepped forward, shielding Anthony behind him, casting a wary glance at the unkempt giant with a scruffy beard. "Oh, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid exclaimed, surprised to see the professor approaching from behind. "Hagrid? What a coincidence," she replied. "Allow me to introduce you to Harry," Hagrid said, pulling a small boy closer. "This is the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts." The child appeared slight, reminiscent of a 19th century London street urchin, with oversized round glasses, disheveled black hair, and timid green eyes. The clothing he wore was evidently not his own, being far too large. Upon hearing her name, Professor McGonagall's gaze fell on Harry, and a rare expression of tenderness softened her typically stern countenance. "Harry, have you grown so much?" she remarked, smoothing down the boy's unruly hair before gently patting his shoulder. "From now on, Hogwarts will be your home. Professor Quirrell, you are here as well," McGonagall exclaimed, noticing a man at a nearby table, encircled by a purple turban. He looked at her with a mix of surprise and obsequiousness, resembling a mouse confronting a cat, desperately attempting to ingratiate himself. Prof McGonagall," he stuttered. "I am very pleased to see you." "It is a pleasure to see you," Professor McGonagall remarked, her demeanor composed. Having known Chilo for many years, she held a favorable impression of the distinguished Ravenclaw graduate, even though he was not her student. Previously, he had served as the Muggle Studies professor, a colleague she respected. This year, however, he had transitioned to the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. Yet, with the keen perception of a cat, McGonagall noted a subtle change in him compared to the previous year. He had never exhibited any stammering issues before, and his attire? Quite peculiar indeed. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it and continued, "Now, these 2 first years need to acquire their supplies, so let us not waste any more time." With a nod towards Chilo, the 5 of them proceeded to the small courtyard behind the pub. Navigating around the bar's counter, they arrived at a small courtyard enclosed by walls. It resembled a refuse heap, with nothing but weeds and trash bins. Hagrid, with his hearty smile, looked down at the 2 children, winked, and then, brandishing his oversized umbrella, tapped 3 times on a specific spot above the bins. Suddenly, the bricks appeared to come alive, quaking before splitting open to reveal a small opening that gradually expanded into an archway. Accompanying the unveiling of the archway was Hagrid's robust, and resonant voice. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Chapter 6, Gringotts. Before them lay a cobblestone street, flanked by an array of peculiar and enticing shops. The trio of Muggles, Anthony, Harry, and Mr. Bond, gazed in wonder at the items displayed behind glass. Hagrid, I cannot afford anything. I have no money, Harry lamented, enchanted yet disheartened by the magical artifacts surrounding him. A chill breeze swept through, momentarily rousing him from his reverie, and he cast his eyes downward, embarrassed and sorrowful, for he possessed not a single penny. Where's your money? Hagrid inquired, gesturing towards a white building ahead. Anthony followed his gaze to the end of the bustling crowd, where a grand white marble structure stood prominently amidst the shops of Diagon Alley. Oddly, this building leaned at a peculiar angle, resembling a precarious edifice. He was certain that, had it not been for the guidance of wizards, no ordinary Muggle would dare enter such a structure. Yet in the realm of magic, perhaps the mortar binding the stones was enchanted rather than conventional. Who could say? The entrance to Gringotts Bank faced Diagon Alley directly. Although the cobblestone street was vibrant and eclectic, it was not particularly long, and the group soon found themselves at its doorstep. Beneath their feet lay a white stone staircase leading to two gleaming bronze doors, flanked by a goblin dressed in a scarlet uniform adorned with gold. As they approached, he bowed in deference. However, the two wizards seemed wary of the magical creature, hastening the young wizards through the second silver door and into the spacious marble hall. In a grand hall, approximately 100 fairies were seated behind a long counter. Some hastily recorded transactions in a large ledger, while others weighed coins on scales or examined gemstones with magnifying glasses. Mr. Bond's eyes scanned the fairies with keen interest, his silver tie clip concealing a miniature camera that captured images discreetly. His advanced technology extended beyond this. Yet the wireless earpieces and similar devices had malfunctioned the moment he stepped into the bar, leaving him surrounded by noise. Now all that remained was the tiny camera, though he was uncertain whether it was still functioning. Unlike Harry, Anthony did not possess a hidden vault. Upon entering the marble hall, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid parted ways, each heading towards different counters. Good day, Mr. Anthony. I require the exchange of some galleons. McGonagall approached a counter that appeared slightly less affluent than the others, addressing a fairy who was inspecting a ruby through a magnifying glass. Upon hearing her voice, the elderly fairy, with gray tufts in his ears measuring at least 5 inches, lazily glanced at the professor before placing the gemstone down. Leaning on the counter, he leaned forward and stated £5 for 1 galleon. A wave of despair washed over Anthony. He had no money. Sir, I promise to repay you, he implored. Your Highness, such trivial matters need not trouble you, Mr. Bond thoughtlessly dismissed the few £100s, being a man of considerable means with an annual salary in the tens of thousands. However, the young prince seemed to hold these small matters in high regard, perhaps to leave a favorable impression. Mr. Bond discreetly pondered this as he retrieved a stack of galleons from the drawer beneath the counter, bending slightly to hand them to Anthony. Muggle money is merely a symbolic exchange, the old fairy continued. Mr. Bond, glancing at the galleons in Anthony's hand, recognized that as a top-tier agent, the discernment of precious metals was a fundamental skill. He instantly identified that the gold coins possessed a significant gold content. The exchange rate of 1 to 5 was nothing short of a loss. Are you contemplating a large exchange of galleons to then dissolve them into gold in the Muggle world for a fortune? The old fairy quickly discerned Mr. Bond's intentions, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked, a little wizard of Muggle origin can only exchange 50 galleons a year, as allocated by the Hogwarts board. Muggle money here is akin to waste paper. Conceal your avaricious thoughts, greedy Muggle. The fairy's scornful words caused Professor McGonagall to frown, and she coldly replied, let us depart. Indeed, Anthony weighed the galleons in his hand, finding no offense in the fairy's harsh words. Rather, he considered them quite sensible. After exiting Gringotts, Anthony first followed Professor McGonagall to purchase a wand. Mr. Ollivander, with his keen insight, almost immediately discerned the hidden depths behind Anthony's composed demeanor. Not being a difficult customer, the first wand Mr. Ollivander offered was a perfect match for him. The phoenix tree, with a unicorn hair core, measures 13.5 inches in length and costs 9 gold galleons. Following this, he proceeded to purchase books and school uniforms. Additionally, he acquired a grayish-white snowy owl, distinct from Harry's, as it featured several delicate reddish feathers atop its head, rendering it easily recognizable. Naturally, it was not inexpensive, costing him a full 7 galleons. Nevertheless, Anthony was quite pleased and decided to name this snowy owl Humphrey. After wandering for over an hour, Anthony finally completed all the purchases listed on his acceptance letter, totaling 32 galleons. The remaining time was spent meandering through Diagon Alley alongside Mr. Bond, indulging in the sights for an entire morning. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had departed early on. Just after exiting the leaky cauldron, they were almost instantly surrounded by numerous agents, which startled Harry. The agent stationed outside had thoroughly searched the area without locating the whereabouts of His Highness and Mr. Bond. However, they remained vigilant, continuing to guard the neighborhood. It was not until a nearly 3-meter-tall giant appeared on the street alongside the Prince and Mr. Bond that their presence was truly felt, an abrupt emergence indeed. Fortunately, at Mr. Bond's discreet signal, they exhibited remarkable restraint and refrained from encircling them immediately. The agents from MI5 displayed their professionalism as well, donning plain clothes in small, strategic groups, effectively occupying the district. Chapter 7. Her Majesty the Queen. The surrounding scene appeared quite spectacular, likely due to the imposing figure of Hagrid attracting attention. After exchanging a few brief words with Anthony, they parted ways. In Whitehall, Anthony, carrying his Humphrey, made his way to the Prime Minister's office. At that moment, Bernard was seated at his desk, attending to some paperwork. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an iron cage was placed before him. "Mr. Bernard, I entrust Humphrey to your care," he said, before turning to ascend to the Prime Minister's private residence. Feeling rather famished and eager to see if the Prime Minister's personal chef had prepared his lunch. Upon hearing the name Humphrey, the angelic Bernard instinctively rose and glanced toward the staircase, ensuring that Sir Humphrey was not present before settling back down. His Highness had named his snowy owl Humphrey. Mr. Bond, following closely behind, chimed in with a cheerful smile. "Are you referring to that one?" Bernard pointed at the grayish-white snowy owl, his face twitching as he suppressed a laugh while gently stroking the owl's small head. "Sir Humphrey? Oh, how delightfully unconventional," he remarked, alluding to the few red feathers atop the snowy owl's head. "Bernard," a stern voice suddenly called out. Bernard quickly looked up, and upon recognizing the newcomer, a wave of embarrassment washed over his face. "Oh dear, Sir Humphrey," he stammered, for there stood the very Sir Humphrey he had been contemplating, now right before him. Basic spellcasting level 1. He began to attempt to cast a spell. Thus, he bore no psychological burden and proceeded to practice spells without hesitation. After all, even if discovered, it was merely his first attempt, likely resulting in nothing more than a verbal reprimand. Nothing severe. With such thoughts in mind, he confidently retrieved his wand. Unlike the sparse spells depicted in films, this first-year textbook elementary standard spells encompass 9 distinct incantations: softening charm, cutting charm, unlocking charm, levitation charm, locking charm, repairing charm, fire-making charm, repelling charm, and wand-lighting charm. As a novice, Anthony initially chose the simplest spells to practice, such as the wand-lighting charm and levitation charm. However, through relentless practice, he soon discovered, inexplicably, that his aptitude for learning these spells was remarkably swift, so much so that he found it astonishing. Not to mention the levitation charm, which he grasped quite well. Even the repairing charm, known for its complexity, he managed to master after merely 3 or 4 attempts. Could this be a manifestation of his hidden potential? Having traversed 11 years, he understood himself too well. He truly was an ordinary individual, devoid of any extraordinary thoughts. Perhaps it stemmed from his inherently mature disposition compared to the average young wizard. This question, Anthony suspected, would remain forever unanswered. At that moment, seated alongside Anthony in the reception room was Miss Dorothy Wale, the chief political advisor to the Prime Minister. As she gazed at the solemn child in the room, the worldview she had forged over decades began to crumble. After Anthony restored the shattered vase for the 3rd time, she found the phenomenon utterly enchanting. Just then, a series of knocks echoed as the reception room door swung open. A smiling figure entered, nodding towards Anthony and announcing, "Your Highness, the Queen requests your presence. You must proceed to Buckingham Palace at once." "Very well, Bernard, I understand," replied Anthony, hastily rising and stowing his wand before following Bernard out. It appeared that his aunt had finally acknowledged her little nephew's wizardry. It is noteworthy that the Queen, as the nominal leader and adherent of the Church of England, was fundamentally a member of the Christian faith. The sudden emergence of a male wizard within the royal family did seem a bit peculiar. Nevertheless, Anthony was not particularly concerned about facing the stake. After all, the current bishops were modernists, quite distinct from the fervent zealots of the Middle Ages. In essence, these modernist adherents did not believe a single word of the Bible. Most hailed from prestigious institutions such as London, Cambridge, or the London School of Economics, specializing in finance or classics. Of course, There were also graduates from theological colleges, yet their beliefs were remarkably diverse. Indeed, even some who graduated from London Theological Seminary converted to other faiths. Chuckles. After all, atheists are not entitled to church subsidies. The Anglican Church, a colossal enterprise with an annual revenue nearing $2 billion, has little need for bishops. What it requires are managers. The procession to Buckingham Palace moved at a languid pace, with journalists anxiously awaiting along the route. For seated within the vehicle was not only he, but also our esteemed Prime Minister, Mr. Hark. He was presumably summoned by Her Majesty the Queen to ascertain the situation, though it cannot be dismissed that Mr. Hark may also be attempting to present his grand plans to the Queen. In any case, he shared the carriage with the Prime Minister. As the most significant palace of the British monarchy, Buckingham Palace is located in Westminster. Upon the convoy's halt at the square outside the palace, all eyes were drawn to the British imperial flag fluttering above, indicating that the Queen was indeed within. Guided by numerous guards and the steward, several high-ranking government officials proceeded to the reception room. However, Anthony was treated differently. He was directly escorted by Mr. Hobson, the steward, to meet the Queen in the inner palace. The palace's layout was intricate and vast, and without the steward's guidance, one could easily become disoriented. After winding through the halls, they finally entered an exceptionally elegant room adorned with a grand crystal chandelier, its walls embellished in white and gold, and furnished with exquisite pieces and luxurious carpets. Sitting upon a gilded chair was a woman of perhaps 50 or 60 years. Mr. Hobson had served as the Queen's personal steward for many years, a testament to his prudence throughout the decades. After ushering Anthony inside, he discreetly withdrew, quietly closing the door behind him. With the soft sound of the door's closure, only he and Her Majesty the Queen remained in the room. Chapter 8. Tenderness Beneath Majesty. The soft sound of the door's closure left only him and the Queen in the room. With no outsiders present, the customary pleasantries seemed unnecessary, and the Queen's inquiries were quite direct. "So, you intend to go to Hogwarts?" The Queen's sudden question left Anthony momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Did she know about the magical world? The chief wizard of the court can instruct you directly. As a member of the royal family, I would prefer that you do not venture into an unfamiliar realm alone, the Queen added, her words unveiling a significant revelation. In a fleeting moment, Anthony comprehended that as the nominal monarch of Britain, it was entirely reasonable for Her Majesty to be aware of the magical world, and she must certainly have wizards to protect her. However, the Queen's suggestion placed him in a quandary, for he truly did not wish to remain confined within the castle for even a second. He yearned for the outside world, and he was determined to attend Hogwarts. "What is it?" Noticing Anthony's silence, the Queen furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with displeasure. After pondering for a considerable time, without conjuring a suitable excuse, Anthony suddenly realized that given his mere 11 years of age, no matter what he said, the Queen might easily dismiss him based on his youth. He was utterly incapable of persuasion. The correct course of action would be to seek out an eloquent individual, someone who perpetually wore a smile, a rather slick fellow. Have you thought of him? The man who shares the same name as Anthony Snowy Owl, Sir Humphrey. He is currently in the drawing room awaiting an audience. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to confer with the Prime Minister before making any decisions. Suddenly, a grin spread across his face, his words laced with mockery. In the art of verbal dueling, Sir Humphrey is undeniably unmatched. The Queen's eyes flickered, her expression softened. She understood this young man. Though he outwardly appeared composed, deep down, he resembled a fledgling hawk, ever poised for flight. It was unlikely she would be able to persuade him this time. Nevertheless, the Queen inhaled deeply, cast a glance at Anthony, and then exited the room, heading towards the drawing room. She would do her utmost to keep him there. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed once more, accompanied by Anthony's smile as the Queen departed. He slowly approached the window, his countenance reverting to its usual, serene demeanor. They simply do not comprehend. The Queen, Mr. Hark, Sir Humphrey, they all lack understanding. Those who have never beheld Hogwarts could never fathom the towering castle. The corridors nestled amidst the mountains, the skyward sweep of Buckbeak, Hagrid perched outside his hut playing his flute, the chimes of the tower bells, and the thick, pristine snow blanketing Hogsmeade. Every nook and cranny is imbued with magic and vibrant life. It is a place that tugs at the soul, impossible to forsake. A realm that defies description, as precious as diamonds. It is Hogwarts. Anthony gazed out the window towards the bustling London beyond, a place reeking of steel in the very air. How could one not yearn for Hogwarts? He stared outside for what felt like an eternity, until the faint sound of the door, closing once again, broke the silence. Your Majesty! Anthony turned to face the Queen. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over him at the thought that she might deny him passage to Hogwarts. To be truthful, his relationship with this formidable aunt was rather tenuous. While the Queen had provided for him materially, even allowing him to reside in Windsor Castle, a place of significant meaning from her childhood, it seemed a chasm of unspoken distance lingered between them. Astute as he was, he quickly gleaned past secrets from the housekeeper and maids. It was a tale of grievances belonging to the previous generation, intertwined with his mother. The intricate web of royal relations and the pressures of power had gradually strained what once was a close bond. He had not seen his mother in years. She seemed to be absent from England, her whereabouts unknown to Anthony. "You must depart." She sighed softly, her lips trembling, her tone imbued with an ambiguous reluctance, as if unwilling to let go, yet compelled by some unseen force. "Then I shall take my leave," Anthony replied cautiously, inching towards the door. "Wait." Observing the little one, who appeared reluctant yet feigned hesitation, the Queen could no longer restrain herself and called out to him. Taking a deep breath, as if to compose her emotions, she slowly approached him and said, "Regardless of where you are, never forget your identity. Exhibit some decorum. Do not spend your days recklessly wandering." In this moment, her imposing presence seemed to dissolve, and she spoke not as a monarch, but as a concerned relative. "I shall write to your headmaster, requesting his oversight." "Dumbledore!" Anthony exclaimed, taken aback by this middle-aged lady's familiarity with the illustrious wizard. It seemed this world was even more chaotic than he had anticipated. Would the subsequent events unfold as originally scripted? Anthony harbored serious doubts. Meanwhile, the Queen delicately removed a splendid necklace from around her neck, adorned with 3 gemstones, blue, red, and green. The red gem radiated a faint, captivating glow, while a silver ring dangled from the chain. Gently, she draped the necklace around Anthony's neck, proclaiming, "This was left by my mother for her daughters. Now, I bestow it upon you. Wear well." With that, she gently patted Anthony on the shoulder, signaling that he could take his leave. The Queen's sudden warmth took Anthony by surprise, and he quickly looked up, saying, "I will wear it, Aunt." The Queen silently watched his retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Upon exiting Buckingham Palace, Anthony felt an extraordinary sense of joy, his steps becoming increasingly buoyant. Mr. Park had seemingly anticipated his swift departure from the inner sanctum. The two, one a Muggle and the other a wizard, one representing royalty and the other government, began to converge in conversation. Chapter 9. The National Special Talent Protection Act. Compared to before, he now enjoyed greater freedom. For several consecutive days, Mr. Bond drove him throughout London, not for leisure, but for work. In the opulent back seat of a Rolls-Royce Silver Spur, Anthony held a governmental document in his hands. It was a cabinet proposal concerning a piece of legislation titled the National Special Talent Protection Act. What he possessed was merely a brief summary, a simplified version, rather than the complete text of the law. The ministers in the cabinet were appointed and promoted by the Prime Minister, ensuring that cabinet discussions would encounter no hurdles. However, the critical phase lay in the examination by the House of Commons, which was of utmost importance. The Shadow Cabinet, composed of the opposition parties, the Conservative Party and the Labour Party, which alternately govern in the UK, with the opposition colloquially known as the Shadow Cabinet, would endeavour to thwart all the Prime Minister's policies, opposing for the sake of opposition, thereby crippling the Cabinet's efforts and undermining the Prime Minister's authority in pursuit of an advantage for the next election. Mr. Park and Sir Humphrey had never actually contemplated that the House of Commons would approve the National Special Talent Protection Act. Even if they have meticulously prepared over 300 pages of specific legal provisions and detailed explanations, it is of no avail, for some matters defy elucidation. For instance, what constitutes a special talent? How is one deemed a special talent? What are the criteria for such designation? In this legislation, all interpretations of these terms are hastily brushed aside under the pretext of national security. What is a special talent? Apologies, but that is classified information. The criteria for designation? Classified. The institutions responsible for such determinations? Confidential. Even if both parties were to be as united as family, it would be inconceivable for one side to permit the authorities to promulgate such nonsensical laws. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as the Prime Minister has long been scheming. In British tradition, once the Prime Minister secures the Queen's approval, they may request Parliament to adjourn. This power is a result of the historical struggle between royal authority and civil rights. Essentially, capital. The actual power resides within the House of Commons, where representatives are elected by the populace to ostensibly safeguard the interests of the British people, though the monarchy retains a portion of authority, including the prerogative to dissolve Parliament and to adjourn it. The last monarch to exercise the former power has become inextricably linked to this land, rendering it largely symbolic, as no monarch has done so for centuries. The latter power, however, is far more routinely exercised, with nearly every prime minister opting to utilize the Queen's authority to adjourn Parliament, prioritizing the implementation of their policies before addressing the inevitable disputes that will arise among MPs post-adjournment. However, these matters are of no concern to Anthony, nor do they pertain to Mr. Bond. Although the legislation has yet to be formally enacted, agents have already begun engaging with key targets. For instance, the exposed Harry Potter. Mr. Dursley has been in a state of heightened anxiety, not only due to the peculiarities of his new family member, but also because of the tale affixed to his son Dudley's backside. Poor Mr. Dursley has been quite frazzled in recent days. Finally, today, he managed to contact what appeared to be a reputable surgical hospital, where the doctor, adorned with a PhD title, clearly belonged to the upper echelons of successful society. He had been queuing for an appointment with this esteemed physician since a week prior. However, Mr. Dursley's exhilaration did not end there. Today, he received a call from the hospital, where a doctor identifying himself as the director informed him that due to unforeseen circumstances, they had assigned a different doctor for Dudley. This new physician, a university professor with decades of surgical experience and a member of the Royal Society of Sciences, was an eminent figure. To have such a distinguished individual perform a simple excision on Dudley seemed a waste of resources, though in truth, this was a government arrangement. It would be inappropriate to attribute this to the arrangements of a certain minister in the cabinet. Otherwise, which esteemed medical expert would involve themselves in such a trivial procedure? Anthony was aware of this matter. Just moments ago, he learned from Mr. Bond. He found himself at a loss for words, for Harry. The correct course of action would have been for Mr. Bond to arrange for someone to give Mr. Dursley a good thrashing. However, one cannot blame the agents. For to outsiders, the Dursleys appear as kind and generous guardians who have raised Harry. From any perspective, their relationship should seem harmonious. Yet, what they do not know is that Harry's true plight resembles that of a house elf. Escaping this household may be one of the few commonalities he shares with Anthony. As he spoke, the vehicle slowly approached number 4, Privet Drive. Anthony swore he had no desire to be associated with Harry Potter. He was unwilling to court trouble, let alone immerse himself in it. Yet, how could he ignore the trio destined to become the backbone of the Ministry of Magic? A head of the Auror Office, a Minister of Magic, and a scion of one of the oldest pure-blood families in the wizarding world. Such a combination would not go unnoticed. After the conclusion of the Second Wizarding War, these three emerged as the most prominent figures in the magical realm. Cultivating a relationship with them would not only ease Anthony's future path in magic, but, more importantly, they aligned perfectly with Mr. Hark's aspirations, representing a vital force for the nation. Especially Hermione, as the future Minister of Magic, her position would save the central government countless troubles. As for the current 11-year-old Harry Potter, the reason he caught the attention of the agents was merely that he was the first young wizard to reveal his identity. This covert operation was also Mr. Bond's idea. Disguised as a community doctor's assistant, he visited the Dursleys to assess Dudley's situation. Of course, the primary aim was to gather information on Harry Potter. However, Mr. Bond was taken aback to find Harry absent from the living room. Petunia poured him a cup of red tea, and they sat together. The handsome visage of Mr. Bond raised Vernon's suspicions. Seizing this advantage, Mr. Bond launched a fervent assault. Yet no matter how he obliquely probed, the couple remained utterly reticent regarding any tidings of Harry. It was as if that boy did not exist in their household at all. Chapter 10. The Dursley Family. On the street, Anthony sat in the car, peering through the window at the Dursleys. Mr. Bond, of course, was unaware that Harry Potter was currently tucked away in the storage cupboard beneath the stairs. Unless one were to confront Vernon directly, tearing down the facade and candidly mentioning Harry's existence, that rotund man would disclose nothing about him. Naturally, he could not exit the vehicle. Such was the directive of the agents. Being driven around London was already a considerable concession, and Mr. Bond would not permit His Royal Highness to be placed in jeopardy. After approximately 10 minutes, the household finally stirred. Mr. Bond wore a professional veneer of a smile as he slowly bid farewell to the Dursleys and stepped out of Vernon's house. However, the moment he was beyond Vernon's sight, the smile vanished in an instant. What a troublesome affair this seems to be. Mr. Bond slid into the car, and almost simultaneously, Anthony's voice echoed in the air. Indeed, Your Highness, that family is evidently troubled. Frowning, he cast furtive glances at the Dursleys, yet his hands remained engaged, igniting the engine, shifting gears, and setting off. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow glided leisurely away for Privet Drive. During their conversation, I distinctly sensed an ominous noise emanating from the cupboard beneath the staircase. And each time the sound surfaced, the family's countenance darkened. I am convinced that if the boy named Harry were indeed in this house, he would be concealed within that very cupboard. Yet, suddenly, Mr. Bond found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A flicker of doubt crossing his gaze as he looked down the road. Anthony, reclining in the back seat, understood Mr. Bond's concerns all too well. Thus, he subtly lifted his gaze and remarked, the witch hunts were quite prevalent in America decades ago. Perhaps not everyone can embrace the existence of a wizard, especially a young one. With Anthony's reminder, Mr. Bond became acutely aware of his own oversight and instinctively inquired, "Is there a way to help him?" "You mean to rescue Harry?" "There are numerous ways," Anthony replied, rubbing his chin, his eyes drifting towards the window. The 1980s and 1990s were indeed a time when the wave of democratization swept across the globe. Britain, too, enacted several laws during this period: the Children Act, the Adoption and Children Act, the 1989 Children Act, and the Children Leaving Care Act. In an era before the widespread understanding of legalities, many remained oblivious to their own infractions, such as child abuse, unlawful confinement, and illegal adoption. Such matters often went unpunished, and when they were, the penalties were relatively light. In Harry's case, the Dursleys could potentially face charges for child abuse, unlawful confinement, forced labor, and exploitation. Community service agencies ought to bear the responsibility, don't you think? Anthony implied. Instantly, Mr. Bond grasped the implications of the exceptionally astute prince's words. Soon, a cascade of thoughts surged through his mind. It seemed that today he must prepare yet another report for the Prime Minister. The government acted swiftly, or rather, the Children's Services Director moved promptly upon receiving directives from higher authorities. The following morning, just as dawn broke, several social service workers launched a raid on the Dursley household. As Petunia opened the door, still bewildered, she was forcefully pushed aside by a burly man in uniform, who immediately proceeded to the cupboard beneath the stairs. With a rough motion, he flung open the small door and beheld the still sleeping Harry. Soon, Harry was awakened by the clamor of voices and the startled flurry of Hedwig. The community service personnel cautiously extricated Harry from his confinement. Then the robust man spoke in a stern, composed, yet harsh tone. "You both have the right to hire a lawyer. However, your personal freedom will be restricted, as the police will arrive shortly. The likelihood of prosecution for your abusive actions is considerable." "Abuse? Nonsense. We are a kind family. We adopted him." Vernon, clad in pajamas, squeezed down the staircase, vociferously rebuking them. His voice resonated as if they were the wrong parties. "Now, get out immediately, or I shall call the police." Vernon continued to bellow, his bulk jiggling with his vigorous movements, presenting a comical yet grotesque sight. "Mr. Dursley, conserve your strength. You must prepare for how you will face the judge's inquiries." The robust man glared menacingly at this foolish individual on the brink of legal trouble. Subsequently, community service workers and security personnel escorted Harry, along with his meager belongings, away from the Dursleys. As the man had predicted, no sooner had they exited than the wail of police sirens echoed down the street. The sky gradually brightened. The morning mist typical of July and August dissipated, allowing sunlight to stream through the windows, casting patterns on the floor. At that moment, Harry lay on a soft, empty bed, his face alight with excitement. This was the Clinton apartment, situated near King's Cross Station, where the community service workers had arranged for him to stay. Although Harry was alone, he felt no fear. Upon learning that he was a wizard, a wellspring of courage had blossomed within him. About an hour later, a middle-aged woman entered slowly, holding a report. She informed Harry that the local government had decided to prosecute the Dursleys. She was the private lawyer appointed by the government for Harry. Dorothy, a political advisor to the Prime Minister, had arrived under complex circumstances. On one hand, she willingly accepted this assignment. On the other, she was subtly propelled by Sir Humphrey. The cold, calculating Dorothy was a thorn in the side of many civil servants. Since an external task had arisen, and she expressed her willingness to participate, they seized the opportunity. Once this precedent was set, future assignments would inevitably fall upon her shoulders, gradually distancing her from the power center of Downing Street. Dorothy, fully aware of Sir Humphrey's cunning scheme, remained unfazed. Upon receiving Mr. Bond's report from Bernard, she understood the necessity of her personal involvement. The corridors of Downing Street were rife with creatures of moral vacuity. Chapter 11. Dorothy and Dumbledore. "Oh, good day, madam." Harry quickly sat up, his frail body appearing fragile, his complexion sallow. Prolonged malnutrition rendered him emaciated. It would be nothing short of miraculous for the future Harry Potter to reach a height of 6 feet 2 inches. Perhaps the food in the magical world contained growth hormones? Conversely, Daniel meticulously continued Harry's childhood plight, remaining short. Laughs. However, he exuded a vibrant spirit, his cheeks aglow. Upon seeing the newcomer, Harry appeared remarkably shy, as if unaccustomed to social interaction. Dorothy, moved by the sight, perceived him as a pitiable young soul. She pulled a chair closer and gently seated herself before Harry, saying, "Hello, Harry. I am your personal attorney. The community staff should have explained things to you, correct?" "Yes. They mentioned they would sue my aunt. Will they go to prison?" Harry inquired uncertainly. Despite enduring unjust treatment in that household, his thoughts had always been on escape, never harboring thoughts of vengeance. "That is a matter for the judge to decide," Dorothy replied with a smile. The two then engaged in a relatively light-hearted conversation. Through her dialogue with the child, Dorothy sensed his innate kindness. Deep down, he truly did not wish to see his aunt imprisoned, nor did he want to testify against her. Yet, the young Harry was unaware that his own testimony held little weight. In cases of child abuse, the law acknowledges that the psychological trauma may prevent the victim from testifying. Therefore, corroborating and physical evidence are of significant importance. The Child Protection Agency had already obtained Harry's medical examination report, and the community staff had spoken with the neighbors of the Dursley family. Just as Dorothy and Harry were conversing amicably, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. "Come in," Dorothy called softly. An elderly gentleman entered, his silver hair cascading down to his waist, a beard so white it could be tucked into his belt, and piercing blue eyes framed by crescent-shaped spectacles. He wore a flowing purple cloak that swept the ground. His wizardly attire instantly reminded Dorothy of Professor McGonagall, whom she had encountered on Downing Street. Furrowing her brow, a twinge of wariness emerged as she asked, "Who are you?" "Oh." The old man seemed quite pleased, smiling at both Harry and Dorothy. "I hold many titles, but I prefer to be called the headmaster of Hogwarts." "You're Dumbledore?" Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. His acceptance letter clearly stated at the top, "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore." Each word from that letter was etched in his mind. "The headmaster of Hogwarts?" Dorothy echoed, having also seen Anthony's acceptance letter and recognizing the name. "Oh, I did not expect to be well known in the Muggle world." The old man's crescent spectacles twinkled with mirth. "It is not often one encounters a person of your stature. May I inquire what brings you here?" Although Dorothy was unaware of Dumbledore's esteemed position in the magical realm, her years of professional experience allowed her to quickly adopt the composed demeanor she often used when interrogating Humphrey. "Naturally, it concerns his family." "Family?" A flicker of anger flashed in Dorothy's eyes. She need not peruse the report at her hands, for she boldly articulated from memory. "This child has endured immense suffering over the years, his body emaciated and malnourished, with bruises lingering on his left ribcage. And he seems to exhibit some psychological issues. I harbor grave suspicions that this child may be inclined towards early Stockholm Syndrome. There are aspects I cannot elucidate to you. Yet it is imperative that this child remains in the company of his relatives." Dumbledore's voice was markedly devoid of the earlier levity, tinged with a hint of remorse. He was well aware of Harry's plight over the years. "You may be disappointed, for in just a few days, the two offenders will be incarcerated. I trust you do not wish for Harry to accompany them into prison." Dorothy continued her relentless interrogation. The chief political advisor to the Prime Minister exhibited a commanding presence that rivaled Dumbledore's, even possessing a subtle moral superiority. "It is challenging for me to convey this to you." Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he spoke. The magic of love surrounding Harry compelled him to remain near Petunia. This was the choice made by his mother, Lily. In that fleeting moment, as the killing curse extinguished her youth, she entrusted her son to her sister. The Dursleys could not be imprisoned, and Harry must remain with his only remaining kin. The elder's fervent voice ignited a spirit of rebellion in Harry. Although he wished to avoid seeing his aunt imprisoned, at least her intentions were for his benefit. But what of this unfamiliar headmaster? "Indeed," Dorothy continued, "I am unaware of your wizarding laws, but according to British law, the Dursleys will receive their just punishment. I presume these two so-called Muggles are not bound by wizarding regulations, are they?" Muggles. This term, frequently uttered by wizards, was instantly comprehended by the higher-ups present, who surmised it referred to those ordinary individuals not possessing magical abilities. As the emotions of the two grew increasingly volatile, Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that his argument with this woman would yield no fruitful outcome, he subsequently sighed and remarked, "I need to speak with your Prime Minister." "Of course. If you are amenable." Dorothy did not decline. Instead, she graciously rose and extended her hand towards Dumbledore. "The Prime Minister will welcome your visit. I look forward to it." The two shook hands, both wearing strained smiles. Chapter 12. The Prime Minister and Dumbledore. Meanwhile, at Whitehall, Mr. Hark was engaged in a discussion with Anthony regarding certain matters. What sort of organization is the International Wizarding Federation? In the Prime Minister's office, a thick dossier filled with various documents lay beside Mr. Hark, all meticulously compiled by Mr. Bond. Thank heavens, the camera remained intact despite the magical influences. The team at the ministry is tirelessly analyzing those photographs. He is now the Prime Minister's personal advisor. Of course, this was merely a jest from Sir Humphrey, yet he had explicitly stated that upon reaching adulthood, should he desire, the government would employ him. Indeed, it is quite remarkable that the Secretary-General of the Magical World's United Nations hails from our beloved England. Mr. Hark appeared rather pleased, pointing at the names on the list with a childlike glee as he exclaimed, "The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, endowed with vast teaching experience. This certainly surpasses the realm of civil servants. How amusing." Sir Humphrey, seated nearby, gently closed his document, his lips moving in contemplation before he spoke. "I believe it is precisely because they lack the fruits of a civilized society that they remain ensconced in the lifestyle of the last century." At that moment, Bernard, responsible for the meeting's minutes, couldn't help but smile, raising his head to gesture toward Sir Humphrey and himself. Though no words were exchanged, much was communicated. "Indeed, Bernard, it is our civil servant system that blossoms as a symbol of civilization." The Prime Minister appeared somewhat displeased, preparing to question Bernard when suddenly, the telephone before Bernard rang. Upon hearing the sound, he swiftly donned an apologetic expression and answered the call with haste. "Hello. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore is here? With Dorothy? Very well, please let them in." With a swift motion, Bernard hung up the phone and turned to the Prime Minister, announcing, "The guard has informed me that Dorothy is accompanied by a robed elder claiming to be Dumbledore, along with the young wizard, Harry Potter." "Oh," Mr. Hark exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment, having just discussed the Secretary-General of the Magical World. In a flash of realization, he understood this was an extraordinary opportunity, the inaugural meeting between the British Prime Minister and the Wizarding Secretary-General. It would indeed be a historic moment. "Quickly, Bernard, let them in." Mr. Hark waved his arms excitedly, his face alight with surprise. "Oh, do not leave, Humphrey. Stay and support me. This time, you, the symbol of civilization, must be present. And you too, Prince Anthony. This is your headmaster, after all. Establishing a good rapport will surely ease future interactions." Mr. Hark rambled on with numerous commands. However, Anthony remained oblivious, lost in thought. Why would Dumbledore come here? He was not keen on engaging extensively with the headmaster, as everyone knew him to be a master of legilimency, capable of discerning one's thoughts merely through one's expressions. Such a talent was the sworn enemy of any intruder's mind. After a considerable pause, despite his efforts to resist, the elderly man with a flowing gray beard clad in a purple robe entered the Prime Minister's office. Welcome, Mr. Dumbledore." Mr. Hark rose immediately, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Good day, Mr. Prime Minister." Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats around the long table to strategize. Mr. Hark, Sir Humphrey, and Miss Dorothy occupied one side of the table, while Dumbledore sat across from them. Closest to the entrance was Mr. Bernard, the Prime Minister's personal secretary, tasked with documenting all meetings. Naturally, Harry settled beside Anthony, the two children of similar age positioned away from Dumbledore. The office fell into a sudden silence, punctuated only by the rustling of papers as Mr. Hark perused the reports sent by Dorothy. He was swiftly scanning through it, while Dumbledore patiently awaited the Prime Minister's completion of the document. "Oh, poor child," Mr. Hark exclaimed, having finished reviewing Harry's personal file. He even retrieved a handkerchief from his breast pocket, gently dabbing at his eyes. Subsequently, he cast a tender glance towards Harry and sincerely remarked, "I am a father too. Please forgive me. I cannot bear to see a child suffer. As parents, we always wish to provide our children with the best." His words immediately garnered the approval of Sir Humphrey, who chimed in, "Indeed, a mother's love surpasses all." Shakespeare, Bernard. Anthony quietly observed this initial clash, noting the Prime Minister's astute approach, which essentially defined the matter at hand. Should Dumbledore falter morally, it would allow for an unrestrained attack on his character. The Prime Minister, who frequently engaged with the brightest minds across England, was indeed formidable. "Sir, I concur with your sentiments," Dumbledore responded calmly. "However, I must point out that Harry resides with his aunt by his mother's choice. You lack the understanding of magical matters. Living with the Dursleys is a protective measure." "Mr. Dumbledore," Sir Humphrey interjected abruptly. "While you may be correct, the law does not alter due to unknown reasons. Otherwise, how would we govern this nation? As a fellow administrator, you should be well aware of this. Regardless, the child's custody is no longer in the hands of his aunt until the court renders a verdict. His rights reside with the government, the state, and the Queen. Therefore, we find it difficult to acquiesce to your request. Sir Humphrey, lightly tapping the report in his hand, spoke with an air of authority. The greasy smile on his face remained fixed, his tone suggesting a discussion. Yet an undeniable air of finality indicated that this was a decision to be accepted without question. Harry must remain with his aunt, the old headmaster stated decisively, his calm demeanor concealing a brewing storm. I do not understand. At this moment, Miss Dorothy's complexion darkened. Unlike Mr. Hark and Sir Humphrey, who sought to profit from the child, she, as the last vestige of conscience in Downing Street, was particularly incensed. Suddenly, Miss Dorothy leaped to her feet, hands pressed against the table, her entire body leaning forward as she shouted in fury. Has your brilliant mind never considered that the child does not wish to live with those wretched creatures? Have you ever thought about this child, even for a second? In the tower on the island, Hagrid once mentioned that Dumbledore's visit could lead to trouble. This implied that the headmaster had always been aware of the life he led. If he were truly as great as Hagrid claimed, why then did he allow himself to endure such suffering? Chapter 13, Exposure by Cat. The discussions at the Prime Minister's office are still ongoing. Meanwhile, on the River Thames in London, a waterway that has nurtured the splendid civilization of England, a flurry of merchant vessels traverse its waters. Along its banks lie numerous historical landmarks, such as Eton, Oxford, Henley, and Windsor. Notably, the headquarters of MI6 is located in a building along the banks of the Thames in the Victoria District. At this moment, during the height of summer, the sun, imbued with considerable warmth, casts its glow upon the tranquil river, creating golden ripples that dance with the gentle breeze. A small white kitten, languid in content, sprawls on the riverbank, basking in the sunlight. This petite creature possesses striking blue eyes, as translucent as precious gems. The kitten lazily opens its mouth and emits a playful mew, a sound tinged with mischief, seemingly yearning to capture someone's attention. Soon enough, its charm proves effective, and a figure approaches. Clad in a tailored suit, the tall man bends down, extending his hand to caress the kitten's soft fur, revealing a glimmer of affection in his eyes. The kitten lifts its head to gaze at the shadowy figure, appearing quite pleased as it squints and relishes the man's gentle touch. Meow. Humph, you seem quite at ease, remarks Mr. Bond, his eyes narrowing as he fondly watches the white feline. This is no ordinary kitten. Strictly speaking, it is also an agent of MI6, tasked with executing special missions. Trained by humans, this kitten possesses astonishing intelligence. Do not underestimate it. Speaking of cats, if Anthony were to think of one, his mind would undoubtedly drift to Professor McGonagall, the master of transfiguration, capable of becoming a tabby cat through the art of animagus. It is worth noting that Mr. Bond's current assignment indeed stems from Professor McGonagall. Since the professor accompanied Anthony on a shopping trip to Diagon Alley last time, MI6 accessed extensive surveillance footage across London upon their return, effortlessly discovering that. Just the day before, Professor McGonagall had been spotted in London as well, recruiting students, albeit of a different kind. That student was a girl, an 11-year-old child. Mr. Granger, please relax. We harbor no ill intentions. At that moment, in the reception room of the building, two groups were seated. One, impeccably dressed in suits, each face wearing a professional smile, while the other trio appeared somewhat apprehensive. Though they too donned formal attire, their uneasy expressions betrayed them as mere ordinary folk. Regarding your daughter, I believe there may be some misunderstanding with the government, Mr. Bond gently coaxed. This is no secret. Your daughter is a witch, is she not? Surely, that is not illegal. Mr. Granger's expression stiffened, his tone tinged with anger. After all, his family had been abruptly taken by a group of agents, forbidden from speaking throughout the ordeal, a clear affront befitting a criminal. He was a law-abiding taxpayer, never having committed any wrongdoing. I apologize, sir. Please take a look at this, Mr. Bond said, awkwardly extending a document from his hand. He felt quite helpless, as apart from the upper echelons of the government, only a select few elite agents were privy to the existence of witches. What is this? Mr. Granger, glancing at the document in his hand, furrowed his brow slightly, not due to the constraints it imposed upon them, but rather because of its extraordinary nature. It was so exceptional that Mr. Granger briefly suspected it might be a scheme of financial fraud. Beside him, young Hermione gradually lowered her guard, leaning forward with curiosity to examine the document held by her father, the National Special Talent Protection Act's subsidy regulations. What a peculiar name. Hermione mused inwardly, having never heard of such a law in Britain. Meanwhile, Mr. Bond discreetly observed Hermione. The child exhibited a keen intelligence and a sense of alertness. Yet there was a distinct absence of fear in her demeanor. This prompted him to reflect. No wonder she was chosen. It was not merely her identity as a witch, but rather the innate excellence she possessed. If she were not a witch, Mr. Bond believed she might have become a figure akin to Lady Dorothy, or perhaps even ascend to greater heights, becoming Prime Minister. An image of Hermione as Prime Minister inexplicably flashed through Mr. Bond's mind, and he chuckled softly, shaking his head to dismiss such an unrealistic notion. Clearly, he needed to rest. Several sleepless nights had begun to induce hallucinations. Was this truly real? Moments later, after finally perusing the entirety of the document, Mr. Granger inquired with a tone laden with skepticism. Within the pages, there were numerous provisions regarding financial assistance for young witches and wizards. In summary, it was a matter of monetary provision. One particularly brazen clause stated that young witches and wizards would receive a government subsidy each month until the age of 18, directly allocated to their guardians. All Mr. Granger needed to do was provide his bank account details to immediately access the initial payment. This sum was not trivial. While it might hold little value in the wizarding world, it was more than sufficient for a comfortable life in the Muggle realm. Moreover, the constraints placed upon these young witches and wizards were astonishingly lenient. Aside from not engaging in illegal activities, there were virtually no requirements. This was tantamount to the government giving away money. Furthermore, upon graduation, should they so desire, these individuals would also be entitled to the status of senior government advisors, a public position with a salary and benefits. Jobs would be freely assigned. The responsibilities of an advisor were remarkably undemanding. Aside from magical incidents, they could choose whether or not to undertake any other tasks. Completing assignments would yield bonuses, while opting out would incur no penalties. Under such an exaggerated policy, Mr. Granger could not help but lament for the witches who perished by fire in the Middle Ages. Who could have anticipated such monumental changes in the world centuries later? The malevolent which had transformed into the nation's prized asset. Indeed, Mr. Bond solemnly nodded, affirming his statement. After a brief pause, Mr. Bond continued, stating that there was no need for your signature. Upon confirmation of your daughter's identity, the aforementioned rights would automatically be granted. We are merely providing a routine notification. A routine notification? Is there truly such a thing? Mr. Granger couldn't help but roll his eyes. A group of agents stormed into his home, indiscriminately dragging individuals towards their vehicle. If this is considered a routine notification, then I would prefer to forego such notifications in the future. Chapter 14, A Regretful Outcome. At number 10 Downing Street. The dispute between the Prime Minister and Dumbledore has finally reached a definitive conclusion. In the words of Sir Humphrey, they engaged in an informal discussion, exchanging opinions with complete candor, ultimately proposing a series of plans that led to various feasible research objectives. As they progressed sequentially, they concluded that certain issues must be temporarily set aside in order to seek common ground while respecting differences, striving to find a path for conditional compromise and collaborative effort. Should both parties adhere to this course and make appropriate concessions, perhaps a satisfactory resolution could be achieved, regardless of the righteousness of the process. In simpler terms, they struck a deal regarding the Dursley family and the matter of Harry Potter. First, Harry's aunt, Petunia Dursley, would receive a 6-month sentence, suspended for 2 years. This was already the lightest penalty for child abuse. Secondly, Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley, would be sentenced to 160 hours of community service. The reason for Petunia's punishment being more severe than Vernon's is that Petunia is Harry Potter's legal guardian. As for Harry's future, in accordance with Dumbledore's wishes, he would continue to reside with the Dursleys during the summer holidays. They would be compensated with a sum of money for the next 6 years' worth of summer accommodations. Thus, both parties reached a reconciliation, and this matter was finally concluded. However, for Anthony, this outcome was far worse than he had anticipated. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he knew that in the original narrative, Petunia ultimately chose to reconcile with Harry. Even their cousin Dudley had shown sufficient goodwill towards Harry during their parting. Only Vernon continued to harbor his disdain. Yet now, given this uproar, Harry would likely never have the opportunity to reconcile with Petunia in his lifetime. Dumbledore had it right when he said that, regardless of the circumstances, Petunia would always remain Harry's last living blood relative. For an elder, particularly someone like Dumbledore, who had once lost familial ties and endured a tragic past, nothing is more significant than kinship. This surpasses even the love he shared with Grindelwald. After addressing Harry's issues, Dumbledore did not depart Whitehall immediately, but continued to converse with the Prime Minister. Anthony could easily surmise that Mr. Hark was once again constructing his grand vision. He had little interest in the ensuing discussions. Thus, he departed the office with Harry, meandering through Whitehall. It It was hard to fathom that he was actually in Downing Street. It felt like a dream. Harry's complexion was flushed, and his emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, he turned and inquired, "Hey, Anthony, are you also one of the invited little wizards?" He was reluctant to reveal his identity, for being a prince would only serve to widen the chasm between him and ordinary wizards. "Cool," Harry exclaimed joyfully. "We can attend school together. By the way, where exactly is platform 9 3/4? Do you know?" After escaping the Dursleys, Harry seemed like a different person, his face alight with smiles and his tone brimming with longing for the magical world. Yet, confusion lingered, particularly regarding the train ticket Hagrid had given him, a golden card embossed with the words platform 9 3/4. He had never heard of a platform by such a name. No one would ever call it that. Anthony also possessed a similar ticket, given to him by Professor McGonagall. Although Anthony knew the answer, he could not divulge it directly to Harry. Instead, he replied in a different tone, "We can ask the headmaster once their meeting concludes." "All right then," Harry responded, somewhat disappointed. Anthony noticed Harry's sudden dip in spirits and felt a twinge of concern for Dumbledore's future plans. Harry's first impression of him was far from favorable. At that moment, the door to the Prime Minister's office swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman with a silver beard. "I believe I just heard you discussing how to access the station?" Dumbledore's expression was calm, though a flicker of guilt passed through his crescent-shaped eyes, an emotion that surfaced only in Harry's presence. Anthony keenly sensed the fleeting emotion from the headmaster and quickly composed himself, saying, "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Anthony, intrigued by the subtle change in emotion. He recognized the boy. Just days prior, a letter from Buckingham Palace had arrived at Hogwarts. "You are Anthony, correct?" "Yes, Professor," Anthony replied instinctively. "You possess remarkable magical talent." A hint of caution flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes as he stepped closer, gently patting the boy's shoulder. However, his brow furrowed slightly. The child's magical power was overwhelming. He could hardly believe that a wizard so young could possess such formidable magical strength, surpassing even that of many adult wizards. "Professor Dumbledore, may I take Harry with me? There are some documents, you know." At that moment, Dorothy emerged. "Of course. Harry, come here." She waved her hand, leading Harry towards the reception room. "What are your thoughts on Harry?" The greatest wizard suddenly lowered his head to inquire of Anthony. His voice was gentle and nonchalant, as if engaging in casual conversation. This whimsical speculation from the online community had now become a reality that Anthony had to confront. He had long forgotten the content of that post, yet he retained a fragment of memory, never to utter falsehoods in Dumbledore's presence. Chapter 15. The Power of Example. "I find this regrettable. Indeed, it is a lamentable circumstance." Undeniably, Anthony had preconceived notions, as he was aware of the ultimate conclusion of the tale and understood that Harry would eventually reconcile with Petunia. As a devoted fan of the original work, he yearned for Harry to achieve this reconciliation, for she was his only kin. However, in the eyes of others, particularly Dorothy's, the Dursleys resembled a nest of vermin. Consider the life Harry had previously endured. If Anthony dared to express agreement with Dumbledore, Dorothy would surely question his mental acuity. "Why?" she inquired. "Everything has its origins," Anthony replied. "Harry confided in me that his mother has passed away. While I do not comprehend the specifics, I believe that on the day of her death, not only did Harry lose his mother, but his sister also lost her sibling. This was his genuine sentiment, devoid of any pretense." Indeed, Dumbledore sighed, a hint of sorrow flickering in his aged eyes. It was apparent, yet many failed to perceive it. "I am pleased that you can harbor such thoughts," he said sincerely. Anthony remained non-committal. Perhaps, though he was a prince in this life, he seemed to have felt little familial affection. "Professor, may I pose a question?" He suddenly expressed interest, wishing to seek Dumbledore's insight on some magical uncertainties. "Oh, what question do you have?" The old man beamed at him. Anthony composed his thoughts, pausing for a moment before articulating. "Well, Professor, I do not mean to boast. Of course, I have not encountered other young wizards and am unaware of their progress in spellcasting. I can only speak for myself. It is just I cannot fathom why I learn spells so swiftly. Perhaps it is because I am particularly attuned to magic." "Attuned?" Dumbledore mused, gently grasping his wrist, and softly remarked, "Feel with your heart." A peculiar light flickered in his eyes as he quietly murmured something. With Dumbledore's gesture, Anthony was suddenly enveloped by a wondrous sensation. The air crackled around him, as if something were shattering. Moments later, a wave of cold surged toward him. Abruptly, Anthony felt a gentle touch upon his forehead, and his entire field of vision erupted into a tumult. He noticed the light before him blurring, colors draining away, as the world morphed into shades of dreary black and white. Surprised, Anthony gazed at Dumbledore, pondering what magic he had enacted upon himself. Look with your heart. Pay attention to my right hand. Dumbledore's voice resonated softly. What is that? Anthony perceived not with his eyes, but rather with his very being. Dumbledore clutched something in his hand, vibrant and undulating, akin to crashing waves. Observe your surroundings. The voice of the old headmaster seemed to emanate from a distant realm, faint yet conveying its meaning with unerring clarity into his mind. With the professor's gentle prompting, Anthony gradually shifted his gaze to the surroundings. Goodness! He exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, numerous rippling streams had appeared around him. They converged and flowed into Dumbledore's hands. Give it a try. All right, Anthony responded. He then mimicked Dumbledore's gesture, reaching out to grasp the streams. That is my magic. Perhaps you should attempt to cast a spell. It would facilitate the guidance of the magic within you. Dumbledore advised encouragingly. Certainly, sir. With that, Anthony silently recited the classic incantation, Levitation Charm. In an instant, everything in sight began to float, as if countless threads emanated from his hands, lifting tables, chairs, and manuscripts into the air. He widened his eyes, astonished by the spectacle before him. The objects, gliding freely like fish in water, profoundly moved him. My God! Just then, Burner and Sir Humphrey happened to exit the Prime Minister's office, inadvertently witnessing this remarkable scene. They gazed in disbelief at the two wizards, one tall and one small, seated in the corner, their expressions a tapestry of wonder. Anthony, that's enough. As he spoke, Dumbledore murmured a spell and gently pressed his fingers to Anthony's forehead. In the next moment, the grayish hue in Anthony's eyes gradually faded, replaced by vibrant colors. How extraordinary! He marveled. This is the technique of wandless magic, a skill reserved for advanced students. Dumbledore explained succinctly. Your control over magic is exceptional. Few young wizards can attain such a level. Remember this sensation. It will serve you well. Thank you, Professor, Anthony replied sincerely, devoid of any hostility or apprehension, simply wishing to express his heartfelt gratitude to this exemplary mentor. You are my student. There is no need for such formality. With that, Dumbledore rose slowly, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed those around him. He turned back to Anthony, winking playfully, and said, See you at the start of term. Goodbye, Professor. Dumbledore then, much like a ministry official, was enveloped in a sudden ripple, followed by a twist, and vanished from sight. How marvelous! Exclaimed Burner, his eyes glimmering with envy as he gathered the scattered documents. That gentleman is truly remarkable. Perhaps, Your Highness, you could learn formidable magic that would enhance our working environment? Quite right, Mr. Burner. Anthony nodded slightly. There were indeed countless spells that could improve their working conditions, as well as many that could benefit the nation. However, what Anthony yearned to learn above all else was not those spells. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, his first lesson would be the disillusionment charm, not for any particular reason, but simply because Downing Street had become akin to a public restroom. How is it that all wizards can arrive and depart at will? Is there any semblance of security in such a circumstance? Although Anthony did not suspect that either Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall would bring him harm, or pose a threat to the Prime Minister, safety is never something one can merely request from others. It must be actively pursued. Is there an issue? Mr. Burner, there is an individual outside number 10 seeking entry, and your phone is unreachable. What has transpired? Suddenly, a swarm of agents surged into the room. Chapter 16. This porcelain is exceedingly precious. These are the agents of the security department. It seems that following the abrupt disconnection of Burner's call, these individuals assumed an emergency had arisen. Gentlemen, there is nothing amiss here. Did you just mention an arrival at number 10? Burner inquired of the guard who had relayed the message. It is Mr. Bond, accompanied by a young girl and her parents. Please allow them entry. Very well, sir. As the multitude of agents gradually departed, Sir Humphrey finally spoke. Is it the girl named Granger? It should be. Burner extracted a document from his desk and handed it to Sir Humphrey. This contains the pertinent information gathered by Mr. Bond and MI6, delivered just this morning. The Prime Minister has yet to review it. Understood, Burner. Please bring the guests in shortly. With that, Sir Humphrey took the document from Burner and re-entered the Prime Minister's office. Sir, allow me to assist you. Observing Burner, still tidying up the scattered items, Anthony swiftly retrieved his wand, giving it a gentle wave as he murmured, Wingardium Leviosa. Unlike wandless magic, his mastery of this spell while wielding a wand was truly remarkable. With a mere flick, the documents that had fallen to the floor swiftly levitated, then landed neatly on Burner's desk. As for the shattered vase, he cast the mending charm once more, and the fragments magically coalesced, as if time had reversed, a truly wondrous sight. Goodness! Unbelievable! Anthony, You are truly impressive. 3 voices of admiration arose from various directions. The first was, of course, Mr. Burner, while the third belonged to Harry, who had heard the commotion in the reception room and had come to investigate, witnessing the spectacle. The other voice belonged to a young witch who had just entered. She had fluffy brown hair that appeared quite voluminous, and her bright eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, she cradled a white cat in her arms. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? Hermione set the kitten down and approached with an air of familiarity. Hello, I presume you are too. Anthony shook her hand, then glanced behind Hermione. Oh, these are my parents. Good day, sir, and to you, madam. He greeted them politely. Not far away, Harry approached as well. After shaking Hermione's hand, he said, I'm also a new student this year. My name is Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Anthony Windsor. The 3 children introduced themselves in turn. Behind them, Bernard wore a broad smile as he stepped forward to address Hermione's parents, saying, Let the children chat here. The Prime Minister is already waiting for you. Mr. Granger responded somewhat awkwardly, for as ordinary people, they had likely never imagined stepping into 10 Downing Street in their lifetimes. During their time at MI6, they had already come to believe in what Mr. Bond had conveyed. However, when Bond mentioned that if they remained skeptical, the Prime Minister could personally meet with them, Mr. Granger did not hesitate to request an audience with the Prime Minister. After all, for common folk, the credibility of the Prime Minister far surpassed that of an unknown agent, regardless of whether he was James Bond. This was not a film. Who truly knew 007? As the adults gradually entered the office and Mrs. Dorothy departed with a pile of documents from Whitehall, only 3 young wizards remained in the corridor. Anthony? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she pulled out her wand. A beautifully crafted vine wood adorned with intricate vine leaf patterns, exuding artistic charm. You just performed a repairing charm, didn't you? Yes, Anthony nodded. I practiced it at home. As he spoke, he waved his wand, his gaze surveying the surroundings, searching for something in need of repair. Yet after a thorough look, he found nothing but the unfortunate broken vase. After a moment's contemplation, the girl's eyes fixated on the pitiful vase, and her determined expression suggested she was contemplating shattering it further. Oh no, Hermione, that is a 16th century porcelain piece. It's quite valuable. Seeing the girl's unfriendly gaze, Anthony quickly intervened. First, he offered a moment of silence for her family's ornament. Then he shifted the topic. How about trying the levitation charm? Or perhaps the Lumos charm? Eilicht. Hermione finally recognized that they were not at home, but in Whitehall, and her earlier excitement gradually subsided. With a calm demeanor, she grasped her wand and softly incanted Lumos. In an instant, the tip of her wand emitted a brilliant glow, casting a silvery frost throughout the corridor. Impressive, Harry exclaimed in admiration. He felt somewhat embarrassed, having not practiced any spells during his long time at home. This was partly due to his aunt's restrictions, but more so because he had simply not realized the need. In short, the boy lacked the awareness to prepare in advance. Now, holding the wand, Harry felt a bit sheepish, wearing a silly grin as he watched Anthony and Hermione. However, the innocence of youth soon prevailed, and they quickly became immersed in dreams of Hogwarts. Have you seen those textbooks? Potions, transfiguration. Wow, how magical. I'm really looking forward to flying class. I've heard wizards ride broomsticks. I saw a shop in Diagon Alley specializing in them. The latest Nimbus 2000. So beautiful. What is it like to fly in the air? I can hardly wait. Indeed, Anthony eagerly concurred. Have you ever encountered Professor McGonagall? Oh, I have, he replied. She appeared at my home, a rather stern-looking witch, and informed me of my wizarding heritage. To prove her identity, she transformed a cup of water on the table into a mouse, and I must confess, I was utterly terrified. The mere mention of Professor McGonagall instantly enlivened Hermione, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gazing into her eyes, Anthony could almost envision the girl who had been frightened by the mouse, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, Professor McGonagall was the Transfiguration professor at their school and had come to retrieve him. According to her, Hogwarts was nestled in Scotland, a picturesque locale surrounded by mountains, with vast meadows and forests. How enchanting! The 3 of them, filled with anticipation, seemed to have left the clamor of London behind, traversing a country path toward the distant castle amidst the mountains. Chapter 17. Freedom, Train, Wizards. After receiving affirmation from the Prime Minister, the Grangers departed contentedly with their daughter. The trio agreed to reconvene on September 1st. Everything appeared to settle into a tranquil state, yet beneath this calm lay a burgeoning excitement. On the final day of August, Anthony spent his time within Buckingham Palace. That day, Her Majesty seemed unusually amiable, and they spent the entire day together. In her 50s, she smiled as they sat on a garden bench, listening to him recount tales of magic from History of Magic, the Goblin Rebellions, the witch hunts of the Middle Ages. In that era, non-magical folk, Muggles, harbored a deep fear of magic, lacking sufficient understanding of it. Occasionally, they might capture a genuine wizard, but burning them proved utterly pointless. They merely needed to cast the simplest of fire spells, feigning agony while relishing the exhilarating sensation. There was once a witch named Wendelin, who was so enamored with the thrill of being burned that she intentionally transformed into various forms, allowing herself to be captured a staggering 47 times. Clearly, this individual was quite eccentric, Anthony mused. As he shared these tales, Her Majesty smiled, occasionally emitting soft chuckles. On the last day, Anthony neither bid farewell nor held a gathering, until the following morning when the sun rose slowly. Once again, it was Mr. Bond. He drove Anthony in his Rolls-Royce to King's Cross Station, picking up Harry along the way. The two young wizards squeezed through the bustling crowd toward the station. Before long, they spotted Hermione standing on the platform with her parents. "Hello, Hermione," Harry exclaimed, pushing his cart as he merrily ran over. "I can hardly believe we are about to depart. I couldn't sleep at all last night." Harry felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, his hands sweating as he gripped the cart. He wore a tailored suit, a brown coat, and a white shirt, evidently a purchase made by a community worker or some agent on his behalf. It is often said that a person is defined by their attire, and with his new ensemble, Harry exuded a remarkable charm. Coupled with the smile that had graced his face for several days, he transformed into an enchanting young lad, a veritable weapon of allure. The trio seemed oblivious to the adults present, their laughter echoing as they playfully pushed their luggage toward the platform nestled between 9 and 10. This time, Anthony did not encounter the Weasley family. He deliberately lingered on the platform for a moment, perhaps because they had arrived too early. Who would be the first? Hermione had learned from Harry the method to access platform 9 3/4. After years of being a Muggle, the thought of running into a wall filled her with trepidation. Anthony, however, tilted his head back and boldly squeezed through the crowd. He was determined to be the pioneer in this classic scene. "Mr. Bond." Anthony suddenly turned to glance at the stoic figure of the agent silently guarding him. "Farewell." He waved, then, with a light-hearted stride, propelled his luggage forward, charging towards the wall. As he neared, the anticipated impact did not occur. Instead, he plunged headfirst into the barrier, vanishing from sight. He continued to sprint forward, and in an instant, a deep crimson steam train materialized before him. Toot-toot. The steam billowed above the chattering crowd, while variously colored cats weaved through the feet of the bustling onlookers. The air was filled with the cacophony of farewells, and even the owls joined in with their piercing calls, calling out to one another. Anthony looked up to see a metallic sign hanging overhead, boldly proclaiming, "Platform 9 3/4. He laughed with abandon, tearing off his bow tie, breathing in a mingled sense of steam and rust emitted by the train. He finally experienced a sense of liberation. Wow! Just as Anthony was lost in the marvel of this bizarre world, a sudden exclamation from Hermione broke the moment. "Incredible! I read about this in History of Magic. In 1827, the Ministry of Magic boldly replaced the original key with a train to ensure that hundreds of students could safely arrive at Hogwarts without attracting Muggle attention." Hermione spoke animatedly, her enthusiasm palpable. However, her discourse was soon interrupted by a voice from behind. "I almost bumped into you, Hermione. Don't stand in the doorway." Harry, also pushing his luggage, entered in a hurry. "All right, let us get on the train and find a place to sit," Anthony suggested. The trio then followed a throng of bustling passengers onto the train, making their way to the rear until they found an empty compartment. After placing their luggage in the corner, they exchanged no words, each gazing intently out of the window. The wizards on the platform captivated their attention, and Anthony noticed a group of young boys animatedly debating over a poster showcasing various goods. He noticed a chubby little boy of similar age searching for something on the platform. To his astonishment, a freed gray owl flapped its wings, knocking over its owner's suitcase and causing commotion. How marvelous! After a long pause, Harry sighed dreamily. At that moment, two wizards with fiery red hair, unmistakably twin brothers, suddenly emerged from the platform. Shortly thereafter, a tall, gangly boy, freckled and awkward, who appeared to be of similar age to Anthony and his friends, followed suit. Ron Weasley. Anthony couldn't help but direct his gaze towards him. One of the renowned trio from Gryffindor had finally made his entrance. Would they, who had already missed their first acquaintance, eventually become the best of friends? Chapter 18. Ron Weasley. Sometimes, one cannot help but marvel at the notion of destiny. For just as Anthony was engaged in lively conversation with Harry, the sliding door abruptly swung open. In stepped a boy with a shock of red hair. It was Ron. "If you don't mind, may I sit here?" he inquired, gesturing to the seat beside Harry. Everywhere else is full. Of course. Harry shuffled slightly towards the window. Thank you. Oh, I'm Ron. Ron Weasley, the young boy said enthusiastically as he extended his hand. Harry grasped it and replied, Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Ron exclaimed, gazing at him in surprise, then uncertainly added, You're really Harry Potter? Harry nodded, not finding anything peculiar about his name. However, through his interactions with Hermione, he had come to realize that his name held considerable renown in the wizarding world. Hermione had mentioned seeing it in history books. So, do you really have, I'm saying, the lightning scar? Anthony interjected. Yes. Ron nodded. At Ron's insistence, Harry reluctantly brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Perhaps you should change your hairstyle to one that reveals that part of your forehead. That way, you one teen need to keep pushing your hair back, Anthony chuckled. Don't joke about it, Anthony. I don't want to be pointed at like a freak, Harry muttered, quickly smoothing down his unruly hair. How could you be a freak? You defeated the Dark Lord. I mean, everyone will see you as a hero. Ron quickly refuted. If only I had a scar like that. How cool would that be? He touched his forehead, his face betraying a deep sense of envy. Gradually, the atmosphere in the compartment warmed. Amidst the roaring of the train, it began to move slowly. The four gradually became more familiar with one another, and the conversation flowed more freely. Most of the time, it was Ron who spoke, while the other three listened, as they were all Muggle-born and had limited knowledge of the magical world. Ron, however, hailed from a pure-blood family and had a far greater understanding of the wizarding realm beyond just Hogwarts. This appears to be a customary prank, the origins of which are shrouded in mystery, having circulated for countless years. All adult wizards tend to conceal the details of the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, leaving young witches and wizards in utter ignorance regarding the proceedings. When Ron mentioned that his brother Fred had told him that the sorting involved new students facing a troll alone, both Harry and Hermione were instantly filled with trepidation. Anthony, sitting nearby, chose not to expose this fabrication, adhering to the traditions of Hogwarts, which he felt obliged to respect. As time passed slowly, Anthony found himself reminiscing about the high-speed trains of his past life while seated on the steam train. This wretched train was unbearably sluggish. Although he was unaware of Hogwarts' precise location, it was likely around 300 miles, approximately 480 kilometers, from London. The journey would take an exhausting 7 or 8 hours. Departing 11 in the morning and not arriving until 7 in the evening, an uninterrupted trip, mind you. Had it been a high-speed train, the journey would have been completed in a mere 3 hours. As noon approached, a loud commotion echoed through the aisle, and a woman with a warm smile and charming dimples entered their compartment, inquiring, Dear, would you like to purchase any refreshment from the train? No. My mother prepared sandwiches for me, Ron replied, his face flushed as he spoke. Anthony, did you bring lunch? Hermione suddenly whispered, her voice low. She had not packed a meal. Little did she know how lengthy the journey would be, especially since she had never been to Hogwarts before. Hermione felt a pang of despair. She had only a few biscuits left over from the snacks Mr. Granger had prepared for her that morning. Of course, Anthony had brought his lunch, a bento prepared by the palace chef that morning. However, upon seeing the expressions on Harry and Hermione's faces, he shrugged nonchalantly, feigning that he too had not brought anything. I'll take it all, Harry exclaimed, pulling out a substantial amount of galleons from his jingling pocket. Wow, Ron gasped, astonished. This was the first time he had seen such wealth. Observing Harry's generosity, Anthony felt a twinge of envy. Both he and Hermione received only 50 galleons a year, far less than Harry's lavish spending. They purchased an array of treats, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Whizbees, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and various other peculiarities. The total came to 21 sickles, roughly 1.5 galleons, since 1 galleon equals 17 sickles. This indicated that the prices in the wizarding world were quite reasonable. Harry had bought enough food for 4 people, creating a small mountain on each of their laps. Clearly, they would never finish it all, yet it cost just over a galleon. By this calculation, one could survive on merely 1 galleon for 2 days. 50 galleons would suffice for 100 days of sustenance, indeed proving that prices were remarkably low. Nevertheless, one cannot gauge the cost of living solely by food, for this is a realm of magic where precious magical materials, experimental apparatus, and enchanted artifacts take precedence. Anthony, with a sigh, felt the meager 18 galleons nestled in his pocket, a stark reminder that even a prince could face financial woes. If only he had sought assistance from that enigmatic court wizard. Alas, his reticent nature hindered him from voicing such a request. He urgently needed to devise a scheme for wealth, lest he, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, succumb to a life of frugality. Anthony, do try this. The flavor is quite peculiar. Harry's sudden exclamation jolted Anthony from his contemplations. What? He accepted a morsel resembling pumpkin pie from Harry, taking a hefty bite. It tastes like crispy chicken. Here, sample these Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron chimed in, presenting a box of vividly colored jelly beans to everyone. Don't offer that to me. I have no fondness for such things. Anthony swiftly declined, knowing well the potential horrors of flavors that could include earwax. He resolutely refused to partake in such a gamble with fate. He had no desire to test his notoriously poor luck. Seeing Anthony's refusal, Ron simply repacked the remaining beans and retrieved a plump gray rat from his inner robe pocket. It's you, Pettigrew. Chapter 19. When it comes to a fight, one must act decisively. Pettigrew, the name echoed, reminiscent of a figure who once wielded extraordinary power and had saved New York City on multiple occasions. The disparities between individuals could be staggering. Upon spotting the deceased rodent, Anthony was instantly reminded of the Weasley twins, George and Fred. In the original narrative, Pettigrew's identity was revealed in his third year due to Sirius's escape from Azkaban, with the Marauder's map playing a crucial role. Curiously, the twins had discovered the map during their first year in Filch's office, meaning they had observed their brother's name alongside another for 3 long years. 3 years, and they merely watched. Was that not a tad peculiar? Gradually, as the train departed the city, the scenery outside transformed into vast, open fields, with rural towns becoming increasingly sparse. The last rays of the setting sun cast a warm orange hue across the window. At this moment, the 4 companions had donned their robes, and as Hogwarts drew nearer, their conversation shifted to the Sorting Hat. Eva inquired, "And Gryffindor is undoubtedly the finest house at Hogwarts. Dumbledore graduated from there," Ron declared, tucking the rat into the inner pocket of his robe, then pointing to a wizard card that Harry had just opened from a chocolate frog. "Dumbledore?" Harry's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of emotion passing across his features, which Anthony readily discerned. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis took root in his mind. What if Harry were assigned to another house due to his unfavorable first impression of Dumbledore? The mere thought terrified him. What if Harry Potter were placed in Slytherin? Would he rise as the third Dark Lord? Fortunately, Ron's subsequent remarks alleviated his concerns. Ron continued, "You mustn't be sorted into Slytherin. You know, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have their merits, they pale in comparison to Gryffindor, but they are certainly preferable to Slytherin." "Why?" Harry, oblivious to the intricacies of the magical world, inquired with curiosity. "Most dark wizards graduated from Slytherin. Voldemort spent time in that house." Ron slouched in his seat, his face unmistakably betraying his disdain for the Snake House. Witnessing such prejudice from him, Anthony found himself at a loss for rebuttal. The only 2 well-known figures from Slytherin were Professor Snape and Sirius's brother, Regulus. One had not yet defected, while the other lay entombed in some dark lake, with his deeds shrouded in mystery. Aside from them, the rest of Slytherin's members were indeed characterized by their eccentricity, jealousy, and arrogance. The most critical aspect was that they lacked the prowess to support such traits, making them rather unlikable. As Ron continued to draw examples, naming a particular dark wizard, the door to their compartment suddenly swung open. Harry, seated, was compelled to look up at the uninvited Draco Malfoy, exposing the scar on his forehead. "What do you want?" Harry shot a weary glance at the rude boy, loathing that condescending expression reminiscent of the Dursleys. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle," the pale boy with a pointed chin, light blonde hair, and gray eyes fixed his gaze on Harry and declared with emphasis, "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron stifled a breath, nearly bursting into laughter. Anthony, too, felt a chuckle rising, as did Hermione and Harry. In a previous life, having been less acquainted with English nuances, he had missed the humor. Now, however, he understood that the name Draco connoted dragon and snake, both symbols of malevolence in the West, coupled with the surname Malfoy, derived from Old French meaning evil. It was amusing to consider how, had it not been for the Malfoy family's considerable standing in the magical realm, an ordinary wizard would have been ridiculed for bearing such a name. "Is it really funny?" Malfoy sneered, looking down at the other 3, apart from Harry. "You shouldn't associate with these peculiar individuals, Harry Potter." He then extended his hand towards Harry, towering over Ron. "I can assist you in this matter." Gazing at the outstretched hand, Harry remained unresponsive, coolly retorting, "I believe I can discern who the peculiar ones are. Thank you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a faint blush crept across Draco Malfoy's cheeks, indicating he was irked, for no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "If I were you, Potter, I would exercise extreme caution," he remarked with feigned gravitas. "You ought to show some respect, otherwise you may end up following the same path as your parents. Fools that they are, mingling with the Weasleys and those unsavory characters. Your future is indeed bleak, Potter. Huh. At that moment, Anthony could no longer bear the sight of such arrogance. What does your audacity stem from? Do you even know how to spell the word respect? It begins with an E, you know. How pitiful. You can't even read. What did you say? Draco, taken aback by Anthony's sudden challenge, became furious, his face contorting into a menacing expression. What? Are you angry now? Anthony retorted defiantly, scoffing. Do you want to fight? Huh. Here, a piece of advice. His right hand had stealthily slipped into his robe, gripping his wand. If you intend to fight, just get on with it. No need for idle chatter. In the next moment, he decisively withdrew his wand and shouted at Goyle, who was itching to join the fray. Wingardium Leviosa. A beam of white light struck Goyle's imposing form. First, take down the bodyguard. With Malfoy's slight frame, he could easily be subdued without magic. Anthony's levitation charm hit Goyle squarely, rendering him light as a feather, causing him to wobble unsteadily. At that opportune moment, a certain devious lad seized the chance, swiftly raising his leg and delivering a kick to Goyle's abdomen. With his footing already unstable, Goyle was sent sprawling, crashing heavily against the train carriage. Chapter 20, Confrontation. You despicable wretch, Draco shrieked. Meanwhile, Anthony remained steadfast, swiftly aiming his wand at Crabbe. Not a chance. Learning from Goyle's misfortune, Crabbe reacted with surprising speed, swinging his fist toward Anthony's handsome visage before he could utter a word. Watch out, Hermione gasped, drawing her wand to point at Crabbe, following suit with a levitation charm. Well done, Anthony praised, taking advantage of Crabbe's unsteady stance to sweep his legs from under him, sending him tumbling down. As Crabbe fell, he collided with Draco, and to add insult to injury, the back of his head struck the doorframe. Crabbe, now on the ground, clutched his head and emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, startling Malfoy. In an instant, rage surged within Draco, and with a surge of malice, he lunged toward Hermione, seemingly intending to use her as leverage against Anthony. The young witch quickly pressed herself against the side of the seat. As Draco charged at her, she instinctively kicked out in a wild flurry, fortuitously striking his face, specifically his nose. Oh, my nose! My nose! Draco cried, clutching his nose, feeling a warm liquid trickle through his fingers, dripping onto the ground. Blood? His mind was a blank slate. Malfoy could feel his cheeks swelling at an alarming rate, accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain in his nose. Ouch! In the next moment, as he regained his composure from the shock, tears began to well up in his eyes. It hurt. It hurt so much. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Upon hearing the noise, Malfoy immediately took flight. Anthony hastily followed suit. However, he was quickly surrounded by a group of malevolent figures, all adorned with green ties. Leading them was a tall witch, her wavy hair cascading down, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Her gray eyes scrutinized Malfoy, who was hastily approaching, and Anthony, who had just exited the booth. Disarm him. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and unleashed a beam of red light that struck Anthony's right hand. He felt an overwhelming force collide with him, and in the next instant, not only did his wand slip from his grasp, but he too was flung away by this tremendous power. Anthony, Ron, seated outside, immediately dashed out. Following closely behind were Harry and Hermione, who also arrived in the corridor. What are you doing? Hermione glared furiously at the tall, freckled-faced witch. Assault is a fitting punishment. That fellow Malfoy came here to provoke us. We were merely defending ourselves. Hermione argued. Silence. The witch bellowed, taken aback that such an obviously inexperienced first year dared to retort. Malfoy's face was smeared with blood. Was she blind? What was happening? Just as the Slytherin, which was poised to teach these first years a lesson, a voice she loathed resounded behind her. Gemma Farley? What are you doing? The newcomer's tie was a deep russet, complemented by his characteristic red hair. It was nearly impossible for anyone to be unaware of his identity. Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor. These first years were fighting. I was merely administering a punishment. Punishment? Percy raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fallen Anthony and the sniffling Malfoy, clutching his nose, his brow furrowing in concern. You should first ascertain the situation. Furthermore, upperclassmen ought not to use magic against lowerclassmen, especially offensive spells. Are you instructing me on how to act? I am merely stating facts. At that moment, Gryffindors from the front compartment had gathered around, dividing the narrow corridor between the two houses. What I witnessed is the truth. Percy Weasley, do you seek to incite a war between houses? Do you possess the authority to do so? Gemma Farley glared at Percy, an invisible aura coalescing around her. She was in her 7th year, while Percy was merely in his 5th, and she did not perceive him as a worthy opponent. "Percy, be a man," Ron shouted from the doorway of the compartment. "Be quiet, Ron." Percy shot an angry glare at his troublemaking brother. He had only just been informed during the summer that he would be the head boy of Gryffindor. School had barely commenced, yet he was already feeling the complexities that came with the title. Moreover, surrounded by numerous Gryffindor students, he felt the pressure to maintain a facade of strength. Any hint of weakness would render him the subject of their scorn. In the coming years, his role as a prefect would be disregarded, as though he were but an apparition. Yet, if he were to adopt a defiant stance, he harbored no confidence in overcoming the formidable Gemma Folly, who towered over him by 2 years. "Let's converse." Percy inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. "What did you say?" Percy's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his fists. He could scarcely comprehend the humiliation of such words. "Did I err my words?" Gemma Folly regarded him with disdain. At that moment, 2 enormous dung bombs soared down the corridor. Silent spells. Indeed, Gemma Folly possessed remarkable skill, having mastered the art of silent incantation for certain spells. When the dung bombs exploded, the twins did not express disappointment. Rather, they erupted in laughter. "Did you see that, George? I told you her intellect was insufficient. She was bound to burst the dung bomb." "Hey, I was the one to say it first," George retorted with a mocking grin. It turned out that when the dung bombs burst in midair, they did not vanish. Instead, they transformed into a cloud of brown smoke. This smoke was evidently a product of magic, as it hovered ominously above the Slytherins. Before they could react, smaller dung bombs began to shoot forth from a mist. The rapidity of these events was staggering, and the density of the dung bombs was so high that even some of the older Slytherin students fell victim, including Gemma Folly herself. "You wretched lot." Gemma Folly crouched low, clutching her robes behind her to shield against the onslaught. Nevertheless, the foul odor clung to her like a second skin. Chapter 21. Hogsmeade Station, a premium prank product from the Weasley twins. The stench was so overpowering that even the cleaning charm could not eradicate it. Only by purchasing the twins' associated product, the wondrous de-stinkifying perfume, could one hope to mask such an odor. Flipendo. Shield charm. Percy reacted swiftly, instinctively drawing his wand and casting the shield charm towards the twins. 2 spells soared through the air, colliding with a force that tore apart and dissipated into nothingness. "Do not harm my brother in my presence." Percy could no longer contain the fury brewing within him. He had already made concessions. He had swallowed his pride. Why must they continue to be so aggressive? In that fleeting moment of decision to strike, Percy resolved to grant Gemma Folly no opportunity. The instant after casting the shield charm, a beam of red light shot forth from his wand, aimed directly at her. Disarm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fray in the chaos, Anthony had not even had the chance to search for his lost wand. "Are you all right?" Hermione inquired with concern. She had hastily sought refuge in a compartment just before the skirmish erupted. "I'm fine," Anthony replied, cradling his right arm and shoulder. The force of the last impact had been overwhelming, and he had been caught unawares. Now, he felt a sharp pain radiating through his arm. It was likely a significant injury. "That madwoman," Ron seethed, gritting his teeth. "Stay hidden here. Do not venture out." Anthony gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, surveying the compartment. Gavin and Crabbe had already seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, leaving only the 4 of them behind. "Surely there must be a professor accompanying us on the train." Hermione spoke uncertainly. The commotion outside should subside soon. No sooner had her words left her lips than a resounding crash echoed from the sliding door of the compartment, followed by a piercing scream. "Perhaps we should wait a little longer?" She quickly amended. The naive Hermione was utterly bewildered by the situation. This was Hogwarts, not some Muggle school. There were no dedicated professors on the Hogwarts Express. The train was purely driven by magic, and whether it even had a conductor was uncertain. Among the students, only the chairs of the student council, a boy and a girl, could potentially take control, provided the fight involved only a few and was of low intensity. As it stood, unless a victor emerged from the fray, it would not cease. With the sunlight streaming in through the window gradually diminishing, the uproar outside began to stabilize. Finally, accompanied by a resounding roar, the train arrived at its destination, Hogsmeade Station. As the doors opened, the frigid night air rushed in, causing the young witches and wizards disembarking to shiver involuntarily. A familiar, towering voice with a lantern waved above the heads of the students. "First years, gather over here." "Oh, my goodness." As the train rolled into Hogsmeade Station, Hagrid could detect a faint whiff of dung in the air. However, the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws who disembarked first appeared somewhat odd, but ultimately normal. It was only when the Gryffindors and Slytherins, adorned with red and green ties, stepped off the train that Hagrid realized a significant incident must have transpired. "Percy, where are you, Percy?" He observed many students limping, injured, and bearing bruises, and even a few Slytherins emanated an overwhelming stench. Hagrid immediately grasped what had occurred. "I'm here." Percy, limping with a swollen forehead, approached awkwardly. "There was a fight," he stated bluntly. He could already envision the consequences. First and foremost, his aspirations of being a prefect were likely dashed, and the professors would undoubtedly inform his family. His mother would certainly send him a scolding letter. The thought sent a shiver down Percy's spine, and reflecting on his future, he felt utterly foolish, realizing that Gemma Farley had clearly been provoking him. Professor Snape would not impose severe punishment on the Slytherins, and as he contemplated Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, Percy felt a throbbing pain begin in his temples. "Oh, you have no idea." Hagrid, Percy finally mustered. The equally bruised Weasley twins ambled over with grins plastered on their faces. Fred spoke first. "We've decided not to bother him for a month." "Huh." Percy tilted his head, his expression grim as he gazed upon his two younger brothers, and with a hint of sarcasm remarked, "Well, I truly appreciate your concern." No need for thanks." George chuckled, reaching out to pat Percy on the shoulder. However, the swift motion caused him to inadvertently aggravate a wound on his arm, and the smile that had briefly graced his face was swiftly replaced by a grimace of pain. Hagrid looked on in astonishment at the group of children, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in their young minds. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the platform. It was Harry's voice. "What's wrong?" The towering Hagrid immediately spotted Harry, parting the crowd as he hurried towards him. "It's Anthony," Harry said with concern. "His complexion looks quite alarming." "Oh, poor little fellow." Upon reaching Harry, Hagrid quickly noticed that Anthony, whom Harry was supporting, had an arm that appeared distinctly abnormal. "His arm is dislocated," Hagrid stated. His inquiry left the trio of bystanders feeling rather awkward. Given the severity of Anthony's injury, they hardly cared for the question of right or wrong. Moreover, in truth, he had not erred. It was indeed Gemma Farley's sudden attack that had caused the mishap. Even if her actions had been provoked by Malfoy, it was still inexcusable. After all, he had brought it upon himself. "I will inform the professors," Hagrid said sternly. Attacking a first-year student, especially one who has yet to be sorted into a house at Hogwarts, is a disgraceful act that cannot be justified, regardless of any underlying circumstances. As the others conversed, Hagrid grasped Anthony's arm, and with a swift, forceful motion, he pulled and pushed, and with a crack, he set the dislocated limb back into place. Anthony stifled a cry of agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he clenched his teeth, the muscles of his face twitching from the intensity of the pain. "You look much better," Hagrid remarked with a hearty grin as he surveyed the now realigned arm. However, before his smile could fully blossom, he observed that the previously bruised arm had suddenly begun to swell. Harry, who was supporting Anthony, felt his own arm grow heavier, nearly losing his balance as he struggled to keep him upright. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired anxiously, for just moments ago, Anthony's head had tilted, suggesting he had lost consciousness. Hagrid, flustered, quickly lifted Anthony from Harry's grasp and called out to Percy, "Percy, I leave the young wizards in your care. Please escort them to the castle." With that, he hurriedly carried Anthony towards the castle. Possessing experience in setting bones, being a specialist in magical creatures, Hagrid was well-versed in treating injuries and preventing further harm. However, it was clear that he had overestimated Anthony's physical resilience, or perhaps, having frequently set his own bones, he had never attempted such a task on a young wizard before. He had merely exerted a bit more strength, truly just a slight increase. When Anthony awoke once more, he found himself lying in what appeared to be a medical room, the air thick with the scent of herbs. He slowly moved his right hand, feeling an overwhelming heaviness. Glancing down, he saw his right hand enveloped in thick bandages. "You are awake." Suddenly, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Aye, you have finally awakened," a distinctly different voice followed, sounding much more rugged. "If you hadn't woken up, you would have missed the sorting ceremony," Hagrid said, a hint of guilt in his tone. "Whose fault is this?" At that moment, the previous voice regained dominance, completely overpowering Hagrid. With a stern and indignant tone, she exclaimed, "Do you not realize how strong you are? You are not to treat young wizards on your own. Do you think I do not exist?" Madame Pomfrey scolded, her voice incredulous coming from such a robust giant as Hagrid. "All right, I merely administered a revitalizing potion. He is quite weak now. If you intend to take him to the sorting, you must do so promptly," Madame Pomfrey stated, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Behind her lay several hospital beds, occupied by 7 or 8 young wizards. though none were as severely injured as Anthony. The sheer number of wounded made her small infirmary inadequate. "We shall leave immediately." With that, Hagrid cautiously lifted the unconscious Anthony from the bed and cast an apologetic glance at Madame Pomfrey before hastily exiting the infirmary. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, a grand celebration was underway, attended by all the professors, each face illuminated with festive smiles. Even Professor McGonagall's stern visage seemed poised to drip with water, while Dumbledore wore a grim expression, surveying the disheveled and bruised Gryffindors and Slytherins. A brawl. They had learned the truth from Hagrid and students from the other houses. It was unfathomable that such a large-scale conflict could erupt on the Hogwarts Express. What infuriated Professor McGonagall even more was that there were still 7 or 8 severely injured students in the infirmary, including a first-year caught in the chaos. The young wizards in the hall sensed the professor's cold, piercing glares from the head table. They dared not utter a sound. Even the usually boisterous Gryffindors fell into a profound silence. During what might be the most subdued opening ceremony in Hogwarts history, Professor McGonagall, with a stern countenance, slowly announced, "When I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat to await your house assignment." She called Hannah Abbott. A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, nearly tripping as she made her way to the chair. Professor McGonagall swiftly cast a spell, gracefully catching her. And then a hint of warmth melted the sternness of her visage as she reassured, "There is no need to be anxious. Simply wear the sorting hat." "Yes, Professor." Hannah steadied herself and timidly responded. She promptly seated herself upon the chair and placed the sorting hat atop her head. "Moments latte." The hat opened its mouth and proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." As the words echoed, a figure from the first table on the right waved exuberantly at her. However, in stark contrast to the usual jubilant cheers, the reception today was barely audible. "Susan Bones," Professor McGonagall announced. "Hufflepuff." The sorting ceremony proceeded smoothly. At that moment, the older students in the hall, particularly those from Gryffindor, fidgeted restlessly, silently praying that the sorting would linger a while longer, ideally extending until the morrow. Then they could all proceed directly to class, avoiding the professor's reprimands. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Anthony Goldstein. The middle name was a bit of a mix-up, naturally. Professor McGonagall, glancing at her list, was incensed, her mind swirling with thoughts of how to discipline these grievous rule-breakers post-sorting, to the extent that her focus was entirely diverted from the ceremony. She called out Anthony and abruptly remembered that he was currently in the infirmary. Just as she prepared to skip ahead and announce the next name, the grand doors of the hall swung open. It was Hagrid, cradling Anthony in his arms. "Oh, by Merlin S. Beard," Professor McGonagall exclaimed in shock, swiftly maneuvering past the clusters of young witches and wizards to reach Hagrid. The child in his embrace appeared pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, with thick bandages wrapped around his arm. To the untrained eye, he seemed on the brink of death. He has been enduring the pain of a dislocated arm for far too long. Now he is somewhat weak and disoriented, Hagrid murmured. Surrounding them were curious students, peering into Hagrid Holt. What a pitiful child. This was his very first day in the magical world. With this in mind, the professor quickly turned around and placed the sorting hat upon Anthony's head. "Gryffindor." The moment the hat settled atop him, its voice resounded. Upon hearing the designation of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall's expression turned slightly uneasy, although the reasons behind the scuffle on the train had yet to be thoroughly investigated. The fact that this child, merely a first year, was involved suggested he might be a mischievous spirit akin to the Weasley twins. It was no wonder her demeanor reflected discomfort at the thought of such a prankster being assigned to her house. "Professor McGonagall, I must take my leave." Hagrid, seemingly unfazed, was rather pleased that the little one had been sorted into Gryffindor. "Off you go." The professor waved him away, watching as he exited the hall. Her gaze then returned to the list in her hand. Next, Hermione Granger. Chapter 23, Chilled Lemonade. In truth, Anthony never truly regained consciousness in the auditorium. After being roused by Madame Pomfrey with a vial of potion, he barely managed to remain alert until Hagrid exited the hospital wing. The moment he stepped outside, a gust of frigid wind enveloped him, causing him to black out once more. When he finally awoke, it was the following day. In the early morning light, Anthony gradually opened his eyes in the hospital bed. His bleary gaze wandered around the empty infirmary, now devoid of any presence but his own. Fragments of memory reminded him that the previous night, after Hagrid had crushed his arm, he had succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. His arm. With urgency, Anthony lifted his right hand, now swathed in bandages, which had miraculously healed. His 5 fingers wiggled with remarkable dexterity. How astonishing the magic world is. He marveled at the wonder of potions. In a Muggle world, such injuries, dislocations, and fractures would undoubtedly have landed him in the operating room, with the fate of his arm hanging in the balance. Do I remember? Was there a sorting ceremony yesterday? Slowly, Anthony rose from the bed, grappling with fragmented memories that left him uncertain whether he had participated in the sorting. It was rather embarrassing to spend his first day at school in the hospital wing. He had yet to see the Black Lake, to ride in a boat, or even to glimpse the majestic Hogwarts castle, although now he found himself within its walls. Glancing along the corridor, Anthony made his way towards the exit, but he did not encounter Madame Pomfrey. Presumably, she was occupied with other matters. Thus, he began to wander aimlessly through the hallways. In his recollection, the hospital wing was located on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle. Exiting through the main door would lead him directly to the grand clock of Hogwarts. Descending the staircase beside the clock would bring him to the castle's main entrance. Carefully, Anthony tiptoed down the marble staircase until he stood before the doors of the Great Hall. There, prominently displayed, were 4 enormous hourglasses. Perhaps it was his disorientation or lingering drowsiness, but he was perplexed to see the red and green hourglasses of Gryffindor and Slytherin filled with gray sand. Shouldn't they be adorned with jewels? The dim light cast an eerie glow, making the oddity even more pronounced. Compared to the other 2 houses, which had begun to showcase a variety of colorful gems, the peculiarity of Gryffindor and Slytherin was particularly striking. Furrowing his brow, Anthony recognized that his understanding of Hogwarts had been gleaned solely from novels and tales. He was unaware of its true visage. He was also uncertain about how the sorting process operated. His gaze shifted slowly toward the Great Hall, a place of enchanting beauty and opulence. For long tables were meticulously arranged within the vast chamber, while at the head of the hall stood a long table designated for the professors. However, since it was daytime, he did not witness the legendary thousands of floating candles or the bewitched ceiling. You are awake." Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted in from outside the entrance. Before the dilapidated fountain, an elderly man was gazing at him. Anthony turned to look. It was Professor Dumbledore. Curiosity piqued, he approached. The mountain breeze caressed his cheeks, and the air was infused with the scent of freshly cut grass. Taking a deep breath, he softly inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, is it all right now?" He raised his right hand, wrapped tightly in bandages, and added, "These bandages are too tight. I can't remove them." Dumbledore nodded, then, with a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze brushed against Anthony's right arm. In an instant, the bandages seemed to dissolve like wax, transforming into liquid that dripped slowly from his fingertips onto the ground. "Remarkable," Anthony exclaimed in awe. "All done, Anthony. I believe you seem to have lost something quite significant," the old man said with a warm smile, retrieving a wand from his sleeve. It was his wand. Anthony recognized it immediately as the one Dumbledore held. "Here you go. As a wizard, your wand is your most vital possession." The headmaster returned the wand to him and gently patted Anthony's shoulder. "This was found by Harry on the train. Now come along. The hat wishes to see you again." The hat? Anthony quickly stowed the wand in his pocket, looking up in confusion. "Indeed, since the founding of Hogwarts, you're the first to don it while unconscious." The headmaster waved his hand, leading him into the castle. "Are you going to sort me again?" Although he was unaware of which house he had been placed in, it seemed Dumbledore intended to sort him anew. What if the results differed this time? "Strictly speaking, I do not know," Dumbledore remarked, glancing down at Anthony with unexpected sincerity. "What? You don't know? What does that mean? You are Dumbledore." "I am not omniscient, Anthony. I am merely an elderly man who has lived long enough. Never in Hogwarts history has there been a second sorting, nor a case where the results differed." "Then, Professor, what if the results differ?" Anthony asked slowly. "Well, gradually, a compassionate light shone in the headmaster's eyes as he gently ruffled Anthony's hair. "I hope the choice will be yours." The headmaster's office was located on the 3rd floor. Following Dumbledore's lead, Anthony traversed the majestic marble staircase adjacent to the Great Hall. Along the way, he curiously observed his surroundings. The walls at the entrance were bare, devoid of portraits. Yet the texture of the bricks accentuated the grandeur and antiquity of the space. The towering ceiling was nearly invisible, a testament to magical effects, similar to the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, visually extending the castle's magnificence. As they passed over the opulent marble floor, they proceeded along the left side of the infirmary until they reached the end. Soft murmurs drifted toward them from ahead. Upon passing through a circular archway, the most magnificent moving staircase of Hogwarts materialized before Anthony. The walls were adorned with an array of portraits, each depicting figures who gazed curiously at Anthony and Dumbledore, their whispers filling the air with a delightful cacophony. It was truly a marvel. Gripping the stone railing nearby, Anthony craned his neck skyward. Here, a similar enchantment to that of the Great Hall seemed to be at play. Although the height was ostensibly only 9 stories, the ceiling appeared to stretch infinitely. To his astonishment, he even glimpsed the misty ceiling absent from the dining hall. Thick, brooding clouds loomed at the edge of his vision, swirling ominously as if a tempest were imminent. "Be careful not to get lost," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "Every year, a few young wizards find themselves bewildered among these staircases. A few missteps, and you may lose all sense of direction." A hint of childlike mischief danced in the headmaster's gaze. At first, Anthony did not grasp Dumbledore's meaning until he ascended the staircase and looked down. Good heavens! This is the product of that peculiar design. Step forward, and I promise I shan't harm you. It was well known that Hogwarts had lower levels. And not merely one, but several. Potions classroom, the Hogwarts kitchen, Hufflepuff common room, and Slytherin common room, all nestle below. Thus, standing on the second floor, aided by magical stretching and the enchanting mist below, it was nearly impossible to discern the actual levels with the naked eye. It was indeed bizarre that Harry would be late. He recalled that Gryffindor was on the 8th floor. Just as Dumbledore had said, a few missteps, and one could entirely lose their way. Fortunately, this time he had the headmaster to guide him. Following Dumbledore's lead, after a whirl of staircases that shifted before him, Anthony finally arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office on the 3rd floor, before an ugly, enormous stone gargoyle. "Sherbet lemon," the headmaster recited slowly before the gargoyle. In an instant, the creature leapt aside, and the wall behind it split open, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended gracefully. Chapter 24. The Prophet. Dumbledore led Anthony up the ever-rising staircase, and before long, they were met with a gleaming oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Without the slightest hesitation, they pushed the door open. Beyond lay a spacious, beautiful circular room, filled with a chorus of whimsical and comical sounds. On a slender-legged table before Anthony rested an array of peculiar silverware. While an ordinary person might deem these items quite valuable, for someone who spent his days at Buckingham Palace, their worth seemed less significant. Instead, it was the assortment of magical artifacts on a shelf behind the table that captivated him far more. The sorting hat, the Gryffindor sword ensconced in a glass case, a curious hourglass-like trinket, and a periscope, among other treasures of Hogwarts, were displayed in this room. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed within the space. "Ah, it was you again. Little one, greetings." Anthony cautiously regarded the dusty sorting hat perched upon the shelf. This artifact, a creation of the 4 founding wizards, had existed for a millennium, and surely there was no sentient entity in the entire magical realm older than it. Moreover, this hat had long resided in the headmaster's office, harboring countless secrets. He certainly did not wish to offend it, lest his own embarrassing moments be immortalized for eternity. Then the hat began to shift, opening a wide seam and proclaiming, "In all my years of sorting, never has there been a wizard who fainted. You are the first. So, will you sort me again?" Anthony inquired uncertainly, for he was still unaware of which house he truly belonged to. There exists a fundamental distinction between the unconscious and the conscious. The sorting hat continued. "Perhaps your nature is more suited to Gryffindor, a child of courage and a yearning for freedom. Yet this is merely nature. We are far more complex than we can fathom. So, Dummy." Anthony glanced at the headmaster beside him. Dumbledore maintained his esteemed image as a great wizard, slowly lifting the hat from the shelf and placing it upon Anthony's head. "Fascinating, quite fascinating," the sorting hat intoned in a deep voice. "You possess a reverence for knowledge, kindness, loyalty, courage, and a touch of anger. Ambitious indeed. As I surmised, only a rational state of mind can truly unveil a person's essence." "Anger?" Anthony scoffed. "Was that not obvious? If one were to be beaten to the point of hospitalization and not feel anger, one might suspect a mental affliction." After a brief, internal monologue filled with sarcasm, he hastily gathered his thoughts, emptying his mind in an attempt to evade the hat's probing. "Oh, a seer, are we?" the sorting hat suddenly exclaimed with delight. Anthony's eyes widened in shock. Humans are peculiar creatures. The more one tries to avoid certain thoughts, the more vividly they invade the mind. Once the floodgates opened, there was no stopping it. Gradually, his mind began to frantically replay scenes from the Harry Potter films, as if a dam had burst. "How intriguing, truly intriguing. Is this the future you envision?" the sorting hat observed with keen interest, its tone brimming with curiosity and exhilaration, like a hermit emerging from years of solitude to revel in a thrilling cinematic experience. The exhilaration was palpable. "I knew it." Anthony's face paled, Indeed, the tales were deceptive, for the notion of clearing one's mind to evade the Hat's scrutiny was utterly absurd. He could clearly assert, this was utterly useless. If emptying one's mind could truly fend off the invasion of thoughts, then what purpose would there be for Harry Potter to learn the art of mental shielding? Indeed, merely vacating the mind bears no such efficacy. Observing Anthony's turmoil, the Sorting Hat promptly concurred, you should undergo sorting. Please do not pry into my memories. Grant me some semblance of privacy, Anthony implored, his tone almost desperate. He felt as if he were exposing himself in a most vulnerable manner, and to make matters worse, it was akin to broadcasting live. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore, standing beside him, wore an increasingly intense expression of curiosity, as if he might consume Anthony whole. He was utterly convinced that the venerable headmaster was contemplating how to utilize him for research or to delve into his memories. I abhor the invasion of thoughts. Anthony was on the verge of tears. Oh, Dumbledore, it seems this young lad harbors quite a fear of you. The Sorting Hat suddenly remarked with a grin directed at the elderly headmaster. What? Dumbledore responded with keen interest, a peculiar gravity shadowing his gaze. He fears you might devour him. Ha ha ha. The Sorting Hat erupted into raucous laughter, its gaping mouth nearly splitting the brim. Enough. If you frighten the lad any further, he may swoon, Dumbledore interjected. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the Sorting Hat finally settled down. Just as Anthony was resigned to his fate, it began to speak. A child of great ambition, perhaps Slytherin would be a fitting choice. However, I suspect you would not relish that atmosphere. I shall adhere to my initial inclination, Anthony, Gryffindor. With that, the Sorting Hat was lifted from Anthony's head, and in that fleeting moment, it suddenly spoke once more. History and the future have never confined us. It is love that anchors us. Most importantly, Anthony, the choice is yours. What kind of person do you wish to become? Don me again, Dumbledore, and I shall reveal to you some intriguing visions. The headmaster paused, casting a silent glance at Anthony. After a moment's hesitation, he approached his desk and placed the Sorting Hat atop his own head. In an instant, Anthony was engulfed by an inexplicable chill coursing through his body, as if he had plummeted from a lofty height into a chasm. The spiked ground loomed perilously close, and he braced himself for impending doom. He awaited Dumbledore's conclusion of the Sorting Hat's so-called visions. The office fell into an eerie silence. The portraits of past headmasters lining the walls closed their eyes, feigning slumber. An oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings, like the ominous prelude to a cataclysm. Fascinating. After what felt like an eternity, Dumbledore finally spoke, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light that sent shivers down Anthony's spine. Who would have thought you were a seer? Huh? Anthony blinked in surprise, then quickly assented, Ah yes. Indeed, I am a seer. Chapter 25, The Sorting Hat. Anthony gazed despondently at Dumbledore, who appeared to be reveling in a moment of serene leisure, eyes closed. The visions that had flitted through his mind were not limited to the 8 films. They encompassed memories from a previous life. Mr. Hart's instructions regarding his work were of utmost significance, now all compromised by that hat's intrusion. Anthony was astounded to discover that the Sorting Hat possessed the ability to share its observations with others, an attribute unknown to him and never mentioned in the original narrative. Perhaps this was a privilege unique to the headmaster, he speculated. Nevertheless, at this juncture, such knowledge bore no relevance. If Dumbledore were to learn that he was a soul from another realm, how would he perceive himself? Would he dismiss it nonchalantly or confine him, much like the oppressive treatment of indigenous peoples? At that moment, the inexplicable, fragmented sounds within the office resonated in his mind, amplifying like the tolling of an apocalyptic bell. Until Dumbledore uttered the words, Anthony, I did not anticipate your divinatory talent. Dumbledore slowly removed the Sorting Hat from his head, gazing at him with an expression of peculiar intrigue. Anthony's extraordinary gift bore a striking resemblance to that of another individual, one who also possessed prophetic abilities and had accurately foretold the Muggles' Second World War. Coupled with Anthony's unparalleled magical prowess, it was reminiscent of Grindelwald himself. Considering his princely heritage, should he choose to follow Gellert's path, the implications would surpass imagination. In deep contemplation, Dumbledore furrowed his brow. He had aged. 2 decades prior, he might have matched Tom in combat, yet now he would stand no chance. Time is the arch-nemesis of all. It diminishes one's reflexes and judgment. Even though his magical power remained at its zenith, it would still be insufficient against Voldemort. This child, should he stray onto a misguided path, could prove exceedingly troublesome. However, Dumbledore harbored no intentions of imprisoning Anthony. At this moment, he had gleaned all of Voldemort's plans and the precise locations of the Horcruxes, Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the Goblet of Fire. Each clandestine plot surfaced into clarity. If he approached the matter methodically, he could eliminate all of Tom's Horcruxes, save for Harry. Yet Harry posed a complex dilemma, as he could not simply annihilate him as one might a mere object, just as the future revealed by the Sorting Hat indicated. He must ensure that Tom himself slays Harry, intertwining their bloodlines. For only then could Harry have a chance at survival. Yet, those were considerations for another time. Now, armed with foresight, Dumbledore's confidence surged, clearly reflected in his demeanor towards Anthony. The issue of Voldemort could afford to be postponed, allowing him to dedicate more time to instructing these youngsters. Whether it be Harry, Anthony, or the young witch Hermione, each possessed extraordinary potential as the new generation of wizards. With proper guidance, the future of the magical world would undoubtedly be resplendent. Fear not. Dumbledore's face radiated a gentle expression as he remarked, each individual possesses their own unique gift, one that is innate. Furthermore, the gift of prophecy is not exceedingly rare. In our school, Professor Sybil Trelawney embodies this ability. Is that so? Anthony gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. Truly, he is the greatest of wizards. Upon learning of his own lineage, he found himself devoid of prejudice, treating himself with an attitude not dissimilar to that which he had received from others, such as the magnanimity of a strong soul. Just as he began to perceive this as a manifestation of Dumbledore's benevolence, he suddenly noticed the Sorting Hat on the table crack open with a knowing smile. Ahot, revealing a profound smile. Anthony's eyes widened in disbelief. His confusion was fleeting as he quickly deduced the implications. The Sorting Hat must have revealed to Dumbledore the future depicted in the Harry Potter novels and films. It had not disclosed anything about his heritage or memories from the Muggle world. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have treated him with such kindness. A tumult of emotions surged within Anthony. While everyone regarded the Sorting Hat as merely a magical artifact imbued with the will and memories of the four founders, they had not considered that the hat possessed its own consciousness. As its song proclaimed, "You may think I am not beautiful, but do not judge by appearances. Come and wear me. Do not fear. Do not panic. In my presence, though I possess not a single hand, you are utterly safe. For I am a thinking magical hat. A hat that thinks." Blaise Pascal once stated, "All dignity resides in thought. Thought distinguishes man from beast." What if we were to view the Sorting Hat not merely as a hat? Imagine a being endowed with the will and memories of four great wizards. Having survived for over a millennium, it certainly fits the archetype of a hidden mastermind within its vast memories and the torrents of time. Even Voldemort could be but a mere autumn leaf, indifferent to the currents. Though Anthony was oblivious to why the Sorting Hat chose to conceal truths from him, he instinctively understood that the familiar tale of Harry Potter was destined to undergo monumental changes. "Professor Trelawney will surely take a liking to you, Anthony." Dumbledore seemed unaware of his momentary distraction and continued. "Professor Trelawney? The infamous Professor Trelawney? The quintessential slacker of Hogwarts? Lacking both strength and theory. She possesses little utility beyond the bloodline of her renowned ancestor, the seer Cassandra Trelawney. The irony is that her much-touted prophetic lineage is not as extraordinary as she claims. Having made only 3 prophecies in her lifetime, she seems utterly incapable of bearing the title of seer, especially when those scant prophecies are riddled with ambiguity and oblique references. Among the myriad prophecies, that of the Star of Salvation is particularly insidious. It not only sealed the fate of Harry's parents, but also set into motion a tale destined for tragedy. It is a wonder that such a seer remains in the school. It seems a decree of benevolence from Dumbledore. Professor Trelawney ought to be grateful that Voldemort has not been entirely vanquished. Otherwise, she would have long since been dismissed. Ahem. No need, Professor. I have little interest in developing my divinatory abilities, Anthony remarked, clearing his throat. One's own strength is the true determinant of victory. Divination is merely ephemeral. Oh, Dumbledore replied, casting a surprised glance at him before approvingly stating, I am pleased to hear you express such thoughts. To be enraptured by an illusory future is far less wise than to remain grounded in reality. As he spoke, the old headmaster inexplicably recalled someone who once pursued the future he had envisioned. Perhaps it was in this moment that Dumbledore regarded Anthony with a gaze that deepened in contemplation. After a brief silence, Dumbledore rose slowly and, without a word, approached a nearby partition. From beneath a hidden wooden panel, he retrieved a skull. He gazed intently at the human cranium, adorned with golden runes reminiscent of the ancient language of magic, for quite some time. Subsequently, he seemed to arrive at a momentous resolution. This belonged to a dear friend of mine, I wish to gift it to you, Dumbledore said as he presented the skull before Anthony. Chapter 26. The Legacy of Grindelwald. That is the legacy of Grindelwald. Anthony recognized the artifact immediately. The skull hookah, a traditional wizarding magical implement capable of transforming smoke into the user's desired form. Magical customs vary across Britain and Europe. For instance, Professor Trelawney prefers to utilize crystal balls instead, while Dumbledore may consider himself a diviner or prophet. Presenting such an item is not without merit. Yet, the fact remains that this is Grindelwald's possession. The skull-born inscribed phrase, stark and black, resembling a tattoo, for the greater good. Dumbledore intends to bestow this upon him. Nonetheless, despite Anthony's astonishment, he felt that one should not refuse a gift from the headmaster. He accepted the palm-sized skull hookah from Dumbledore's hands. You're familiar with this item, I presume? Dumbledore inquired before departing the headmaster's office. What do you think of that boy? Dumbledore mused, observing Anthony's departing figure as he vanished down the staircase. Talent, ambition, cunning, a promising future. A portrait on the wall suddenly spoke up. It depicted a sagacious old wizard with a goatee. His frame bore the name Phineas Nigellus Black, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Alas, he is a half-blood. Otherwise, he might truly belong in Slytherin. Is this the extent of the Black family's upbringing? Another portrait interjected, depicting a burly middle-aged wizard who glared indignantly. Your cheap arrogance is what led to the downfall of the Blacks. Elijah Sasa Kinnenberg, a headmaster of Gryffindor. The earliest recorded headmaster of Hogwarts dates back to a period prior to 1503. The earlier heads, whose names have been passed down through the ages, remain devoid of any personal accounts. While Black spoke of benevolent-looking, which bloodline is not as significant as you might believe. As a healer, I can assure you that our bodies exhibit no differences. This self-proclaimed healer and headmistress of Hogwarts is named Dolores Umbridge. She is a distinguished healer and a principal architect of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, holding considerable influence within the magical community. She served as headmistress from 1741 to 1768, eventually resigning due to the increasing demands of St. Mungo's, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the hospital. One might say she is a truly great figure, deeply concerned for the entire wizarding world, a source of pride for Hufflepuff. The most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, Black, was left with nothing but a dismissive snort, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The debate over bloodlines has persisted for many years, yet tragically, it has never yielded a resolution. In this matter, Mr. Black is indeed correct. Dumbledore suddenly interjected. What did you say? Phineas exclaimed in astonishment. All the portraits of past wizards knew of his disdain for Dumbledore, having never bestowed a kind countenance upon the greatest wizard of the present age. He disapproved of Dumbledore's excessive leniency towards young wizards of Muggle descent, as he was a proponent of pure-blood supremacy, solely supporting wizards of noble lineage in their magical pursuits. I mean, that child should have been sorted into Slytherin. Dumbledore replied calmly. Subsequently, the sorting hat resting on the edge of his desk quietly spoke. Indeed, he should have entered Slytherin. Why is that? Phineas inquired, perplexed. It was the first time he had witnessed the hat exhibit such inconsistency. In his recollection, this venerable hat had never erred in over a millennium. Wait! Suddenly, a shriek emanated from Phineas's frame. It is you, Dumbledore. You requested the sorting hat to alter his house assignment. Faced with this revelation, Dumbledore did not deny it, but rather graciously acknowledged it. It was I who requested the hat to uphold last night's sorting results. We cannot exacerbate the situation. One mistake after another. Dumbledore sighed and continued. Consider this. If Tom had been sorted into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The sorting ceremony should have. Silence. Phineas shouted in an unexpected fury. You are betraying the long-standing ideals of Hogwarts. You are unworthy of being its headmaster. Perhaps, the old headmaster replied, undeterred, shaking his head. He then addressed the portraits of his many predecessors. The environment can transform a person. We ought not to place similarly inclined young wizards in the same house. This only amplifies the good and the bad. Just look at what Hogwarts has become. Slytherin has strayed increasingly far. Perhaps it is high time we took action to halt this descent. Nonsense, Phineas exclaimed, casting his gaze around at the portraits of former headmasters. Do you all remain silent, allowing this junior to erase our glorious traditions? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of flowing water echoed in the vacant office, emanating from the peculiar silverware adorning the desk, which spun and emitted wisps of smoke, with droplets of condensed water falling onto the silver plates. Alas! At that moment, Headmistress Delala Devante, renowned and hailing from Hufflepuff, sighed and remarked, "You have finally taken this step. Albus, do you wish to reform the school?" "Madam, your voice carries a hint of expectancy." As Dumbledore sensed a note of agreement in Delilah Devante's tone. "Yet, I too do not concur. This ideology, which has persisted for millennia, dictates that Hogwarts should adhere to a singular philosophy rather than four. How can a school thrive under four conflicting doctrines? Is it not a deliberate act of division? The disputes of our ancestors have endured for 1,000 years. Must they continue? Hogwarts ought to be the institution for all wizards in Britain, indeed across Europe. Yet it now remains insular, mired in conflicts over ancient philosophies. Albus, I am heartened by your willingness to take this step. You. Nonsense. Nonsense. The headmaster Black struggled to catch his breath, glaring furiously at the kindly elderly woman, his eyes glinting with derision. Truly, a half-blood of Hufflepuff lineage, tainting the purity of wizards with Muggle blood. Do these individuals even understand what they are saying? Are we to allow the noble Slytherin to coexist within the same house as those mudbloods? I find myself in agreement with your sentiments. Suddenly, a portrait high upon the wall of the headmaster's office spoke up. It was Headmaster Dexter Forscoe, one of Hogwarts' earliest headmasters, who typically reclined within his frame, rarely engaging in the discussions of his peers. However, this time, he made an uncommon contribution. Hogwarts has weathered many storms, and most calamities can be attributed to the divisions among us. Albus speaks truth. Such divisions foster both virtue and vice, amplifying the good and the bad alike. If you wish to effect change, then do so. Dexter's final words were a clear endorsement of Dumbledore. Thank you for your support. However, let's momentarily set aside the topic of reforming Hogwarts and instead discuss that child. Dumbledore nodded with delight towards Dexter's portrait. He was indeed intent on improving Hogwarts. Yet, with his genius, how could he not foresee the resistance this endeavor might encounter? Perhaps we must place our hopes in the next generation. Hermione Granger is quite promising. Perhaps it is in her era that the magical world will finally witness true innovation. Chapter 27. Do you know why Ginny is the belle of the house? Fortunately, this is merely the second floor. He is not yet lost amidst those spiraling staircases. He arrived at the Great Hall solely because Anthony was unaware of the location of his dormitory. Although he now knew he had been assigned to Gryffindor, he was still perplexed about the whereabouts of Gryffindor Tower. This was no game with automatic navigation. As Anthony traversed the marble floor, he glanced at the sky outside. At that moment, the sun had shifted to the south, suggesting that it was rather late and likely approaching noon. He decided to sit in the Great Hall for a while, awaiting the arrival of Harry and his friends for lunch. The vast hall was empty, and Anthony could not discern which long table belonged to Gryffindor, so he simply chose a nearby seat. He then focused all his attention on the skull-shaped hookah before him. This skull was roughly the size of a palm, lacking a jaw and evidently smaller than a typical human brain. Apart from the iconic phrase of Grindelwald, the interior of the skull was inscribed with numerous symbols resembling artwork, or perhaps a form of notation. Anthony speculated that these markings might be akin to runes, though he could not decipher their meanings. At the base of the skull, a long, snake-like straw was attached. He gazed at the hookah, still bewildered as to why Dumbledore would gift him such an item. However, he was not one to dwell on perplexities, since he could not comprehend it. He chose to let it be. Slowly, Anthony grasped the straw, eager to experiment. He took a deep breath and then forcefully exhaled into the straw. Instantly, the skull on the table radiated a brilliant golden light, and the markings, possibly runes, grew increasingly luminous. Subsequently, a mist resembling steam began to rise. Could it truly manifest the images conjured within his mind? He felt a twinge of skepticism. Yet, the smoke in the air began to coalesce into tangible forms. There appeared two young ladies, nestled together as if sharing whispered secrets, akin to ordinary best friends. The only peculiar aspect was their appearances. One possessed emerald green eyes and straight black hair, while the other had sapphire blue eyes and fiery red curls. Both were strikingly beautiful, yet curiously reminiscent of Harry and Ron. With a mischievous grin, Anthony squinted his eyes, reveling in the revelation that this hookah was indeed remarkable. The scene reminded him of a face-swapping video he had once seen. This hookah could reflect such images. No more pretense. He would lay his cards on the table. Anthony was, in fact, a member of the Harry fan club. As for Hermione, she was merely the interloper. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore wore an enigmatic smile. He instantly recognized the two young ladies depicted in the pensive as Harry and Ron. Poor Anthony! The smile on the old man's face began to twitch, overwhelmed by the absurdity of all. In the auditorium, the two young girls in the air had yet to dissipate. their faces adorned with sweet smiles as they gazed into the distance. How delightful! Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the entrance of the hall. Anthony turned his head swiftly to see a Hufflepuff girl he did not recognize, likely a mere background character from the original narrative, lacking even a name. Behind her, an increasing number of young wizards began to enter, representing all four houses. At that moment, Anthony felt somewhat awkward, uncertain how to halt the spectacle of the skeletal smoke. However, he remained unfazed. Who could discern that it was he who had instigated such a scene? As long as he was not embarrassed. Embarrassment would not catch up with him. Oh my, is that Ginny? Just then, two members of the Weasley family, their hair ablaze with fiery red, strode in, accompanied by a gaggle of younger Gryffindor wizards. George, do you think that one with the pronounced eyebrows resembles Harry? Fred exclaimed in horror, his gaze fixed on the aerial display as he tugged at George. Do you feel the same? I think that sweet girl bears a striking resemblance to Ron. Oh, spare me. Fred clutched his chest, a look of profound dismay on his face. To think, his own brother harbored such peculiar tastes. Yet, supporting George's shoulder, Fred glanced up once more. Quite adorable, isn't she? As the crowd of young wizards continued to swell, a sudden green spell soared in from outside the auditorium, striking the image in the air, causing the charming scene to gradually fade away. The multitude of wizards instinctively looked towards the corridor. A slender man, with straight hair and an air of cold detachment, clad in a long black robe and cloak, appeared at the entrance. His dark gaze swept over Anthony, and a harsh voice pierced the air. Mr. Windsor? The professor knew his full name. How could he encounter Snape? I hear you were injured by Gemma Farley? Snape's frosty gaze bore into him, slowly drifting down to Anthony's right arm, which hung limply at his side, occasionally swaying, appearing to be of little concern. Anthony, however, felt a twinge of displeasure, mentally grumbling. Just as expected from you, Snape. Not an ounce of favoritism for your own house. It appears you are not gravely harmed. Snape continued in his acerbic tone, deliberately emphasizing the words, saved your life. Humph. You ought to be exceedingly grateful to her. Snape, seemingly catching the undercurrent of Anthony's retort, offered a sly smirk before turning, leaving the hall with an air of wind billowing from his cloak. Snape despises you, Anthony. At that moment, the twins closed in. George, Fred spoke candidly, revealing the truth. He has been ruthlessly deducting points from Gryffindor in third-year potions today. You best be cautious. Cautious? Anthony could not suppress another round of internal commentary. With Potter around, they become Snape's living targets, and what is there to be cautious about? His only concern is that Harry does not impulsively retort to Snape, for otherwise, they shall merely incur more lost points. Chapter 28. This venture is a sure gain. Anthony has finally awaited the arrival of Harry and his companions. The trio, seemingly preoccupied, navigates through the crowd at the rear, their expressions tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, upon spotting Anthony, their despondence is swiftly replaced by delight as they hurriedly approach him. Oh, so you are here, Harry exclaims, visibly relieved. We just visited the hospital wing and did not see you, Ron adds. What is this? Hermione inquires, her brow furrowing in surprise. She exhibits a certain aversion to the skull-shaped object, which undeniably seems like an artifact belonging to dark wizards. This is called a skull hookah, a magical item that allows the user's thoughts to manifest through smoke, Anthony explains. Oh, the twins suddenly exclaim in astonishment, casting Anthony an odd glance. Fred remarks, so those images we just saw were conjured from your imagination. What unique taste. George stifles a laugh, his lips curling upwards as he struggles to contain his amusement. Yeah, I nearly forgot about that. The trio, having ignored the twins' antics, replaces their expressions with exuberant smiles. Unbelievable, Hermione declares first. Never heard anything like it. Harry adds, absolutely brilliant. Ron chimes in, his excitement palpable. Professor McGonagall showcased her prowess in class. She transformed the lectern into a lion. Oh, Merlin S. Beard, that is undoubtedly the greatest magic. Is it? Anthony, drawn in by the evident thrill in Ron's words, finds himself eagerly anticipating the afternoon's lesson. It cannot possibly be potions, can it? Suddenly, the mocking visage of Snape springs to mind. Surely, he is not that unfortunate. He had memorized the timetable long ago. Oh, that is a relief. Anthony breathes a sigh of relief. He had been startled by the twins, fearing that the afternoon was to be devoted to potions class. Subsequently, the four began discussing the curriculum of Gryffindor, engaging in animated conversation as they enjoyed their lunch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they traversed the resplendent hallways, ascending the stairs to the moving staircases. Guided by nearly headless Nick, they easily located the charms professor on the 4th floor. Professor Phileas Flitwick appears diminutive, Ron asserts he surely stands no taller than 4 feet. However, he would undoubtedly refrain from voicing such sentiments in the professor's presence. In truth, many harbor misconceptions regarding Professor Flitwick. He is not a goblin, but possesses a hint of goblin lineage, which accounts for his stature. Nevertheless, do not underestimate this professor due to his height. In his youth, he was a champion in dueling competitions and is undeniably a master in the realm of charms. While he may not surpass Professor Dumbledore in certain advanced magical techniques, when it comes to foundational charms, even the headmaster would struggle to outshine Professor Flitwick. The inaugural charms class for the young wizards proved to be remarkably successful. Professor Flitwick, both adept in magic and possessing a gentle, humorous demeanor, brought the simple spells to life with vivid storytelling, rendering the lesson anything but dull. For the first charm of the new students, he chose the simplest and least hazardous spell from standard charms for beginners, the softening charm, which softens hard objects. To Anthony's astonishment, he discovered that this charm bore a resemblance to the spell used by Professor Dumbledore that morning to unravel the bandages from his hand. Consequently, he promptly inquired of Professor Flitwick whether the softening charm could transform objects into liquids, recounting the morning's magical event. Indeed, that would be the softening charm, Professor Flitwick affirmed with great certainty. This is the first time I have heard of someone employing this spell to such an extent, he added with admiration. He then elaborated that it might not solely be the charm's effect. Transfiguration could also be involved, as Albus is a master of that art and possesses such capabilities. However, he cautioned the students not to be overly ambitious, for such mastery still lies far beyond their reach. For now, they should focus on simply mastering the softening charm. As he spoke, Professor Flitwick began to detail the techniques for casting the spell and the precautions to be observed. The final minutes of the class were dedicated to a period of free practice for the young wizards. Excitedly, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students withdrew their wands to practice the charm. Professor Flitwick had prepared a nut for each of them, and their task was to soften the nut. Those who could soften only the surface without affecting the fruit within would earn extra points. After several minutes, a dozen young wizards, including Hermione and Anthony, successfully cast the softening charm. Yet only Anthony managed to manipulate the magic to soften just the surface of the nut. In recognition of this achievement, Professor Flitwick awarded him an additional 10 points. The Gryffindor students who received points were particularly jubilant. After class, when Anthony inquired of Hermione about the events of the previous night, he finally understood the peculiar nature of the hourglass in front of the Great Hall, which displayed an odd count for Gryffindor and Slytherin. The night before, Professor McGonagall had been livid, punishing over 30 students in one go and deducting 200 points from Gryffindor. In contrast, their rivals, Slytherin, fared even worse, losing 300 points directly from Professor Dumbledore. Additionally, Gemma Farley, the Slytherin head, was absolved of her duties after her parents personally visited Dumbledore the following morning. One can only imagine the attitude towards a Muggle-born wizard like Anthony from Slytherin, given their heritage. Although the proposal was ultimately rejected by the headmaster, Anthony did not leave empty-handed after the scuffle. Following the charms class, Professor McGonagall approached him, handing him 200 galleons and exchanging a few pleasantries before turning to leave. It was at that moment he realized the significance of the event. Professor McGonagall did not express much, but rather, with a hint of embarrassment, informed him that although Gemma Farley had assaulted him, a disgraceful act, the primary cause of his exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and near-death experience was the few hours he endured in dislocated pain alongside Hagrid on the train. At Hogwarts, a school of magic, skirmishes among students were commonplace, with various curses being cast, some of which had not even been witnessed by the professors. Gemma Farley's parents were willing to pay 500 galleons for their child's head student position, yet Headmaster Dumbledore declined their offer, resulting in a mere compensation of 200 galleons. After Professor McGonagall departed, Anthony contemplated her words and found them quite reasonable. He recalled Harry in his 6th year, when the killing curse nearly claimed Malfoy's life. Had it not been for Snape, the curse's inventor, arriving just in time, Harry Potter might have spent the rest of his days in Azkaban. Yet, despite such incidents, Harry faced no tangible punishment. One might argue that this was Dumbledore's protection. Then there were George and Fred, two mischief makers who frequently duped first-year students into testing their experimental potions. When the side effects of these potions became unmanageable, they had no choice but to seek help from the professors. This behavior certainly seemed reprehensible. However, the twins' punishment was limited to cleaning the trophy room. This was not an instance of the professors intentionally shielding anyone. Rather, it reflected the prevailing culture at Hogwarts, a magical institution where competition among students was almost encouraged. Otherwise, what would be the point of the House Cup? Hogwarts cannot be viewed through the lens of a Muggle school. Magic flourishes through continuous conflict and rivalry. Moreover, 200 galleons was not an insignificant sum. He did not wish to escalate the situation nor let it reach his aunt's ears. If she were to discover it, he would likely be sent to Eden next year. 200 galleons represented his living expenses for 4 years. Ultimately, he had not suffered any serious consequences. This was a win-win situation. Chapter 29, Punishment and the Gryffindor Common Room. Why did Gemma Farley South parents place such importance on a student position within a school? After a brief reflection, Anthony understood the underlying reasons. This was not the Muggle world, where a city like London boasted millions of inhabitants. In the wizarding world, the total number of witches and wizards across the entirety of Britain likely numbered in the thousands. As the sole magical school in England, Hogwarts' reputation directly impacted the future prospects of its students. For instance, take the Quidditch teams, the Caerphilly catapults from Wales, the Belicastle bats from Northern Ireland, and the Appleby arrows from Northern England. To join these professional teams, aside from being a member of their youth academies, one must excel in Hogwarts' Quidditch team, which explains Wood's fervent desire to win the Quidditch Cup. Only by securing this championship could he qualify for a position on a professional team. Similarly, other positions at Hogwarts follow suit. Take Percy, for instance, who graduated as the president of the student council and ascended to the role of assistant to the minister in just 2 years. Undoubtedly, this was influenced by the Ministry of Magic's desire to keep tabs on his family. Yet, one cannot deny that the advantages of such a position far surpass those of the nameless, ordinary wizards. Reflecting on this, Anthony couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the magical world is quite small. However, this situation served as a reminder for him. Aside from a few wayward purebloods, the rest are genuinely affluent. If he could devise a way to exploit this, it might very well cover his tuition fees. Just as Anthony pondered over how to navigate this delicately, Dumbledore began to take his next steps. From Anthony's prophecy, he had gleaned that Voldemort was currently latched on a Quirrell's nape. However, this was merely a vision, not the reality. His first task was to ascertain whether Quirrell was indeed under Voldemort's control. The Philosopher's Stone would serve as an excellent bait. Gradually, Dumbledore's mind began to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, after the first-year wizards concluded their herbology class, the 4th floor was bustling with Gryffindors and Slytherins. Each held brooms and buckets, diligently cleaning the corridors and passageways. The trophy display area on the 4th floor was also crowded with young wizards. Why were they not using magic? Harry curiously observed the upperclassmen engaged in their cleaning duties, feeling quite perplexed. The punishments meted out to the older students had been announced the previous evening, so he was aware of the situation. Perhaps magic was prohibited? Anthony pointed to Filch, who sat at the end of the corridor. This fellow was perched on a chair, cradling his cat, Mrs. Norris, with a pile of fish treats at his feet, presumably for the feline, with bulbous eyes akin to his cat's. Filch looked on malevolently at the industrious young wizards, occasionally emitting a strange chuckle. Anthony shook his head. It was no wonder the students held Filch in such disdain. His demeanor was simply too provoking. That spot ISNT clean enough. I'm watching you. Don't even think about slacking off, you lazy bunch. He suddenly shouted at a Gryffindor. Consider yourselves lucky. Following this, he began to recount tales of his past punitive measures, including dangling students in the dungeons, whipping, and withholding meals. The nearby young wizards seethed with resentment, wishing they could shove their mops into the mouth of this insufferable man. Being punished to clean the castle was merely the beginning. After dinner, they would have to stay for detention, copying the school rules. Moreover, they faced further disciplinary actions from Professors Snape and McGonagall. In short, they were experiencing a stroke of bad luck. Yet at this moment, a group of Gryffindors glanced up, observing the Slytherins, who were similarly bent over, scrubbing the tiles. The lingering sense of grievance within suddenly diminished significantly. This group of individuals, typically so haughty and self-important, parading their nobility and elegance, now appeared rather disheveled. Unbidden, a profound sense of relief blossomed within the young lions. Ahem, let us proceed, Anthony murmured awkwardly. They felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the older students, who had their backs turned. It seemed that neither they nor the students from other houses dared linger on the staircase for too long. One house delighted in underhanded tactics, while the other preferred a more confrontational approach, making it difficult to extricate oneself from such a situation. Best not to disturb them any further. Subsequently, Anthony and Harry made their way to the 7th floor. Before them stood a life-size portrait of a stately woman. Password? The fat lady inquired languidly. Passing through the somewhat narrow entrance, they found themselves in a cozy, circular room, the common room of Gryffindor. Contrary to the constricted depiction in the films, this true common room was remarkably spacious. Anthony was quite certain it must be under a permanent extension charm, as its dimensions were incongruous with the exterior impression. The portrayal of Gryffindor's common room in the film evoked a sense of warmth and homeliness, albeit small, yet sufficiently inviting. However, the reality was quite different. The circular chamber was divided into an inner and outer ring. Upon entering, the most striking feature to the left was the fireplace, emblematic of Gryffindor and representing the element of fire. To the left of the fireplace, a staircase wound outward, leading to the girls' dormitory. To the right, unique spaces had been carved out, the purpose of which Harry and his friends were yet to discover, as the first-year students had not yet taken the time to explore. Further to the right was the entrance to the boys' dormitory. This area occupied half of the outer ring of the common room, while the remaining half served as a space for students to relax and study, furnished with numerous tables and chairs, surrounded by bookshelves that isolated this area, giving it the ambience of a library study room. Beyond this lay the inner circle. A plethora of soft, plush armchairs encircled the central phoenix fireplace. As September's heat still lingered, the fireplace remained unlit. However, Harry and his companions had heard from upperclassmen that once ignited, the flames would rise gracefully, reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. The flickering flames appeared to sway gently, akin to the delicate flutter of wings and tail feathers. Chapter 30. Writing Letters. The main hall area was primarily a place for students to rest and study. The common room also featured an upper level, beneath the half-dome ceiling. There resided a music-activated astronomical observatory. Gryffindor students could step on the piano keys drawn on the floor to play the organ, producing music that emanated from the lion busts atop the organ, resonating with a powerful yet melodious timbre, reminiscent of the roaring of Gryffindor's lion or the song of a phoenix. Each piano key triggers the corresponding projection of a galaxy within the observatory's dome, facilitating students' learning and research. Above the public lounge, a plethora of planets, yet undiscovered by Muggles, hover in the celestial sphere. For instance, Planet 97. Wizards suspect that this celestial body harbors a parallel space-time continuum to our own world. Planet 4. Certain magical creatures are believed to have migrated from this planet to Earth. Planet 12. An asteroid ruled by elves and fairies. Planet Qualo. A gem found on this planet may provide alchemists with a method to replicate the Philosopher's Stone. Planet Api. Wizards have conducted meticulous studies on this planet, calculating that its time may flow 10 times slower than that of Earth. Although the reason remains elusive to them, they have dutifully documented their findings. Should wizards choose to cast aside their disdain for Muggles and embark on a joint exploration of the cosmos, they might uncover the reason behind the accelerated time flow on planet Qualo, attributed to a small-mass black hole in its vicinity. Beyond the upper floor, the lounge also features a subterranean level, which Anthony did not venture into. Upon his first arrival at the public lounge, his primary concern was to locate his bed. Whether by coincidence or deliberate design by Dumbledore, he found himself in the same dormitory as Harry and Ron. Besides the trio, Neville and Seamus also shared the space, making it a 5-person dormitory. Like the public lounge, the dormitory appeared to be enchanted with an extension charm, boasting a considerable size. Even for the 11-year-old Anthony, it seemed rather vast. The beds were spaced several meters apart, with each occupant possessing their own wardrobe. His bed was positioned at the farthest point from the entrance, marked with his name. However, Anthony did not rely solely on the name to identify his bed. Rather, it was Mr. Humphrey, his pet, stretching its wings atop the wardrobe that guided him. On the wardrobe rested a small dish of food, presumably prepared by Harry, as another similar dish adorned Harry's own desk, likely intended for Hedwig. Before dinner, several new students huddled in the dormitory, sharing their experiences of the day. In moments of excitement, their laughter filled the air. At that moment, the reading area of the lounge was relatively empty, allowing him to find a quiet corner to sit down and take out a quill to write. This was part of his agreement with the Queen, to send a letter to Buckingham Palace each week. Additionally, there was a letter from Mr. Hark. It felt rather spy-like. In contrast, the letter to the Queen resembled more of a familial correspondence, detailing his experiences, the friends he had made, and Dumbledore's care for him. Aside from mentioning his injuries, he covered everything else. The two letters flowed from Anthony's quill with remarkable speed, with scarcely a pause in his writing. Only when he finally set down the quill did an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. Meow. Suddenly, a faint meow echoed from beside his feet. Anthony glanced down to find Hermione's cat, a gift from Mr. Bond. The name is Hiroko, which embodies a sense of cuteness and freedom. Hiroko. He bent down to grasp the British short-hair cat, pressing it onto the table and nestling his face into its embrace. This little feline bore an uncanny resemblance to an expression from his previous life, proving to be quite alluring. Literally so. Anthony. Suddenly, the voice of the cat's owner broke through the moment. It was Hermione, approaching with a thick stack of assignments in her arms. Upon witnessing his fervent affection for the cat, she marched over, discontent, and snatched the kitten away. "You heard it," she exclaimed angrily. "Who says? Look at it. It appears quite comfortable," Anthony retorted, pointing at the kitten cradled in Hermione's arms, reaching out its paws toward him. Its demeanor was undeniably charming. "Humph." The little witch's expression faltered slightly, and she quickly shifted the topic. "Are you writing a letter?" "Yes." Anthony folded 2 letters neatly and tucked them into his pocket. "Aunt? What about your mother?" Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, suddenly realizing her potential misstep. Not everyone enjoyed the luxury of a complete family. She had spoken too candidly. "My mother?" Listening to Hermione's question, Anthony found himself momentarily taken aback. His aunt had always told him that his mother was abroad, pursuing her own career, but Anthony was far from convinced. He remembered their last meeting when he was merely 6 or 7 years old. 7 or 8 years had flown by since then, and it felt as if his mother, Princess Igraine, had vanished from existence. Given the modern royal succession laws, Anthony found it implausible that his mother would abandon England due to a power struggle. The line of succession clearly outlined that the British throne could never fall into her hands, unless it was through the Queen's family. Thus, he dismissed any speculation regarding political strife. While the Queen and her sister might experience friction over power, they would never resort to violence. England was not Thailand. "My mother is overseas, and letters cannot reach her." Anthony finally perpetuated the Queen's fabrication, speaking casually. "Oh," Hermione sighed in relief, having feared that Anthony's mother had passed away. "Have you finished your assignments?" Looking at the thick stack of textbooks and parchment scrolls Hermione had carelessly laid on the table, Anthony was astonished. "Not yet," she replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. It was her first time tackling a magical assignment, and she found herself somewhat perplexed. "Then you must put in the effort," Anthony remarked dryly, gazing at Hermione with profound meaning. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 31, Dreams. Hogwarts assignments were due weekly, so Anthony felt no urgency. There was still time. He could address it come Sunday, specifically on Sunday evening. At that point, all he would need was a pen, a lamp, a night, and a miracle. As he parted ways with Hermione, the twilight gradually deepened. The light glimmered upon the magnificent castle, adorning this hidden realm with a silvery veil. At the twilight's edge, where dawn meets dusk, lies a realm of miracles concealed beneath mountains and stars, a place that haunts the dreams of countless souls. He gazed vacantly into the distance, whispering softly, "Hello, Hogwarts." The following morning, Harry awoke from a nightmarish slumber. As he regained his senses, he recounted his dreadful dream to Anthony and the others. In his vision, it seemed as if a large scarf sat atop his head. Terrifyingly, the scarf appeared to speak, incessantly chattering. It insisted that Harry transfer to Slytherin, claiming it was his destiny. Yet, Harry had no desire to join Slytherin, leading to a heated debate as he attempted to tear the scarf from his head. The more he pulled, the tighter it constricted. Just as he managed to yank it off, a flash of green light erupted, and Harry jolted awake. Upon hearing the tale, Ron erupted into laughter, mocking Harry's cowardice. Harry, feeling as though he had been stepped on, flushed with indignation and hastily retorted. However, his protests only fueled Ron's amusement, as they playfully bickered while exiting the dormitory. The dream, merely a fleeting nightmare, was soon forgotten by Harry after leaving the Gryffindor Tower. They made their way to the Great Hall, which was already filled with young wizards. Thanks to Ron's guidance, they easily lost their way among the twisting staircases. After much wandering, they finally discovered the correct path. With no particularly good spots available at the long table, they settled for seats closest to the entrance of the hall. The breakfast prepared for the students at Hogwarts, compared to the previous night's feast, was rather meager. Bread, eggs, bacon, sausages, and stewed potatoes, accompanied by cheese, an English breakfast indeed. To be fair, Anthony had never held lofty expectations regarding food, as his breakfasts at Buckingham Palace were largely similar. But was this not the wizarding world? Hogwarts, the greatest magical academy in existence. Such a sparse fare was quite disappointing. "What classes do we have today?" Harry inquired, pouring sugar into his porridge. Upon hearing the question, Ron looked up at Harry in bewilderment, his expression seemingly asking, "Why would you think I know?" With a hint of concern, he remarked, "I've heard that the head of Slytherin House is quite biased. Anthony, you should be careful. I overheard Percy say that Gemma Farley is adamant that you instigated the confrontation, She acted to defend her house. Huh? Ron exclaimed, incredulous. So many wizards witnessed it. She was the one who struck first. All the Slytherins insisted that Anthony had provoked her. Hermione sighed, stating, Percy mentioned that Professor Snape wouldn't believe the testimony of a Gryffindor. So what? Harry exclaimed, slamming his silver spoon down in frustration. Professor Dumbledore has already dealt with this matter. They have received their punishment. Do they wish to overturn it now? Watching Harry's furious expression, Hermione felt a sense of helplessness. They were merely students, while Snape was, after all, a professor at the school and the head of Slytherin House. If he were to deliberately cause trouble, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for both her and Harry in the future. Hermione's thoughts were not without merit. Anthony quietly sipped his porridge from the side, without sugar, as he was not fond of sweets. Little did she know, even in the absence of this incident, Snape would not have offered them a pleasant demeanor. As she pondered, a sudden cacophony erupted in the Great Hall. Over 100 owls abruptly flew in, creating a rather spectacular scene. It was Anthony's first encounter with such a phenomenon. The owls flitted around the long table, searching for their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. Hedwig was among them, clutching a letter and fluttering down onto the table. Mr. Humphrey also made an entrance, though he bore no letter. His purpose was to collect rather than deliver. Anthony swiftly retrieved the letter he had penned the previous night from his pocket and handed it to the snowy owl, which gently grasped it before flapping its wings and soaring out the hall. Oh, Harry, your letter, Ron exclaimed, handing a piece of brown paper that had fallen onto the jam platter to Harry. Number 10, Downing Street. The address on the letter was particularly conspicuous. Harry glanced at it in astonishment before promptly opening the letter. Dear Harry Potter, it read, in typewritten letters, Westminster XX Court. Harry quickly perused the contents, which simply inquired about the criminal activities of the Dursleys. However, as a witness, Harry had the right to be informed, hence the letter's existence. Harry? Hermione perceptibly noticed a fleeting sadness wash over his face. With that, Harry stood up, preparing to leave the Great Hall. Wait, Ron called out loudly, hastily following him while munching on a piece of bread. The potions classroom was located beneath Hogwarts Castle, considerably colder than the main castle above. They traversed the marble staircase beside the Great Hall and proceeded to the spiral staircase, descending the rightmost stone steps. The surroundings grew increasingly dim until they arrived at the potions classroom. The little wizards, entering the classroom for the first time, curiously surveyed their surroundings. In the cold, eerie atmosphere, a row of glass jars lined the walls, containing various specimens of animals preserved in liquid. A long wooden table was adorned with scales, jars of ingredients, and over 20 cauldrons. In the corners stood a stone basin, equipped with a grotesque spout for washing hands and utensils. The young wizards sat nervously in their chairs, an inexplicable sense of dread emerging within them. Chapter 32, Potions Class. With a loud bang, the classroom door was abruptly flung open. A man with slick-back hair and a pallid complexion hurriedly entered. Snape's gaze fell upon Harry, but it lingered for only a moment. He uttered not a word. This scene filled Anthony with suspicion. Why had the anticipated classic moment in the history of magic not transpired? Had Snape truly undergone a transformation? That seemed implausible. He had prepared himself prior to this encounter, especially considering that, following the altercation on the train, Snape would presumably harbor even greater animosity towards them. Why then? Was he so aloof? Even Draco, who had been poised to witness the unfolding drama, appeared somewhat taken aback. All right, open your books. Today Snape began to divide them into pairs. 2 students per group, guiding them in concocting a simple potion for hemorrhoids. Wizards must not suffer from hemorrhoids. Hey, what's going on with Snape? Ron whispered to Anthony, having been so influenced by the twins that he had almost come to regard Snape as a dire threat. The epitome of dark wizards. The lack of any incident during their initial interaction was a significant letdown. Such a drastic change in Snape could only be due to an extraordinary circumstance, perhaps Harry in female attire. Tilting his head, he glanced at Hermione, who was paired with Harry, and said, You must guide him. Hermione, what nonsense are you talking about, Anthony? Harry interjected hastily. What female attire? What is this fellow on about? I speak only the truth. Anthony continued. It would be best if his hair could be dyed red, even brighter than Ron's. He stated with utmost seriousness. This was no jest. A cross-dressed Harry would undoubtedly serve as Snape's Achilles heel. Suddenly, Anthony recalled a scene he had conjured during lunch in the Great Hall, showcasing a female version of Harry. Could it be that Snape was lenient towards them because of that? As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon Harry's indignant face. Ron might actually suit it better. Harry's eyebrows are too thick, and his hair color and texture are a legacy of James. Ron would be far simpler to dress up. A change of contact lenses would suffice to transform him into an adorable girl. Wait, if that's the case, why bother with cross-dressing? Just bring Ginny along, add some cosmetic lenses, and voila! Wouldn't she be the spitting image of Lily? Thus, Ginny must indeed be the key to Snape's vulnerability. It's no wonder he has never been heard of bullying Ginny. As Anthony's whimsical thoughts wandered off to distant realms, he was suddenly captivated by the steam rising from the cauldron. Rubbing his eyes, he prepared to add the final ingredient. Meanwhile, Neville's anxious demeanor successfully captured his attention. Neville, Anthony whispered urgently, don't add the porcupine quills just yet. Oh. Neville glanced at the black, spiny quills in his hand and hastily set them down. 2 minutes later, Neville, you forgot to add the dried nettles. Quickly. Turn off the heat, Neville. The cauldron is simmering dry. Can't you see? All right. Now, add the porcupine quills. The temperature must come down. Anthony reminded once more. Enough. A sudden, furious roar erupted from behind him. It was Snape. He gazed at Anthony with his cold, indifferent eyes, as if questioning Anthony's intelligence. Are you so foolish that you need to be taught how to eat? Snape continued with disdain. Disrupting class discipline results in a deduction of 2 points for Gryffindor. And you. With that, Snape transformed into a specter, advancing with the swiftness of a hungry tiger towards Neville. A recipe consisting of merely 4 ingredients. And yet I find myself perplexed. Are you merely a baboon, wielding a wand? Or did you not listen to a single word I uttered? Snape's fury was palpable as he pointed at the haphazard herbs on Neville's desk. I instructed you to grind the snake's venom into granules. Why are your fangs still intact? Another deduction of 2 points for Gryffindor. Due to your foolishness. His hysterical shouting succeeded in reducing Neville to tears. The young boy, overwhelmed, was left in shock. In that fleeting moment, he missed the opportunity to add the porcupine quills to the cauldron. The cooled potion transformed into a sticky mass. Fool, Snape remarked coldly, then turned and walked away. Well, it was merely an unsuccessful potion-making attempt. It does not signify much. Observing Snape's retreating figure, Anthony immediately offered words of comfort. Neville's partner, Seamus, also patted his shoulder and whispered encouragement. As Neville gradually ceased his tears, Anthony couldn't help but sigh. Despite his best efforts to intervene, Neville continued to falter. He recognized that his anxiety was overwhelming. Nevertheless, this outcome was far preferable to an exploding cauldron or the burns that could have resulted from the potion. With that thought, Anthony's gaze shifted to his own cauldron. The light green potion emanated a faint herbal aroma, a testament to its perfection. Reflecting on the method of its creation, Anthony opened the book beside him, 1,000 enchanting herbs and fungi. The technique Snape had provided them differed slightly from that in the book. The text explicitly stated that the snake's fangs should remain intact, yet Snape had instructed them to grind them into powder. The book advised adding dried nettles first, followed by the snake's fangs, directly contrary to Snape's instructions, and the quantity of dried nettles required far exceeded that suggested in the text. It was no wonder Neville had erred. What sort of person was Snape? The youngest genius potion master, a master of defense against the dark arts, a master of mind-blocking techniques, and a master of legitimacy. His accomplishments were beyond the imagination of many. If only Snape could break free from the shackles of his own heart and devote his energy to exploring magic, perhaps with Dumbledore's assistance. His future achievements would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the magical world. Yet this very individual, cloaked in dark robes, navigated Hogwarts as the embodiment of a detestable figure, draining not only his own spirit, but also testing the patience of young wizards from the other 3 houses. Everyone despised him. This sentiment was undeniable, as even the Slytherins were not entirely fond of their own headmaster. Only pure-blooded wizards like Malfoy fully embraced Snape. As for the Half-Bloods, they were all imprisoned by immense pressure, rendered voiceless. An hour later, the young wizards, weary in both body and spirit, ascended the stairs from beneath the professor. Neville remained despondent, repeatedly apologizing to Anthony, for it was he who had caused Gryffindor to lose yet another 4 points. Although they were numerous and thus not easily intimidated, Neville still felt a twinge of shame. Yet, he hesitated, struggling to articulate a rebuttal. Anthony cast a sideways glance at Ron. He was here to learn, not merely to accrue points. Chapter 33, Traps and Vampires. Anthony had long anticipated the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. He was curious about how Dumbledore would react upon learning that Voldemort had latched on a coral skull. The classroom for defense against the dark arts was situated on the 2nd floor. Once there, one would have no trouble finding a seat, for the unmistakable scent of garlic would guide you effortlessly. Quirrell claimed the garlic served to protect him from vampires, as he had offended one during his summer in Romania. setting aside any prejudice against him. It was clear that, had Voldemort not later possessed him, this graduate of Ravenclaw would have been quite accomplished. Quirinus Quirrell, an academic prodigy who had achieved 12 OWL certificates, spent most of his post-Hogwarts years as a professor, aside from a brief period of external experience. Previously, he had taught Muggle studies. In 1991, when Dumbledore could not find a suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts position, he sought Quirrell's consent to take over the course. For Quirrell, this was undoubtedly a significant promotion, transitioning from marginal elective to a core subject. Thus, he made the gravest error of his life. In pursuit of first-hand practical experience, he ventured alone into the forests of Romania, hoping to study or capture dark creatures. Unfortunately, in his eagerness to prove himself, he encountered the weakened Voldemort. The subsequent events are well known. Dumbledore was acutely aware of Quirrell's tragic fate, bearing primary responsibility for it, as he had been the one to request Quirrell's appointment and to approve his journey to Romania. Anthony sighed for the unfortunate professor as he entered the classroom alongside Harry and the others. The steel chandelier was strikingly prominent, and as anticipated, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of garlic. "Professor?" Just as Anthony settled into his seat, a gentle hand rested on his shoulder. It was Dumbledore. "I have a letter for you," the headmaster said with a smile, handing Anthony an envelope, and then, lowering his head, he winked at him. Taken aback, Anthony stared at the headmaster, whose expression held deeper meaning. Under the watchful eyes of Anthony and the other young wizards, Dumbledore slowly exited the classroom, disappearing down the corridor. What was happening? Confused, Anthony retrieved the letter. Rather than a letter, it is more akin to a note, for it lacks an envelope. Anthony furrowed his brow as he unfolded the note, the script remarkably elegant, with countless loops adorning each word. Without a doubt, it was penned by Dumbledore. However, its contents left Anthony utterly astounded. Just a few sentences conveyed Dumbledore's intent with startling clarity. Subsequently, in a fit of frustration, Anthony hurled the parchment into the air, whereupon it spontaneously ignited, spewing flames without leaving a trace of ash. "The headmaster is looking for you?" Harry inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Yes. I heard that Gringotts has been breached," Anthony replied, somewhat evasively. For within the note, Dumbledore had frantically hinted that he should divulge the information regarding the Philosopher's Stone, conveniently located in the headmaster's office, to Quirrell, a blatant trap. "This is absurd," Anthony muttered, discontent simmering within him. What had come over Dumbledore? Did he perceive him as Snape? He certainly did not wish to play the role of spy, although he had already become a spy for Mr. Hark. He had no desire to involve himself in matters concerning Voldemort. Gringotts? How could that be possible? It is among the safest places in the world, aside from Hogwarts. Ron exclaimed, astonished. He then proceeded to enlighten Harry and Hermione, these Muggle-born wizards, about the origins of the oldest wizarding bank. As he elaborated, Hermione and Harry gradually gained a clearer understanding of Gringotts. As the young wizards chattered animatedly, the bell signaling the start of class rang. In walked Quirinus Quirrell, clad in a brown suit wrapped in a wizard's robe, topped with an absurdly purple scarf. "Oh, hello everyone. I am your professor for defense against the dark arts." Quirinus Quirrell, he stammered, only to be met with an awkward silence. The student's impression of this professor was far from favorable. He seemed rather timid for someone tasked with teaching such a formidable subject. The older students were likewise perplexed by Quirrell's demeanor this year. Though not many had chosen to enroll in his Muggle Studies class previously, there had still been a respectable number of 40 or so students due to its lenient examination. But since he assumed the role of defense against the dark arts professor, it was as though he had transformed entirely. This raised questions. Was he attempting to disguise himself? Or was he deliberately showcasing his differences, yearning for his true identity to be revealed? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Anthony's mind. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Quirrell had been silently broadcasting a distress signal from the very beginning, only for everyone to choose to ignore it. Noticing that the young wizards seemed largely disinterested in his self-introduction, Quirrell offered a somewhat sheepish smile and proceeded to launch into his lecture, explaining why he required an abundance of garlic in the classroom. He then seamlessly redirected the topic to vampires, beginning to recount tales of these dark creatures. It was the first time he had encountered stories concerning the vampire race. Unlike werewolves, vampires had a close relationship with wizards. In the Dark Ages, they did not align themselves with Voldemort, but rather maintained a stance of neutrality. Of course, this does not imply that all vampires are virtuous. However, in comparison to the pack of werewolves, save for Professor Lupin, vampires are certainly held in higher regard within the wizarding world. Even their need to consume blood does not incite widespread animosity. The market abounds with the blood of various magical creatures, and they have no need to attack wizards for sustenance. Professor, do vampires prey on muggles? After Chilo recounted his harrowing experience of being pursued by vampires, Anthony could no longer contain his curiosity. Chilo appeared somewhat astonished. After all, he had painstakingly elaborated on his ordeal, yet this young wizard's attention focused on such a query. The blood of muggles lacks magical properties. For vampires, this blood does not provide a sense of satiety. It's akin to our drinking water, he explained slowly. Satiety? Anthony was taken aback. This was indeed a novel term. Is it true that vampires fear sunlight, holy water, and crosses, as mentioned in stories? He pressed on. No, those things are largely ineffective, and they do not fear sunlight. Rather, they are unaccustomed to dry, warm environments. Garlic does not harm vampires. They simply detest its aroma. Upon hearing this, Anthony could not help but roll his eyes. If wizards could hardly tolerate the scent of garlic, how could vampires? Then, Professor, how do they differ from wizards? I mean, in terms of certain unique spells or the like. No, both vampires and werewolves utilize the same magic as we do. Apart from their unique aptitude for the art of legilimency, vampires are almost indistinguishable from ordinary wizards. Professor, do you know why vampires must drink blood? At this moment, Hermione also raised her head to inquire. Because vampires can only extract magical energy from other magical beings, Chilo suddenly revealed a startling secret. However, this was not particularly astonishing. Most Aurors were aware of this, but the general wizarding populace's lack of contact with vampires rendered it a mystery. Their bodies are incapable of generating magical energy, Chilo continued. Much like a sieve. Can it be filled? Anthony interjected abruptly. What do you mean? Chilo seemed momentarily perplexed, nervously glancing at Anthony. You said their bodies are like a sieve, so can't they be filled? Oh, my dear child, I fear no food could ever bring them to what you might call a state of fullness all at once. Although Chilo's speech remained stammered, a tone of indifference laced his words, as if mocking Anthony's far-fetched notion. What if it's not food? What about magical artifacts? I have heard that alchemical creations possess immense magical power. As he spoke, Anthony finally steered the conversation back on track. The classroom fell into a profound silence, as the others were utterly unfamiliar with the concept of the Philosopher's Stone, gazing at him with blank expressions. In truth, the Philosopher's Stone is not as enigmatic as it may seem. Numerous magical tomes and scholarly journals contain references to it. The fact that Hermione could glean information regarding the stone and Nicholas Flamel from a biography attests to this. However, due to the immense difficulty in producing such a substance, public enthusiasm remains rather tepid, resulting in limited understanding among the populace. Nevertheless, Anthony's claim of having read about it in a book is undoubtedly a fabrication. He certainly did not have time to visit the library yesterday. Quite an amusing notion. Upon hearing the words Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell's voice suddenly took on a somber tone, and his usual stutter seemed to vanish. He fixed an intense gaze upon Anthony, his eyes sharpening with an acute focus. An invisible aura emanated from him, transforming his demeanor entirely. After a brief silence, Quirrell seemed lost in thought before finally speaking. Perhaps we could conduct an experiment, but where might we acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Anthony raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Quirrell was attempting to steer the conversation toward the stone. He was testing him. However, Anthony felt no fear of exposure. After all, Voldemort could not foresee the future. Chuckles, you might inquire with Professor Dumbledore. He is a friend of Nicholas Flamel, is he not? As he spoke, Anthony retrieved a wizard card from his pocket. Oh, indeed, it is rather evident. Quirrell slowly approached Anthony and took the card from his hand. Who could believe that such significant information was printed on an utterly ordinary wizard card? Both Quirrell and the dark presence of Voldemort lurking behind him felt a tinge of absurdity. They could only blame their lack of chocolate frogs for not discovering it sooner. Just as they exited the classroom, Hermione seized Anthony's arm, inquiring about the Philosopher's Stone and Nicholas Flamel. This left Anthony somewhat exasperated. He possessed only the scant knowledge from the original story. To satiate Hermione's eager curiosity, he mentioned a book in the school library titled Famous Figures of the Middle Ages, which chronicled the life of Nicholas Flamel. Upon receiving the answer she sought, Hermione departed with an enthusiastic skip. Watching her retreating figure, Anthony found himself momentarily lost in thought. Is this what it means to be a top student? Already so intelligent, yet still so diligent. No wonder she is destined to become the Minister of Magic. Little did he notice the glint of green in Hermione's eyes as she left. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Quirrell wore a grim expression, silently conversing as if negotiating some unseen matter. In the ensuing days, life at Hogwarts settled into tranquility. For the next several weeks, Anthony and Harry navigated their time safely. As for Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, he exhibited remarkable patience, attending classes as usual, without revealing any overtly radical intentions. On the other side, within the Grand Hall, Harry received the Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall, igniting a fervent enthusiasm among the Gryffindors. Indeed, Harry had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Poor Neville managed to evade potions class, yet was unable to escape flying lessons. After all, Anthony could supervise him during potions, but there was no way Anthony could substitute for Neville in flight. However, the numerous young wizards of Gryffindor did not dwell on this minor conflict, particularly Wood, who, after witnessing Harry's exceptional flying skills, immediately kindled hopes of claiming this year's Quidditch championship. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction until Chapter 35, Another Dream. On one evening at the end of September, Anthony inexplicably experienced a terrifying dream. He found himself trapped in a dungeon that bore a striking resemblance to the chamber where Harry and his companions had their final duel with Quirrell. However, unlike before, Quirrell stood before him with the face of Voldemort. More specifically, it was Quirrell's body, but Voldemort's head. The surroundings of the room were not illuminated by light. Instead, they were engulfed in black smoke and an ominous, flickering green glow. Even more unsettling was the horrific laughter that echoed from within the smoke. Just as he cried out desperately for help, a sudden green flash accompanied by a cacophony of sounds erupted, as if an invisible reaper soared through the air, striking him with the wand held by Voldemort. Subsequently, Anthony was jolted awake. Gasping for breath, he pressed his hand against his forehead, feeling as though his brain had been cleaved by an axe. After a prolonged moment, the pain began to subside. Anthony glanced around the dormitory, realizing he was alone. It was Saturday, and he had no idea where Harry and the others had wandered off to. The vivid dream lingered in his mind, not fading like typical dreams do upon waking. Contemplating this, he swiftly rose from his bed and retrieved Grindelwald's legacy, the skull-shaped hookah, from the drawer beside him. Grasping the straw, he exhaled forcefully. As a dense plume of smoke enveloped him, the events of the previous night's dream crystallized above him. When his perspective shifted to a third-person view, a vague figure within the smoke behind Voldemort immediately captured his attention. The attire was strikingly different from European clothing. Anthony's pupils dilated, for the garments resembled traditional Chinese attire. Was it possible that the figure was Asian? Just as he pondered the identity of this individual, a flash of green light suddenly illuminated the entire room. The killing curse. It was indeed the curse cast by Voldemort. Anthony watched in horror as he was consumed by the green light, and once again, the scene transformed into smoke. Thus, he fixated on the recurring imagery for what felt like an eternity until the smoke began to thin, ultimately dissipating into vapor. This dream? Sitting on the windowsill, Anthony anxiously clutched the skull-shaped hookah. The notion that one's daytime thoughts manifest in dreams at night held true, though the dream was chaotic and devoid of logic. It possessed an underlying code. Dreams are spontaneously conjured from an individual's memories, implying that one cannot dream of things they have never encountered. The recent scene was indeed peculiar, as neither the original text nor the film featured a second individual clad in traditional Chinese attire at that location. Moreover, Voldemort's appearance was quite strange. He did not merely attach himself to Quirrell's head, but seemed to have completely usurped his body. The brief and nebulous imagery, spanning a mere 10 meters, yielded little in the way of useful information. After a considerable pause, a sound abruptly interrupted his fruitless ruminations. Gurgle, gurgle. In the vastness of the universe, nothing surpasses the importance of sustenance. If it eludes comprehension, why dwell on it? Do not squander energy on trivialities. As he made his way to the Great Hall, Anthony cursed his misfortune. The enormous clock in the entrance hall blared the current time, 10 in the morning. Gurgle, gurgle. The trek from Gryffindor Tower on the 8th floor to the Great Hall, compounded by his detour to the 2nd floor, was no less than a mile. Yet, despite the considerable energy expended, what began as mere stomach growls had morphed into a painful cramp. Anthony, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Turning, he discovered it was Dumbledore. "Professor, what brings you here?" he inquired, forcing himself to approach despite his hunger. "I wish to introduce you to someone." "Really? Another meeting?" Anthony frowned, somewhat displeased. He was famished and had little time to meet anyone. "Indeed, a remarkably esteemed individual, right in Hogsmeade," the old headmaster replied with a smile. Clad in a purple magical robe adorned with golden stars and wearing a round hat embroidered with golden thread, Dumbledore's appearance was notably elegant. His snow-white beard cascaded neatly across his chest rather than being confined to his waist, suggesting he had made a special effort for this occasion. For someone to command the attention of the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, they must surely be a figure of considerable renown within a magical community. Anthony weakly protested, but the school policy states that only third years can visit Hogsmeade. Bah, what of it? Renowned or not, the pressing matter at hand is sustenance. No matter how illustrious. They can wait. Do not worry. After all, I am a headmaster, and I possess certain privileges. With that, Dumbledore led the exceedingly reluctant Anthony down the mountain towards Hogsmeade. Nestled at the foot of Hogwarts, Hogsmeade is the only entirely wizarding village in Britain. It is a unique, charming hamlet filled with cottages and shops topped with thatched roofs. During holidays, such as today, magical candles adorn the trees of the village. Many students in their third year and above, along with professors, frequent this locale for relaxation. Along the way, Anthony encountered several Hogwarts students who, upon seeing Dumbledore, approached with utmost respect to greet him. Finally, after navigating through several streets, Anthony felt his legs losing sensation when Dumbledore finally came to a halt in front of a quaint little house. Its entrance and windowsills were adorned with an abundance of mistletoe, and the pale yellow flowers, flanked by leaves, appeared to flutter like delicate butterflies. Given its remote and confined setting, one might assume the house to be small. However, considering it belonged to the magical realm, Anthony was certain that its interior was quite spacious. Dumbledore approached slowly, poised to knock on the door when a soft voice emanated from within. The door is open. Please enter. Without hesitation, upon hearing those words, Dumbledore pushed the door open and said, "Pardon the intrusion." Anthony followed him into the room, and the moment he stepped inside, he was enveloped by an enticing aroma of meat. A graceful woman in a long dress, with a cascade of white hair, was transferring food from a pot into bowls on the table. "Madam Atropos," Dumbledore exclaimed, "let the child eat first. Look at him, he must be famished." The silver-haired enchantress, holding a bowl brimming with meat stew, beckoned Anthony to come closer. The enticing fragrance compelled him, and without any pretense, he strode to the table, picked up a spoon, and began to indulge in the meal. Chapter 36, for Hogwarts. The woman named Atropos was evidently a warm-hearted individual, continually heaping the remaining meat dishes from the pot into Anthony's bowl. With a beaming smile, she fetched a kettle from a stove and brewed cups of hot tea for both him and Dumbledore. However, to Anthony, her enthusiasm felt somewhat overwhelming, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Observing Anthony's slightly displeased demeanor, Dumbledore finally broke the silence with a smile, introducing her. "This is Madame Atropos Trelawney, one of the greatest seers of our time. Perhaps you've heard of her surname. Professor Sybil Trelawney is her granddaughter." "Really?" Anthony looked up, astonished at the sight of Madame Atropos, not so much shocked by the ancient lineage of the Trelawneys, but rather by the woman's youthful appearance. He would wager she could not be over 40. Yet, Dumbledore had already informed him that she was of grandmotherly stature, leading him to suspect that she possessed some elixir or spell to stave off aging. "You look remarkably young," Anthony remarked candidly. "Oh, thank you," Madame Atropos chuckled lightly. "A friend from the East taught me some techniques for cultivating one's vitality. If you were to practice for a century, you would find it quite effective as well." Anthony was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and wasn't she a witch? How did this notion come into play? Clearing his throat, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to dab his mouth before saying, "Professor Dumbledore mentioned you wished to see me. May I inquire as to the reason?" "Merely to meet you," she replied. As soon as the words left her lips, Anthony's perception of her diminished yet again. From her initial enigmatic tone to her seemingly benevolent demeanor, she was far from appealing. "I apologize," she suddenly said, taking a deep breath before explaining. "In a distant eastern land, there exists a group of peculiar sorcerers, though they do not refer to themselves as sorcerers. They prefer the term monks, and their leader possesses a remarkable ability, reincarnation." "Pardon?" Anthony raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why this potential oracle, reminiscent of Professor Sybil Trelawney, would discuss the reincarnation of a living Buddha with him. He was somewhat familiar with the Trelawney lineage. Their ancestor, Cassandra Trelawney, was rumored to be a renowned Greek priestess who, having offended Apollo, was doomed to utter prophecies that were invariably true yet dismissed as mere folly. She remains one of the most celebrated and esteemed seers to this day. Clearly, compared to her illustrious ancestor, Professor Sybil Trelawney's prophetic skills were rather negligible. This seemed to be a matter of bloodline. After countless generations of inheritance, the Trelawney lineage had become quite diluted. One could only wonder how much prophetic ability Ms. Atropos Trelawney possessed. Perhaps she was merely another charlatan? "Madam, you do not truly believe I am a reincarnated oracle, do you?" A faint, inexplicable smile graced Anthony's lips. The idea of a reincarnated oracle becoming British was rather ludicrous. Of course not. Their souls merely wander in that land, Ms. Atropos replied calmly. She gazed intently into Anthony's eyes, her expression growing increasingly grave. Then, she abruptly shifted the topic, mentioning another matter. An Indonesian has arrived in England, as you may know. He was clad in a grayish-black tang suit and entered London as a Muggle via shipping. Anthony's eyelids flickered, instantly recalling the dream from the previous night. In that dream, the man standing behind Voldemort appeared to be wearing a tang suit. You saw it, didn't you? Ms. Atropos suddenly laughed, saying, Fate tells me that this man will bring calamity to England. What sort of calamity, madam? Could you be more specific? Dumbledore, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. His brow furrowed as he asked earnestly, The heavens only reveal so much to me. Prophecies are not always crystal clear, as you well know, Albus. Ms. Atropos shook her head and turned to Anthony, saying, Perhaps you should inquire of this young lad. Me? Anthony pointed at himself, astonished. I'm just a charlatan. You can't seriously think I'm a prophet. I'm merely masquerading as a time traveler. Wait. Suddenly, Anthony comprehended why Dumbledore had brought him along. Was he hoping that this true oracle would instruct him? Yet, what qualifications did he possess? A prophet? If having read Harry Potter made one a prophet, then he might just qualify. Anthony, today is the day of the Hogsmeade Village opening. Many young wizards will be coming to enjoy themselves. Would you like to go out and see? Suddenly, Dumbledore patted his shoulder and encouragingly said, Ah, this is a signal for him to leave. Anthony, filled with indignation, rose and addressed the two. Of course, why not? I have yet to visit a village solely inhabited by wizards. With that, he strode out of the dwelling. Observing Anthony's discontented figure, the venerable headmaster let out a faint sigh and murmured, This child is somewhat stubborn and bears a heavy sense of distrust. Although he possesses unparalleled magical talent, such gifts can often be a double-edged sword. A wizard with an unstable mind may find himself blinded by darkness. Are you certain it is he? Atropos inquired, gazing at the firmly shut door with eyes filled with wisdom and kindness. With a resolute expression, he replied, I am certain it is him. You must have seen it this morning. The child glimpsed the future. Indeed, Dumbledore said with concern. He saw that Tom appears to have successfully resurrected. Albus, you must protect him. Given the child's current abilities, he can only foresee futures that threaten his very life. We are in trouble this time. I'm not merely advising you. I am solemnly warning you. The magical academies of the Far East have already received word, as have the three magical institutions in Europe, the Soviet Union, which has not yet disbanded, the United States, and even Africa. They're all watching. You must seize this opportunity for the sake of Hogwarts. Chapter 37. Why do wizards marry so early? Atropos's cottage fell into an abrupt silence. Dumbledore's gaze was deep, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he slowly spoke. What further prophecies did you discern regarding that Indonesian individual? Do not become ensnared by prophecies. Albus, Atropos replied softly, his tone marked by a subtle indifference. Perhaps it would astonish the average person to hear such words from a renowned seer, but for Atropos, a century of experience had acquainted her with too many fools swayed by prophecy. Thus, it is highly likely that he could masquerade as a merchant from the Far East to enter London. A merchant, you say? Dumbledore pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It seems this matter requires the assistance of the Muggle Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Anthony wandered discontentedly through the streets of Hogsmeade. Is there such a person in the original text? He mused, recalling the mention of the Indonesian individual. Is it the one from my dreams? Can seers truly predict others' dreams? As he continued walking, Anthony paused at a street corner in front of a cramped little tea house. Through the window, an overwhelming wave of hormones dazzled like sunlight. Inside the small tea house, every decoration bore the tacky embellishment of lace, and even the cups and plates on the table were adorned with pink rose petals. Anthony scrutinized the round table within the tea house and couldn't help but lament the malicious intent of Madame Putafoot. The table, with a diameter of less than 2 feet, was awfully small, and sitting at such a confined space would inevitably lead to physical collisions between the men and women engaged in conversation. Thus, sparks of romance would ignite. This overwhelming scent of love, tinged with a sourness, stirred discomfort in the heart of the two-time singleton, Anthony. Thus, he did not linger for long, but hastily departed instead. Yet, in that fleeting moment of withdrawal, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Percy's silhouette. The red-haired lad was bashfully whispering to a girl. How trite, he scoffed, continuing along the main road with his thoughts fixed ahead. Before long, he arrived at a gathering place for young wizards, Zonko's joke shop, a realm where the whimsical dreams of George and Fred were sold. a fateful locale for the Weasley twins and the tender memories of a youthful infatuation. Oh, Anthony! Standing at the entrance of Zonko S., Anthony had no intention of stepping inside. He was perpetually short on funds, meticulously counting every galleon he possessed. Moreover, his plan for petty mischief had yet to be fully devised. Just as he contemplated leaving, a familiar voice echoed from within the shop. "How did you sneak out of the castle?" George exclaimed, rushing out and enveloping him in a warm embrace, teasingly inquiring, "Is there a secret passage in Hogwarts we are unaware of?" Fred chimed in, brandishing the Marauder's map, for they were well versed in the hidden pathways of Hogwarts. "Huh." Anthony smirked disdainfully. "Of course there's secret passages. Safe, stable, reliable, and never to be sealed." "What?" The twins looked at him in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Could there truly be a hidden passage unknown to them? Furthermore, judging by Anthony's tone, it seemed superior to those indicated on the map. However, this passage required a guide. "Who?" the twins exclaimed in unison. With a mischievous smile, Anthony softly uttered a name, Dumbledore. The twins immediately displayed expressions of disdain. With the headmaster leading the way, why bother with a secret passage? "So, you were let out by the headmaster?" "MHM. He nodded in affirmation. "Uft, privileged brat," Fred grumbled indignantly, reflecting on their own first and second years. When every escape from the castle was fraught with anxiety, the fact that Anthony could swagger out under the headmaster's escort was an undeniable source of their discontent. "Do you wish to see the goods at Zonko's joke shop?" George's face suddenly brightened with a grin. "No, I do not," Anthony quickly retorted. Don't be shy. I know such places are irresistibly alluring to young wizards like you. Come, come. Today you are fortunate to have the finest guides in all of Hogwarts, Fred and George, at your service," the twins proclaimed with bravado, thumping their chests. Without regard for Anthony's eye-rolling protests, they forcibly dragged him inside, as if hauling a reluctant fish, plunging him into the throng of bustling customers. Zonko's joke shop was expansive, far surpassing the other establishments he had encountered on his journey. The room was divided into 2 levels, with a vast array of ballooning faces suspended in the central space. Whenever someone passed beneath them, the balloons would suddenly lower, grimacing playfully at the patrons. On either side of the ground floor, numerous innocuous and simplistic novelty items are arranged upon the shelves. Among them are perennial bestsellers, such as the infamous odorless and rapidly dispersing prank product known as the stink bomb. There are also foam magic wands that spontaneously shed and emit flames from their tips, alongside an entire assortment of quick escape candies: nosebleed nougat, fever fudge, coma confection, pew candy, fat tongue toffee, blood loss beans, and canary biscuits. However, to George and Fred, these items are merely outdated trinkets. The real fun awaits on the 2nd floor. That is for first years. No minors allowed upstairs. "Oh, Evans, yes, my friend. We're just broadening his horizons." Fred winked at the staff member from a staircase. "Very well. Suit yourselves," the staff member replied with a hint of reluctance. The twins aren't of age either," Anthony remarked, observing the staff's demeanor with curiosity. "Why isn't that staff member stopping you?" "We often provide ideas to the prank shop," Fred declared proudly. "Indeed, we possess the greatest prankster talents in the world." With that, the twins erupted into hearty laughter, pushing open the lively wooden door before them. Beyond the door lay a spacious room, where several shelves were neatly aligned against the walls. Compared to the lower level, the variety of goods here was more limited, lacking the exaggerated designs found below. At the center of the room stood a petite pink fountain, from which a delicate mist emanated, surrounding a platform adorned with 2 bottles, one large, one small. Both were strikingly pink, so unmistakable that even a fool could discern their contents. A blend of love potion and vitality elixir, it was a favored choice among older wizards. Chapter 38. A little investment, George began, somewhat uncertain if Anthony was familiar with such concoctions, given that he was only a first year. "I know," Anthony unexpectedly interjected without hesitation, primarily to deter the 2 shameless rogues from elaborating on the functions of love potions. Such a situation was far too awkward, especially with other wizards nearby. It felt akin to entering a rather risque shop, while a close friend earnestly detailed various toys, utterly mortifying with onlookers present. George, donning a salacious smirk, quipped, "You've only been at Hogwarts for a few days, and you're already delving into that realm? The audacity of today's young wizards." He continued to scrutinize Anthony with a teasing gaze from head to toe. At this, Anthony felt a surge of indignation, yet he restrained himself from offering an explanation. The more one explained such matters, the more peculiar one appeared. Silence, indeed, was the wisest response. "You might consider purchasing a bottle." Fred suddenly leaned in, suggesting, Many young wizards do. For what purpose? Anthony retorted coldly. You clearly lack experience. Many entangled in romantic pursuits wish to discern which flower they truly favor. Fred exhibited the demeanor of a caring older brother as he retrieved a vial from the pool and dripped a single drop into Anthony's palm, saying, "Take a whiff. What scent do you detect?" Confounded, Anthony leaned in closer, inhaling deeply. A complex aroma gradually unfurled, revealing itself layer by layer. This scent hisses. Why does it resemble the meat broth from earlier? Blast. It must be due to my unwashed hands after dining. Hastily, Anthony wiped his palm clean and earnestly looked at the twins, declaring, "There is no discernible scent." None? Fred chuckled, his gray eyes scrutinizing Anthony in a manner that sent shivers down his spine. Enough of the jesting. Let's move on, he said, playfully commencing his introduction of other potions. He spoke of various concoctions displayed on a nearby counter, such as height enhancers, smoothing serums, burp elixirs, and nonsensical beverages. Potions primarily for pranks or everyday use, like the smoothing serum that tamed unruly hair. One cannot expect to find a complex potion in a joke shop. Perhaps in Snape's office, but he would certainly not procure it. Instead, he would likely present you with a hefty deduction. I must say, the potions here are rather outdated. George suddenly interjected. Many potions are unsuitable for young witches and wizards. Such as? Anthony raised an eyebrow. Take love potions, for instance. Their use is strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. Professors do not allow young wizards to employ such enchanting drafts, not even for 7th-year adults. Fred's assertion held weight. The infamous love potion is banned within the castle. Yet this does not deter the eager hearts of spirited adolescents. Instances of love potion usage abound. Even their mother, Molly Weasley, confessed to having concocted such a potion during her time as a Hogwarts student. Now one can discern from whom the twins inherited their prankster and potion-making talents. The Weasley twins even packaged their love potions as perfumes and sneaked them into Hogwarts. Does this not suggest that like mother, like sons? Of course, while the use of such potions is forbidden, Hogwarts still offers classes on love potions. However, these lessons focus on identifying enchantments and crafting antidotes to love potions, aimed at safeguarding oneself. Nevertheless, inquisitive students often find ways to brew love potions, perhaps to impress a youthful crush, delving deeply into the subject in the library. It seems the professors are aware that they cannot prevent the flow of love potions into Hogwarts, ultimately conceding to teach students how to create antidotes. However, not every love potion or antidote proves effective, as the term love potion is quite broad. The most notable among them is the love potion, but other varieties exist, including confusing bubbles, twilight moonlight, Cupid's crystal, kiss mixtures, and the potion of misguided love. The first 4 were diligently invented by the Weasley twins. We intend to create a milder version, Fred announced. One that is more cost-effective, George added. The ash-gray serpent egg. One of the ingredients for the alluring potion is exorbitantly priced at 15 silver sickles per ounce. Such a cost is utterly prohibitive for the young wizards. Fred's gaze grew increasingly menacing as he regarded Anthony, as though he were eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. So what are your intentions? Anthony hastily covered his pockets, beginning to fathom the reason behind the fervent interest of these two fellows. Ron mentioned that Gemma Farley's parents compensated you 200 galleons to keep matters quiet. Fred remarked in a tone laced with ambiguity. The two miscreants seemed to be playing a well-rehearsed duet. No sooner had Fred spoken than George donned a furious expression and exclaimed, "Oh, that is utterly despicable. He nearly killed you. Gemma Farley ought to be sent to Azkaban." "Stop," Anthony bellowed, unable to endure their farcical antics any longer. "Just tell me what you want." The twins exchanged a knowing glance, and Fred took the lead, saying, 200 galleons. You might as well invest it with us since it's not going to be spent at Hogwarts anyway. Indeed, once our new potion is developed, you shall undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Oh, so you're here to solicit sponsorship. Anthony's demeanor shifted instantly, a smile gracing his face. The malevolence of capitalism was evident. In truth, I had no pressing use for those 200 galleons. Investing in you is not out of the question, but we must adhere to certain protocols. What protocols? The two young lads, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of capitalism, looked bewildered. Simple, Anthony responded, deftly retrieving a pen and a piece of parchment from his pocket. The pen tip glided across the paper, the dark ink coalescing into a series of words. After a brief period, a contract was completed under his skillful hand. Thanks are due to Sir Humphrey, who, during his tedious days on Downing Street, had entrusted him with numerous procurement orders concerning the establishment of magical institutions. Those contracts remained etched in his memory. Subsequently, Anthony handed the parchment to the twins. The two young boys, momentarily stunned, accepted the document, only to be taken aback by the contents within. This is outrageous. Chapter 39. The dilemma every student must face. You're truly despicable. George and Fred shouted in unison, their eyes blazing with indignation as they fixed their fervent gazes on Anthony, as if they wished to devour him whole. Anthony merely smiled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Agree to sign and receive the funds. Refuse, and I shall take my leave. The headmaster will be searching for me. We need to contemplate this. Suit yourself. With that, Anthony turned and began his descent down the stairs, leaving the two boys in a state of turmoil. Hey, how can you be like this? Fred retorted angrily, while George clenched his teeth in frustration. It's business. It's not personal. I must ensure that I won't incur losses, Anthony remarked, having reached the threshold of the door. With that, he once again turned away, resolutely intent on departing the shop. As they watched Anthony's figure gradually recede, with each step he took down the staircase, the twins felt their hearts quiver anew. Two boys exchanged a glance before gritting their teeth and swiftly inscribing their names upon the agreement. We have consented, George and Fred shouted in unison, before hastily descending the stairs and vanishing into the throng. It was only after their figures had faded from sight that the room resonated with their furious exclamations. Scoundrel! This individual is utterly despicable. A swindler. I cannot fathom that he hails from Gryffindor. The terms of the contract were not excessively harsh. They merely stipulated that the ownership of the purchased potion ingredients would belong to him, while the twins would retain only the right to use them. The formulae for the potions invented would be jointly owned by the three, and should the twins terminate the agreement, they would be barred from utilizing the potion formulae beforehand. Furthermore, Anthony would ultimately claim 60% of the net profits. Just these few simple clauses. Meanwhile, within the castle, Harry experienced one of his most joyous mornings. He had finally discovered the legacy left by his parents at school. Early that day, Hermione, like a blooming flower, rushed to inform him. George had relayed the news to Neville, who passed it on to Seamus, who then informed Ron, who conveyed it to her. They had uncovered Harry's father's name in the trophy room. Throughout the morning, Harry lingered in the trophy room on the third floor. Standing before the glass display, lost in thought. Your father will be proud of you. He was an exceptional Quidditch player. I believe you will surpass him. Thank you, Hermione, Harry murmured, lowering his head and burying his face in his chest, biting his lip as he struggled to hold back tears. All right, we should go for lunch now, she said, pulling Harry away from the remnants of his father's legacy. As they traversed the spiral staircase, they fortuitously encountered Anthony and the Weasley twins, who were descending from Gryffindor Tower. Fred's pockets were bulging, yet his face bore little trace of happiness. After exchanging a few words with Anthony, they turned and dashed away without a hint of regret. TSK, TSK. Anthony clicked his tongue, watching the retreating figures of the disgruntled Weasley twins, though his heart remained largely unmoved. Admittedly, his contract was somewhat demanding. However, considering the twins' current age, he could candidly assert that no one else would invest in them besides himself. Moreover, it involved 200 galleons, not merely 20 sickles. He also had to shoulder the risk of their potential failure. The capitalist's rationalization. Shaking his head, Anthony caught sight of Harry and his companions. The three then proceeded together to the Great Hall. In the afternoon, Anthony did not attend. He, Harry, and Ron diligently sat in the library area of the common room, their quills scratching busily, unwilling to pause even for a moment. It was a cheerful Saturday dedicated to completing assignments. Ron, however, was disgruntled, exclaiming, "We still have a whole day left. Can't we do it tomorrow?" This thought quickly dissipated as he immersed himself in his paper, oblivious to everything else. Suddenly, a new announcement appeared on the common room bulletin board during lunch. The Transfiguration assignment was now due tomorrow morning, Sunday. One afternoon, the bustling army of students racing to complete their assignments filled the entire common room. Oh, Merlin S. Beard, after 2 hours, I have managed to write only 4 inches. When will this ever be finished? In the once serene atmosphere of the common room, a sudden wail pierced the air. It was Ron, clutching his head in despair, appearing utterly overwhelmed. "Shut it, Ron," came a low voice from the opposite side of the study area, a tone indicating its owner was not in the best of spirits. Anthony turned his head and immediately spotted the visibly agitated Percy. A smirk crept across his face. This fellow was undoubtedly irate due to the unexpected advancement of the assignment deadline, interrupting what must have been a date. It was quite surprising to see even Percy, the diligent student, joining the ranks of those scrambling to complete their work. Conversely, Hermione, who was remarkably similar to him, had finished her assignments for all subjects almost immediately. The remaining hours were spent in the library, making her easy to locate. If she was not in the common room, she was certainly in the library. Otherwise, he could not fathom how she managed to obtain 12 certificates. It could be deduced that he had to complete assignments for 12 subjects each week. And Hogwarts assignments. Oh dear. The three major attributes of Hogwarts homework are abundant, plentiful, and utterly overwhelming. In short, it is colossal. Even Anthony, hailing from the land of China, had to concede that the amount of homework assigned at Hogwarts was indeed staggering. Professors invariably assigned papers exceeding 10 inches in length. The most outrageous was last week when Professor Binns, in a fit of madness, assigned a paper on the medieval wizarding conferences, requiring a staggering 3 feet in length. 3 feet, nearly a meter. Goodness gracious, a meter-long paper. Considering they were only 11 years old, assigning such work was nothing short of lunacy. Chapter 40, Gloom. Yet, the one who suffered the most was Ron. In a desperate attempt to cut corners, he had deliberately written each word in an exaggeratedly large font. Consequently, he was fortunate to receive a rewrite package. A 3-foot paper, to be rewritten. It was a dismal sight indeed. One could only imagine the challenge Percy faced in completing assignments for 12 subjects was no small feat, however, upon further reflection. Anthony suddenly realized that if Percy had access to a time-turner, then similarly, Quirrell, who also obtained 12 OWLs, must have possessed one as well. Moreover, those who managed to secure 12 certificates, little Barty Crouch, Charlie Weasley, Bill Weasley, and even Voldemort himself, must be aware of the existence of time-turners. Truly, a privilege reserved for the diligent. Anthony felt a pang of envy. He was certainly not an exemplary student. Take his transfiguration assignment, for example. After 2 hours, he had managed to write merely 3 inches, equivalent to just the introduction. Hermione. Ron's pitiful voice reached the ears of Hermione, who was engrossed in her reading. No voting. The little witch replied without lifting her gaze, her refusal firm. Don't be so heartless, Ron implored. His eyes filled with desperation as he glanced at the parchment beside Anthony and Harry. They've only written the introduction too. In an instant, a surge of unwavering confidence rose within Ron. Can you bear to see Professor McGonagall deduct points from us? Ron inquired tentatively. You know our house is currently in the negative, he added, emphasizing his words. Upon hearing this, Hermione set aside her extracurricular book, which was a foot wide, and turned to scrutinize Ron for a moment. With a soft sigh, she extracted a piece of parchment from a nearby stack of books and handed it to him. These are my notes. They should suffice for you to complete this assignment, she stated. Ron leaned in eagerly, carefully taking the notes from Hermione's hands, exclaiming, Hermione, you are truly the greatest witch in the world. Hermione, her cheeks slightly flushed, quickly resumed her reading, attempting to hide her face behind the book. This entire exchange was observed by Harry and Anthony. Harry was in awe of Ron's courage. He could never bring himself to ask Hermione for help. Anthony, on the other hand, highly praised Ron's selflessness and then approached with his half-finished paper. The notes in Ron's possession were astonishingly detailed, to the point where they could easily be crafted into a comprehensive essay. Hermione had nearly recorded every word Professor McGonagall had uttered, of course omitting the trivial remarks, such as her warning Ron not to speak during class. With her assistance, the trio of inept students swiftly completed their respective papers. I can hardly believe it. My thoughts are flowing so well. I feel I could write another. An hour later, Ron gazed in astonishment at his work, as if it were not his own creation. That is Hermione's brilliance. What does it have to do with you? After Anthony tucked away his paper, he rose and headed toward the armchair by the common room fireplace. Numerous young witches and wizards, having completed their assignments, gathered around the fireplace to share tales of their day. The Weasley twins and Hermione were among them. I can hardly imagine, Anthony, that you are so harsh with them. We are in the same house, after all, and friends. Hermione had clearly been swayed by the twins' embellishments. The moment he settled into the armchair, he was met with a barrage of reproach. Don't listen to their sophistry, Hermione. He chose a spot to sit down, placing his textbook beside him, and looked at the young witch with a serious expression. I am taking a considerable risk, you know. If they earn not a single canute, I stand to lose 200 galleons. However, the young Hermione, lacking much knowledge in business, instinctively felt that Anthony's argument held some merit. All right, let me share a secret with you, he said, addressing the twins. What secret? To this, Anthony was unimpressed, leaning in closer, picking up the languid Sherlock from the floor, stroking its neck with an air of authority. I bet you've already explored most of Hogwarts. Of course, there's nowhere we can't reach. Last year, they thoroughly explored the entirety of Hogwarts, with the exception of certain highly secretive locations, such as the Room of Requirement, which are protected by magic. The castle has been nearly exhaustively examined. Surely, you have not ventured into the headmaster's office. Anthony raised an eyebrow, took a deep breath, and continued to entice. Would you care to know the password to the office? You know? Fred quickly sat up, his eyes wide with curiosity. However, it dawned on him that Anthony had mentioned earlier that morning that Dumbledore had taken him to Hogsmeade. It would not be surprising if he were aware of the office's password. Useless. The password changes. No. Anthony shook his head, his expression grave as he looked at them. Dumbledore's passwords are usually rather easy to guess. You may not realize, but his passwords are almost always names of sweets. Things like chilled lemonade, cockroach clusters, toffee fingers, and fizzing whiz-bees are among his common choices. One merely needs to try them one by one. Fortune will eventually smile upon you, and you will discover the correct one. Is that so? George and Fred exchanged glances, their expressions decidedly skeptical as they regarded Anthony. How do you know this? After all this time at school, what have you been pondering? I bet you sickle. Deal. The twins responded in unison. We shall put it to the test tonight. The twins rubbed their hands together excitedly, eager for the adventure, which they never lacked. Meanwhile, Anthony continued to stroke the small head of Crookshanks, reclining comfortably and observing Hermione with ease. Your cat is truly adorable. He relished the thought of the two mischief-makers causing trouble for Dumbledore, especially since the old headmaster had been acting quite riddle-like that day. Oomph. The riddle master must be stopped. I'm off to return some books to the library. The remaining trio paid her no mind. Hermione was always like this, coming and going at odd hours. Perhaps this was the life of a top student. They failed to notice, however, that a peculiar smirk crept onto the corners of the young witch's mouth as she departed. Her expression twisted, her eyes reflecting another's visage. Names of sweets, is it? Truly worthy of you, Dumbledore. Chapter 41. The hour is upon us, duel. The great hall was bustling in the evening, with young wizards gathering in small clusters. Anthony sat with Harry and the others, relishing the rare coolness of the night. By the end of September, the lingering heat of summer was dissipating. Hogwarts, situated in the higher altitudes of Scotland and bordered by forests and the sea, experienced a swift drop in temperature as autumn set in. By mid-October, they would have to consider lighting the fireplace. Where's Hermione? Anthony surveyed the room, unable to spot the young witch. She is likely still in the library. You know how she gets lost in her books, often going days without sleep? Ron remarked, gripping a chicken leg and biting into it. Grease smeared across his fingers as he added, she seems particularly fond of lingering in the library lately. Well, that is Hermione for you. After Anthony gulped down a cup of pumpkin juice, a renewed sense of admiration for Hermione surged within him. Look at her. Even the academic elite exerts such effort. What about himself? Where had his previous ambitions vanished? What happened to the meticulously crafted study plan he had prepared at Buckingham Palace? Had he forgotten? The Prime Minister was still awaiting him to convey magical intelligence. A wave of warmth surged through his body as he reflected on the past month's descent into complacency, leaving him with a profound sense of shame. He resolved to take action. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. Rising swiftly, he crouched down, extending his hand in one fluid motion to snatch the last chicken leg from in front of Ron. Delicious. The succulent meat burst with rich juices upon the first bite. The delightful aroma lingered between his lips, urging him to swallow. Hey, that's mine. Ron glared at him in frustration. However, Anthony paid him no heed, instead grinning as he continued to devour the chicken leg. You rascal. Laughter and merriment filled the Gryffindor long table. At that moment, however, from a distance of 10 feet, the trio sensed an odious presence approaching. A rather unpopular individual sauntered over. Are you here for your last meal, Potter? The blonde lad sneered. As soon as the words left his lips, Ron retaliated with equal derision. Oh, have you forgotten how to fight? Or have your little friends emboldened you? Shut it, Weasley. Your entire family, including you, is a disgrace to purebloods. Do you really think I fear you? Ron shot back, recalling the last time that fool had been left bruised and battered. That was merely a sneak attack by those two mudbloods. Silence, Malfoy. Do not insult my friends in my presence, Harry interjected, rising to meet Malfoy's gaze. Hermione and Anthony could easily make you regret those words. In that case, let's have a wizard duel. How about tonight at midnight in the trophy room on the second floor? Malfoy challenged arrogantly, his eyes scanning Harry with a provocative glint. Of course, we are bound to win, Harry retorted defiantly, refusing to be outdone. Malfoy scoffed before turning on his heel and departing. As Harry watched the loathsome figure finally retreat, the excitement within him gradually subsided, and he resumed his seat. Yet, a wave of confusion washed over him. What on earth was a wizard duel? He had never heard of such a thing before. In his moment of anger, he had hastily agreed without a second thought. In a wizard duel, only wands could be used, and an assistant was required. Assistant? What did that mean? Harry furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Oh, if you perish, the assistant will take over, Ron stated nonchalantly, before becoming engrossed in his battle with the food before him. Do not worry, Harry. With Malfoy's level of skill, he could never defeat us, Anthony mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg. Yet, why would he come to provoke us if he knows he cannot win? After swallowing the last piece of meat, he tossed the bone onto the plate and continued earnestly, unless he has enlisted the help of older students. Otherwise, he is merely trying to deceive us. Deceive? Harry pondered, his mind racing. It was the midnight hour, and should the professor catch us, we could not fathom how many points would be deducted. He had clearly provoked us deliberately, seeking to entice us into a trap, Anthony cautioned. Evidently, he was emboldened by Malfoy's audacity. That fellow would scarcely dare to duel him one-on-one. The so-called wizarding duel was nothing but a ruse to lure Harry into the open, only to report back to the professor and thereby deduct points from Gryffindor. That individual possessed little intelligence. But what if? Should he truly go while we abstained? It was hard to believe that by dawn, rumors would spread throughout Slytherin branding us as cowards. Harry spoke anxiously, as though he were already suspended upon the Gryffindor's shameful pillar. Anthony fixed his gaze upon him, observing the anxious glimmer in his eyes. Though Malfoy's intelligence was lacking, it was evident that Harry's was not markedly superior. One glance at his panicked expression confirmed that both of them would undoubtedly fall for the trap tonight. Time trickled by slowly. Outside the dormitory, darkness enveloped the world, with only the distant peaks faintly illuminated by stars. The lights within the castle dimmed, save for a few select rooms still aglow. The cold wind rattled against the windows, producing a sound reminiscent of some sinister specter. Tomorrow's weather promised to be dismal. Harry, already attired in his robe and clutching his wand, stood by the window, reflecting upon the night. He cast a glance at the slumbering Anthony, reluctant to rouse him. However, Ron was unencumbered by such reservations, sprinting to Anthony's bedside and tugging at his arm to awaken him. Anthony blinked in confusion, caught between dreams and reality. With his concerns set aside, Harry joined Ron, and together they guided Anthony downstairs. Their movements were swift until they emerged from the common room, where a gust of cold wind struck Anthony's face, jolting him into full awareness. What are you two fools dragging me for? I'm not going, Anthony exclaimed, clad in a light blue nightgown, his annoyance palpable. You're disturbing my dreams. Yet, to his dismay, the portrait before them was empty. The fat lady had seemingly wandered off. See, this is destiny. You are fated to partake in a grand duel tonight, Ron proclaimed, gesturing dramatically at the vacant frame. Grand. Indeed. Following a moment of silent contemplation, Anthony could only acquiesce and follow Harry and Ron, questioning if anyone would truly be foolish enough to linger outside in the cold wind. Chapter 42. Within the confines of the headmaster's office. Oh dear. In the darkness, Harry stumbled, as if tripped by an unseen force, lurching toward the stair railing. Is that Neville? Huddled in the corner, Neville's face was ashen, and upon receiving a kick from Harry, he startled awake. Oh, thank goodness. Are you here to find me? I've been out here for hours. I can't remember the new password and can't get in. Good grief. There truly are people foolish enough to sit outside in the cold wind. Anthony lamented, covering his face in exasperation as he looked at Neville. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the face of Harry and Ron, who were asleep and oblivious to their surroundings. Had these two peculiar roommates not noticed the absence of their peers? What a bizarre situation. If it were winter, Neville would have certainly met Merlin by now. At this moment, Harry and Ron found themselves at a loss. The fat lady had gone to visit, and even if they communicated the password to Neville, he would still be unable to access the common room. Don't leave me, Neville cried out in horror, quickly scrambling to his feet. I don't want to be alone here. The ghost of Bloodbaler has passed through this place twice already. Shoo, keep it down, Harry urged, scanning their surroundings to ensure no one was nearby. Turning to Neville, he said, all right, you can come with us. With that, he signaled for everyone to hasten towards the spiral staircase. After surveying the area, Neville appeared to muster his courage and, gritting his teeth, followed suit. The group proceeded along the corridor with a brisk pace. The pure moonlight streamed in through the windows, casting patches of luminescence on the floor. From the 8th floor down to the 3rd, they treaded cautiously, with Harry craning his neck to observe for any signs of others at each new landing. Thus, they safely reached the 3rd floor. They then stealthily approached the trophy room. As anticipated by Anthony, there was no sign of Malfoy and Crabbe. In the darkness, the moonlight illuminated the crystal display cases, causing the trophies, shields, medals, and statues to shimmer with silver and gold. Time passed slowly, After a while, the absence of Malfoy began to make Harry and Ron anxious. Was he late? Perhaps he was too afraid to show up? Ron shrank back, unable to meet Anthony's gaze, stubbornly refusing to admit that they had fallen into Malfoy's trap. Huh. The two fools have been thoroughly played. I wager Filch is on his way here now, Anthony scoffed. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron felt a mix of shame and irritation on their faces. Just as Anthony was about to continue his admonishment of the two, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Sniff around, dear. They might be hiding in some corner. The moment they heard Filch's voice, the three of them wasted no time and bolted. Anthony, ever considerate, took hold of Neville, ensuring he wasn't left behind. The Lady of the Lake, Filch's cat, was a creature they knew all too well. Its keen senses were more akin to those of a dog. Concealment was futile in its presence, as it could track you by scent alone. Only by distancing themselves and allowing the scent to dissipate could they avoid detection. This way, Anthony hissed, sprinting toward the end of the corridor. The others stumbled along, hurriedly following behind him. In the distance, a grotesque, enormous stone beast loomed ever closer. Anthony immediately began guessing the password. Chilled lemonade? No response. Gazing at the immobile stone creature, he quickly attempted another password. Cockroach cluster? Toffee finger biscuit? Bang. It was uncertain which password was correct. The colossal stone beast seemed to awaken, leaping to one side as the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiraling staircase. Come in. Anthony beckoned his companions, ascending the stairs first. Where are we? Ron gasped, staring in awe at the grand entrance before leaping up after him. The remaining young wizards followed suit. The headmaster's office. What? The other three exclaimed in unison. Are you saying we ran into the headmaster's office to evade Filch? Harry swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Isn't that akin to walking into a trap? Ron shouted. Am I really that foolish? Anthony rolled his eyes before clarifying. The staircase leads to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. We don't need to go up. We can hide on the stairs until Filch leaves, and then we can slip out unnoticed. Dumbledore will be none the wiser. Really? You're brilliant, Anthony, Ron exclaimed, excitedly patting his shoulder. Keep your voice down, Ron. We don't know if Dumbledore is in his office, Harry quietly reminded, his mind racing back to their frantic flight moments earlier. Gradually, the sounds around them faded away. In the spiral staircase, only the four of them could be heard breathing. Nothing else stirred. They could not ascertain whether Filch had wandered off down the 3rd floor corridor, leaving them to anxiously wait at the staircase's entrance. We can't possibly hide here until dawn, can we? Neville's round face was etched with worry, having just scrambled from the corner of the common room only to find himself ensnared on the headmaster's staircase. No matter how one looked at it, his situation seemed even more perilous. Don't speak, Ron. Anthony suddenly sensed a peculiar noise emanating from the staircase. What is it? A sound? Is it? Akat! Harry exclaimed in terror. Does Filch have the password to the headmaster's office? No, Anthony replied, rising cautiously to ascend the stairs. On the dimly lit steps, a soft mewing sound echoed, entirely unlike the sharp cries of Filch's cat. This gentle sound was unmistakably from another feline. Soon, he reached the staircase's end, standing before a gleaming oak door. Shiloh. Before the griffin-headed door, a small white cat crouched. It was Hermione's cat. Shiloh's front paws were scratching at the wooden door, and upon hearing Anthony's voice, it dashed forward, leaping into his arms. That is, Anthony heard Ron's voice behind him, wide-eyed with fear as he gazed at the two figures sprawled before the oak door. Red hair, Gryffindor robes, their identities were unmistakable. No, no, no. The heart-wrenching wail began to rise, but Anthony swiftly covered Ron's mouth. Don't, Ron, he whispered urgently, pressing his hand against Ron's lips. The ones who attacked George and Fred are still here in the headmaster's office. Chapter 43, From Darkness to Light. Oh dear. Ron clung to Anthony's hand, emitting a series of pitiful sobs. Harry, fetch George and Fred, Anthony urged, his voice steady despite the turmoil. Oh, all right. The scene before him was so horrifying that Harry's mind momentarily short-circuited. It took Anthony calling his name 3 times before Harry snapped back to reality. He stiffly walked over alongside Neville, mechanically dragging the twins' rigid bodies, slowly retreating towards the spiral staircase. Meanwhile, Anthony was pulling Ron away as well. Phew, it's merely the petrification curse. Upon reaching the staircase, Anthony scrutinized the twins' faces, momentarily relieved to see their skin was a bluish hue, akin to marble. Their expressions frozen and their bodies rigid, clear signs of being petrified. Petrification curse? Ron murmured, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion that left him dizzy, feeling as though the dimly lit staircase had grown even darker. Indeed, it is the petrification curse, but alas, we do not possess the means to reverse it. This magic is taught in the second year. However, there is no need for concern, as the effects will automatically wear off in due time. Anthony patted Ron on the shoulder, offering sincere reassurance. The most pressing matter now is to leave this place quickly. The intruder in the headmaster's office is still inside. Anthony's words served as a stark reminder to everyone. The four friends exchanged worried glances, acutely aware of the imminent danger surrounding them. An inexplicable chill crept down their spines. With no time to ponder further, they hurriedly lifted George and Fred and rushed away from the spiral staircase. At the end of the silent corridor, the colossal stone beast stirred back to life, the shadowy passage gradually revealing itself. Several young Gryffindor wizards dashed out in a frenzy. Ron, still weak in the knees from the strain of carrying Fred, stumbled, causing poor Fred's head to thud heavily against the ground. This way, Anthony shouted, and together with Harry, they swiftly headed towards the other end of the corridor. It appeared to lead to Professor Quirrell's office. As they ran, Harry gasped, "Don't go there, Harry." Anthony quickly interjected. In that instant, a profound sense of danger surged through his mind. The individual who had infiltrated the headmaster's office was likely Quirrell. Would seeking him out not be akin to walking into a trap? Although Quirrell should still be in the headmaster's office at this moment, Anthony was unwilling to take that risk. Upon hearing Anthony's warning, Harry hesitated momentarily, uncertain of why Anthony was preventing them from seeking out Professor Quirrell. However, as friends, he chose to trust him. With renewed determination, Harry resumed his sprint. Suddenly, bang! Ouch! At the corridor's corner, Harry collided with someone, his grip loosening, causing poor George to also crash to the floor. A pungent aroma of garlic invaded Anthony's nostrils, followed by a voice he dreaded to hear. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, what are you doing here?" Anthony slowly raised his head, and the moment he laid eyes on that person, a chill swept through him. A wave of coldness surged from his spine to his brain. What a misfortune! How could he possibly encounter him here? Standing at the corner of the corridor was none other than his greatest fear, Quirrell. In the shadows, his face appeared shrouded in darkness, and a peculiar smile lingered on his lips. What a delightful encounter! Quirrell glided forward, his voice raspy as he spoke. "Professor Quirrell, someone has broken into the headmaster's office." Ron gasped, leaning against the cold wall as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Neville bent over, panting heavily as well. Fred lay at their feet, gasping for breath. Before Ron continued, he also injured George and Fred. "Very well, Mr. Weasley, I believe I'm already aware of the situation." Quirrell's eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint, his tone peculiar as he added, "For first years wandering about in the dead of night, perhaps with delusions." With that, he slowly drew his wand. At this sight, alarm bells rang in Anthony's mind. While he did not believe Quirrell would choose to kill him, what if it were a memory charm? It seemed he intended to erase their memories of the night. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure emerged from the shadows further down the corridor. Potter and his entourage, the slender figure, with its cold gaze, clad in a black robe and sporting greasy hair, was none other than Professor Snape. Anthony nearly succumbed to the urge to kiss him. "Your timing is impeccable. Just moments away, and your beloved four students would have been attacked." Quirrell turned to face the newcomer, his previously erratic demeanor darkening instantly. Yet his voice remained the familiar timid tone. "Professor Snape, what brings you here?" He acted as though nothing was amiss, humble and fearful, but Snape saw through the facade. Professor Snape regarded the suspicious man with indifference. Having sensed something amiss since the beginning of term, Quirrell seemed to harbor secrets unknown to others. Out at night again, more Gryffindors. He ignored Quirrell entirely. Like a massive bat, his black robe enveloped the young wizards completely. "Foolishness. Do you have any idea what this could mean for your house? 5 points from Gryffindor each," Snape declared sternly. "Professor, Harry began to retort, but was abruptly silenced by a fierce shout. "Silence, Potter. Do you dare to contradict the professor?" Snape's gaze bore into Harry, as if the hatred stemming from James was boiling within him. "No, Professor." Harry dared not argue further, obediently falling silent. "Umph." Seeing Harry bow his head, Snape's expression softened slightly. He snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 3 children before landing on George and Fred, who lay on the ground. "You did this? How could that be possible?" "Professor, we have yet to learn the Petri Ficus Totalis." Anthony inhaled deeply, suppressing the frantic beating of his heart, striving to render his words sincere and composed. Oh, Anthony's insinuation successfully piqued Snape's suspicion. He could hardly believe that these Gryffindor mischief-makers could wield a spell that even upperclassmen might struggle to master. Indeed, this is a testament to the quality of education. He then cast a fleeting glance at his fellow professor, Quirrell, yet refrained from uttering a word. swiftly drawing his wand to utter the countercharm for the two unfortunate souls still petrified. Chapter 44. The Windsor Hurricane. Hermione? Hermione Granger? In Professor McGonagall's office. The usually stern Transfiguration professor displayed an unusual expression of astonishment. The awakening Weasley twins uttered a name that left everyone astounded. Clad in a checkered morning robe and a hairnet, the professor could hardly remain seated. She promptly grasped her wand and joined Professors Snape and Quirrell in hasty departure. Mr. Filch will keep an eye on you. The ever-watchful Filch nodded in understanding, casting a cold grin at the little wizards, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. With that, the professors hurriedly made their way to the headmaster's office. Anthony could scarcely recall his actions within Professor McGonagall's office. To be fair, he had been roused in the dead of night by Harry and his companions, running through the cold winds all night. Upon entering the warmth of McGonagall's office, his eyelids had begun to droop. When he next awoke, it was already the following day, lying in the hospital wing. Poor Anthony, clad in pajamas, had spent a night running through the chilly castle and had successfully caught a cold. With a high fever in the middle of the night, he had been escorted to the infirmary by the professors. This was Madame Pomfrey's second encounter with him. Yet she clearly did not regard him with the same kindness as before, for the last time he had awakened and left without notifying the matron. This had left Madame Pomfrey feeling disgruntled towards the impolite young lad. Nevertheless, she merely grumbled a bit. As the matron of Hogwarts, she had encountered countless mischievous children, and if not for her kind heart, no one could endure such a role for so many years. Professor McGonagall? While preparing potions, Madame Pomfrey heard a muffled voice nearby and looked up just in time to see Professor McGonagall entering. She immediately ceased her tasks and approached her. How is she? Very troubling, Professor. Madame Pomfrey sighed, continuing, You are aware of the malevolent curse. We cannot yet ascertain the extent of its effects on this young girl. She is far too young. This matter must be entrusted to Dumbledore. McGonagall cast a glance at Hermione, still lying unconscious in bed. Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts? From another bed, Anthony squinted, anxiously absorbing this news. What is the old headmaster up to? He already knows that Voldemort is within the castle. Why is he gallivanting about? Very well, Mr. Windsor, cease your pretense of slumber. Professor McGonagall approached Anthony's bedside. Mr. Potter has recounted to me the events of yesterday in their entirety. I sincerely apologize, Anthony, for involving you in this matter. Professor McGonagall regarded him with a hint of compassion. This unfortunate lad, having only been enrolled for a month, has already visited the infirmary twice. However, the Prince of Windsor possesses a rather frail constitution. Even a gentle breeze can lead to a fever. Perhaps the vibrant spirit of Gryffindor led Professor McGonagall to harbor certain illusions about the robustness of her students. Nonetheless, I am intrigued to know how you came by the password for the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall inquired with interest. Anthony, wide-eyed, looked somewhat embarrassed as he pondered an excuse. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. The headmaster has summoned me several times, and each time the password was candy. I merely experimented haphazardly, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Oh, it seems that this blind cat is rather clever. Professor McGonagall's expression turned slightly frosty, losing the gentleness it had previously held. Suddenly alarmed, Anthony realized he had forgotten that this professor was also a transformed cat. Very well, you may rest now, but refrain from associating with those two Weasley twins in the future. With that, Professor McGonagall departed from his bedside and approached Hermione's bed, diagonally across from Anthony's. The young witch lay there, her brow furrowed, her forehead slick with cold sweat, her body trembling intermittently. Clearly, even in her dreams, she was enduring the torment of a dreadful nightmare. Regarding the after-effects of the Dementor's kiss, Professor McGonagall sighed softly, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind Hermione's ear, caressing her icy forehead while murmuring a few words. Soon, all of this culminated in a deep sigh, and with a face full of concern, Professor McGonagall departed. Meanwhile, in London, at MI6, Mr. Bond had just received new directives from the Prime Minister. His department had actually separated from MI6 a week prior and was merely occupying their offices for the time being. The new department was temporarily designated as the WIC, Wizard Intelligence Committee, directly accountable to the Prime Minister and the Queen. This nascent department was still quite feeble. The so-called WIC existed merely as a label in the records and had yet to commence actual operations. Currently, the entirety of wizarding affairs was overseen by an elite team led by Mr. Bond. Along the banks of the Thames, in the headquarters of MI6, a cadre of elite agents held a stack of documents, listening intently to Mr. Bond's instructions regarding the new mission. Gentlemen, the target has been confirmed. Alana Jean, male, Indonesian. Businessman. He arrived in London on the morning of September 28th, and the port surveillance cameras captured his likeness clearly. Mr. Bond continued, of course. The true identity of this individual may very well be that of a dark wizard from Indonesia. His name, nationality, appearance, and even gender could all be fabrications. We know nothing about him. However, there is no need for alarm, my esteemed colleagues. Our objective does not require direct contact with the adversary. Rather, we shall engage in remote surveillance, monitoring their every movement. Gentlemen, let us harness our strengths, for it is technology that empowers us. The technical department will soon provide us with a new array of surveillance equipment, fortified by spells cast by our local sorcerers to counteract any magical interference from the opposition. This marks our inaugural collaboration with wizards in operational endeavors, and it is imperative that we give our utmost to avoid bringing shame upon Her Majesty the Queen. Indeed, in the conference room, a dozen elite agents stood resolutely, voicing their agreement. Now, please take your seats. For this mission, we shall collaborate with the 5th and 6th departments. The Downing Street Security Bureau will also be involved. Let us remember the Official Secrets Act. The codename for the operation is Windsor Hurricane. Commence. Chapter 45. The Murder Case in London. Ilana Jean. This is not her true name. For a wizard, fabricating a Muggle identity is exceedingly simple. However, she is indeed of Indonesian descent, specifically of Chinese heritage, Jean Sangshui. On the second day after her arrival in London, she set forth towards the destination of her undertaking, without employing any magic throughout her journey. The existence of the International Wizarding Federation complicates international travel for wizards, yet masquerading as a Muggle is remarkably straightforward, provided one refrains from revealing their magical abilities. Unlike British wizards, she possesses an intimate understanding of various Muggle modes of transportation. After departing from her port hotel, she took the underground and subsequently switched to a taxi. Oh, my friend, I thought you were merely jesting, but it seems you have indeed arrived in England, Jean. A tall, slender man in his 20s, clad in a black and white striped tailcoat, with dark circles beneath his eyes, stood before Jean Sangshui, exhaling vapors into the chilly air. His complexion was remarkably pale, devoid of any color. Upon hearing his voice, Jean Sangshui did not rush to engage with him. Instead, she calmly produced a pound note to pay the driver before turning to face him. Venturing out during the day must be quite the ordeal for you, Shui and I. Not at all. Your presence brings me joy. The two embraced warmly. Subsequently, under Shui Ni's guidance, Jean Sangshui entered his quaint little house. In the living room, Shui and I had prepared a cup of exquisite dragon blood for his guest. This particular dragon blood did not originate from the domesticated dragons of Romania, but rather from the wild breeds of the Albanian forests. Although the flavors were not vastly different, such distinctions were cherished by those of refined tastes. Jean Sangshui delicately sipped her tea, only to furrow her brow slightly. The texture of the dragon blood was somewhat coarse, yet it boasted a robust flavor. She was not accustomed to such a taste. I still prefer the Chinese fire dragon. Its flavor is much more subtle. Graduated? Upon hearing this, a frigid veneer enveloped Jean Sangshui's countenance. Expelled from Chang'an Academy? Oh, Chang'an Magical Academy? What did you do? Shui and I raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his friend's remarkable intellect. The expulsion of such a prodigious wizard could only stem from one possibility: dabbling in forbidden magic. Dark magic, I presume. Blood and I softly remarked that expelling students due to magic has been noted in the annals of European magical history, and those prodigies who were cast out from their schools invariably evolved into formidable dark wizards. Could it be that his friend also possessed such a gift? Regardless of your opinion, rest assured that my research will undoubtedly benefit our entire kin. Do you not see, Blood and I have discovered a method to cure vampires. Jean Sangshui's expression gradually transformed into one of excitement, a strange hue of crimson emerging on his pallid and emaciated face. What? Bang! Blood and I widened his eyes, incredulously gazing at his youthful and handsome companion, the teacup in his hand crashing to the ground in a shatter. Are you jesting? No, Blood and I watched closely. I will soon achieve a successful experiment. Subsequent to this, from mid-October onwards, the London Metropolitan Police Scotland Yard found themselves engulfed in a tide of complaint from both citizens and the media. This wave of grievances persisted for over a month, intensifying rather than abating. Even local council members in London took a stand, denouncing the police's incompetence and inaction. All of this can be traced back to a series of heinous murders that began in October. The origins of the case date back to the beginning of the month, when a male corpse was retrieved from the lower reaches of the Thames. The identity of the deceased remains unknown, as the perpetrator had cruelly obliterated the victim's features. Forensic examinations revealed the victim to be male, aged between 35 and 45 years. The remnants of clothing indicated that he held a position of some social standing and possessed a degree of economic means. However, this was not the most chilling aspect. It is not uncommon for several nameless bodies to be dredged from the Thames each month, hardly warranting shock. Most of these unfortunate souls are destitute wanderers or those who have sought to end their own lives. To put it bluntly, what set this particular corpse apart was the manner in which it was recovered. He was encased in ice. The autopsy report revealed that the corpse's abdomen had been violently opened, with 2 kidneys missing. Furthermore, forensic experts discovered that the victim had been frozen post-mortem, then submerged in the Thames. After compiling the available information, the investigating officers were left perplexed by the case. The initial conjecture revolved around the perpetrator's motive. The removal of the 2 kidneys suggested the possibility that the culprits were a group of desperate organ traffickers. However, a question arose: why did they only extract the kidneys and not the other organs? Additionally, there was the matter of the disposal method. If they intended to sink the body in the Thames, why encase it in ice? It is essential to note that water behaves according to the principles of thermal expansion and contraction, exhibiting unusual expansion only between temperatures of 0 to 4 degrees Celsius. At 4 degrees, water achieves its minimum volume and maximum density. Hence, ice being slightly less dense than water floats. If these fools were unaware of this, why not choose a simpler method, such as weighting the corpse with stones? A series of perplexing inquiries left the officers in charge of the case utterly baffled. As they prepared to embark on their next investigation, an unexpected case surfaced, abruptly disrupting all their plans. On October 6th, a charred corpse was discovered on a desolate stretch of abandoned railway tracks. Subsequent forensic examination revealed that the deceased was a male, approximately 25 years of age, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, from which his heart had been excised. This gruesome case soon captured the attention of London's newspapers. However, until that moment, public discourse surrounding the incident remained relatively muted. In a city teeming with millions, the daily tide of news was overwhelming, and while this atrocity garnered some interest, it paled in comparison to the fluctuations of stock prices in the financial district. By mid-October, a third similar case emerged, this time with no eyewitnesses to recount the horror. The body was found in a location that could only be described as iconic: on the Tower Bridge, the most renowned and magnificent bridge spanning the River Thames. 2 enormous metal rods pierced through the victim's chest, affixing him to the stone pier of the riverbed. Countless white-collar workers traversing the bridge that fateful morning bore witness to the chilling sight of a lifeless figure, its chest a dark void reminiscent of a demon's gaze. Blood stained the stone, flowing into the Thames below. In this instance, the victim was missing his lungs. Chapter 46: The Battle Plan. A harrowing spree of violence persisted from October through to the end of the month. Subsequently, a 4th, 5th, and 6th murder occurred, with each victim missing a spleen, liver, and kidney, respectively. Compared to the earlier incidents, the location of the 6th corpse was notably clandestine, devoid of the brazen visibility of its predecessors. The perpetrator appeared to be experimenting with something sinister. Yet, before the detectives of Scotland Yard could decipher any patterns, a 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th murder unfolded. London in October seemed to be engulfed in hell, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Scotland Yard's officers labored tirelessly, scouring the city for half a month. Yet they found themselves devoid of even a single clue. Was the killer truly the demon of legend, elusive and shrouded in darkness? Under the moonless nights, a savage feast left behind nothing but grotesque remnants of flesh. As November commenced, the killers seemed to have ceased their malevolent activities, with no further homicides reported. A collective sigh of relief swept through the populace. Yet, for the officers at Scotland Yard, their taut nerves became increasingly sensitive. The atmosphere within the precinct had plummeted to a chilling low. Despite the absence of new murder reports from November onward, approximately 90 precincts across London, including the municipal police, began receiving a rising tide of missing persons reports. The crisis had not abated. Rather, it intensified, creating a stifling sense of dread. At number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Hark sat with a stern countenance, patiently listening to the absurdly dressed middle-aged woman before him as she meticulously delineated the current state of affairs. In summary, the recent attack in London was perpetrated by a group of foreign wizards, prompting the British Ministry of Magic to dispatch Aurors to hunt down the culprits with utmost urgency. Your role is to cooperate with us. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the otherwise tranquil office. It was Mr. Hark striking the table. To provoke this renowned, good-natured man to such an extent speaks volumes about the severity of the incident. The House of Commons has convened several emergency meetings, and the opposition has united the backbenchers to prepare a vote of no confidence against him. Should the vote pass, he would be shamed to remain in his position. 21 British citizens, 21. I care not whether your so-called Minister Fudge is foolish or simply indifferent to the British populace. I warn you all, immediately intensify your efforts to unearth the true perpetrators and provide an account to me, to the Queen, and to the citizens of Britain. Mr. Hark's furious voice reverberated throughout the office. Even Sir Humphrey, who typically delighted in undermining the Prime Minister, was taken aback by this scene. He nervously moved his lips, feigning adjustment of his tie to mask his inner turmoil. Enough. A woman clad in a fluffy pink cardigan, with a broad, sagging visage, suddenly emitted a shrill scream reminiscent of a young girl. She then tilted her head defiantly, fixing her gaze upon Mr. Hark with a sardonic smile, and stated, "You ought to respect the Ministry of Magic and Minister Fudge." Oomph. This insufferable woman continued to provoke the nerves of those present. Mr. Hark retorted with a cold laugh. Respect is earned through one's actions, and given the incompetence demonstrated by the ministry, it is difficult for me to extend my respect. Silence. Umbridge's voice was piercing, her flaccid face reddening with her heightened emotions. Drawing her wand, she yelled with a cat-like sharpness, "Do not repeatedly provoke the ministry, nor challenge me. You wretched Muggle." "I." Her words were abruptly cut short as the door to the Prime Minister's office was kicked open. Mr. Bond, brandishing a handgun, led a team of elite agents into the room. "Madam, lower your wand." Umbridge's retort was once more interrupted, this time by the sound of a 9mm bullet. The crack of gunpowder resonated throughout the office, and the bullet struck her wrist in an instant. Accompanied by Umbridge's agonizing scream were the swift footsteps of several agents behind Bond. They rushed forward, retrieving specially designed gags to forcefully silence her, followed by crafted blindfolds and earplugs that stripped her of sight and sound. One agent skillfully produced a syringe as the team expertly subdued her, administering a tranquilizer into her arm. Their coordination was quick and seasoned, clearly not their first encounter with such a situation. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the commander, Mr. Bond maintained his icy demeanor. It was evident to all that beneath that stern exterior lay an uncontainable sense of joy. In direct confrontation with wizards, countless theoretical military exercises have been conducted. Yet, nothing compares to the reality of actual combat. This time has demonstrated that wizards are not invincible. In the face of modern firepower, their bodies are not impervious. And should they lose their wands, most wizards are nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans. This point is meticulously detailed in the intelligence report sent by Anthony to the Prime Minister. The containment operation was remarkably successful. Mr. Bond, commanding his team, managed to capture Umbridge alive. They placed her on a prepared stretcher, her limbs securely bound, and carried her away. Awaiting her is a secret prison located within MI6, directly beneath the headquarters, a place devoid of light and sound, with nothing but air surrounding it. It is an absolute solitude, a sanctuary of security. In such confinement, a prisoner may lose all sense of time within a single day. "Sir, what you are doing is exceedingly perilous," remarked Mr. Humphrey, unable to suppress his discontent as he observed Mr. Bond and his elite agents depart. He turned to face the Prime Minister and spoke in a tone laced with veiled threats. "Oh, spare me, Humphrey. Should I have to draft a comprehensive operational report, submit it for cabinet review, and ultimately present it to the House of Commons for approval? The leader of the people must exhibit swift, unquestionable, and decisive judgment in times of crisis." Mr. Hack waved his hand, cutting off the impending cliches that Humphrey seemed poised to utter. "You're correct. I wholeheartedly concur. But have you considered the potential retaliation from that so-called Ministry of Magic?" "Retaliation?" Mr. Hack's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and feigned calmness. "Could it be?" "Oomph." Sir Humphrey smiled faintly, uttering no further words as he gathered a stack of documents and made his exit. Chapter 47. The situation concludes. Mr. Hack's apprehensions did not materialize. In fact, since Umbridge's arrest, the Ministry of Magic's response had been eerily silent, as if they were entirely unaware of a disappearance. No, perhaps they were aware, yet failed to consider that it could lead back to the Muggle Prime Minister. They stubbornly and foolishly assumed that Umbridge must have vanished elsewhere. How could Muggles possibly triumph over wizards? As November dawned, public sentiment in London had gradually morphed into a grotesque and morbid state. The oppressive atmosphere of the past 2 months had transformed the city into a deep sea, where a monstrous shark lurked beneath the surface, gnawing at the rationality of its inhabitants. Amidst the escalating disappearances, certain opportunists infiltrated the city. 2 bombings in Westminster turned the spate of homicides into acts of terrorism. This year, a certain organization, which must not be named, has assassinated over 90 officials from the Northern Ireland government. And now they have resurfaced to cause chaos in London, a real event. This prompted the once complacent parliamentarians, who had believed that such groups could no longer stir up trouble since the 1980s, to swiftly change their stance, demanding the government take a firm approach to address the situation. Under the directive from Downing Street, this incident, characterized as a government-opposed attack, seamlessly merged with previous heinous killings and was deemed a long-planned act of terrorism aimed at undermining national unity. Subsequently, the British Army, Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, and MI5 collaborated extensively to initiate a large-scale operation against the hostile forces within the 3 constituent countries. Over 1,000 members of a certain organization were apprehended or eliminated across the British Isles. What incensed the British leadership further was MI5's revelation that a colonel surnamed Ka had been supplying arms to this organization. This marked the second time since Colonel Ka ordered the staff at the London consulate to open fire on protesters opposing him in 1984, following the orchestrated bombing of a London newsstand, that he brazenly faced the prominent figures of London. However, the colonel's time was limited, as assassination plans against him had already been placed on the desk of MI6 Chief of Staff. This, of course, is a matter for later discussion. Currently, following the thorough actions of government forces across various regions, the nation has finally stabilized. Joyfully, it seemed that the malevolent events occurring in London had, as the government proclaimed, been entirely uprooted by the military. Everything appeared to be drawing to a close, with even the cases of disappearance dwindling to normal levels. Mr. Hack at Downing Street reveled in the aftermath of the military's complete eradication of those villains, and his approval ratings soared dramatically. This invigorated Mr. Hack, lifting his spirits considerably. Who could resist reaping such evident benefits from mere rhetoric? Naturally, subsequent reports failed to capture Mr. Hack's interest. Nonetheless, they propelled his approval ratings to astonishing heights, placing him at the pinnacle of public favor. Bernard, where's Humphrey's little dish? Get it something to eat. Look how famished it is. In the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Hack held a letter from Hogwarts. Prime Minister, I believe you should remind His Highness Anthony not to confuse the name of a high-ranking government official with that of a messenger pigeon. That is not a pigeon, Humphrey. That is a snowy owl. Whatever it is. Humphrey retorted with a mix of irritation and urgency. I must adopt the most resolute tone and language to express strong opposition to any past, present, or future occurrences that could lead to confusion in government communication and result in decision-making failures. If immediate action is not taken, it may lead to disarray within the organization, undermining the continuity of various government departments and subsequently affecting the entire United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Are you suggesting we rename this bird? Huh. Mr. Bernard, in charge of meeting records, could no longer suppress his laughter, having evidently been holding it in for quite some time. Sir, this is a matter of great importance. Important? Over a pigeon, or rather, a snowy owl? You are making an undue fuss, Humphrey, Mr. Hack replied casually as he perused the letter sent by Anthony. Can we truly distinguish between a snowy owl and yourself? He remarked, lifting his gaze to glance at Bernard, suppressing a smile as he spoke. Indeed, sir, we can distinguish clearly, for we are not pigeons, Bernard replied, understanding the jest. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from the large door behind Bernard. Another assistant to the Prime Minister poked his head in and announced, Sir, someone wishes to visit you. It is an elderly gentleman with a white beard. As you may recall. Huh? Dumbledore? Please let him in. Mr. Hark removed his spectacles, discreetly tucking the letter he held into a nearby folder, while Sir Humphrey awkwardly rose, clutching the documents before him, and took a seat beside the Prime Minister, still evidently perturbed by the earlier jest. Before long, Dumbledore, clad in grey robes, entered the room. It has been a while, Headmaster, Mr. Hark greeted warmly, rising to extend his hand. How have you been lately? Their demeanor resembled that of long-lost friends catching up. Dumbledore settled across from Mr. Hark, pausing for a moment before directly stating, a murder has occurred. The entire magical community is in a state of trepidation. Is that so? Mr. Hark replied, his interest waning. He was already well aware of the matter. Anthony had promptly subscribed to the Daily Prophet upon arriving at Hogwarts, ensuring that Mr. Hark received updates via the school's owls each day. The agents from the ministry had finally established a stable source of information from the magical world. Mr. Hark's discontent stemmed from the ministry's indifference during the recent heinous murder in London. However, politicians who could enter Downing Street were, of course, quite different from the bureaucrats at the ministry. Mr. Hark swiftly responded, expressing condolences with genuine sympathy, inquiring if they could assist the magical community in any way. Certainly. That is precisely why I am here. The old headmaster nodded slightly. Continuing, regarding the Indonesian perpetrator, I understand that you're also investigating and perhaps we could exchange intelligence. Dumbledore had been troubled by this matter. The magic employed by that Indonesian was strikingly dissimilar to that of the UK or even the entirety of Europe. Neither the Ministry of Magic nor the Order of the Phoenix could trace him. This had left the magical community in a precarious position, forced to await incidents before responding. But each time they arrived too late. The Ministry had, thus far, found themselves utterly powerless. Chapter 48. The Revelation of Jean Sangshui. Is that what you seek, Mr. Hark raised an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment. The malevolent sorcerer ran rampant in London, yet faced no repercussions in the magical realm. Had his earlier judgment been correct? Was the so-called Ministry of Magic truly so inept? The magical world is quite insular, Sir. Dumbledore sighed. It pales in comparison to your world, where nations engage more frequently. Concerning the Far East, British wizards are even uncertain whether they employ wands to cast spells. That is indeed unfortunate. However, we do possess the intelligence you require. As he spoke, Mr. Hack withdrew a folder from the table. It contained the results of the past 2 months from MI6. After exhausting manpower and resources to analyze surveillance footage from across London, they had finally pinpointed the exact residence of the Indonesian individual. The house was peculiar. It was unmarked on the map, and, moreover, agents found it impossible to approach. It seemed as though a labyrinth lay before the house, as any agent attempting to draw near invariably found themselves inexplicably led away. In the parlance of the Far East, it was akin to encountering a wall of spirits. Nonetheless, through meticulous comparison of surveillance data and interviews with the populace that had interacted with the sorcerer, as well as on-site investigations assessing the surrounding wind, humidity, and temperature, the department's experts concluded with certainty that a structure indeed existed. Yet, within a 10-meter radius of this edifice, there were inexplicable protections that they could not comprehend, Muggle-repelling charms. Upon receiving this information, Mr. Hack was filled with elation. It was just before the explosion incident, and he promptly ordered an assault on the area. Short-range artillery, after inputting manually calculated coordinates, unleashed firepower that reduced the region to rubble. However, in the aftermath, both Mr. Bond and the government hierarchy adopted a cautious stance regarding the potential elimination of the sorcerer. After all, Mr. Hack had witnessed the sorcerer's uncanny ability to vanish more than once. This led some agents, who staunchly believed in the advantage of firepower, to assert that they had successfully dispatched the malevolent sorcerer. It was not until the military was conducting a thorough search that they unexpectedly discovered traces of the Indonesian individual once again in Wales. Dumbledore perused the documents handed to him by Mr. Hack, his expression subtly stirred. The file contained an overwhelming amount of personal information regarding Jean Sangshui, including psychological profiles crafted by criminal psychologists and footage captured by surveillance in London and Wales. They even secured a real image of Jean Sangshui, though they could not ascertain whether it was indeed the visage of the perpetrator. All this left Dumbledore astounded. The Muggle experts, who had never encountered the sorcerer, had managed to analyze the individual's character. This was nothing short of astonishing. At the conclusion of the file, there was correspondence from the British government to the Indonesian government, requesting cooperation in the search for Jean Sangshui's personal records. It was simply unbelievable. They sought to verify Jean Sangshui's personal details, including name, identity, gender, age, appearance, political background, and travel records. Among the travel records, there were details documenting Jean Sangshui's journeys to China. So was it the magic of the Chang'an Academy? The old headmaster mused, then discreetly set down the document and raised his gaze towards Mr. Hack. At that moment, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Mr. Hack, was busy scribbling away, a flurry of English words swiftly manifesting beneath his pen. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Dumbledore. After a while, Mr. Hack paused his writing. He extended the paper in his hand to Dumbledore, which outlined some requests from the British government, serving as conditions for this intelligence exchange. Among these, only 2 points were of significant importance. Firstly, a request was made for Dumbledore to implement permanent protective spells, such as the anti-disillusionment charm, the anti-apparition charm, and the fortification charm within number 10 Downing Street. Another request was directed at the Ministry of Magic, wherein the Prime Minister demanded the dismantling of the Flynn network at Downing Street, stipulating that all wizards wishing to enter must make an appointment and gain permission to enter through the front door. At first glance, these 2 demands seem reasonable, rooted in concerns for safety. However, Dumbledore was acutely aware that these notions did not originate from the Prime Minister, who, being a Muggle, could hardly fathom the intricacies of spells like the anti-disillusionment charm. It was even noted that Mr. Hark had omitted an A while transcribing. Clearly, these ideas were the result of machinations from a small spy within the Academy. While I personally concur with the first request, the second one would be challenging to secure Fudge's agreement, especially in light of the fact that he is aware of the confinement of a certain ministry official, which complicates matters further, Dumbledore remarked nonchalantly. However, there might still be a glimmer of hope, he added. At this moment, Umbridge was merely an ordinary official at the ministry, serving as the director of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Dumbledore's insinuation successfully jogged Mr. Hark's memory regarding the wizard detained at the Department of Mysteries, a matter that had nearly slipped from his mind amidst the euphoria of recent victories. Nevertheless, it was peculiar that the ministry had not pursued inquiries. The ministry was currently preoccupied with the troubles caused by an Indonesian, which named Chojui Jean, leaving them with little energy to search for individuals. We solemnly declare that it was she who attempted to assault the Prime Minister. We were merely acting in self-defense. At this juncture, Sir Humphrey finally seized the opportunity to interject, succinctly shifting all responsibility onto Downing Street. Lately, particularly with Anthony's increasingly frequent correspondence, Sir Humphrey had come to the alarming realization that he was becoming increasingly out of sync with the Prime Minister's thoughts. This indicated a troubling divergence from the control traditionally exerted by civil servants like himself. Naturally, I fully understand. So, Prime Minister, might I take charge of the individual? Dumbledore was not troubled by the antics of a foolish ministry official. He merely wished to avoid antagonizing the ministry, at least for the present. Certainly. Bernard, please make the arrangements. Yes, Prime Minister. Umbridge finally felt revitalized. For her, the dark, unyielding place had been akin to a descent into hell. She had lost track of how long she had been imprisoned until Dumbledore extricated her, revealing that nearly 2 weeks had passed. 2 weeks. If previously Umbridge's attitude towards Muggles could be described as a pathological cruelty, then upon stepping out of the headquarters of the Department of Mysteries, her perspective had undergone a complete transformation. Now, to her, referring to them as livestock would be a gross understatement. A far more derisive term was warranted. All of this, including Umbridge's shift in character, did not escape Dumbledore's attentive gaze. The weary old headmaster could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 49. The Rescue Letter. Anthony at Hogwarts faced a rather tumultuous October. Ever since Hermione regained consciousness, she had been engulfed in profound guilt, consciously distancing herself from him, Harry, Ron, and indeed every friend. She feared that she might inadvertently cause them harm. Harry, too, encountered his share of misfortune, with the commencement of Gryffindor's Quidditch training every Wednesday afternoon, would relentlessly push them, extracting the last remnants of energy from the players. Meanwhile, Anthony busied himself assisting Mr. Hark in the search for magical resources pertaining to Indonesia. Regrettably, the vast Hogwarts library offered a pitifully scant collection of literature on Easter magic. After weeks of diligent searching, he had found nothing. As for the assaulted twins, they remained unaffected, laughing heartily each day. In George's words, they had faced countless repercussions from failed prank products, and being petrified was the least of their worries. Additionally, their father, Mr. Arthur, being a member of the Order of the Phoenix, alleviated the pressure on Dumbledore more than one might expect. Had it been any other young wizard, the news of their child being attacked by a student under the influence of an unknown entity would have sparked outrage. Dumbledore could hardly roam freely. One could only imagine Lucius stepping forth to raise the banner for a coup. Time at Hogwarts swiftly transitioned into November. Anthony speculated that this coincided with his knowledge that the Philosopher's Stone was not housed within the headmaster's office, rendering any further inducement for the professors to venture into the dungeons unnecessary. This, however, left Anthony somewhat disappointed, as he was quite eager to behold the visage of the 12-foot-tall troll. One morning, Anthony was roused from slumber by a noise at the window. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld Humphrey, flapping his wings by the window. His mind instantly awakened. He hurried over to open the window, allowing the seemingly pitiful snowy owl to enter. As November unfolded, the weather grew exceedingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in ice and snow. The Black Lake, not far from the castle, had frozen over with a thick layer of ice, as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost adorned the window sills. Mr. Hark's letter? Anthony seized a handful of nuts from Harry's cabinet and scattered them for the diligent postal worker. Then, sitting on the edge of his bed, he carefully opened the letters in hand. There were 2 missives, each bearing distinct handwriting, indicating they were from different individuals. The first, from Mr. Hark, carried the familiar warmth of inquiry, followed by amusing anecdotes, and finally addressed matters of consequence, including Dumbledore's assistance in renovating number 10 Downing Street. The second letter, penned by Bernard, detailed the minutes from their meeting with Dumbledore, meticulously recording every utterance. Among the revelations, one statement from Dumbledore left Anthony utterly astonished. The magic of Chang'an University. Chang'an University? What place was this? A magical school in our country? How could that possibly be? In a previous life, he was a native of Chang'an. Hence, the significance of the Chang'an Academy of Magic. Anthony was well aware of the magical institutions within the world of Harry Potter. These included Hogwarts from England, Durmstrang from Northern Europe, Beauxbatons from France, Ilvermorny from America, Castello Bruxo from Brazil, the Magical Institute from Japan, Cold of Storts from Russia, and the Wizarding School from Uganda. He was only familiar with these 8, as they were mentioned in the supplementary lore of the original novels. As for the remaining 3 of the 11 magical schools, it was reasonable to speculate that they were all situated within the borders of China. It seems that this Chang'an Academy might be one of them. Anthony nodded slightly, feeling a surge of curiosity about the magic of that land and the school itself. From the correspondence exchanged with the Prime Minister, he deduced that the Indonesian individual employed a form of magic distinctly different from traditional European practices. This had complicated the Ministry of Magic's efforts to track them down. If that person, named Jean Sangshui, had indeed acquired her knowledge from China, he was suddenly reminded of a certain malevolent practice from Taoism in his past life, which bore a striking resemblance to her previous methods. The 5 Hell's Demons, achieving immortality through the act of casting 5 morally deficient souls into hell, traversing through 5 realms of torment to attain transcendence. However, this was merely a legendary tale from his former life about Taoist beliefs. Should anyone attempt to pursue immortality through such means, they would undoubtedly face the harsh consequences of the law. Science is paramount, dear friends, in this world infused with magic. Anthony felt a compelling notion that such Taoist arts, or rather, this magic, might indeed exist. However, the outcomes may not lead to immortality as one might expect. It is certain that this magic must bestow significant advantages upon its practitioner, for who would engage in such overtly dark arts without the promise of reward? Moreover, it was evident that Jean Sangshui was no ordinary figure. She resembled the likes of Voldemort's minions among dark wizards. First and foremost, she was astute, capable of independently researching a powerful form of magic, and, as a practitioner of dark arts, she was undoubtedly among the elite in this realm. Secondly, she possessed remarkable audacity. Apart from Grindelwald and Voldemort, she was the 3rd individual Anthony recognized who dared to act so brazenly within the magical world, committing murder in plain sight, and not merely against ordinary individuals, but against fellow wizards as well. It was no wonder she was reluctant to venture all the way to England, as she would find little recourse against British wizards. To someone like her, Anthony harbored intense animosity. A fundamental moral compass dictated that the wanton deprivation of another's life was the most heinous of crimes. Regardless of her intentions, she would ultimately fail. For Anthony firmly believed that the greatest white wizards in this world would surely stop her. Stop her? Could she be stopped? If only he had more time to study the situation meticulously. Perhaps he could devise a means to track down Jean Sangshui. Yet, time was of the essence. Already, 2 wizards had lost their lives this month. There was no opportunity to delve into the intricacies of magic any further. What he ought to do is swiftly quell this incident. Thus, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, he did not hesitate and immediately dispatched a letter to the headmaster of Chang'an Taishu, a missive of assistance. Due to the distance, this letter was delivered by an official of the International Confederation of Wizards. After all, Dumbledore also serves as the president of this international association. Chapter 50, A Modicum of Dissent. Although the letter had been sent, it did not imply that Dumbledore was devoid of further tasks. Another matter, a far more significant one, awaited his attention. Hours later, he exerted considerable effort, engaging in a verbal duel against numerous pure-blood aristocrats who felt humiliated. This was, of course, due to Mr. Hark's abduction of Umbridge, a matter that was destined to remain unreported in the Daily Prophet. Yet, merely a day later, it had become common knowledge among the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic, after the old headmaster presented the intelligence brought by Mr. Hark. Although the ministry expressed some discontent, they focused their primary efforts on apprehending Jean Sangshui. As for Mr. Hark, they intended to settle accounts later. Regarding the ministry's so-called subtle dissent, high emotional intelligence, a modicum of dissent, low emotional intelligence, war must be declared. How dare this insignificant Muggle challenge us wizards? Do not doubt the core ideology of the ministry. The majority still adhere to the pure blood doctrine albeit subtly, without stating it overtly. This is somewhat reminiscent of the current state of affairs in the beautiful nation. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Anthony tossed the letter he held into the fireplace. He had done all he could. As for what would follow, the 11-year-old Anthony remarked, "I find myself in a difficult position. Life at Hogwarts remained unaffected by external events. Just moments ago, when he opened the window, he saw Hagrid clad in a long mole fur coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves and donning beaver fur boots, diligently de-icing the brooms on the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. After several weeks of arduous training, Harry was set to participate in his very first match this Saturday. Gryffindor against Slytherin. Should Gryffindor emerge victorious, their ranking in the House Cup would ascend to second place. For several weeks, hardly anyone had witnessed Harry's training, would seem to regard him as a secret weapon. However, Harry's role as the seeker for the Gryffindor team was widely known, resulting in a clear polarization of public opinion regarding him. Some claimed he would perform splendidly, while others suggested they might need to hold up a mattress to catch him if he fell. This mounting tension plagued Harry, leading him to become distracted during potions class today, where he mistakenly selected the wrong herb, allowing Snape to seize the opportunity to deduct 2 points from Gryffindor. Harry was indignant about this, and it appeared to spiral into a vicious cycle. The more he fixated on his score, the more he obsessed over the Quidditch match, knowing that the champion would earn points. Yet, the more he focused on Quidditch, the more distracted he became during lessons, ultimately resulting in being caught by various professors. The other professors do not share the same severity as Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who would directly deduct points. However, even mere verbal reprimands have exacerbated Harry's agitation. Witnessing his dear friend's continual decline, Ron finally felt compelled to take action. On Thursday afternoon, first years had no classes scheduled, and after lunch, Ron took Harry through the castle's corridors and into the chilly courtyard outside. Ron intended to step out for some fresh air to relieve their spirits, but he somewhat underestimated the biting winds of November. Goodness, they nearly caught a chill. The two fools stood shivering in the cold wind, and Ron, trembling, uttered words of encouragement. Harry, equally frozen, seemed to nod in agreement, though it was hard to tell amidst his shivering. Subsequently, Ron discreetly pulled out a copy of the complete Quidditch techniques you didn't know from his pocket and handed it to Harry. The creased page edges indicated it was Ron's own book, one he had perused frequently. The two of them huddled in a corner by the entrance, discussing seemingly sophisticated maneuvers that appeared quite challenging. "What are you two imbeciles doing here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind Harry and Ron. It was Hermione, clutching a jar of jam from which bright blue flames danced upward. Hermione. The two hapless boys immediately surrounded her, seeking warmth from the flames. Since the incident in the headmaster's office, Hermione had not actively sought them out like this in quite some time, and the absence of any troll-related events meant that their bond had yet to reach the depths of shared adversity. "What about Anthony?" Hermione awkwardly inquired, searching for a topic. "Him?" At the mention of Anthony, Ron's lips curled downward, his voice tinged with indignation. "He has been holed up in the library for weeks, and now he's off gallivanting with Dean Thomas and Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff. He hardly plays with us anymore." Ron's eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy, resembling a pouting spouse. "So where is he now?" Hermione pressed further. "Look over there." Ron pointed toward the distant figures on the Black Lake. Since it had frozen over, many young wizards had taken to skating on its surface, and Anthony was among the bustling crowd. From afar, he was clad in a snug sweater and riding trousers, draped in a thick coat of indeterminate fabric that appeared quite warm. On the ice, Anthony glided swiftly and gracefully, and when in high spirits, he would extend his arms, striking a pose reminiscent of Jack, as if embracing the entire sky, looking remarkably dashing. It seemed he had been skating for quite some time. If one looked closely, they would see his cheeks flushed and beads of sweat on his forehead. He thoroughly enjoyed this exhilarating sport, laughing and conversing with Dean and Justin nearby. In truth, Anthony's decision to skate today was entirely spontaneous, having merely encountered the two during lunch in the Great Hall, rather than having arranged it beforehand. Regarding his recent neglect of Harry and his friends, Anthony could only express that a person's energy is finite. Dean and Justin were originally intended as his prospective friends. Although Dean is of mixed heritage, he has always lived with his Muggle mother, while his father was killed during Voldemort's first rise to power while protecting his family. As for Justin, there is little need for elaboration. Had Anthony and he not come to Hogwarts, they would likely have crossed paths at Eton. This suggests that unless Justin's family is a commercial titan or an aristocratic lineage, he must have gained admission to Eton through academic merit, akin to Hermione. However, Since arriving at Hogwarts, he has not demonstrated any particular aptitude for studies, leading Anthony to speculate that Justin hails from a traditional London family. Hey, Justin, is your family well known in the Muggle world? Chapter 51, All Petrified. The advantage held by 11-year-old children is refreshingly straightforward. Any question can be posed without hesitation. The tall lad with curly hair smiled shyly and replied, "Not particularly famous, just a family with a long history." Family history? Anthony keenly seized upon the key phrase. Realizing his conjecture was correct, this lad was indeed not of humble origins. Just as he prepared to inquire further, Justin's next remark startled Anthony. "I feel like I've seen you before, Anthony." Huh? Anthony was taken aback. Could it be that Justin recognized him? It is worth noting that this is not the 21st century, an era dominated by the internet. In the early 90s, the exposure of royal family members was limited to newspapers and television. Given his age, the public was only aware of his name, knowing there exists such a royal figure. While details of his appearance remained unknown, he had never graced the television screen nor appeared in newspapers. If Justin claimed to have seen him, it could only imply one possibility. They had encountered each other at Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace during the 90s. It seems this young man truly is a genuine Londoner. Oh, isn't this the sidekick of the Savior? Just as Anthony intended to delve deeper and inquire further of Justin, a discordant note interrupted the harmony. A certain arrogant blonde child strolled over. Anthony instinctively scanned the surroundings. He did not see Harry's figure. How strange. Wasn't this fellow supposed to have come along with Harry? Why was he appearing alone today? Who could it be? Could it be the coward from Slytherin? The one who only knows how to make petty reports? The child who constantly boasts of his father? The arrogant disgrace of the house? Draco, crybaby Malfoy? What mischief do you have in mind this time? Before he could even mock Malfoy, Anthony's retort left him infuriated. He shouted in exasperation, "Mudblood! How dare you?" "Dare what?" Anthony squinted, disdain evident in his voice. "You, with your mind full of schemes and conspiracies. However, this is quite normal, regarded as a familial inheritance. For the Malfoy family has firmly established its roots in England through cunning." "Shut your mouth." Anthony's words drove Malfoy into a frenzy, and he erupted in a thunderous rage, shouting, "I will kill you." Come then. Do you believe I can thrash you without a wand, leaving you unrecognizable, even to your own father? With that, Anthony raised his right hand, ready to engage in combat, adopting a stance that invited punishment. The mocking expression that lingered on his face continuously provoked Malfoy. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he furiously swung his fists and lunged at Anthony. Yet Anthony, who awaited the onslaught with ease, smiled casually and effortlessly blocked Malfoy's attack with his left hand. He then extended his right foot, tripping Malfoy, who fell with a thud, half kneeling on the ground, evidently having taken a hard knock. "TCH, Anthony scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, Malfoy, spoiled by his parents, was utterly inept at fighting, only capable of foolishly charging forward. Anthony, on the other hand, had learned a few techniques during his childhood at Windsor Castle, a necessary skill set for the royal family, aimed at ensuring one's safety in perilous situations. Meanwhile, Malfoy's two bodyguards, Goyle and Crabbe, finally registered the situation. These dull-witted fellows had finally recognized their responsibilities. Goyle, with his long, gorilla-like arms and oversized head, charged toward Anthony. Crabbe, displaying a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, understood that he was a wizard, not a baboon wielding a wand. He retrieved his wand from beneath his heavy robes, aiming it at Anthony, seemingly intent on casting a malevolent curse. However, it was evident that his stammering made it impossible for him to successfully cast the spell. On the other hand, Anthony reacted swiftly, drawing his own wand and pointing at Crabbe, exclaiming, "Slippery, slippery." In the next moment, Crabbe, struck by the spell, felt as if the friction underfoot had vanished, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his rear, his wand flying from his grasp. Anthony then employed the same tactic against the charging Goyle. It must be noted that the effectiveness of the slippery, slippery curse on ice was exponentially greater than in other settings. Goyle, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground, unintentionally landing atop Malfoy. Useless. Malfoy spat, struggling beneath Goyle while casting a furious glare at Anthony. The instigator, Anthony, merely snorted disdainfully, preparing to depart from the scene. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced the air. "Soul Snatcher." Anthony was startled by the exclamation. A soul-snatching curse? Someone dared to cast such a spell upon him? After the voice echoed, he quickly checked his body. Everything was intact, and nothing had transpired. How to describe it? It was a girl with a face reminiscent of a lion dog, her sharp features strikingly similar to Malfoy's. This resemblance easily led one to deduce her identity. Pansy Parkinson. Have you truly cast this soul-sucking curse upon me? Anthony inquired, his tone peculiar as he gazed at the rather frightful girl before him. It is well known that any wizard who employs the 3 unforgivable curses risks a lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban. However, this is not an absolute truth. During the Triwizard Tournament, young Barty Crouch had previously permitted young wizards to practice such spells on one another to bolster their defenses against the soul-sucking curse. As Barty Crouch had noted, given the magical prowess of these young wizards, even the killing curse would merely result in a nosebleed at most. Nevertheless, the sudden incantation of the soul-sucking curse from behind was indeed quite alarming. Just as Anthony was preparing to deliver a proper reprimand to this seemingly deranged individual, another voice emerged from behind him, a female voice, nearly identical in tone to Pansy's, yet wielding a different spell. Petrificus Totalis. The gray petrification curse arched gracefully through the air, striking Pansy, whose eyes were still wide with fury. In an instant, her arms snapped to her sides, her legs straightened, and her entire body began to stiffen. After a few slight sways, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, causing shards of ice to scatter around her. Good heavens! Anthony felt his nerves fraying. How could it be so terrifying? Every time he turned around, someone was casting spells at him. Pansy! Just as Draco Malfoy had finally managed to push aside the 2 inept fools and was preparing to launch an assault against Anthony, a gray curse swiftly petrified his anxious heart. In the distance, the trio from Gryffindor hurriedly approached. Hermione was cautiously making her way from the riverbank, wand raised. She dared not move too quickly, for the ice beneath her feet was treacherously slick, and one misstep could send her tumbling. Harry and Ron lagged behind her, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and, particularly in Ron's case, a hint of fear. This was the sort of look that only appeared in the Weasley eyes when Molly was angry. You're rather frightening, you know? Ron hesitated before adding, impressive, yet quite unsettling. Chapter 52. The Quidditch match approaches. He was not mistaken. Anthony glided towards the trio, his feet gliding on ice created by transfiguration. Please refrain from casting spells behind me. I am rather timid and cannot withstand such fright. Timid? You? Hermione, leaning on her own arms, smiled sweetly, as if she had heard a delightful jest. Her expression softened slightly. Just moments ago, she had heard the incantation of the soul-sucking curse by the lakeside. Heaven knows how tense she had felt upon hearing the words soul extraction. It had made her heart skip a beat. Upon witnessing that Slytherin girl aim the soul-sucking curse at Anthony, a wave of indignation surged within her. With her wand firmly in hand, she instinctively cast the petrification spell and rushed over anxiously. Hermione's emotions were clearly etched upon her face. On the icy surface, Anthony extended his left hand to steady her while aiming his wand at her feet with his right. After a gentle sway, Hermione appeared to have grown taller, as 2 ice blades emerged beneath her shoes. He held her hand and softly said, "You must have tried this before. Relax, I will guide you." With that, Anthony summoned strength in his legs and led Hermione to glide across the lake surface. At first, the young witch's movements were quite stiff. She struggled to loosen up, gripping his hand with all her might. However, Anthony said nothing. It was her first time, after all, and such activities often incite nervousness. No amount of technique could replace the simple truth. Fall a few times, and you will master it. The same principle applies to riding a bicycle. After a few tumbles, one is assured to learn. The concept of driving holds the same truth, though it is advisable to switch driving schools. For a school may hesitate to teach you again after a car has been totaled. In the afternoon, the sun, which had been hiding all morning, finally emerged. The earth began to warm, still chilly, yet not as unbearably cold as it had been in the morning. More young wizards from Hogwarts gathered on the lake's surface, forming clusters to share amusing stories, or, like Anthony and his friends, to skate. This pastime seemed not to be particularly popular among wizards, but that mattered little. Their enthusiasm was high. Occasionally, someone would fall, and in the chaos, one might collide with another, creating a domino effect that toppled several wizards at once. Gradually, Hermione began to relax. Her intelligence allowed her to grasp this sport with ease. However, it was Harry who first excelled, perhaps due to his natural Quidditch talent. He had not fallen at all. After a few wobbly steps on his ice blades, he had mastered skating, perfectly embodying the essence of innate giftedness. Oh! The young wizard soared joyfully across the ground, leaving a trail of scratches on the smooth lake surface. Anthony smiled, watching Harry and Hermione scream with delight. Children, after all, harbor no real grievances. A day spent playing freely can resolve 99% of their troubles. Why is it that these fools cannot comprehend such a simple truth? With that thought, he too smiled and joined in. The group frolicked wildly on the ice. Hermione had prepared a book for Harry, titled Quidditch Through the Ages. It was a particularly engaging read. The following day, Friday, after he finished his last training session, he devoted the entire day to finishing that book. From Quidditch Through the Ages, Harry learned that there are 700 ways to commit fouls in Quidditch, all of which were documented during a World Cup match in 1473. Subsequently, even more bizarre tales of Quidditch unfolded before Harry, and he eventually drifted off to sleep amidst the strange words. When he opened his eyes again, it was already Saturday. The morning was still cold, but the good news was that it was a bright, sunny day, ensuring no rain would fall. Otherwise, in such weather, rain would make for a freezing match, which was precisely why Anthony vowed never to join the Quidditch team. Today, the occupants of the dormitory rose unusually early. Not only Ron, but even Neville and Seamus were up at dawn, hastening to the Great Hall to secure a spot for Harry. The enticing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the air as everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, engaging in animated conversations. "Have a piece of bread," Hermione urged Harry. "I'm not very hungry." Although Harry felt quite spirited due to the encouragement from Anthony and Hermione, he still felt a twinge of anxiety as the match approached. "Harry, you need to maintain your stamina," Seamus reminded him. Seekers are always the primary targets of the opposing team's defense. Though none had witnessed Harry train and were unaware of his performance, the role of Seeker undoubtedly meant he would be under close scrutiny from Slytherin. This was indisputable. As the clock struck 11, nearly the entire school gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Anthony and Hermione had already chosen their seats, situated in the highest row, where the view was optimal. Ron, Hermione, Anthony, Neville, Seamus, and Dean, a supporter of the Gryffindor team, sat alongside Justin from Hufflepuff, all holding a massive banner proclaiming Potter for victory. Dean had drawn a majestic Gryffindor lion on it, while Hermione had cast a clever charm that made the colors on the banner shimmer with vibrant hues. "I'm a bit nervous," Ron stammered. "Come on, don't be such a wuss. It's not like you're the one competing," Anthony retorted mercilessly. "Hey," Ron immediately shot back. "Harry is my best friend. I'm worried about him." "Huh." Anthony regarded Ron with a condescending look, mimicking his tone. "Harry is my best friend." "Oh, so we're not, then?" "No, I mean, you all are my best friends." "Oomph. Trying to play both sides. Are you, Weasley?" "Don't need to explain. I understand, Ron Weasley." In the arena of verbal sparring and nonsensical banter, Ron was no match for Anthony. "Oh, dear, did I touch a nerve? I just knew it. What image?" Ron appeared bewildered, staring at Anthony with a dazed expression. "What sweet girl? What do you think of me? Clarify that for me, will you?" Chapter 53. The match begins. The match was about to commence. The players from both teams soared out of the waiting area, aligning themselves in formation. The jubilant cheers from the stands surged like waves crashing into the deep sea. The chatter between Ron and Anthony abruptly ceased as all attention was drawn to the pitch. Madame Hooch, serving as a referee, stood at the center of the field. "Listen, what I wish to see is a fair and honest match." The players gathered around her as she sternly addressed them. Yet, everyone present was acutely aware that this statement was particularly directed at the Slytherin captain, sixth-year student Marcus Flint. Harry cast a vigilant gaze upon the robust figure of the man who seemed to possess a trace of giant blood, and an unbidden sense of unease began to stir within him. For weeks, rumors had circulated throughout Hogwarts that Marcus intended to launch an attack against him. The Slytherins had boisterously proclaimed their intention to deliver him an unforgettable match. As for what they deemed unforgettable, Harry surmised it was unlikely to involve his safe exit from the pitch. "Harry! Harry! Harry!" A tremendous wave of sound erupted from the stands, where a sea of scarlet and gold rallied in his support. On the platform above, a colossal banner fluttered in the air, emblazoned with the words "Potter for victory." Even Hermione, typically composed, fervently waved her arms, while their fellow companions in the stands energetically gestured in encouragement. This scene was not lost on Harry, as an unprecedented surge of passion and confidence filled his chest, his blood boiling with fervor, causing his face to flush crimson. The specter of fear was swept away. "Are you ready?" Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with fervent force. With the resounding sound, 15 broomsticks soared into the air, marking the commencement of the match. Angelina, representing Gryffindor, surged forward with remarkable flying skills, executing a splendid side maneuver to successfully seize the quaffle. Oh, Angelina has captured the quaffle, executing a brilliant stop that leaves the Slytherin players in disarray. Their 3 chasers appear utterly foolish. Jordan, the commentator of the match, maintained an unwavering bias in favor of Gryffindor, his enthusiasm palpable. "Jordan, apologies, Professor," he stammered, as Professor McGonagall sat closely beside him, scrutinizing his every word. Suddenly, Marcus charged forward, delivering a magnificent pass, and now it was Aaliyah in possession of the ball. Unwilling to succumb to defeat, Marcus pressed on. Oh, Gryffindor passes again, and now is Katie Bell, the chaser, who has the quaffle. Look at him. Marcus is being outwitted by the Gryffindor players. At this moment, George made a significant contribution by accurately striking the bludger towards the Slytherin chaser, Darian Hughes, who barely dodged the rogue ball, missing the chance to intercept Katie Bell. Katie had now advanced to the Slytherin goal. Would she shoot? No, it was a feint as she passed the ball to Angelina. Angelina took her shot, and it went in. Gryffindor scores 10 points. Oh, as Gryffindor triumphed, a wave of exhilaration swept through the stands, igniting a fervor of red and gold. The match quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Just as Anthony had anticipated, the Slytherin team, having undergone considerable changes, found their prowess severely diminished. The departure of their former captain and chasers had left them far from their former glory. Furthermore, the reduction in training time had resulted in insufficient cohesion for this new team. A significant portion of their struggles stemmed from their own arrogance. This time, Gryffindor's preparation was indeed thorough. The final outcome revealed a stark disparity in the strength of the two teams. Apart from the violations, Anthony could hardly conceive of any possibility for Slytherin to secure a victory. The score soon became overwhelmingly one-sided, with Gryffindor continuously racking up points. And within a mere few minutes, the score soared to 70-0. Make way, it's Hagrid. He approached from the stairway. Anthony and Hermione nudged each other to create space for Hagrid to stand. How's the score? He inquired. 70-0. We're in the lead, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Oh, really? Hagrid responded with delight. I just spotted Gryffindor scoring through my telescope. He gestured towards the large telescope hanging around his neck. What a splendid play. Has the golden snitch shown itself yet? Not yet, Ron replied. Harry is still searching for it. Well, there's not much to be done. Sometimes it just comes down to luck, Hagrid said, straining to search the skies with his telescope. At that moment, Harry was soaring high above, executing a prearranged strategy to avoid being knocked down by Slytherin's beaters. He now possessed the ball, accelerating swiftly towards Slytherin's goal. Oh, is he about to throw? Gryffindor would score again with such a brilliant tactic. Damn it. Marcus seethed with rage. He had fallen for Gryffindor's cleverness, astonished by their seamless cooperation. He then cast a glance at Wood, standing before the Gryffindor goalpost, who, upon catching his eye, even let out a yawn. Throughout the match, Slytherin had not made a single attempt at scoring. No, this cannot continue. The score keeps widening. At this rate, even if they capture the golden snitch in the end, they might still lose the match. Such a scenario is not unheard of in Quidditch. Draco, initiate the play. Marcus shouted to the crowd. All players turned their attention to him. He made a gesture from above, and the other Slytherin team members understood immediately. As the game progressed, Slytherin's style of play underwent a sudden transformation. First, Draco collided forcefully with Angelina as they vied for the quaffle. As a girl, Angelina nearly found herself toppled from her broom by the impact. Goodness, how despicable. That should be a foul, Hermione exclaimed, her anger palpable. Indeed, if this were a soccer match, that hit would warrant at least a yellow card warning, if not a red card expulsion, resulting in a free kick for Gryffindor. However, this was Quidditch, where the rules do not encompass red or yellow cards, nor does it include expulsion from the game. Occasionally, fouls are part of Quidditch. Otherwise, it wouldn't feature over 700 types of infractions in a single match. Chapter 54, Chang'an Academy. The jubilant sounds gradually diminished, far across the ocean, in the distant land of the Far East. This is a land unlike any other in Europe or even the rest of the world. In Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic operates as a direct branch of the central government. Naturally, it functions independently, with the government providing essential material support and student resources. This extraordinary structure is intertwined with the national history of Hogwarts. Once, a wizard from America visited the Chang'an Academy and chronicled his journey in a travelogue titled The Far East, the Birthplace of Magic. It was written with remarkable finesse, and I have heard that the book has enjoyed considerable success in the United States. Perhaps Anthony could pen a letter to Lehan Bookstore to inquire whether they possess a copy of this work, if only he were aware of its existence. Dumbledore's urgent correspondence reached the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts within mere days, facilitated by officials from the International Confederation of Wizards. The ministry, headquartered in Jinling, seemed to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Merely half an hour after receiving the letter, it was dispatched to the Chang'an Academy. Chang'an Academy, a city nestled amidst the mountains, indeed stands as a city. It is located within the Jinling mountain range, where the inhabitants have ingeniously constructed a grand city utilizing the natural gaps in the mountains, encircled by an imposing circular wall. This crescent-shaped city serves as both a school and a city, housing the epicenter of the Northwest magical realm. The Academy, situated against the mountain range, spans a vast area of 3.5 square kilometers, equivalent to 3 Versailles palaces, 45 forbidden cities, 12 Kremlins, 13 Louvre museums, and 15 Buckingham palaces. Not excessively large, yet impressive nonetheless. The entrance to the Academy is marked by a low-lying lake that resembles a flawless mirror. Its waters are shallow, only a few centimeters deep, and scattered across its surface are remnants of an ancient battlefield. Enormous, diverse swords are embedded in the ground, surrounded by crumbling walls. More numerous are the shattered terracotta statues, lying broken upon the lake's surface, collectively forming a magnificent yet melancholic tapestry. Additionally, the cliffs, rivers, and valleys on either side are replete with abandoned statues, ruins, and scars left by battles. These are vestiges of history that the people of Chang'an have neither cleared nor restored. Perhaps even they are unaware of the stories concealed within these relics. They stubbornly preserve them. The profound and weighty history allows them to stand proudly above the rest of the world. No citizen of Hogwarts would dare claim to fully comprehend its entirety. For centuries, diligent scholars have walked upon these ancient sites as they leave the Academy, an unspoken sense of duty naturally arising within them. Indeed, what an ancient and noble history it is. Much like the city itself, it exudes a breathtaking, unique, and resplendent charm. On a distant mountain peak, there exists an indescribable spirit tree, standing as if to embrace the heavens. At dusk, the sky is adorned with radiant clouds that filter through the tree's canopy, resembling silk awash in luminous colors that blankets the entire sky. The vibrant ribbons of light sway with the breeze, illuminating the city in a riot of colors. Here lies one of the 8 wonders of Chang'an. The Baiguang Valley, where the phoenix trees are shrouded in mist. The celestial spirit tree, indeed, is the Wutong tree, where the phoenix sings upon the lofty heights. The Wutong flourishes in the embrace of the morning sun. The nobleman's chariot is both numerous and grand. His steeds are leisurely yet swift. The verses may be few, yet they serve to elevate the song. The scholars of Chang'an resemble the gentlemen of old, with the Chang'an Academy shimmering like the dawn. Much like Hogwarts, this academy boasts enchantments akin to the disillusionment charm and the revealing charm. The Great Lake lies a considerable distance from the academy, spanning 6 or 7 li. It is inconceivable to traverse to the academy on foot alone. By the lakeside, upon a bare rock, stands a lamp resembling a flowering tree. The lamppost extends in regular layers, branches reaching out to support the lamp basin, which cradles the wick adorned with intricate phoenix carvings. This lamp is distinguished by its varying branches, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, and 15. The Han lantern by the Great Lake is the most abundant and largest, boasting 15 branches, towering over a zhang, its surface gilded and resplendent. This locale bears resemblance to the station at Hogwarts, with numerous carriages parked beside the Han lantern. Remarkably, these are not genuine carriages, but rather resemble exquisite bronze artifacts. The bronze wheels and carriage, marked by verdigris, are drawn by 4 robust steeds. The sides of the carriage are intricately carved with patterns of cloud motifs, kuei dragons, and kuei phoenixes, all rendered with lifelike precision. The craftsmanship of the bronze chariot is extraordinarily refined, each component appearing remarkably vivid and authentic. Moreover, this is a battle chariot, with a bronze umbrella atop the carriage. Should it come under attack, the umbrella can be raised, its surface imbued with countless protective enchantments, sufficient to withstand most assaults. A bronze artifact indeed, a masterpiece of art. As the chariot glides across the lake's mirror-like surface, it appears as though the water has been cleaved by a sharp blade, cracking momentarily before mending itself. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, the chariot arrives before the gates of the academy. Though referred to as gates, they are not gates in the conventional sense. What greets the eye are stout tree trunks, the immense wutong from the mountains, its roots woven into a net, blocking the entrance. One must utter the correct incantation for the roots to part, revealing a gate adorned with the splendor of nature, vibrant blooms flourishing all around, purple flowers, red leaves, and verdant grass. A serene, natural ambience reminiscent of a utopia envelopes this sacred place. This site also encompasses 2 other scenes among the 8 views: the Valley of 10,000 Forests and the Forest Market. The city forms a valley, the roots create a forest, and thus the Valley of 10,000 Forests emerges. Entering the city, one finds the East Market and West Market flanking either side, with further exploration revealing the South Market and North Market. As the saying goes, in the East Market, one buys spirited horses. In the West Market, saddles and stirrups. In the South Market, reins, and in the North Market, long whips. Beneath the Spirit Tree lies the Forest Market, passing through the Bell Tower and along Vermilion Bird Avenue. One travels northward, encountering the Wangxian Gate, the Danwang Gate, and the Yanfu Gate. Sage Path is a thoroughfare lined with ancient statues of sages. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that the gazes of these figures are fixed upon the horizon, as if they have long seen through the passage of time, comprehending all, with only the unknown distance worthy of their contemplation. The majestic and solemn Sage Path, however, bears witness to the wear of time, with many statues showing signs of damage. Perhaps due to the ravages of time, some sculptures have even lost their visages. However, the Taixue has no intention of restoration. In their own words, the images of those sages have long been lost. If they are shattered, let them remain so. The people of Chang'an do not revere mere stones. This is one of the 8 scenic wonders, the Sage Path. Walking upon it feels like receiving instruction, as the echoes of countless sages resonate in the air through the ages. Personal cultivation precedes familial harmony. Familial harmony precedes national governance, and national governance precedes global peace. The Taixue of Chang'an is akin to an academy of worldly magic, encouraging students to immerse themselves in the realm of ordinary people, pursuing ancient truths. Traversing this final Sage Path leads one to the true Taixue of Chang'an. It comprises an expansive complex of buildings stretching for miles, including the front hall, the magnetic stone gate, the orchid pool palace, the heavenly terrace, the earth sacrifice altar, and the upper forest garden, all rising majestically, forming a complete ensemble of palatial architecture. There exists a fascinating tale regarding its name. During the Western Han Dynasty, a mere mortal fortuitously stumbled into the Taixue. However, his lack of imagination rendered him unable to comprehend how he arrived there or to grasp the nature of his surroundings. Eventually, some scholars discovered him and kindly escorted him out, although they did not erase his memory. Thus, in the outside world, this sprawling complex garnered the name of a Pang Palace. This was likely a misunderstanding, yet neither sorcerers nor mere mortals seemed to mind. Consequently, 2 millennia later, this architectural marvel is indeed known as a Pang Palace. The main hall is named the Zikan Hall, a palace dominated by a platinum hue. At the entrance, one of the 8 scenic wonders, a glazed phoenix statue, reigns supreme. The phoenix soars, its wings fluttering gracefully. It gathers at the zenith, ascending towards the heavens. High in the azure sky, the phoenix flies, accompanied by a multitude of birds, resting upon trees as they greet the morning light. The colorful glass shimmers with brilliance, and the transformed phoenix appears remarkably lifelike. Before the hall's entrance stand 2 stone pillars, one adorned with a headless monstrosity, wielding a long blade, exuding a fierce aura, resembling a living embodiment of terror. Within the hall, a bronze cauldron, towering 3 zhong, emits curling wisps of fragrant steam that waft enticingly. It seems forged from blue steel, its surface engraved with many peculiar runes, each imbued with a vast essence. Beside the cauldron, 4 elegantly robed sorcerers sit cross-legged on the ground. They are presumably the esteemed mentors of the Taixue. Surely, everyone has circulated Professor Dumbledore's letter, right? I never expected Sangshui would embark on this path. Muse an elderly man in a simple gray robe, standing directly opposite the main entrance. Master, ultimately, this is all my fault, lamented a middle-aged man beside the master. I've been too indulgent with her. It is not your fault, Wenshu. Cherishing talent is not a transgression, replied the revered master of the Chang'an Taixue, his voice calm and measured. On the right side stood a petite beauty, gracefully holding a white fan. With a glimmer in her eyes, she spoke. It is only human nature. She yearns to escape the identity of a vampire. The pursuit of dark arts transcends the discourse of right and wrong. Yet she ought not to have taken so many lives. She has long since succumbed to darkness. Our duty now is to eradicate the malevolent and uphold the dignity of the academy. Qingqiu articulated astutely. A glimmer of appreciation appeared in the sage's gaze. Jin Sangshui's actions had strayed entirely from the path of a teacher, even diverging from humanity itself. Further deliberation on right and wrong would yield no benefit. Decisive action must be taken to sever the chaos. We cannot allow her to continue wreaking havoc upon the world. Furthermore, several celestial masters from Kunlun Su have repeatedly delivered revelations. It seems there is some unrest in England. Ultimately, they're uncultured, resistant to enlightenment. I have long warned against admitting this, girl. Look, trouble has indeed arisen. Be cautious in your words, military strategist. The sage cast an unpleased glance at the burly instructor. His tone slightly intensified. Do you wish to see a repeat of the magical school's potion championship debacle? He sighed softly, shaking his head, and a hint of anxiety arose within him. He then turned to Zhang Qingqiu beside him and said slowly, Qingqiu, I must trouble you this time. Yes, esteemed teacher. I've heard that there exists a branch of your Zhang family in England. It would be prudent for you to investigate. Chapter 55. Turbulent Winds at the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, within Hogwarts, events unfolded almost identically to the original narrative, playing out before Anthony. Harry dove and caught the golden snitch, securing victory for his team. The only notable difference was that today, Quirrell behaved unusually submissively. He did not place a curse upon Harry's broom, likely because the peculiar creature on his head sensed that Dumbledore's scrutiny had surpassed a certain threshold. Indeed, Voldemort silently expressed gratitude towards Jean Sangshui for stirring up trouble outside. Had she not drawn Dumbledore's attention to such an extent? Not to mention that of the entire magical community in Britain, he might have been exposed long ago. Someone was indeed carrying the burden for his sake. Anthony remained unaware of Dumbledore's intentions regarding Quirrell. He had been allowing events to unfold naturally, aside from a few minor incidents. Everything at Hogwarts had unfolded almost as he remembered, just as now, on the pitch, Harry appeared to be on the verge of retching, coughing violently before a golden object landed in his palm. Oh, Harry Potter has captured the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Jordan, the commentator, shouted exuberantly. A tremendous cheer erupted, and everyone celebrated, save for Slytherin. Even the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students wore expressions of joy. On the field, Marcus was the first to plunge down, angrily approaching Madame Hooch, exclaiming, Potter fouled. He did not truly catch the golden snitch. He nearly swallowed it. Unfortunately for him, Madame Hooch paid him no mind and boldly announced, Gryffindor wins. The score was finalized at 290-60. We won. We won. Wood, Fred, and the rest of the players rushed over, hoisting Harry aloft. A resounding cheer erupted throughout the Quidditch stadium, reverberating into the heavens. In the stands, Professor McGonagall joyfully waved her arms alongside her students. She cast a glance at Dumbledore, seated on another balcony, his fervent gaze seemingly conveying, Look, this is my student. How exceptional. When not causing trouble, of course. Yet, amidst the exuberance, only Dumbledore was aware of the desolation that lay within his heart, where the surrounding jubilant sounds could not linger for even a fleeting moment. Just moments ago, he had received 2 letters from the Ministry of Magic. One was from Kingsley, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, while the other was from Minister Cornelius Fudge, marking the 4th correspondence from him that week. Each letter bore increasingly stern language. The earlier ones began with Dear, but now they simply addressed him as Dumbledore. This was hardly surprising for the somewhat ineffectual Minister of Magic, as the public sentiment in the magical world had erupted once again. This situation should have been a cause for celebration. However, for the Ministry of Magic, it had become their greatest misfortune. It implied that they were even less competent than the Muggle government, which had managed to locate Ginevra in a matter of weeks. While they had achieved nothing after a month, nothing but disgrace for the wizarding community. What compounded Fudge's distress was that during the recent capture operation, the Ministry had deployed nearly all available Aurors, yet Ginevra had managed to escape from their seemingly inescapable net. The Aurors had become a laughingstock, and the Ministry along with them. Unlike Umbridge, this failure in apprehension was splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet, spanning 2 full sections. Within a single day, the outcry from British wizards flooded the Ministry like a flurry of snowflakes, and the clamor questioning the Ministry's competence grew louder. The predominant inquiry was whether Fudge possessed the capability to lead the wizarding world. Consequently, attention shifted to another figure, an uncompromising hardliner who had previously failed in his bid for the ministerial position, Barty Crouch. Ever since he had been denied nomination for the Minister of Magic due to his son's troubles, Crouch had been relegated from the familiar confines of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a clear demotion of his authority. The Ministry of Magic was not akin to the Muggle government. In the British cabinet, the most crucial ministers include the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, and the Secretary of State for Defense. In contrast, the remaining ministers, such as those for education, health, and transport, occupy a lower tier. Positions like the leader of the House of Lords and the Minister for International Trade, along with others, often reflect the distribution of power rather than genuine authority. It is evident that the Foreign Secretary holds significant importance within the British system. In the realm of magic, the situation stands in stark contrast. The magical communities of various nations operate independently, rendering the International Magical Exchange Office nearly a redundant entity, as there are seldom significant matters requiring their attention. Since his appointment, the esteemed Bartemius Crouch has achieved little more than the revival of the Triwizard Tournament. And even that accomplishment must be shared with the International Magical Cooperation Office and the Department of Magical Sports. The overlap in functions between the International Magical Exchange Office and the International Magical Cooperation Office is glaringly evident. Crouch's hard-earned reputation, amassed over a lifetime, has been tarnished. Relegating him to the shadows of this peripheral department is indeed a lamentable state of affairs for one who is perhaps the only truly capable director within the Ministry of Magic. However, times have changed. With the rising tide of skepticism within the magical community, these voices will inevitably converge upon the minister himself. The increasingly irritable Cornelius Fudge has reprimanded his subordinates on multiple occasions for trivial matters, a stark departure from his historically affable demeanor. Observe the folly of Dumbledore's suggestion. In his office, Fudge furiously brandished a letter from the Hogwarts headmaster's office. He requested that I contact the Muggle Prime Minister for assistance. Muggles, seeking help from a Muggle government. How could he even utter such a thing? Fudge exclaimed, his indignation boiling over as if he had suffered a profound humiliation. Has he lost his mind? Or has the esteemed headmaster of a magical school become a puppet of the Muggles? Minister, our immediate priority should be to apprehend Grindelwald. The source of our intelligence is of little consequence, insisted Kingsley Shacklebolt, a seasoned orer who understood the gravity of the situation. That dark sorceress is wreaking havoc across Britain, and we are witnessing a regression to the dark times of Voldemort's reign. To dwell on the source of intelligence now is undeniably foolish. What matters is the capture of those responsible. Are you Dumbledore's man? Fudge's gaze bore into Kingsley with a fierce intensity. For the first time, Kingsley felt an unsettling chill emanating from this minister, known for his congeniality. If you are not, then silence your tongue. Are you also a puppet of the Muggles? Suddenly, Fudge, in a fit of madness, let out a wild cry. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Dumbledore seeks to oust me. Yes, that must be it. He is deliberately watching me falter. Huh. And he claims to have no interest in the position of Minister for Magic. It is all a facade. Despicable. Minister. Kingsley interjected sternly, needing to pull Fudge from the depths of his delusions. Look at what you are saying. Have you lost your senses? Our foremost concern is to apprehend Grindelwald. Another wizard has been murdered this month. I trust you understand the implications if this continues. If we could receive even a modicum of assistance from the Muggle Prime Minister, the Ministry of Magic ought to reach out to them. There is no shame in that. Kingsley, who has been a member of the Order of the Phoenix since the Dark Times and is actively engaged on the front lines against the Death Eaters, will not be intimidated by Fudge's inquiries. As one of the few lucid wizards within the ministry, he is acutely aware of the course of action that must be taken. Well said, Minister, Shacklebolt affirmed. Suddenly, the door to the minister's office swung open, revealing Umbridge, who was escorting a man with pale, golden hair and icy gray-blue eyes. He surveyed the room with his gaunt, sharp face, his gaze sweeping past Kingsley before finally settling on Fudge. You indeed ought to meet with this Muggle Prime Minister, both for intelligence gathering and to issue a warning. Perhaps it is merely my imagination, but since this year began, the Muggle influence seems to have surged remarkably, which is hard not to ponder. What did you say, Lucius? Fudge initially frowned, but upon seeing Lucius Malfoy's face, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, akin to parting the clouds to see the light. He exclaimed, Are you suggesting there is a traitor? Oh, Minister, I did not imply that, Lucius replied. I have faith that every employee of the ministry remains loyal to their duties. I simply believe that, given the current circumstances, certain individuals may not be well suited for their roles. Lucius cast a disdainful glance at Kingsley, well aware that he was a staunch Dumbledore supporter. It is precisely due to the presence of individuals like him that the dignity of wizards has been trampled upon step by step. You are correct. Fudge leaned against his desk, his eyes flickering as though he had resolved upon a decision. We indeed ought to pay a visit to that Muggle Prime Minister. With a stern expression, he tightened his necktie and strode purposefully towards the office exit. Meanwhile, at Downing Street, he held a few sheets of newspaper, The Times, with a striking headline, The Prime Minister's Victory. This referred to the passage of his Special Talent Protection Act in Parliament yesterday. Mr. Hark, carrying immense prestige, seemed to embody Churchill's spirit as he faced questioning from the House of Commons, confidently steering the discourse. The public has made its decision. In the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Hark stood by the window, holding a glass of pale yellow pear cider, his gaze contemplatively fixed on the garden below. In truth, Mr. Hark's party has never been particularly stable. The previous Prime Minister, after a bitter clash with the cabinet secretary, resigned in disgrace, leading to Mr. Hark's ascension to the position of prime minister through internal party selection, bypassing a general election. At that time, although Mr. Hark's Labour Party held a majority in Parliament, their lead was quite slender, and the opposition had long been preparing to decisively defeat the Labour Party in the upcoming election. However, following the events in London and the terror attacks, Mr. Hark's popularity soared, and consequently, the Labour Party's standing surged as well. If this trend continues, the Conservative Party appears to have little hope in next year's election. Mr. Haq has firmly secured his position, both within the party and among the public. Recently, there has been much discourse regarding the transformations that have transpired in the post-World War II era. The British society has undergone significant changes. This nation has faced bankruptcy, and its defense and security are riddled with vulnerabilities, while our allies find themselves in dire straits. The great empire of our childhood is waning before our eyes. So, what grand plans do you have now? As the Prime Minister uttered the initial words, Sir Humphrey instantly discerned that this Prime Minister was likely concocting yet another impractical reform agenda. You see, Humphrey, I had once believed that upon becoming Prime Minister, I would wield absolute power. Yet now, look at what I have achieved. Mr. Haq placed the newspaper and his glass down, gazing intently at Sir Humphrey. Do you know? I conversed with Her Majesty the Queen yesterday morning. Oh, Humphrey replied, pursing his lips in displeasure. What did the dignitaries discuss? His greatest annoyance was Mr. Haq's tendency to bypass protocol. Meetings with the Queen, whether ascending or descending, should be communicated to him, the cabinet secretary, for proper arrangement. Such a signal bodes ill, indicating that the Prime Minister's sole channel of information no longer lies with the civil servants. In Britain, information equates to power. She remarked, since her ascension, this country was once robust, but now, murder, terrorism, economic downturn, soaring unemployment. What is her government doing? The Queen can only watch helplessly as the nation declines. Mr. Haq spoke with difficulty. It was evident that Her Majesty had been wearied by the multitude of attacks in recent months. Typically, she would not confide such sentiments to a sitting Prime Minister, as it signifies her dissatisfaction and distrust towards the current government. It is worth noting that the Queen possesses the same red box as the Prime Minister, privy to all cabinet meeting records, and, as a monarch, she retains the power to dismiss the Prime Minister and dissolve Parliament, albeit rarely exercised. And what do you think? Humphrey inquired, his brow furrowing with an unsettling premonition. I cannot control the police, interest rates, nor the directives from the European Union, the European Court, or even our own courts and judges. So what of you? Queen Elizabeth, too, can command the winds and unleash fury, causing turmoil on those who provoke her. Chapter 57, The Tripartite Talks, Part 1. Would it not be intriguing if ministers held fixed terms while the permanent secretaries changed frequently? Suddenly, Mr. Haq revealed a predatory grin as he looked at Humphrey, his gaze imbued with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Humphrey's complexion turned ashen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stiffly turned to the Prime Minister, exclaiming with incredulity, "Oh, goodness, I cannot fathom where such a perilous notion emerged from. Such a shift would deliver a fatal blow to the entire British system, directly undermining the very foundation of Britain. Do not be so tense. I was merely jesting," Mr. Haq replied, his demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon, his expression softening once more. "Well, Prime Minister, a call was made, announcing a visit today." At that moment, Bernard unexpectedly received a phone call, and after exchanging a few words, he brought Mr. Hark a piece of news. Do I have any other arrangements today, Bernard?" "None, sir." "Then let us schedule it for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Please inform the ambassador," the Prime Minister stated with ease, accustomed as he was to such summons of the ambassador. Having just concluded a session in the House of Commons, he had argued with a pack of wolves all morning. It was now time to enjoy lunch. While Mr. Hark savored the chef's smoked salmon and fine wine, at least 4 groups of individuals were en route to Downing Street. In addition to the ambassador, representatives from the Ministry of Magic, as well as Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts, and the Minister of Defense from the Cabinet were all making their way there. Time flew by in the afternoon, offering no respite, and before long, the clock struck 2. The ambassador arrived punctually, accompanied by a lady. She was petite, dressed in a white shirt and a high-neck top, and wore a black and white checker blazer. Her lower attire consisted of blue and white jeans, complemented by stylish black boots. She appeared to be in her 20s, with delicate skin and refined features, radiating an air of elegance that even the British would deem strikingly beautiful. Mr. Hark welcomed the ambassador with pleasure, though they were somewhat taken aback by the presence of a lady. However, given the occasion, he refrained from inquiring further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, The Prime Minister was unexpectedly struck by the realization that it was the woman who seemed to be leading the discussion, with the ambassador merely playing a supporting role. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Prime Minister," Zhang Qingqiu said, slowly removing her sunglasses and casually introducing herself. "I am the ancient rune master and professor from Chang'an Academy, also known as your Chang'an School of Magic." Her English was fluent, imbued with a distinct British accent, clearly indicating that her instructor was British. "I have been dispatched by the school and the authorities to assist you in apprehending Jean Sanshui." "Oh, are you saying that you are a wizard from Huagua, Mr.?" Hark was taken aback by Zhang Qingqiu's sudden revelation. He glanced nervously between the two, surprised by the presence of a Huagua wizard here. Shouldn't they have gone directly to that Ministry of Magic instead? Indeed, Zhang Qingqiu acknowledged graciously. The ambassador beside her added leisurely, "The two schools are jointly collaborating to capture the criminal. We are committed to combating any form of criminal activity." "Any form of criminal activity? Does that include magical crimes as well?" Mr. Hart queried, though he was clearly bemused by the distinct differences between their two nations. "Wait," he asked hesitantly, "are you saying that your school, Chang'an School of Magic, is affiliated with?" He himself is not a wizard, merely an ordinary official. Thus he remains unaware of the happenings within the British magical community. Due to the sparse communication between the magical realm of Huagua and the outside world, he mistakenly believed that Britain was akin to their own, and even his esteemed mentor from the Taishu shared this same misconception. At that moment, Berner, seated at the corner of the long table, answered a phone call. After exchanging a few words, he hung up and turned to the Prime Minister, saying, "Sir, Mr. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall have come to pay their respects." "Excuse me?" Mr. Hark initially appeared startled, but a smile quickly spread across his face. He promptly exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? The headmaster of Hogwarts seldom visits. Please invite him in, and our esteemed deputy headmistress as well." In truth, it had only been a few days since Dumbledore's last visit. However, Mr. Hark felt compelled to speak this way, needing to bolster his own stature. After all, how could he allow these two foreign wizards to perceive him as a fool? As expected, upon hearing Mr. Hark's words, Zhang Qingqiu and the ambassador exchanged a subtle glance, their confidence in their own judgment wavering. It seemed that this Prime Minister was not entirely uninformed. What exactly is the situation in Britain? Why is it so complicated? Before the two could silently voice their thoughts, the door to the Prime Minister's office swung open, and Humphrey led Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall inside. As the cabinet secretary, he was not required to be present for the Prime Minister's reception of foreign guests, which is why he had not been there earlier. It was only upon Dumbledore's arrival that he received notification from the guards and hurried to escort them. Meanwhile, Mr. Hark, who had been comfortably seated, immediately rose to greet Dumbledore as he entered, shaking the elder's hand warmly, as though they were long-lost friends reunited. "Welcome, Headmaster, and you as well, Professor." As he spoke, Mr. Hark gently placed his hand on Dumbledore's arm, guiding him towards the ambassador. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the ambassador, and the lady beside him is a professor from Chang'an Magic School. They have come to assist us in apprehending the criminal." He then pointed towards Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. "This is Mr. Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and he is also the president of the United Wizarding Association. The other individual is our deputy headmistress." Mr. Hark introduced them warmly, sensing that this meeting would be nothing short of monumental. In that moment, his instinct for survival kicked in, keenly aware of the value embedded within this encounter. On the other side, upon seeing Dumbledore's figure, Qingqiu also rose amicably to greet him. "I am pleased to see you, Headmaster Dumbledore. The ritual wine-bearer sends his regards." In the presence of the most illustrious white wizard, Qingqiu exhibited profound respect, warmly shaking his hand and conveying her master's concern for him. Chapter 58, The Tri-Party Conference, Part 2. "I'm delighted to see you, Headmaster Dumbledore. The ritual wine-bearer sends his regards." Qingqiu displayed great respect towards the greatest white wizard, enthusiastically shaking his hand while relaying her master's concern. "Hello." The former principal smiled at her and then remarked, "Has the sage not forgotten me? Ah, how swiftly time passes. I recall our last meeting was in 1981, and here we are, 20 years later. Indeed, sir, I am grateful for your support during that year's potion championship at the magical school, and I also appreciate your protection of our wizards in Europe in 1945. It is rare that you remember." Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and said, "In recent years, there have been minor changes in Britain. Perhaps I should take some time during the summer to pay a visit to the sage. You would be most welcome." After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, they took their seats. Dumbledore found himself in this situation due to a letter he received from Kingsley. The correspondence indicated that Fudge was accompanying Lucius to meet with the Muggle Prime Minister. One absurd idea, it was to take a former Death Eater to visit a Muggle. The old principal immediately recognized that the situation could be rather precarious, prompting him to hasten his arrival. Fortunately, due to his earlier assistance in modifying the flu network at number 10, he had severed connections with the Ministry of Magic, allowing him to arrive at Downing Street ahead of Fudge, albeit somewhat belatedly. Mr. Hark was exceedingly excited once he had seated both parties. He quickly realized that this was undoubtedly a diplomatic event of far greater significance than his meeting with the president in America just a month prior. If handled well, it would represent a substantial expansion of his influence. He promptly turned to Bernard and said, "Bernard, inform Bond and inquire about that dark wizard's whereabouts. Where is he hiding now?" "Yes, sir." Bernard nodded and immediately picked up the phone to call the agents at Downing Street, where a new department, the Mike, had stationed permanent agents. Summoning them in person would yield far more information than a mere phone call. "How did you come to be here?" While waiting for the agents, Dumbledore engaged in cordial conversation with Chinchio. "We are not well acquainted with Britain. Upon my arrival in London, I requested the ambassador to bring me to Downing Street. I assumed we were alike in this regard. It appears we are not so similar," Dumbledore replied slowly. "You should have gone to the Ministry of Magic." "Did the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts not notify the British Ministry?" "Shangri-La, you have forgotten." At the mention of Shangri-La, a glimmer of excitement crossed Chinchio's face. It was a legendary magical artifact, a true relic. It resided within the offices of the Yunnan provincial government, the Yunnan branch of the Ministry of Magic, referred to in Hogwarts as the Grand Magic Administration, with its headquarters in the capital. It resembled an enormous prayer wheel, exquisitely crafted, adorned with magical runes and various depictions of birds and beasts. Additionally, it was painted with colorful decorations, resembling a piece of fine art. The entire structure was divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower, each inlaid with coral, gemstones, and other treasures. Each tier was capable of rotation, with the upper 2 simulating latitude and longitude, while the lower tier represented altitude. By utilizing this device, one could pinpoint any location on Earth, once predetermined. Activating its magic and touching it would allow for direct arrival at the specified destination. Essentially, Shangri-La serves as a key, capable of establishing a location and granting access to any place within the Earth. It is no wonder that individuals from the East have arrived so swiftly. He had indeed forgotten this remarkable artifact. This also elucidates why the Ministry of Magic was unaware of their impending arrival. Such an extraordinary magical object. Dumbledore mused once more. Subsequently, the 2 parties resumed their amicable discourse. The atmosphere in the office was delightful, with the exception of Bernard. As the private secretary to the Prime Minister, he was tasked with documenting all meetings. Dumbledore fared better, as much of the English spoken by the lady named Chinchio Zhang was unfamiliar to him. The occasional utterances of archaic English and Arabic left him quite perplexed. However, this was hardly Bernard's fault. The phrases commonly employed among wizards differ greatly from those of Muggles. And given that many of Chinchio's terms were transliterations into English, it was indeed a challenge for Bernard to comprehend. Yet his discomfort was short-lived, as he was soon interrupted by a phone call. The caller was from the Downing Street security office, informing him that 3 suspicious individuals were attempting to force their way in and inquiring whether Mr. Bernard had authorized the use of firearms. At this, Bernard felt a surge of confusion. The security office personnel were elite forces with the authority to make on-the-spot decisions, and such matters did not typically require his consent. He promptly inquired further about the intruders' attire and whether they had identified themselves. After concluding the call, he dialed another Prime Minister's private secretary, requesting that the individuals be granted entry. In less than half a minute, Fudge and his companions appeared in the Prime Minister's office. The moment they stepped inside, Fudge's gaze was immediately fixed upon Dumbledore, evoking a sensation akin to catching someone in the act. A grand confrontation indeed. So Dumbledore has betrayed us wizards, Fudge thought, a cold smirk gracing his features as his contempt for Dumbledore deepened. Lucius, standing behind him, cast a surprised look at Dumbledore, his expression more one of mockery than disdain. If the Hogwarts Board of Governors were to learn that their esteemed headmaster had aligned himself with Muggles, his position would surely become untenable. "Albus," Fudge declared icily, striding toward him, "I wonder when you developed such a profound friendship with a Muggle Prime Minister?" "Oh," the old headmaster replied, gazing at him with a gentle yet prolonged demeanor. "Mr. Hark has provided us, particularly the Ministry of Magic, with invaluable intelligence. I believe maintaining a cordial relationship would be beneficial for us both, Cornelius." "Fudge scoffed, his eyes suddenly widening. In that moment, He finally broke free from the influence Dumbledore had held over him for so long. He growled, "Do not forget, I am a Minister of Magic. Whether to collaborate with Muggles is a decision I alone will make." Chapter 59, The Tri-Party Conference 3. Alas, the edge of scrutiny is a dangerous game indeed. Undeniably, "You're the Minister of Magic," Albus Dumbledore remarked with his characteristic calmness. However, it was precisely this demeanor that incited further ire within Fudge, who felt as though he were striking at Cotton, a mere jester in this exchange. Gradually, he shifted his gaze from behind Dumbledore to Chinchio and the ambassador, proclaiming with an air of unwarranted superiority as if everything were a matter of course. Clearly, apart from himself, this ostentatious display repulsed all present. "This is a wizard from Hogwarts, a professor from Taishua, here to assist us in capturing Jean." Dumbledore's words reignited Fudge's fury, his fiery gaze seemingly capable of igniting flames. A wizard from Hogwarts? What was he doing here? He nearly shouted. The fact that a foreign wizard had rushed to the side of the Muggle Prime Minister was a disgrace. If this were to circulate, what face would he have left as Minister of Magic? It was an affront, a humiliation not just to him, but to the entire British magical community. "We do not comprehend the circumstances. In our country, the Ministry of Magic is under official jurisdiction," Chinchio stated coolly, harboring no fondness for the brash figure before him. "This is England," Fudge continued to bellow, his pent-up frustrations erupting after weeks of suppression. He disregarded the decorum expected of him and bluntly declared, "Is this what your so-called magical school produces? A murderer? Do you have any idea how much trouble she has caused us?" Fudge's excessive rhetoric succeeded in provoking Chinchio, who shed her usual grace and met his gaze with piercing clarity. "Taishua has been established for nearly 2 millennia, and never has anyone dared to insult me so," she retorted. "Jean Sanchouet is indeed a student of our institution, but she has been expelled for delving into dark arts. As for her actions beyond our walls, they are not our concern." A cold smirk graced her lips as she continued. "Are all criminals in England the responsibility of Hogwarts, just because the majority of wizards here graduated from there?" As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the office. Indeed, while Chinchio's assertions bore no fault, it was well known that most wizards imprisoned in Azkaban were Hogwarts alumni, with the prison nearly regarded as Hogwarts' fifth house. However, this broadside inadvertently struck at Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, the headmaster and deputy headmistress, respectively. Was she not effectively slapping Dumbledore in the face? Hogwarts boasts a venerable history, and each student possesses the right to make their own choices. The paths they tread are not the school's responsibility, Professor McGonagall stated frostily, casting a disapproving glance towards Fudge and Chinchio, both of whom had gone too far. Meanwhile, Mr. Hark remained silent throughout, inwardly amused by the spectacle of wizards embroiled in dispute. Such scenes were all too familiar to him. Wasn't this the very essence of the rivalry between Oxford and Cambridge? Oh, fortunately, my graduation from the London School of Economics spared me from experiencing such discrimination. However, this is not the time to debate the merits of our institutions. The immediate priority is to locate the hidden treasure. Dumbledore, slightly vexed, regarded Fudge, whose half-moon spectacles revealed a hint of reproach. At such a crucial moment, the Minister of Magic was still preoccupied with trivial matters. Frankly, Dumbledore felt a deep disappointment in Fudge. Back in his school days, he was merely a timid, kind-hearted boy lacking conviction. He vividly remembered the day of his graduation. The freckle-faced boy had gazed nervously at the professors, unlike his jubilant peers, who radiated excitement. He displayed a tinge of apprehension about the future. It was a time when Voldemort was wreaking havoc and everyone lived in constant uncertainty. Yet, Fudge opted to work in the perilous Ministry of Magic. Decades have passed, and now, observing this man, he remained cowardly. But the kindness of his youth had transformed into avarice. He was enamored with gold galleons, obsessed with status and power, still a slave to authority. "I know what must be done," Fudge continued to bellow, positioning himself alongside Lucius and Kingsley at the far end of the bench. His hands were neatly placed on the table, exuding an air of authority as if everything here must heed his command. "You," he pointed at Mr. Hark, momentarily forgetting the Prime Minister's name. "Just call me Hark," the Prime Minister replied with a congenial smile, then keenly observed Fudge's performance. "Mr. Goldwater, do you have any news?" Fudge frowned, visibly irritated by the calm smile on Hark's face, which suggested he was the one in charge, orchestrating events, while Fudge appeared more like a newly affluent parvenu. "Oh, please wait." A young man, seemingly in his 20s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with a thick head of hair and a slightly languid expression, entered the room. "Sir, here are the materials you requested." The young man approached and handed a document to Mr. Hark. It contained intelligence gathered by Wick on Goldwater in recent days. Bring it here. Fudge suddenly shouted in a fit of barely contained anger, his gaze fixed intently on the young man. The young man glanced at Fudge, quickly assessing him from head to toe, yet remained unfazed as he continued to present the document to Mr. Hark. The operatives from Section 6. CDFO, Counterterrorist Specialist Firearms Officer, have arrived at Downing Street, sir. The Defense Minister. Tell him to wait, Mycroft. Mr. Hark's expression sharpened, instincts of a killer kicking in. He discreetly glanced at the phone before assessing Mycroft, his meaning unmistakable. Wait for his signal. Now is not the time for the Defense Minister to make an appearance. Understood. Subsequently, Mr. Hark did not peruse the document, but directly handed it to Sir Humphrey, signaling with his eyes. As Mr. Hark's long-standing aide, Sir Humphrey was naturally attuned to the situation. He picked up the documents in his hand, rose slowly, and approached Fudge, placing the papers squarely before him. All present witnessed this moment, signaling the impending confrontation between the British Prime Minister and the Minister of Magic. This action undeniably revealed Fudge's pettiness, while Mr. Hark's composure lent him an air of leadership. The young courier observed the scene with keen interest, his expression tinged with mockery. The contents of the document were beyond the comprehension of wizards, laden with extensive Wick data statistics and logical reasoning. It was not that he looked down upon these wizards. By their standards, they might not have even graduated middle school. The notion of deciphering these documents was sheer folly. Mycroft. Mr. Hark softly called the young man's name, inquiring if he had any further business. Sir, many aspects of the document require my explanation and report to you. With that, Mycroft began to elucidate matters on his own accord. Meanwhile, Fudge's demeanor grew increasingly frigid as he impatiently sifted through the papers. Although he recognized most of the words, their arrangement rendered them incomprehensible. The statistical reports, the flowcharts, and the expert logical deductions left him feeling bewildered. He even entertained the notion that the distant Muggles might be mocking him. Minister, Lucius, standing nearby, called softly. Fudge lifted his gaze, irritably handing the documents to the contemporary head of the Malfoy family, who had been his benefactor. Like Fudge, Lucius harbored a profound disdain for these Muggles, particularly the young man who had just arrived. The haughty glint in his eyes seemed to mock him, exuding an air of superiority akin to a genius looking down upon a fool. The perpetual display of aristocratic demeanor from that fellow further irked him. After all, he was a Malfoy, the oldest pure-blood family in all of Britain. Even in the Muggle realm, his lineage had accompanied Conqueror William into the heart of Old London. When had it become permissible for a Muggle to deride him so? Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the distant Dumbledore. Only that old man could temper the situation. Otherwise, those filthy Muggles would surely learn the bitter taste of despair. Lucius inhaled deeply, striving to calm his rising ire, and then opened the document in his hand. His expression mirrored Fudge's. He too found the complex figures utterly incomprehensible. With a sharp clap, he slammed the document onto the long table and, casting a disdainful glance at Mr. Hark and Sir Humphrey, coldly remarked, "What on earth are these? Do you intend to bamboozle us with such nonsense? This matter is irrelevant to us. Perhaps you require a translator." Sir Humphrey's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke in a measured tone. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you might have some difficulties with English." "What?" Even the most foolish individual should have discerned that Humphrey was mocking him at that moment. "Are you ridiculing me for my inability to comprehend English?" The illustrious head of the Malfoy family, apart from groveling at Voldemort's feet, had endured no other hardships. In an instant, Lucius stood, brandishing his wand and glaring menacingly at Sir Humphrey. "Please lower your weapon, sir." Mycroft's expression shifted, and he regarded Lucius with newfound seriousness. As an elite operative of the former MI6, although merely a criminal consultant, he had undergone rigorous combat training. Without considering spells, he could contend with all present in the room, save for the Chinese individual. It was not a matter of modesty. After all, the Chinese were skilled in martial arts. "Enough, Lucius," Fudge interjected, effectively curtailing Lucius's aggression. "There are wizards from other nations present in this room. Do you wish to further disgrace yourself?" Upon hearing this, Lucius cast a cool glance at Fudge before letting out a disdainful huff and reluctantly resuming his seat. Meanwhile, the documents on the table had already been seized by Qingxiu. "Oh, is it written in great detail?" The document summarized statistics on various regional cases, methods of crime, and the psychological profiles derived from expert logical deductions, appearing quite professional. In particular, within the evaluation section, she noticed a familiar name, Mycroft Holmes. She recalled Mr. Harker had just referred to that young man as Mycroft. "Is this your deduction?" Qingxiu inquired, pointing to the document with a look of incredulity. "Indeed, madam." Truly remarkable, a quintessential deduction. You are quite astute. Qingqiu offered her praise without hesitation. He was a rare talent. Though not a wizard, his intellect surpassed that of most wizards. What this young man lacked was knowledge or intelligence regarding the wizarding world. If he were to bridge this gap, his future potential would be immeasurable. You understand classical deduction? Mycroft expressed his surprise. He had not anticipated that this foreigner, presumably a wizard, would possess such knowledge. Many detective novels from the UK and the US have been published in China, though most wizards did not favor the genre as being wizards. They found unraveling mysteries far too simple. Yet, there were always those intrigued by pure intellect, such as myself. Upon uttering this, she immediately captured the attention of all present. Dumbledore couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Qingqiu was indeed correct, as most wizards held intellect in low regard. Although Ravenclaw's crest prominently displayed the classic adage from Rowena Ravenclaw that a sharp mind is humanity's greatest treasure, how many truly cared in reality? Dumbledore found himself reminded of Snape, the youngest master of potions, who was also a master of deduction. A double agent. How could one not be astute? Professor McGonagall, intrigued by the Chang'an Academy of Magic, pondered the curriculum that students were required to study at this enchanting institution. You are truly remarkable. Mycroft could not help but exclaim. Among the multitude of wizards present, it seemed that only this particular individual stood out. Oof. In stark contrast to the professor's musings, Fudge and Lucius felt no sense of awe. Rather, they regarded a wizard's pursuit of Muggle knowledge as nothing short of disgraceful. The most inept minister of magic in history scoffed. A smirk of derision plastered on his face, as he thought he had found a chink in the armor of these foreign wizards. He promptly declared, "The international statute of wizarding secrecy appears to have been entirely disregarded in your country. Are you challenging wizards worldwide?" Chapter 61. The Prime Minister's Complete Triumph. Fudge, believing he had unearthed a weakness, was taken aback by a brief yet fervent laugh from Qingqiu. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing the phrase statute of secrecy, even the ambassador beside her appeared to suppress a smile. "Oh my this!" she almost exclaimed, wishing to call attention to the absurdity of the situation. Ultimately, she refrained. Her gaze then shifted to Sir Humphrey. "I have heard from the ambassador that the UK also possesses an Official Secrets Act, correct? Could you elucidate?" Taken aback by Qingqiu's sudden inquiry, Sir Humphrey quickly grasped her intent. The seasoned civil servant tilted his head slightly, his lips curling as he spoke in a calm, resonant tone. "The Official Secrets Act has never been intended to safeguard secrets, but rather to protect the official. It shields the leakers from public scrutiny." Qingqiu could not help but chuckle softly, adding, "As a significant member state of the Wizarding Council and a signatory of the Statute of Secrecy, I am astonished to learn that the UK has excluded itself from its own regulations." Mr. Hark, who had been listening in a state of confusion, turned stiffly towards Sir Humphrey, seeking assistance. Sir Humphrey provided a simple analogy. "Sir, it is akin to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty." Oh, Mr. Hark's eyes widened, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. "I see now. So the so-called statute of wizarding secrecy is fundamentally similar to nuclear non-proliferation. It merely serves to safeguard national interests." "What are you saying?" Fudge furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered. As a politician, he was woefully inadequate. Any minister from Downing Street could easily outshine him, as he struggled to grasp even the most basic political concepts. It was no wonder the British magical community was so barren. Having such a minister was indeed a tragedy for British wizards. I mean, Chang'an Academy is an institution that prepares wizards to engage with the world of ordinary people. What? Upon hearing the voice, Fudge immediately rebuked Qingqiu, exclaiming, "You are betraying me, betraying the wizards, and also betraying the Confidentiality Act." The sudden outburst caused his neck to flush crimson. "I apologize, but it appears that our interpretations of the Confidentiality Act differ significantly. And what of the United Wizarding Association? I shall lodge a complaint against you with the association," Fudge continued to shout. Qingqiu, however, merely smiled, regarding Fudge as if he were a fool, and replied, "Are you suggesting that you intend to accuse the founding nations of the United Wizarding Association? Who among us dares to accuse this official?" Meanwhile, Hack grasped the situation. The so-called United Wizarding Association, as Anthony had mentioned, was akin to the United Nations. Fudge's intention seemed to parallel suing a permanent member of the United Nations. Sheer absurdity. "You!" Fudge's eyes widened, his breaths quickening, and his face reddened, clearly infuriated. He surveyed the room, noting the varying expressions on each face. Dumbledore appeared pensive, as it was his first encounter with such an interpretation of the Confidentiality Act. Lucius bore a similar expression of anger. And Kingsley? He sat with eyes closed, adopting a demeanor of detached indifference, aware that everyone present held a higher rank than he did. As for Mr. Hack, Sir Humphrey, and Mr. Burner, their gazes towards him were peculiar. Mr. Hack wore an expression of sorrow, while Sir Humphrey seemed gleeful, adorned with an inexplicable smile. Burner's gaze was the simplest. He merely regarded Fudge as a fool, devoid of any further interpretation. Ahem. Let us return to discussing the criminal, Jean, Mr. Hack promptly redirected the conversation, observing that Fudge was becoming increasingly erratic. Although he felt deep concern for the British wizards with such a minister, he currently lacked the power to alter the situation. Holmes, do you have anything to add? Yes, sir. According to our investigations, the criminal Tsang Jean has likely fled to the Scottish region. As for the specific county or city, we are still conducting inquiries. However, based on our psychological profiling of the criminal, I surmise he may appear in several of the most populous cities in Scotland, aligning with his previous choices. As for the exact address, leave that to me. This is also part of my duties, is it not? Qingqiu interjected appropriately, producing a feng shui compass from his pocket. Do you possess any personal items belonging to Jean Tsang or anything related to her? Anything at all? Regrettably, Fudge was met with a look of embarrassment. The Aurors had failed in their apprehension. By the time they arrived at Jean Tsang hideout, she had already fled with a multitude of belongings, leaving nothing behind. As for Mr. Hack, he was equally troubled, not due to a lack of items, but rather an abundance. When Jean Tsang residence was bombarded in London, they had indeed discovered many items. However, subsequent expert assessments revealed that most of these belongings belonged to a male. As for the existence of anything belonging to Gold Fong, it is nearly indistinguishable amidst a heap of charred remnants. I indeed possess many of her belongings, yet they have been scorched beyond recognition, making it impossible to discern which are hers and which belong to another. Mr. Harker, with a shy and somewhat embarrassed demeanor, expressed this. It was this very expression that finally pierced the last fragile defenses of Fudge's heart. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why a throng of individuals chose to follow Voldemort. These wretched Muggles incessantly encroached upon the rights that rightfully belonged to wizards, now seeking to strip him of his ministerial authority. Gazing at that foreign witch, her fallen soul mirrored the state of her ministry. The joyful expression upon her face was utterly nauseating. Mr. Prime Minister, the Secretary of Defense, is still outside. Much like his brother, Mycroft possessed a similar deductive reasoning technique, having discerned much from Fudge's malevolent gaze. All of it signified danger. Thus, he once again cautioned the Prime Minister. Oh, very well, please let him in. Mr. Harker seemed to have noticed the immense malice not far off, promptly smiling and nodding toward Mycroft. After receiving the Prime Minister's consent, Mycroft stepped back and opened the door. He whispered a few words, and then the Secretary of Defense, Paul Sigwick, entered, holding a list. Prime Minister, your airborne brigade in Germany is fully prepared and ready for action. He handed over the list and spoke plainly, like a soldier. The document detailed the tactical operation plan for this mission, targeting a colonel with the surname of Carr. Oh, Mr. Harker scrutinized the papers in his hand and subsequently picked up the telephone to dial the Ministry of Defense. In a calm yet succinct tone, he instructed, proceed with the operation. Mr. Prime Minister, the ambassador, standing nearby, chuckled softly as he uttered the unspoken code. Our evacuation has been completed. Understood, Ambassador. Mr. Harker replied with a composed demeanor. It is merely a lesson for a small nation. An airborne brigade should serve as a reminder. A scent of blood began to permeate the Prime Minister's office, as the man seated at the helm, akin to a deity, wielded the power to dictate the lives of millions with but a simple utterance. Chapter 62, The History of the Secrecy Act. Now, let us reacquaint ourselves with the gentleman before us. He is one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, once the sun never set empire. Under the reign of 53 Commonwealth nations, he is the sovereign hand of the king, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the leader of the British Empire. A single statement from him could determine the fate of a small nation or the destiny of a medium-sized country. He is the architect of global rules. Even if he were to rise and declare to Fudge, I absolutely do not recognize your leadership. You have betrayed the trust of the British people. Wizards are also people. For the good of the nation, sir, I implore you to resign. We require a new leader. What could Fudge possibly retort? Beyond impotent fury, he could do nothing. Would he dare confront this Prime Minister of the British Empire? Otherwise, the ensuing war would hold no promise of victory. We must concede that, at times, recognizing one's own insignificance requires an immense amount of courage. In attendance, it was clear to all present that while a wizard may triumph over a Muggle, the British Empire could undoubtedly reduce the Ministry of Magic to mere rubble. This meeting, which Fudge perceived as a warning to the Muggle Prime Minister, ultimately concluded in his dismal defeat. At the meeting's end, Mr. Hark kindly invited them to dinner, though Fudge had already slinked away in disgrace. However, the Prime Minister remained unfazed. His thoughts were occupied by Lady Qingxiu, whose nation had inspired him greatly. Perhaps he could draw upon the policies they had implemented in formulating his own strategies regarding the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had been present throughout, felt deeply moved. For the first time in his illustrious life as a great white wizard, he encountered a sense of helplessness, a wavering of his convictions. In 1945, the strength that had empowered him to vanquish Grindelwald was rooted in a belief in upholding the International Confederation of Wizards and the Statute of Secrecy. Yet now, it seemed that the path he had steadfastly followed was not as unerring as he had once believed, at least in navigating the relationship between wizards and muggles. There appeared to be a third path beyond his own tolerance and Grindelwald's dominion, a path of integration. As time gently flowed on, early December brought several days of relentless snowfall to Hogwarts. The entire castle lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, and the young witches and wizards skating on the lake dwindled in number, for the snow was too deep to traverse. Early one morning, Anthony spotted the twins, grim-faced and clutching brooms, departing the common room. According to Ron, the twins had incurred Professor McGonagall's wrath the previous day for enchanting several snowballs to chase Quirrell around, even pelting him in the back of his turban head. Upon hearing this, Anthony could not suppress a hearty laugh. The formidable Voldemort, the Dark Lord, who had only been physically confronted by two individuals, one named Weasley and the other also a Weasley, was indeed a remarkable achievement. Alas, they had no inkling that if the twins were aware that they were the sole pair in the magical world to have bested Voldemort, Anthony was certain that George and Fred would have proclaimed it from the rooftops. However, for the sake of their safety, Anthony stifled his excitement, deciding to keep this delightful secret to himself. After all, the noseless one had his sights set not solely on a certain Potter, but on two Weasleys as well. Yesterday afternoon, amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, Humphrey had braved great hardships to deliver a letter to him. This marked the third correspondence he had received from him that very day, one from Her Majesty and two from Bernard. When the snowy owl arrived with the final letter, it sported a new collar around its neck, adorned with a pendant inscribed with the word Edelweiss. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Sir Humphrey, who wished to bestow a new name upon the owl. Regrettably, magical creatures are not ordinary pets. Once they settle on a name, they cannot be altered. Nevertheless, Anthony refrained from removing the collar, as he felt it necessary to provide Sir Humphrey with a glimmer of hope. He first tore open a letter from his aunt. It seems that for some time now, Her Majesty has taken to treating him as a sounding board, sending weekly correspondences that have shifted from expressions of concern and affection to a litany of grievances. Issues such as the prince's troubled marriage and his aunt's antics, alongside the mischief of his cousins, have filled her letters. Alas, Anthony could only observe, as these matters were beyond his purview. As for the minutes of the meeting regarding Bernard, they primarily discussed the arrival of wizards from Hogwarts, who held a conference on Downing Street. The Minister of Magic, Dumbledore, was in attendance, making for quite an event. Frankly, Anthony could scarcely believe how inept Fudge had become, essentially remaining under Mr. Hark's thumb throughout the proceedings. This left him somewhat bewildered. It seemed he no longer needed to strategize, as Mr. Hark appeared capable of bulldozing his way through the Ministry of Magic. Their original plan had been to cultivate a cadre of wizards from Muggle backgrounds, or those living within the Muggle realm, nurturing them over the course of a decade. They envisioned seizing the moment after the Third Wizarding War, when the magical world would be depleted of talent, to gradually implement their agenda. Yet here they were, only in their first year, and Mr. Hark had already managed to dominate the Minister of Magic. Clearly, their approach had been excessively cautious. No, rather, overly conservative. A revision of their plans was imperative. Additionally, what piqued Anthony's curiosity was the attitude of the Hogwarts wizard named Qingxiu towards the Statute of Secrecy. As a devoted fan of the original texts, he understood that not all wizards were inclined to adhere to the statute. Otherwise, Grindelwald would not have incited the European conflict. It is essential to recognize that when a society is torn asunder to the point of war, the underlying social tensions cannot be attributed to a singular individual or a specific group's manipulation. Grindelwald's ability to instigate the European Wizarding War, which, in truth, did not fully materialize, already indicates that a significant faction within a magical community opposed the Statute of Secrecy, even harboring animosity toward it. Among the most thought-provoking aspects, is the American context. In 1777, the American Magical Society experienced a contentious debate titled Nation or Race. Should wizards pledge allegiance to their country? Or should they remain loyal to the wizarding race they represent? This crisis was precipitated by the American War of Independence, where the founding fathers of America, at the cost of bloodshed in Paris, successfully nurtured the nascent government of the United States while also confronting Britain. The ongoing conflict forced wizards to confront a pivotal choice. Which side should they support? Their nation or their identity as wizards? The debate lingered for an extended period, as American wizards found themselves divided into two irreconcilable factions, each unable to sway the other. It was only after this group of American wizards, seemingly bereft of reason, sought the counsel of the British Ministry of Magic regarding their potential involvement in the conflict that the tumultuous discourse came to an abrupt halt. Truth be told, Anthony surmised that the British ministry must have been utterly bewildered by the audacity of these American wizards, inquiring whether they should partake in a war against British colonialism in America. Indeed, at that time, the American Magical Congress was rather feeble, a mere shadow of the British ministry. Yet, could such a notion possibly arise from sentient beings? It was patently obvious that the British would prefer to remain aloof, and their decision to abstain from adding insult to injury could even be deemed somewhat gentlemanly. Thus, the grand debate fizzled out rather anticlimactically. However, while the matter may have concluded at the upper echelons, the deeply fractured American wizarding community continued to witness the emergence of numerous ordinary wizards who, through unofficial channels, chose to engage in the war, aiding both the American and French forces in their triumph over the British. Anthony had no doubt that French wizards were involved, as the historical rivalry between England and France was well understood by those in the know. The immediate consequence of that war was that many American wizards still proudly display the original 13 stars of the American flag in their homes, and some even clandestinely celebrate Independence Day. The true rift between American wizards and Muggles emerged at the close of the 18th century, when a witch fell in love with a Muggle. Unbeknownst to her, this Muggle was a descendant of the Puritans, and in truth, he was a non-entity. The Puritans were a group of mercenary wizards from various nations who had not yet formed the American Magical Congress. The British typically referred to such individuals as dark wizards. After the establishment of the Magical Congress, the eradication of these individuals became paramount, and among the original American Aurors was a distant cousin of Harry. Upon discovering that his wife was indeed a witch, this individual's descendant promptly began gathering intelligence on the magical world, ultimately exposing it entirely. This egregious violation of the secrecy statute brought considerable disgrace upon American wizards. The tale of betrayal resonated widely, and the world of wizards eagerly consumed the sensational news. In response, the outraged American Magical Congress enacted the Loop Happet Law, which sought to completely sever the ties between Muggles and the wizarding community. This law forbade male and female wizards from befriending or marrying Muggles, imposing severe penalties on those who became overly familiar with them. Undeniably, this seemingly inhumane legislation did alleviate the escalating tensions between wizards and Muggles at the time. However, such a draconian policy eventually led to repercussions over the following centuries. The underlying issue remained. The American Wizarding Society was deeply torn. Although the faction of wizards loyal to their country faced suppression, they were not extinguished. Furthermore, the founder of the American Magical School Ilvermorny was a Muggle, and one of its 4 houses had been established by a Muggle. This backdrop elucidates the subsequent turmoil that Grindelwald would later incite in North America. They possessed the foundation for resisting the Confidentiality Act. In any case, life in an authentic magical realm is far from taken for granted. Each nation's interpretation of the Confidentiality Act varies, which is inevitable, regardless of Downing Street's plans. They must be expedited. With this determination, Anthony slowly gathered his textbooks and made his way toward the common room exit. Now was not the time for discussing plans. Breakfast was of utmost priority. As he stepped out of the warm common room, he immediately felt the biting chill of December's draft. Wrapping his clothing tightly around him, he barely finished his breakfast before hastily heading to the potions classroom. Attending potions class in winter is undoubtedly a torment. The classroom located near the Black Lake is certainly frigid, with temperatures barely reaching single digits. Harry spoke little, as each breath formed a cloud of white mist that blurred his glasses. The young wizards attending class had to huddle close to the steaming cauldron. Neville, having gotten too close, was further intimidated by Snape's icy gaze, which caused him to focus solely on the cauldron, oblivious to the fact that his scarf was igniting. Consequently, accompanied by a voice as cold as to extinguish flames, Gryffindor lost another 3 points. Once Snape stepped away, Malfoy, who had been holding back for several days, finally seized the opportunity. He viciously mocked Neville, dragging Harry into his taunts as well. I truly feel sorry for those individuals. Oh, my apologies, someone lacks family. That snide voice echoed in Harry's ear. Ever since the Quidditch match and the incident at the icy lake, Malfoy had clearly recognized that he probably, maybe, indeed, could not contend with the Gryffindor quartet. Thus, since November, he had endeavored to avoid direct contact with Anthony and instead focused his skills on verbal jabs. His entire demeanor had dramatically shifted, becoming increasingly snide. However, this time he evidently stepped into a pitfall. While he was mercilessly deriding Harry, he brought up his parents, particularly mentioning Lily. How could Snape tolerate that? He retorted coldly at the blonde troublemaker, resulting in Slytherin unexpectedly losing 3 points. Yet, while the Gryffindors secretly reveled in Malfoy's misfortune, Harry did not find much joy in it. He spoke the truth. He indeed lacked a proper family. To be honest, he felt no sorrow whatsoever, especially upon learning that Ron and the twins would also remain at school, as the Weasley parents were traveling to Romania to visit their brother Charlie, which only heightened his spirits. Chapter 64, The Enchanting Witch. Unfortunately, he dared not. Next year, he would be off to Eton for secondary school. After finishing potions class, Harry left the underground classroom in silence, feeling quite low-spirited. This scene naturally caught Malfoy's attention, who, like a persistent leech, immediately reattached himself. He began boasting to Harry about the grandeur of his family's estate and their immense wealth. His parents' excessive affection for him is utterly nauseating. However, to speak honestly, Ron should not have interjected. Compared to the Malfoy family's estate, one could only describe high emotional intelligence as being uniquely ingenious. As expected, Ron, who dared to speak out, immediately became a target, subjected to scathing remarks from Malfoy and his entourage. In terms of family wealth, these pure-blood Slytherins evidently held the upper hand. Soon, not only Ron, but the entire Gryffindor house faced the relentless mockery of the Slytherins. On their way to the Great Hall, Malfoy and his charming little followers unleashed a torrent of insults, predictably redirecting their fire towards Anthony. TSK. He clicked his tongue, casting a pitiful glance at Malfoy. Why did he have to provoke him? Although he had little interest in debating trivial matters with these childish adversaries, it was indeed unfortunate to be caught in the crossfire. That insufferable Malfoy. What does he have but a few filthy riches? What is so remarkable about that? It's not as if he earned it. His entire family is composed of dark wizards, and surely their wealth is tainted. In the Great Hall, Ron bit into a piece of steak, speaking with vehemence. Yet, there was always a hint of jealousy in his tone. Indeed, the trio of Harry Potter hailed from families that were not particularly affluent. The only one with substantial means was Harry, whose parents had passed away. However, his modest inheritance was sufficient only for his student expenses, falling far short of the wealth possessed by the Malfoy family. Strangely, the Potter family is also a long-established pure-blood lineage, having amassed their fortune through potion-making over centuries, undoubtedly rivaling that of the Malfoys. Yet, why did James leave so little for his son? Could it be that during the First Wizarding War, James had to deplete his family's fortune to support the Order of the Phoenix? That shouldn't be the case. One must acknowledge that it was not a trifling amount. Well then, Ron, if you continue, it will only make you appear envious of Malfoy. Anthony ruthlessly dissected Ron's thoughts. Instantly exposed, Ron's face flushed crimson as he retorted loudly. Jealous of him, Malfoy? Are you joking? Yes. Anthony did not refute, but went along with Ron's words, exclaiming, Yes. This left the young lad utterly speechless. Ron glared, mouth agape, rendered mute. At that moment, a teasing voice chimed in beside Ron. Oh, my foolish brother, what folly have you committed now? Go away. Ron swatted away the twins' hands that were playfully ruffling his hair, then sulkily lowered his head, resuming his battle with the steak on his plate. What is going on? Have you encountered some delightful news to be so merry? Anthony raised an eyebrow, inquiring curiously. Good question. Fred laughed heartily, then produced a bubbling blue potion from his sleeve. We call it the Alluring Bubbles, George added. We simplified the formula for the amortentia, reducing the cost of the bubbles, making them more affordable. As for the efficacy, the twins exchanged a glance, their faces adorned with a playful smirk. 24 hours, though. Of course, this depended on the boy's weight and the girl's charm. The potion's effects were rather mild, more suitable for the young sorcerers. So is that a love potion? Hermione, who had been engrossed in her book, slowly lifted her head upon hearing the conversation and pointed at the glass vial in Fred's hand. No, we prefer to call it a magical witch product. It's a series, and there will be even more refined offerings in the future, tailored for different scenarios and demographics. Some are consumable, some are inhalable mist, and others, well, there's a variety. As the twins showcase their grand ambitions, their gaze fixated on Hermione, seemingly attempting to entice her into their venture. So it is a love potion. Hermione furrowed her brow, an unsettling chill washing over her, before she grasped her textbook and rose from the bench. I have a question. Anthony, observing Hermione's departing figure, suddenly turned to the duo. Go ahead. Have you conducted any clinical trials? At this point, the twins momentarily faltered but quickly donned a more sinister expression. They leaned closer, whispering a hymn. We added a couple of drops into a few Slytherin cups. Following the twins' gaze, Anthony's eyes fell upon Gemma Farley. He promptly extended his right hand, giving a thumbs up. Though rather despicable, it's undeniably amusing. I assent it, he murmured to himself. Indeed, Hogwarts was as it always had been. The love potion was immensely popular at Hogwarts. In their 6th year, Ramil Devane had purchased such a potion. Though perhaps not this particular one, it was nonetheless a product of the twins. She intended to use it on Harry, only to have her trap cake pilfered by the greedy Ron. This school culture, if one were to put it kindly, could be termed freedom. Less charitably, it could be described as anarchy. Daily, young sorcerers fell prey to consuming bizarre potions, either through carelessness or deceit. This very morning, he had witnessed several Hufflepuff girls sporting rabbit ears in the Great Hall. While these were harmless potions, merely transformed edibles, it must be said that the underlying lack of safety awareness was what truly warranted correction. Chapter 65, Two Affections, A Cry from the Depths. As Anthony beheld the bubbling potion in the twins' hands, a sudden realization struck him. He was a fool. Why had he gone to such lengths to support George and Fred in their potion-making endeavors? Would it not be simpler to procure Coca-Cola from the magical world? The prohibition against the misuse of Muggle items certainly did not extend to Muggle food. Why not simply bring back interesting treats from the Muggle realm to sell? Those products had already been vetted by the global market. It was illogical to assume wizards wouldn't enjoy them. As for copyright issues, our British laws pertain to our own circumstances. Can Muggle laws truly govern us wizards? It is believed that both Mr. Harker and the Ministry of Magic possess a flexible moral compass in this regard. Throughout the afternoon, Anthony persistently contemplated his idea, increasingly convinced of its promising potential. He even gathered Hermione and Harry, and the three of them convened on a sofa in the common room to discuss the matter. Initially, Hermione expressed her disapproval of such an infringement upon others' merchandise. However, as Ron continuously reminded them of their magical world, Hermione gradually began to entertain the notion that selling soda might not be such a bad idea after all. Subsequently, Anthony inscribed his idea on a piece of parchment, intending to discuss it further with the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, in the corridor that afternoon, a significant event unfolded. The Gryffindor quartet happened upon an unexpected encounter while en route to Hagrid's hut. It was around 4 o'clock, and the daylight still lingered. The chilly wind brushed against the faces of the onlookers gathered in the courtyard, yet it did nothing to diminish the excitement etched upon their expressions. The corridor teemed with students from all 4 houses, craning their necks with smiles as they observed the scene before them. On the dry patch of grass stood 2 opposing groups, or rather, 1 individual confronting a group. As Anthony and Harry maneuvered through the crowd, they were met with a startling sight. Gemma Farley, who appeared to be touching something on her face. Had she applied makeup? Before her stood a senior from Hufflepuff, equally astonished at the unfolding spectacle. It dawned upon Anthony that this was indeed a confession of feelings. Gemma Farley was professing her affections to a Hufflepuff student. Oh heavens! How astonishing! Laughter and excited shrieks erupted from the crowd, the atmosphere thickening with an air of romantic tension. Strangely, the Hufflepuff boy's face flushed crimson. To be fair, Gemma Farley was not unattractive, though beauty is often subjective. From Anthony's aesthetic perspective, she could hardly be deemed lovely, if a comparison were to be made. One might say she bore a resemblance to Captain Marvel. Yet perhaps this type is favored by those from the West. Who can say? Amidst the din of cheers surrounding them, the Hufflepuff lad finally mustered some courage. With encouragement from his friends, he approached and embraced Gemma Farley. This scene left Anthony, the twins hidden in the crowd, and the Gryffindors who had previously faced Gemma's wrath, utterly dumbfounded. It is crucial to note that Slytherin students typically do not socialize with those from other houses. At Hogwarts, the 4 houses are distinctly divided into 2 factions. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff form one alliance, while Slytherin stand apart. Any Slytherin student who maintains close ties with others from different houses is regarded as a traitor to their own house, let alone engaging in romantic relationships. In this atmosphere of house rivalry, Slytherin has increasingly distanced itself from the school. And now, suddenly, Gemma Farley emerges. This is undoubtedly a singular occurrence in decades. As Anthony and his companions were astonished by the blossoming of love, not far from Hogwarts, in a certain Muggle city, a gentleman vampire was also reaping the bitter fruits of his own affection. Blood vowed that he was indeed enamored by the exotic beauty of this woman. Yet, he was not a foolish romantic. From the very outset, when Jean Sanchez began to experiment with her nefarious magic by preying on Muggles, he had already contemplated retreat. His continued presence was solely due to the coercion of this woman. However, an even more significant factor was another individual, a foolish great dog, the werewolf Wardman. Maligned by the magical community, he was derogatorily labeled as a filthy scavenger. Wardman shared a fate akin to that of Professor Lupin. He too was bitten by the werewolf Fenrir Greyback during his childhood, thus becoming one of their kind. Unlike Professor Lupin, however, when his parents learned of this grim fate, they chose to abandon their ailing child. One could argue that his parents were devoid of humanity, but that would merely reflect a lack of understanding regarding the deep-seated discrimination against werewolves in the magical world. Most wizards, including Voldemort himself, regarded werewolves as expendable refuse. In fact, although werewolves swore allegiance to the Dark Lord, they were forbidden from bearing the dark mark upon their arms solely due to their inferior status. In numerous cases where wizards were attacked by werewolves, many ultimately opted to forego treatment, believing that death was preferable to living as a werewolf. This sentiment stemmed from their fear of the werewolf existence. The psychological blow of descending from a noble wizard to a wretched creature was sufficient to drive many to embrace death. Thus, while Wardman's parents were indeed shameful, the greater malevolence arose from a repressive world steeped in prejudice against werewolves. Regrettably, young Wardman was oblivious to these harsh realities. The werewolf's formidable healing abilities spared him from death, yet irrevocably altered the course of his life. He transformed from a promising wizard into a gutter-dwelling pest. Lacking a wand, he could only cast spells instinctively. His tragic childhood consumed his kindness, and he became a creature of violence, attacking both wizards and muggles alike. Not every werewolf can become a Professor Lupin. In their world, Lupin was the anomaly. Wardman, on the other hand, represented the norm. Jean Sanchez encountered him in a dilapidated tavern while evading the pursuit of Aurors. As a vampire, she easily discerned Wardman's werewolf identity. She then extended an invitation to this soulless being to join her. Truth be told, had a typical wizard uttered such words, the recipient would have deemed the speaker insane. However, those who existed at the fringes of society were different. They were already half immersed in the depths of hell, with nothing left to cherish, not even their own lives. Wardman did not believe in the vampire before him, yet he followed. Perhaps a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps it was simply the intrigue of the situation that drew him in, or perhaps he was merely seeking amusement out of sheer boredom. Regardless of the reasoning, his thoughts would undergo a profound transformation in the weeks to come. Chapter 66. Undercurrents. Jean Sanchez never regarded her actions as malevolent. On the contrary, she perceived herself as quite benevolent. Though at times she pondered whether excessive kindness could be detrimental, she could not resist extending her hand to the wretched creatures scuttling in the sewers time and again. Over the months, a myriad of dark beings had gathered around her, most of whom were scorned by this twisted magical society. Werewolves, vampires, and even merfolk of mixed lineage. An array of shadowy entities congregated, subtly hinting at the emergence of a new force on this land. Meanwhile, in the town of Falkirk, located in central Scotland, a place typically sparse in population, with merely 30,000 residents, an unusual group of individuals had recently arrived. Dressed in peculiar attire, their expressions grotesque and menacing. They strode with an unsettling air. However, with several days of continuous snowfall, most Muggles remained indoors, leading to few witnesses of this peculiar assembly. In an apartment somewhere within the city, she held an ancient tome pilfered from the academy. This tome, at least 15 centuries old, was rumored to have been penned by a Taoist from the Eastern Jin dynasty, though the true author remained unknown. A month prior, she had adhered to the conditions outlined in the tome to undergo the so-called ascension ritual. The organs of 5 distinct wizards had successfully purged the vampiric essence from her body. Now, physiologically, she had become human. Yet, her current state was dreadful, mentally fatigued. Her body ached, her limbs felt feeble. It was as though this body was not her own, and she drifted through life as a specter burdened by a lifeless shell. The so-called 5 infernal spirit transcendence spell was undoubtedly flawed. She needed to calm her mind and study it meticulously. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a coffee shop, 2 Muggles sat engaged in conversation. Have you confirmed the location? Yes, it's at 213A on Block 17. Excellent. With that, the man rose and made his way to the public telephone booth outside the cafe. After inserting a few coins, he dialed a number. After several rings, the call was answered on the other end. This tune is splendid. I wish to purchase it. Do you accept pounds? Only 1 gold pound. Came the deep voice from the other end. May I inquire about your current location so that I may come for the transaction? The man inquired. Thank you. Falkirk, Scotland, Block 17, 213A. After this exchange, both parties hung up. The heavy snow howled past, oblivious to the presence of an individual making a phone call in such frigid weather. Except for certain malevolent individuals. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Jean Sangshue's research. A flicker of alarm crossed her brown eyes, and she promptly signaled Wardman in the living room to investigate. Cautious as ever, she began to tidy up the documents on the table, preparing for a hasty departure. However, before taking action, she decided to wait for Wardman to engage with the visitor. The house she occupied was, after all, a hastily commandeered Muggle apartment. Who is it? Wardman queried as he navigated through the cluttered foyer to the door, extending his unusually formed hand, perhaps more aptly described as a claw. Outside, a somewhat sinister voice resonated. Please inform your lady that the Muggle agents and the wizard from Hogwarts have taken notice of her. If she wishes to avoid capture, she must leave immediately. If you have nowhere to go, you may come to this place. With that, a business card was slid through the gap at the bottom of the door. The card, as if endowed with its own vision, fluttered like a butterfly, soaring past Wardman and landing in Jean Sangshue's hand. Hey! Wardman exclaimed in astonishment. The individual outside was undoubtedly a wizard, possessing an uncanny familiarity with the layout of the room. How could this be? Simple-minded, he flung open the door and rushed outside. A gust of cold air rushed in, tousling his hair. His eyes widened in shock, for beyond the door, only the howling snow remained. Meanwhile, Sangshue clutched the card. A pitch-black piece bearing merely an address, a location in Hogsmeade. Interesting. Jean Sangshue licked her slightly parched lips, which instantly regained their fullness, resembling luscious cherries. Wardman informed the others to prepare for evacuation. She made a swift decision to leave, for regardless of the mysterious visitor's intentions, if he could discover their whereabouts, others would undoubtedly follow suit. But Miss Jean, where shall we go? Where? An invitation has already been extended. With that, Sangshue tossed the card to Wardman, sauntering leisurely down the asphalt road, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, she murmured to herself. Her journey to England was proving far more fortuitous than she had anticipated, yielding substantial rewards. Perhaps a slow-growing ambition was taking root within her heart. As the biting wind ravaged her slender figure, the snow soon enveloped her entirely. Just 5 minutes after Jean Sangshue's departure, a cadre of elite agents converged from all directions to the location. The air suddenly thickened, causing the surrounding snowflakes to swirl as Qingqiu's figure apparat onto the scene. The 6 agents swiftly surrounded the entire block without pause. Where is she? Mr. Bond furrowed his brow, gazing at the open door of 213A in the distance. 2 foreign agents stood beside him, the very same individuals encountered moments ago at the cafe. Someone had tipped them off. One of the agents spoke. Did you discern who it was? Mr. Bond inquired. It appeared to be a wizard, approximately 5 feet tall, adorned with a gray hat, obscured features, and a rather slender physique. We managed to capture a photograph. As he spoke, he retrieved several images from his pocket. The agent's vantage point was not optimal, and the photographs only depicted the upper half of the individual. The indistinct silhouette rendered it impossible to identify anything clearly. Ms. Zhang, take a look. No need to look. It's a Japanese, Zhang Qingqiu muttered under her breath. Damn. Chapter 67. Origins in Another Force. This apartment was saturated with anti-apparition spells. Unlike in Britain, this was the academy, distinctively magical to Hogwarts. The area outside the door bore unmistakable signs of damage, indicating that someone had forcefully breached the enchantment, leaving traces behind. He had directly apparated away. Qingqiu, without much contemplation, deduced that the short figure was indeed Japanese, for only they would invest time in studying how to dismantle Hogwarts' various defensive charms, a deeply ingrained disposition. At this moment, a cadre of agents was meticulously gathering clues within the room, with Qingqiu and Mr. Bond among them. A Japanese? Mr. Bond's gaze swept across the entire apartment, and a wealth of historical knowledge surged within him. As one of Britain's most elite agents, a graduate of Oxford University, he was profoundly familiar with the history of World War II. He understood the animosities that had existed between the two nations, yet that was a conflict among Muggles. What relevance did it hold for wizards? Qingqiu inhaled slowly, then remarked indifferently, a historical matter. Meanwhile, Jean Sangshui, having safely navigated her way to Hogsmeade, was greeted by a festive display of ribbons and Christmas trees adorning the storefronts. The streets were bustling with young witches and wizards, blissfully unaware that the hooded figure passing among them, a striking woman seemingly stepped from the pages of a painting, was the most wanted fugitive the entire Ministry of Magic had been desperately searching for. After wandering along the marble-paved street for quite some time, she finally located the address inscribed on the business card, situated near the Hogwarts Head Inn. It was a house that appeared on the verge of collapse. To label it as a dilapidated structure would be an affront to the term. It resembled a hastily assembled pile of blocks. The stones were unlikely to be held together by cement, perhaps merely earth. Bang! The frail fingers, clenched into a fist, had barely exerted force before the door creaked open. A mysterious man stood at the threshold, awaiting her, a smile gracing his face. "Please come in," he murmured. Jean Sangshui, not one to stand on ceremony, stepped inside without hesitation. Inside the room, unlike the chaos outside, the furnishings were neatly arranged in the living room, and flames danced in the fireplace, filling the space with a cozy warmth. Not far from the fireplace stands an antique tea table, adjacent to which is a bookshelf adorned with a variety of books and scrolls. In a corner of the bookshelf lies an iron box. "Is that a telephone?" The man then guided Sangshui to sit on the sofa by the fireplace, preparing for her a cup of unusually strong tea. "This year's new tea. Do give a try," he remarked, gesturing towards the teacup on the table. "You summoned me here, and it can't merely be for a cup of tea, can it?" Sangshui lifted the teacup, removed the lid, and inhaled the fragrant aroma before taking a delicate sip. "Certainly not," the man replied, also savoring the tea before continuing. "However, before we delve into matters concerning myself, I would like to discuss you first." "Me?" she inquired, intrigued. "Yes, are you not feeling utterly drained, your magical essence dissipating?" He spoke softly, undeterred by Sangshui's astonished expression. "There is no need for such a look. We have both once possessed that tome and studied it." With that, he produced a business card from his pocket, emblazoned with a silver shield. At its center was a compass design featuring 16 red points, above which loomed the visage of a bald eagle. The outer rim bore the inscription Central Intelligence Agency. You?" Sangshui scrutinized the man before her, his slightly curled hair, elongated features, and an air of arrogance about him. Such individuals were not uncommon in certain nations, and for a moment she struggled to ascertain his origin. But when had Japanese wizards begun serving the CIA? A historical conundrum. The man drained his cup of tea and set it down, declaring, "The spell itself is not inherently flawed. Your sensations stem merely from a deficiency of magical power. A wizard's magic is insufficient to fill the vessels of vampires or werewolves." "So you have a solution?" Sangshui raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at him. This question had crossed her mind. Yet mere contemplation bore no fruit. What truly mattered was the resolution. "We have acquired information, albeit inaccurate." "What information?" she inquired, setting her teacup down in confusion. "Are you familiar with the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course, the most magnificent alchemical creation, possessing wondrous capabilities and nearly limitless magical energy. You wouldn't be suggesting I venture to France to seize Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, would you?" The thought flickered in Sangshui's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Surely not. As the greatest alchemist, the French Ministry of Magic's protection of Flamel was nothing short of draconian. Countless safe houses across Paris belonged to him alone, not to mention the guardianship of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Attempting to rob Flamel would be tantamount to robbing Hogwarts, a deed as reckless as it was suicidal. According to our intelligence, the Philosopher's Stone is currently not in Flamel's possession, nor in France at all, but rather in England, right at Hogwarts. A mysterious smile crept across the man's face, his gaze fixed intently upon Sangshui. "What?" Sangshui was taken aback. Regardless of the veracity of the news, one could not help but wonder how he had acquired such high-level intelligence. Did the CIA possess capabilities of this magnitude, even in the magical realm? How did you come by this information? Such intelligence could hardly be known to outsiders. She voiced her suspicions directly, her gaze towards the short man, now tinged with apprehension. The Philosopher's Stone, easily associated with Hogwarts, was arguably the safest location in the British magical world, aside from Gringotts. A casual glance at previous issues of the Daily Prophet would reveal that Gringotts had been attacked a few months prior. However, the contents of that vault had not been lost, as they had been retrieved the day before. Given Dumbledore's cautious nature, would he even consider storing the stone at Gringotts? Where then could the stone currently be? But how did you ascertain that the stone was in Britain? Where did this information originate? Don't tell me it was Nick himself who informed you. Jean Sanshue's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If you were sufficiently concerned about the current Muggle situation, you would understand why we know, the man replied, not directly, but with a hint of obfuscation. His eyes sparkled with mischief, exuding a sense of confidence. The Muggle situation? The Soviet Union? Have you made a deal with the KGB? Jean Sanshue suddenly grasped the implication. If there existed an organization capable of infiltrating the British and French, it could only be the KGB possessing such power. She was well aware of the magical forces within Russia, akin to those in her homeland. That was a land steeped in red, more than just a nation. The Kordistors Magical Academy, near Moscow, shared an exchange program with the Chang'an Academy. She had spent a semester at Kordistoris, a truly crimson institution. Jean Sanshue had no doubt that the KGB was under the control of the Russian or Soviet Ministry of Magic. The KGB's wizards were retreating throughout Europe. This much was clear to all of us. Well, where we obtained our intelligence is of no consequence, nor do you need to know. What matters is whether you wish to take chance. The man slightly parted his lips, his voice laced with temptation. This Jean Sanshue had to admit. She felt a stirring in her heart. Yet, she was not foolish enough to confront Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the age, unless she had lost her wits entirely. Of course, we must devise a plan, a comprehensive and viable plan. Chapter 68, Collision Among Nations. Not far from the cabin where the two were conversing, in another cozier little house, Madame Atropos was instructing Anthony on how to open his celestial eye. Although Anthony had no desire to become a seer, he was the only first-year wizard at Hogwarts who could openly venture to Hogsmeade on Saturdays, a privilege he was reluctant to forego. Thus, he endured the so-called teachings of becoming a prophet, patiently listening as Atropos spoke of mystical matters, celestial sight, astrological signs, and destiny. Anthony's ears had grown weary from listening, and he longed to rise and declare, "I am a staunch materialist." However, such words could not escape his lips, for they would seem rather peculiar. "Ah, Anthony, did you see that?" suddenly exclaimed Atropos, jolting him awake. Before him lay a crystal ball, its interior swirling with a haze of smoke that morphed into various shapes. "Ah, I see." He blinked repeatedly, fixated on the crystal, envisioning the forms within the mist. That one resembles a chicken leg. Next to it is something akin to an egg tart. Oh, and another chicken leg. He thought to himself, I am famished. Quickly think, Anthony. Recall how Harry persuaded Professor Sybil Trelawney. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he cleared his throat, stating, Ahem, I foresee a crisis. Oh, what crisis do you see? Lady Atropos raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I perceive the world shrouded in gloom. Something significant is about to transpire in the north. Indeed, it is of great importance. His serious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lady Atropos, who reached out to gently pat his head before lightly tapping the crystal. Instantly, the haze dissipated, revealing a pristine crystal ball. Let us conclude for today, she declared. You are about to embark on a holiday, are you not? Yes, ma'am. Anthony sighed with relief. Lying was indeed exhausting, and now it was over. He felt a wave of ease wash over him as he remarked, Today is the last day. Tomorrow we shall commence our holiday. Indeed, Lady Atropos replied nonchalantly. Anthony, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well. Anthony responded, his lips curling into a broad smile. I beg you, please do not torment me further after Christmas. He quickened his pace, eager to depart. What a little rascal, Atropos mused, observing Anthony's somewhat flustered retreat with a childlike smile. She stored away the crystal ball and glanced out the window, where the afternoon sun illuminated a corner of the room. Has the snow ceased? Yes, the snow has stopped, she affirmed, though the chill remains. Upon exiting the house, Anthony shivered as a gust of cold wind swept by. As he walked down the street, his gaze wandered to the end of the avenue. In the distance, before a dilapidated building, stood an enchanting witch. Her black and gold hood rested atop her head, and her amber eyes occasionally peeked out from beneath its brim. Wow, she is truly beautiful. A fleeting glimpse of her face struck Anthony with an uncanny sense of familiarity. Oh, do not claim a sense of familiarity merely because she is attractive. That is a rather foolish notion, he internally scoffed. In the distance, the girl seemed to have noticed Anthony's gaze. She turned her head to glance at him before turning away. Anthony, however, did not dwell on this fleeting beauty of the road. Hogsmeade was the only all-wizarding village in the entirety of Britain, frequented by numerous wizards daily, a beautiful, which was merely an ordinary sight. He was shouldering a massive fir tree as he made his way toward the castle. Anthony harbored no ill feelings toward the giant who had almost crushed him. After all, Hagrid, despite his penchant for nurturing dangerous magical creatures, was essentially a good soul. Moreover, due to Harry, he shared a rather amicable relationship with Hagrid. Thus, Anthony drew his wand and promptly cast the levitation charm on the fir tree behind Hagrid. Consequently, the two engaged in light-hearted banter as Anthony employed his magic to assist Hagrid in transporting the fir, destined to adorn the Christmas tree, to the Great Hall. At this moment, the Great Hall had undergone a magnificent transformation. The walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and a total of 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the room, some embellished with glistening icicles, while others sparkled with hundreds of candles. It was a breathtaking sight. Many young witches and wizards gathered here, chatting in small groups, exchanging farewells. "Hey, Anthony, over here." As soon as he entered the hall, Ron shouted excitedly from a bench. After parting ways with Hagrid, he made his way toward Ron and Harry. Wow, the enchanted wizard's chess. Harry was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron, the kind that could attack on its own. This type of chess was truly magical. In fact, most enchanted objects in the wizarding world, once imbued with magic, exhibited a semblance of sentience. Wands were no exception, and neither was wizard's chess. The movable pieces required profound trust in their master to obey unconditionally, enabling wizards to command them effortlessly. Ron, having used that worn-out chess set for an extended period, was not only well acquainted with the pieces, but they also had great confidence in his skills, resulting in a mutual understanding. Among their dormitory companions, the pieces only heeded commands when playing against Ron. If it were Harry or anyone else, the pieces would likely defy their commands, even making their own moves. Before them, the black pieces were wreaking havoc, while the white pieces teetered on the brink of defeat. "So, do you want to play a game? This match is nearly over," Ron said with a grin, tilting his head back. Harry's skills were nowhere near Ron's level. "No thanks. Are you kidding? Does he not know his own level?" Playing wizard chess against Ron would be pure self-torture. As a member of the royal family, he had indeed studied this chess-like game, but only superficially. His proficiency was far from amateur. Ron, on the other hand, had the guidance of his grandfather, Septimus Weasley, a master of wizard chess. "Anthony?" Outside the Great Hall, Hermione came sprinting toward him. She furrowed her brow as she glanced at the violent game Harry and Ron were engrossed in, then turned to Anthony and asked, "So, have you tidied everything up?" "I have nothing to tidy," Anthony replied with a shrug, though his gaze remained fixed on the wizard's chess. It was indeed an intriguing item, perfect for a Christmas gift, especially for those prominent figures like Mr. Hark, who surely adored such intellectual games. "Ron, where did you purchase the wizard's chess?" "Well, you need to head to Diagon Alley for that." Ron scratched the back of his head. "Hogsmeade should have some for sale." "Is that so?" Anthony genuinely decided to acquire a wizard's chess set. Such a game is quite captivating. Even muggles can play it. Unlike in the movies, where the pieces smash each other to bits, real wizard's chess merely topples the opponent's pieces, which then exit the board. Thus, no magic is required. One can simply revisit it for the next game. His determination to buy such an extravagant toy was spurred by the recent popularity of the twins' product. Ahem. The enticing bubble priced at 1 galleon had sold over 20 units on the very first day. This delighted the twins immensely. However, when it came time to divide the earnings, their expressions of joy swiftly morphed into sorrow, which in turn brought Anthony great delight. With this revenue, he stood a little taller. Afterward, they had lunch. It was not expensive, merely 6 galleons. That's indeed quite reasonable. Anthony gritted his teeth as he painfully extracted a few galleons from his pocket, which he had pilfered from Fred's stash. The mood was disheartening, to say the least. Subsequently, he wandered around, purchasing Christmas gifts for Harry and Hermione, as well as a present for Her Majesty. As for Ron, the lad, like his father Mr. Arthur, had a penchant for collecting Muggle artifacts. Therefore, he planned to select a gift for him once they returned to London. All in all, he spent over a dozen galleons. Anthony felt as if he had lost his spirit, his whole being drained. Strolling down the street, his eyes glazed over, he resembled a specter. Coincidentally, he encountered George, who was also wandering about like a ghost. The two soulless figures exchanged mechanical greetings before parting ways. The following day, bright and early, Anthony donned his regular attire. After sharing breakfast with Hermione, they set off for Hogsmeade Station together. Unlike the boat ride during their first year, which Anthony had never experienced, this time they departed through the main entrance and took a carriage to the station. The number of young wizards on the road was sparse. Perhaps staying at school was the norm? The empty crowd provided Anthony with a comfortable travel experience, alleviating the need to rush for a seat. Around 9 in the morning, the train gradually set off. As the scenery outside the window whisked by, the distance to London began to diminish. Inside the compartment, Hermione sat opposite him. Yet their conversation was brief. One glance at the dark circles under her eyes revealed that she had undoubtedly stayed up late again. It should be noted that Anthony rarely encountered Hermione when she wasn't burning the midnight oil. Hermione, the goddess of sleepless nights. It is either a night spent awake or a journey towards sleeplessness. Such a diligent demeanor is enough to make onlookers uneasy. Not long after boarding, she, clad in a red sweater and enveloped by a long black robe, fell asleep with a scarf wrapped around her neck. Anthony chose not to disturb her, instead leaning back in his seat, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery. Today I have remarkably penned 5,000 words. I truly am impressive, huh? Chapter 69, The Gift. Mr. Hack was fortunate. On Christmas Day in 1991, a grand gift arrived from Northern Europe, landing atop his desk. It also reached the entirety of the capitalist world. Had such an event occurred a year prior, he would undoubtedly have convened an overnight television broadcast to share this exhilarating news with the nation. However, in this world, there are no ifs. After arriving in England from Qingqiu, a torrent of messages from the Far East and Northern Europe inundated Downing Street. The astonishingly different wizarding worlds of China and Russia left Mr. Hack with a profound sense of awakening to the world. The monumental shifts in the Soviet Union had rendered the entirety of Europe eerily quiet. Major European nations, such as France and Germany, displayed a reserved demeanor regarding this matter, seemingly burdened by unspoken concerns. The only nation that could be deemed normal appeared to be the distant United States in North America, reveling in jubilation. Mr. Hack's cabinet had convened several meetings, engaging with high-ranking officials from the WIC and other governmental offices. Evidently, Downing Street had devised a problem-solving strategy. Yet, it necessitated betraying his own son, leaving Mr. Hack hesitant. As this oppressive atmosphere began to weigh down, an inexplicable tension started to coalesce above Downing Street. Before he was overwhelmed by an array of documents recently gathered by Downing Street, he could not help but exclaim, "What is happening in this world? Why does it differ so starkly from his impression of the Harry Potter universe? Was it true that the upper echelons of the KGB were wizards? Was the Soviet Ministry of Magic influenced by the Communist Party? Did they share a tradition of student exchange with Chang and Taishue? Such a fantastical reality filled him with concern. If the situation in Russia was thus, what of the other European nations? France? Germany? What was the status of these two historical adversaries of Britain? Surely, they could not be in the same predicament as Russia. Could it truly be that the British Ministry of Magic naively clung to the international statute of wizarding secrecy? Before he could formulate an answer to this question, the arrival of a wizard interrupted his thoughts. He was a young man with short, slightly curly hair and striking gray eyes that seemed perpetually brimming with tears. His tall nose and modestly shaped lips complemented his notably adorable, protruding ears. He introduced himself as Lucius, the court wizard of the royal household. A court wizard? Upon hearing this, Anthony immediately recognized that this was undoubtedly a summons from a queen. It seemed his aunt had not entirely reconciled with his journey to Hogwarts. "Greetings, Your Highness." Anthony, adjusting his collar, paid no heed to the court wizard. He gazed at his reflection in a mirror, clad in a meticulously tailored light gray suit, his hair impeccably styled, and a hint of a detached smile gracing his handsome visage. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lucius Ambrose, the newly appointed chief court wizard, tasked by the Ministry of Magic to safeguard the Queen." "You speak of Mr. Andrew Saxon?" He is far too aged. The ministry has arranged for his retirement." "Retirement? The Prime Minister has just achieved a resounding victory, and immediately the court wizard is replaced. If that does not provoke speculation, what would? You need not harbor any ill will toward me. Her Majesty's concerns are solely for your safety. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that Hogwarts is the premier school of magic, and you ought to receive an exemplary education. Hogwarts is indeed the finest choice. So, are you suggesting I am in league with you?" Anthony squinted, a smile playing on his lips. How naive. If the other truly hail from the British magical community, they would undoubtedly extol the virtues of attending Hogwarts. How could mere words from an aunt compel him to remain? Although private tutoring may not be inferior to Hogwarts, a glance at the impressive graduates reveals that most of them are merely at the level of ordinary adult wizards. Only a select few achieve the status of Horus. One could hardly expect a private tutor to yield a lesser outcome. Yet, he chafed against this life of preordained arrangements. The royalty, the responsibilities, let them all go to hell. Fate has a cruel sense of humor, and the greatest jest is allowing his mundane existence to brush against a realm once thought to exist only in dreams. Now, that is truly a joke. Lucius regarded him, then nodded, cryptically stating, "We are always in league." Is that so? If he were to believe it, that would indeed be absurd. They profess to protect the queen from that Indonesian wizard. But in reality, surveillance and protection, safety and threat, aren't these merely a matter of their whims? The chief court wizard, though he may aspire to be Merlin, he must not forget that Merlin was still a servant of King Arthur. Moreover, this is long past the Camelot dynasty. Lost in thought, Anthony grasped the gift he had prepared for his aunt, brushing past Lucius and exiting the room. Stepping into the corridor, he inhaled the crisp, refreshing air. He then strode purposefully down the hallway toward the inner palace. As he walked, his gaze fell upon the scene outside the window. Thick layers of snow blanketed the ground, sunlight spilling forth and reflecting a dazzling white light. Several cleaners diligently cleared the snow, while others at their posts attended to their duties. However, Anthony keenly sensed an increase in the palace guards. Were they on alert for that wizard? He could not tell. Before an ancient door stood the familiar figure of Mr. Hobson, the butler. As the saying goes, a minister's door is never without high-ranking officials. What more for a queen? Anthony patiently stood before the door, awaiting Mr. Hobson's announcement. Upon receiving permission to enter, Anthony stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, a familiar voice greeted him. He surveyed the room with great care. The expansive hall was furnished with 3 sofas, all occupied. Flanking the sides were various bookshelves and display cases of artwork. At the far end of the hall stood a spacious and opulent table, behind which sat Her Majesty the Queen. The Windsor family had gathered in the drawing room. He was uncertain of the occasion. Brother? Anthony gazed in surprise at the one who had just called him. The heir apparent, though not yet 70, was perhaps in his 40s. He and Charles had little interaction, existing as familiar strangers. This distance extended beyond Prince Charles to the Queen's other children, including his aunt, Princess Margaret's offspring. The generational gap rendered any close relationship improbable. At 11, soon to be 12, he was merely 2 years older than Charles's eldest son, an age difference that felt significant. The Queen, seated upon a wooden chair, called to him softly, her tone gentle. "Your Majesty," Anthony replied, lowering his gaze and offering a slight bow to the sovereign of the empire. "We are all family," the Queen smiled, gesturing for him to take a seat. She continued, "You have brought a gift." With that, Anthony presented the gift box he held. It was a trinket he had purchased from De Vries and Bands, a crystal ball containing a miniature figure of the Queen, adorned with a crown and holding a scepter, seated on a throne. The figure did not remain stationary. It would occasionally vanish, only to reappear amidst a flourish of fireworks as it ascended the throne. The sight was breathtaking, reminiscent of a scene from a fairy tale. The moment he entered the store, he was captivated by this magical object. "This is my Christmas gift for you. I hope you will like it." The box remained unopened, and the Queen was unaware of its contents. However, the look of contentment on her face was undeniable. It was clear that Anthony struggled with family gatherings. The boy who had once debated with Hermione in the Gryffindor common room over trivial matters, ultimately rushing to the library for evidence, now found himself silent and withdrawn. At the royal dinner, he felt exceedingly constrained. He preferred dining with Ron, who made any meal enjoyable. At this moment, Anthony longed to escape the company of his elders, desperate for a breath of fresh air outside. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the royal dinner proceeded at an excruciatingly slow pace, with appetizers, main courses, desserts, followed by tea and conversation. This year's discourse predominantly revolves around Anthony, compelling him to ruminate deeply and articulate his observations from school. Amidst the sounds of astonishment and the clinking of glass, the family dinner finally drew to a close. Anthony, eager to escape, swiftly departed. Upon returning to his chamber, he succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already the following day. After partaking in breakfast, he noticed the chief court magician, Rosius Ambu, entering, waving a hand at him before turning to leave, beckoning him to follow. With a countenance of bewilderment, Anthony rose and trailed after him to the palace gardens. There, on the expansive lawn, a platform had been cleared, surrounded by 4 puppets, with some protective gear placed at Anthony's feet. "In truth, yesterday, the sovereign requested me to seek you out, wishing for me to impart more spells to you, as she fears for your safety," Rosius succinctly explained. He then drew a wand from his sleeve and proclaimed, "During these days of Christmas, I shall teach you a few simple spells." "Oh, splendid." Anthony hesitated, puzzled by the wizard's intentions, yet welcomed the opportunity to learn magic. He bent down to retrieve the protective gear. "No need to don the protective gear, just yet," Rosius remarked, casting a glance at Anthony as he bent to pick it up. "Observe my gestures. I shall teach you your first spell, one of the most commonly employed by wizards, the disarming charm. The incantation is Expelliarmus. It is a spell that disarms an opponent by causing their weapon or any object to fly from their grasp. The origin of this spell's creator is shrouded in mystery, and such details are unnecessary for you to comprehend. Now watch my gestures. Expelliarmus. A red wave of light shot forth from Rosius's wand, striking a puppet at a distance. Instantly, the wand in the puppet's hand was dislodged and sent flying. Do you comprehend? He inquired. Yes, I do, Anthony replied, drawing his own wand and aiming it at another puppet, envisioning Rosius's earlier stance. With sharpened focus, he declared Expelliarmus. Unlike Rosius, whose spell accurately disarmed the puppet, Anthony's magic struck the puppet squarely, overwhelming it with force, yet the wand remained firmly in its grasp. Very good, Rosius smiled approvingly. Your initial attempt at this spell demonstrates remarkable aptitude. However, your wrist positioning was slightly awry. It should not be a straightforward motion. Add a touch of finesse. A gentle flick of the wand. Try again. All right. Taking a deep breath, Anthony gradually found his rhythm, his gaze fixated on another puppet. He extended his right hand, wand directed at it, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, he confidently announced Expelliarmus. Bang! This time, it was a marked improvement, although the puppet was still toppled. Its wand was successfully dislodged and sent sprawling. Gazing upon the fallen puppet, Rosius clapped his hands with evident satisfaction, exclaiming, Remarkable! 100-fold better than I had envisioned. Meanwhile, an excited smile graced Anthony's face. What he required next was ample practice. Throughout the morning, Anthony devoted himself to mastering the disarming spell, progressing from initial exercises with the puppet to engaging in duels against Rosius. It was then that he truly comprehended the purpose of the protective gear he had donned. After being thrown across the room for the fourth time, he could not help but marvel at the wizard's peculiar casting techniques. Heaven knows they even had to aim, predicting their opponent's movements and subsequent actions with each incantation. This was in stark contrast to his practice with the puppet, where his spells barely grazed Rosius, let alone struck him. The entire session felt akin to a champion effortlessly overpowering a novice, and he found himself in a relentless struggle, while the esteemed court wizard appeared as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Initially, Anthony managed to maintain his composure, brushing off Rosius's various taunts, but as time elapsed, a sense of irritation began to fester within him. Observing Rosius's ever-present smile, he felt an overwhelming urge to seize a nearby submachine gun from the guards and unleash his frustrations. Of course, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Their practice continued until Mr. Hobson, the butler, called for a halt. Covered in grime, Anthony resembled someone who had rolled through a mud pit, while Rosius, adorned in his regal purple and gold robe, was untouched by dirt, his attire devoid of even a wrinkle, his face still adorned with that unchanging, insincere smile. Upon returning to the castle for a brief refresh, he donned fresh garments and joined the queen for lunch. Unlike the familial gathering of the previous evening, it was evident that the queen had summoned him for a particular purpose. Following the meal, she indeed broached the very question he had been contemplating. Did other nations possess wizarding armies? This was a critical inquiry. The rationale was simple. Although the intelligence held by both the Six and the Wick was limited, various signs indicated the presence of wizards within the institutions of other countries. From the perspective of suspicion, he could not afford to assume that his adversaries lacked wizarding forces. Chapter 71. The Christmas Address. The Queen, who had governed for over 40 years, was acutely aware of the implications. Following diplomatic discussions, a preliminary consensus had emerged, irrespective of whether European nations possessed wizarding armies. The British Empire must have one of its own. They were unwilling to remain subservient to others. The establishment of a wizarding force under the auspices of Downing Street had become imperative, with a palpable atmosphere of tension permeating the air. As the monarch, Her Majesty hoped that Anthony could offer her some counsel. Well, if advice would be sought, he indeed had some thoughts, although he feared his aunt might not be receptive to them. After all, the wizarding world of Britain was far from monolithic. Many wizards of Muggle descent had only tangentially touched upon that realm, their accomplishments limited to becoming ordinary employees of the Ministry of Magic, mere laborers. Compounded by the presence of dark creatures, the situation was undeniably complex. If the Muggle government could provide a refuge or an improved quality of life for these individuals, it would not be impossible to assemble a faction of wizards supporting them. However, one should not expect much loyalty from such a faction. Earning merely a few £100 a month hardly seems worth risking one's life. Everyone is merely striving to make a living. It would be naive to think that they would sacrifice their lives for trivial benefits. The plan is indeed feasible, yet Anthony ultimately refrained from revealing his thoughts. After all, most of those marginalized wizards are entrenched in the black market and alleys, engaging in various illicit trades. It is best not to pursue these individuals unless Mr. Hark wishes for London to descend into further chaos. One afternoon, the Queen, with a heavy heart, bid farewell to Anthony. Later that day, he resumed his spell practice with Lucius Ambrose. During a break, Anthony curiously inquired whether he wouldn't be warned by the Ministry of Magic for openly using magic off campus. Anthony raised an eyebrow at his words, as it seemed he held considerable influence within the ministry. It was indeed astonishing that such a young and promising wizard would serve as a bodyguard at Buckingham Palace. In the following days, Anthony's life became more structured. Each day, he learned new spells from Lucius. Although he still struggled to match Lucius's prowess in practice, he was undoubtedly making progress. That day, Anthony rose early from his grand bed. His windowsill was adorned with various Christmas gifts from royal members. Naturally, he also prepared gifts for others, excluding the Queen, likely for his several siblings. It was unrealistic to expect him to extract more galleons from his already empty pockets. Thus, he gifted each of his elders the same item, love potions from the Weasley twins, enticing bubbles. Given Charles's current marital situation, the choice of love potions was exceedingly fitting. At 3 p.m, the Queen delivered her Christmas address to the nation from Buckingham Palace. As the Symphony of God, Save the Queen, gently concluded, the television camera shifted from the palace to an indoor family gathering. There stood the youthful Queen, at 65, before the table, adorned by a magnificent Christmas tree. The table was primarily decorated with a floral arrangement and numerous family photographs of the Windsors. However, from the camera's angle, one could not see the photograph at the back, which featured Anthony's silhouette conveniently obscured by the frame in front. Then, the Queen's calm and measured voice began to resonate. We have endured trials, yet life must go on. Across the United Kingdom and the world, people bravely face the challenges of this year, and I feel immense pride and emotion for this indomitable spirit. In particular, I wish to express my gratitude to my current government for their responsibilities and contributions. From the Eternal King to the legend of Merlin, from the Normandy landings to the ultimate arrival of justice, my people have repeatedly demonstrated that this land is the birthplace of heroes, fostering new hope. The Bible recounts the story of a star appearing in the sky, its light guiding shepherds and wise men to the birthplace of Jesus, illuminating the Christmas spirit, selflessness, love, and most importantly, hope, which directs our path forward. It is in this spirit that I wish you a Merry Christmas. The Queen's speech, both subtle and intricate, is difficult to comprehend without careful contemplation. Coincidentally, Anthony is a master of reading comprehension. Sitting beside the camera, he attentively listened to the entire speech live. However, it is noteworthy that he had already seen the manuscript beforehand, crafted by Sir Humphrey. Unlike past addresses that typically mourn the deceased from recent turmoil while criticizing Russia, this speech remarkably refrained from veiled attacks. It appears that intelligence from Qingxiu has profoundly influenced Downing Street, despite the fall of the red flag. They maintained restraint and refrained from introducing any disparaging remarks into the Queen's address. Opening with references to the Eternal King and Merlin is indeed rare. As is widely known, the legend of King Arthur is not without its connections to the Celts and Anglo-Saxons, yet it is also steeped in bloodshed. Ireland has displayed an audacious disregard towards the British Empire. Consequently, the British royal family or high-ranking officials typically refrain from publicly claiming to be descendants of the Eternal King, as it could lead to embarrassment. Nevertheless, nearly all royal family members bear names associated with the Knights of the Round Table. For instance, Anthony's full name is Anthony Gawain Falkirk Windsor. This time, the Queen's deliberate reference to the whimsical king is entirely because Mr. Harker and his associates have recognized Merlin as a revered figure in the British magical world, akin to their veneration of Jesus. Many wizards in the magical realm revere Merlin, with the most notable being Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House, who is herself a follower of Merlin. Thus, this invocation of King Arthur serves merely to lend legitimacy to the royal leadership among wizards. It is a form of political propaganda. Chapter 72. The Eve of Battle. Beginning from the third week of December until the first week of January, they would not return to school until January 5th. At times, he would stroll through London with agents from Wick. At the end of the month, he fortuitously encountered Hermione on the road. "Hi, Hermione, Merry Christmas. How you like the sketching quill I gave you?" The sketching quill, produced by the Featherpen shop in Hogsmeade, was a gift Anthony had bought in triplicate for Hermione, Sir Humphrey, and Mr. Bernard. "Thank you," Hermione exclaimed. "It's fantastic. My note-taking speed has improved significantly. I've recently been reading a book on the pastimes of medieval wizards, just to pass the time. The book introduces numerous wizards from various nations and their magical practices. It is truly astonishing to learn that the indigenous sorcerers of Africa employ hand gestures to cast spells. In the Americas, many dreadful incantations were experimented upon, causing Aurors considerable effort when capturing dark wizards in the past. Furthermore, Greece, the cradle of European magic, is home to a notorious dark wizard named Helbo, who invented numerous forms of black magic throughout his life, making him one of the most powerful and influential dark wizards in recorded history. After encountering Anthony, Hermione finally found a companion to share her thoughts with and began to chatter incessantly. Anthony listened patiently, refraining from interjecting, aware that should he pose any questions, Hermione's current enthusiasm could lead their conversation well into the following day. Meanwhile, far away in Scotland, Qingqiu was growing increasingly restless. She was not there for leisure. Every day spent in delay would further tarnish the reputation of Chang'an Academy. If Jean Sangshui were to engage in malevolence at that moment, her predicament would undoubtedly become more precarious. With the alignment of heaven and earth, the mountains and marshes communicating, and the elements of thunder and wind intertwining, Qingqiu furrowed her brow as she gazed at the softly glowing feng shui compass in her hand, muttering incantations. The previous raid had not been entirely fruitless. The agents had discovered a hair in the former owner's quarters that could not be matched to any DNA. Presumably, it belonged to Jean Sangshui. With this strand of hair, Qingqiu's tracking magic could finally be employed. Yet, as she traversed the forest swiftly, she did not recall that Jean Sangshui possessed such abilities. As an ancient runes professor at Chang'an Academy, her understanding of the child was limited. She knew that Jean Sangshui was a student of Wang Wenshu, majoring in potions and transfiguration, but she had only scratched the surface of runes. Consequently, her interactions with Jean Sangshui had been few and far between, especially considering the academy boasted over 10,000 students, far surpassing the numbers at Hogwarts, leaving her little energy to familiarize herself with each pupil. Moreover, he was a student who deliberately maintained a low profile. Meanwhile, Qingqiu feigned nonchalance as she spoke to those behind her. Indeed, following her was a contingent of British Aurors led by Kingsley. In the spirit of cooperation and mutual benefit, they had been traveling together for several days. After continuing onward with Qingqiu for some time, Kingsley's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He cautiously glanced at the foreign wizard not far away and discreetly inquired, "If we proceed further, we will reach the largest pure wizarding village in Britain, Hogsmeade. I wonder if that person would dare to hide there?" What Kingsley refrained from articulating was that Hogsmeade lay adjacent to Hogwarts, right under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, the witch would be foolish to seek refuge there. Upon hearing this, Qingqiu slowed her pace and turned to face Kingsley, remarking, "The greater the danger, the greater the safety. Have you not heard this before?" She let out a light scoff, donned her hood, and continued onward in the direction indicated by the compass. The Aurors do not harbor disbelief towards Qingqiu. Rather, they are reluctant to tread the path of futility and squander their time. Observing the distant figure, Kingsley sighed and offered a few words of reassurance to the Aurors behind him, subsequently adjusting his mindset to continue onward. Gradually, as they ventured deeper, a railway unexpectedly emerged within the forest. At the end of the tracks, a village could be discerned, presumably Hogsmeade. Had Qingqiu come for leisure rather than pursuit, she would undoubtedly have reveled in the sights. However, today was different. Following the main road of Hogsmeade, they arrived at the street's end, where Qingqiu halted before a discreet, dilapidated pub. This establishment appeared to possess an age of several centuries, narrow and grimy. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open. Instantly, a cacophony, mingled with various foul odors, assailed her senses. Qingqiu frowned, swiftly surveying her surroundings. The few windows in the pub were encrusted with layers of grime, allowing scarcely any light to penetrate, rendering the room exceedingly dim. Illumination relied solely on a few candles flickering atop rough wooden tables. Everything here was tainted with filth, from the floor to the ceiling, and even the butterbeer bottles were thickly coated in dust. The somber ambience made every patron appear rather unsavory, most cloaked in hoods and veils. Among those without masks, the only notable figures were the renowned white wizard from the vicinity and the professors from the school. Professor Quirrell sat amidst the crowd. "Ah, Miss Zhang," Kingsley remarked, following closely behind. "I've located her." A smile finally graced Zhang Qingqiu's face, her spirits lifting for the first time in days. She stepped towards the pub's cold, dim corner. At a rough wooden table sat a male wizard, drowning his sorrows in drink. Approaching him, she leaned down, her tone icy as she spoke. Shall I take action, or will you surrender willingly? Chapter 73. Not just master and apprentice. Professor, long time no see. The man replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Chinchio's presence. Professor, I am not your instructor. Did I ever teach you to kill indiscriminately? Chinchio glared at him. Upon noticing the distinct marks upon his neck, she further taunted. Your craftsmanship in creating human skin masks and body transfiguration has noticeably declined. At her words, the man instinctively touched his neck, then smiled coolly, raising his gaze to the once familiar, yet now alien visage before him. You are correct. I have indeed regressed, for one's energy is always finite. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the tables around them. A hood fell away, revealing a face covered in coarse black fur, making his identity all too apparent. A werewolf. Quiet. After days of suppression, Chinchio finally erupted with anger. Swiftly, she drew a jade fan from her waist, turning sharply to brandish it at the grotesque werewolf. A surge of spring water materialized as if summoned, entwining the werewolf in a serpentine embrace, rendering him weightless in the air, his struggles futile. A water prison spell? Kingsley gazed in astonishment at the diminutive and strikingly youthful foreign sorceress before him. He had not heard any incantation nor seen her wield a wand. A silent spell? Devoid of a wand? What manner of magic is this? Secure the area. He too quickly produced his wand, casting a disillusionment charm that struck an innocent wizard who was frantically attempting to flee. The Pig's Head pub was a hive of chaos, its patrons a melange of individuals, including potential accomplices of Jean Sangshui, alongside many illicit dark wizards engaged in the trafficking of banned magical materials. After all, the Forbidden Forest harbored many treasures. Hagrid's duty was to guard the grounds, and these dark wizards were among those he had to watch out for. Members of the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, someone shouted, plunging the entire pub into pandemonium. Countless figures transformed into dark mist, attempting to apparate away. The Aurors, unable to distinguish between Sangshui's allies and ordinary smugglers, could only strive to apprehend all fleeing wizards. You can't treat me like this. I am. A captured man protested vehemently, but the Aurors paid no heed to his words. With a swift motion, they cast a petrification charm and confiscated his wand. Wait! A crash resounded amidst the escalating chaos of the pub. Unfazed, Jean Sangshui surveyed her surroundings with a cold gaze, her mind calculating her next move. Still contemplating an escape, Chinchio, clutching her jade fan, fixed her icy stare upon her. As a student of Chinchio, Sangshui knew her professor all too well. She must adopt a lethal mindset to strike, or escape would be impossible. In an instant, Sangshui raised her right hand. A glowing rune flickered to life upon her slender arm, morphing into a slender, frigid green serpent that coiled tightly around her wrist, hissing menacingly. Within mere breaths, it swelled, becoming as thick as an adult's waist in the blink of an eye. With a fierce snap, it lunged toward Chinchio. Jaws aimed for her neck. Such trivial sorcery, Chinchio scoffed, extending her right hand forward. The jade fan seemed to come alive, soaring into the air to interpose itself between her and the serpent, conjuring a blue shield. With a resounding crash, the impact shattered the roof, sending debris tumbling down as Chinchio landed heavily on the street behind the pub. Is this truly how you wield the runes I taught you? Chinchio admonished, stepping out of the nearly collapsed Pig's Head pub. With a gaze tinged with disappointment, Chinchio observed the fading blue apparition beside Sangshui. She understood that, under the protection of the runes, she had not suffered any injuries from the recent blow. However, as the light from the tattoo-like runes on Sangshui's right hand gradually dimmed, it became evident that she would be unable to invoke this magic for the time being. What transpired? Who knows? Look, that appears to be Kingsley from the Auror office. The wizards on the street were drawn to the loud noise, turning their attention and engaging in hushed discussions filled with uncertainty. Yet, in a tacit understanding, they began to distance themselves from the scene, merely whispering among themselves, none daring to approach. At that moment, Sangshui lay on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. As she slowly rose from the pavement, gasping for breath, her body ached all over, and her chest heaved violently. Though she bore no external wounds, the force of the impact had inflicted considerable internal damage. Watching Chinchio approach at a leisurely pace, her long-suppressed resentment finally erupted. She tore off her human mask, her body swelling with transformation, and in no time, she morphed from a robust man into a lithe and graceful girl. I do not comprehend what I have done wrong. Sangshui's face bore a cruel and composed expression, as if she had merely crushed a few ants. Isn't it more worthwhile to trade the lives of a few insignificant beings for the future of a promising wizard like myself? Silence. Qingxiu admonished sharply. I know you. Sangshui, she replied, unsteadily standing and defiantly meeting Qingxiu's gaze. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, laden with the weight of experience, quickly transformed into a storm of indignation. At 19, you became a mentor at the academy. At 20, a master of runes. Born of imperial lineage, your talents are renowned across the seas. And even the Celestial Palace is willing to go to great lengths to recruit you. How could a genius like you possibly understand the suffering of people like us? I am a barbarian, a genius of your lofty nation. Do you have any idea of the hardships I have endured? Chapter 74, Wizards of Two Worlds. Their conversation flowed entirely in Chinese, rendering the surrounding wizards unable to comprehend. She continued to sneer, her eyes filled with sorrow and hatred, declaring, because I am a vampire. All the mentors keep their distance from me. They wish to observe me as one would a prison inmate. Why must you treat me this way? Was it my choice to become a vampire? Suddenly, Sangshui's voice turned cold. With a chilling gaze fixed on Qingxiu, she venomously proclaimed, if I find that vampire, I shall sever his hands and feet, gouge out his eyes, cut off his tongue, deafen his ears, and turn him into a living nightmare. I will make him suffer endlessly for all eternity. Forever. The last words erupted from her lips almost as a roar, her expression twisted and her body trembling. The surrounding clamor abruptly ceased. Although the onlookers did not understand Sangshui's words, the raw fury emanating from her was enough to instill fear within them. Shackle. In the ruins, the Aurors concluded their battle. As they exited the tavern, they immediately beheld Jean Sangshui, who was barely sustaining her own body. Wait. Kingsley waved his hand, halting the actions of his subordinates. The demon was already on the brink of collapse. There was no need to disturb the two of them. Let her be. A deep and slow voice emerged from Kingsley's lips, imbued with a hint of helplessness. His gaze subsequently fell upon Qingxiu, who was not far from Jean Sangshui. Jean Sangshui's words plunged Qingxiu into silence. She had only been in the Chang'an Academy for 5 years, and had taught Jean Sangshui for merely 1. During her time as a student, she had known little about this foreign wizard who was only 3 grades below her. One might even say she was entirely unfamiliar with him. At that time, she was considered the rising star of the entire Chang'an Academy, engrossed in her studies of runes. Hardly familiar with her dormitory mates, let alone anyone else. However, despite the accuracy of Jean Sangshui's words, she remained unwavering. Confucius said, repay virtue with virtue, and resentment with honesty. The past sufferings could never serve as an excuse for today's cruelty. Having stained oneself with another's blood, one must face just punishment. Are you finished? Gazing at Sangshui's venomous visage, contorted as if ready to unleash poison, the last remnant of pity in Qingxiu's eyes dissipated. She regarded her coldly, slowly unfurling the jade fan in her hand. Within the fan, crafted of jade and water, a koi swam gracefully. Do you not comprehend why your mentors caution against you? Look at your current state. Her voice, in unison with the koi escaping the confines of the canvas, surged toward Jean Sangshui. I am a master of my fate. By what right do you impede me? As she beheld the surging tide and the towering koi, madness flickered across Jean Sangshui's face. She roared, seemingly having lost her sanity. Qingxiu sneered derisively, then gently pressed down on the fan, uttering, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Do you think you share the surname, son? With a thunderous crash, the koi struck the ground, producing a resounding boom that reverberated through the entire town. The accumulated snow was hurled into the air, spreading like dust. It is over, she sighed, preparing to advance for a closer inspection. Just then, from another district of the town, a silver chain suddenly shot forth from a rooftop. The chain plunged straight into the white mist, rescuing the already unconscious Jean Sangshui. Who goes there? Qingxiu growled, swiftly tossing a sheet of yellow paper from a robe. With a pointed gesture, the yellow paper ignited instantly, unleashing an invisible binding force. It was a counter-illusion spell. The Academy's magic, crafted from her own talismans, could create a space of approximately 10 feet that prohibited movement. Of course, due to its nature as a talisman, this magic could not last long. At most, the duration of an incense stick. Yet for Qingxiu, that was already sufficient. Such talismans were meant for dire circumstances, such as the present moment. Zhang Qingxiu, a diminutive figure cloaked in black, with a hood shrouding his head, loomed above, his voice dripping with mockery. Huh! Beside him, Qingxiu, uninterested in engaging with this enigmatic individual, unfurled a jade fan, casting forth droplets that transformed mid-air into a barrage of icy blades, aimed directly at the man's chest. Do not underestimate these ice shards. They were razor-thin, nearly invisible under the sun's glare, their trajectory imperceptible to the naked eye. Alas, the mocking voice echoed once more, and to Qingqiu's astonishment, the figure in black seemed to vanish into thin air, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. A surge of panic gripped Qingqiu, but clarity soon dawned upon him. He recognized the man's identity. He was the Japanese informant who had tipped off Jin Sangshui. Only a sorcerer from that land could wield such a spell capable of piercing their illusionary displacement. Cursed fate! Qingqiu's expression darkened as he clutched the jade fan tightly. This had been his closest brush with success in nearly a month, only to be thwarted by an unforeseen adversary. Miss Zhang, Jin Silei, following closely behind, swallowed hard and called out, his voice strained. He had never witnessed a battle of such magnitude before. The exotic magic opened his eyes in awe, instilling within him a sense of reverence. Oh dear, what transpired here? At that moment, Professor McGonagall rushed into the street, agitated. It was the Christmas holiday, and many professors from Hogwarts were away. She was among the few who remained at the school. Ordinarily, her hair was neatly styled in a high bun, but now a few strands had escaped, and her deep green robes were muddied at the hems. We discovered Jin's whereabouts in Hogsmeade. Ms. Zhang just battled her and had nearly defeated her when a mysterious wizard suddenly appeared and whisked Jin away, Jin Silei explained succinctly. He then inquired, "Where's Professor Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore? He is not in Britain today. He mentioned meeting an old friend," Professor McGonagall replied, her brow furrowed. "Not in Britain?" Qingqiu approached, alarmed. "Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts? What a coincidence. This capture was to take place not far from Hogwarts. Had Dumbledore been present, he would have arrived at the sound of the commotion, and together they could have ensured Jin Sangshui's capture. Yet, he happens to be absent. Professor Quirrell, you two are here?" Chapter 75, The Battle Subsides. The sight of the devastated street filled Professor McGonagall with trepidation. Yet amidst the ruins, a familiar figure stood before the precarious entrance of a pub, offering her a modicum of comfort, despite his apparent state of panic, as if his very soul were adrift. Professor McGonagall. At the moment he laid eyes on her, Quirrell instantly showcased his prowess as an untrustworthy traitor, his face etched with sheer terror. Even so, he still mustered the strength to greet Professor Chilo with a voice trembling on the brink of shattering. "Good day, Professor Chilo." Yet, this did little to restore Chilo's composure. Instead, he staggered as if on the verge of collapse, an aura of palpable fear emanating from him, unmistakably intensified. What a peculiar individual he was. And his demeanor was equally strange. Qingqiu furrowed her brow, a vague sentiment simmering within her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dissonance. If Anthony were present, he would surely comprehend the source of her discomfort. Chilo's performance was excessively theatrical, the deliberate artifice rendering it quite unsettling. "Professor Zhang, would you care to visit Hogwarts?" Although the current circumstances remained unclear, Professor McGonagall, as a representative of Hogwarts, was unwilling to lose face before these foreign professors. After all, it was not merely for their own sake, but for the enduring glory of Hogwarts that had spanned a millennium. After some contemplation, Professor McGonagall extended her invitation with great enthusiasm. Then I shall impose." She had discreetly consulted a feng shui compass moments earlier, and the aura of Jin Sangshui had already dissipated. This could only imply one possibility. The distance between them had exceeded the compass's search range. Now, she could only wait for that individual to reveal herself again. Otherwise, Qingqiu had no means of tracking her down at present. In light of this, a visit to Hogwarts seemed quite fortuitous, particularly since her master had dispatched her to England with the intent of gathering intelligence on Hogwarts. "Oh, by the way," Qingqiu suddenly recalled something and turned to Kingsley beside her. "You might consider sending someone to monitor the magical marketplace in England. She has sustained severe injuries, and if she requires potions, she is bound to reveal herself." She cautioned, "Remember, do not act rashly. Otherwise, once she becomes cautious, capturing her will be exceedingly difficult." "Understood." Kingsley nodded, then gestured for the aurors behind him to escort a number of dark wizards away. Although their attempt to apprehend Jin Sangshui had failed, they had managed to capture her accomplices and several thieves engaged in illicit activities, which could be deemed a modest success. It was indeed the sole achievement of the Ministry of Magic over the past 2 months. Had they returned empty-handed, he could scarcely imagine the extent of Fudge's displeasure. After exchanging a few brief admonitions, Kingsley nodded to the 3 professors before hastily departing. Professors McGonagall and Chilo led Qingqiu towards Hogwarts Castle. In a fleeting moment imperceptible to the untrained eye, a flicker of apprehension crossed Chilo's gaze. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Voldemort harbored a hint of trepidation, now reduced to a mere parasite clinging to the minds of others. He could scarcely wield his former might. One Dumbledore was insufficient. Now there was another to contend with. Hiss! That was Voldemort whispering strategies to him. The situation at Hogwarts grew increasingly dire. Perhaps this woman named Jean Sanctuet could prove to be a valuable ally. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Oh, and there was also that mysterious figure who had rescued her. If only one could encounter them, a grand battle would subside. It seemed as though everyone had liberated themselves from the recent, harrowing fear, beginning to gather in small clusters, animatedly discussing the fierce confrontation that had just transpired. Yet, it was not only the surrounding wizards who had broken free from their constraints. Anthony, on the streets of London, also felt a sense of release. After being engaged in conversation with Hermione for an exhausting hour, the young lady finally relinquished him, standing still for an entire hour. An hour. A fatigued Anthony, utterly drained, found himself lacking the energy to wander elsewhere. Once he boarded the car of a certain agent, he collapsed onto the back seat like a salted fish, breathing heavily. His legs trembled uncontrollably, resembling someone who had just escaped a chase. Coincidentally, in a few hours, a similar scene of pursuit would unfold at Hogwarts. This time, however, it would be Harry who was pursued. Just moments ago, cloaked in invisibility, he had an unexpected encounter with Filch during his nocturnal wanderings. He ran frantically to evade the pursuit of Mrs. Norris, bursting into what appeared to be an abandoned classroom. At that moment, he leaned against the professor's door, panting heavily, much like Anthony had done a few hours prior. After regaining his composure for a considerable time, Harry finally gathered the strength to rise. This was a rather grand classroom. He surveyed his surroundings as the sparse moonlight delicately filtered through the window, casting a large, dark shadow on the distant floor. With wide eyes, Harry peered intently and discerned that the shadow was formed by numerous desks positioned in the corner. Additionally, in that same corner, lay an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of storage. It was a remarkably ornate mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with an elaborate golden frame, supported by 2 clawed feet at the base. Inscribed at the top was a line of text, Eristra eru oit ubek hafru oit on Wosir. As Harry slowly approached the mirror, he was astonished to see a multitude of figures standing behind him within its reflection. Yet, the room was empty. He scrutinized the mirror closely, and there, a woman standing behind him smiled and waved. She was exceedingly beautiful, with deep red hair and emerald green eyes, reminiscent of his own. Beside her stood a man, tall and slender, with unruly black hair and glasses, bearing a striking resemblance to him. "Mom?" Harry whispered. "Dad?" Everything felt dreamlike. In the mirror, he was surrounded by loved ones, all gazing at him with warm smiles. Each individual bore features akin to his own. Some shared his eyes, others his nose, and some his visage. He even noticed a little old man who had knees as uneven as his own. The Potter family waved cheerfully at Harry. Harry gazed at them with an insatiable hunger, his hands pressed firmly against the glass of the mirror, as though he longed to leap into it and remain with them. A profound ache surged within him, a blend of joy and deep sorrow. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, as if caught in a beautiful dream. Yet everything felt so achingly real. When he finally awakened from this reverie, several days had passed. During the days, he discovered the Mirror of Ariste. He found himself returning to that room each night until he encountered Dumbledore. The venerable headmaster persuaded him to abandon the pursuit of the mirror, for it merely reflected our innermost desires, the most fervent and intense longings of our hearts. The mirror itself could impart no knowledge nor reveal the truth. People wasted away before it, consumed by the visions it presented, some even driven to madness. Moreover, the mirror was only a temporary fixture, destined to be relocated the following day. Harry refrained from asking questions, for he found the professor's words to be profoundly wise. He truly ceased his search for the mirror. The next morning, awakening from slumber, Harry felt as though he had traversed a long and intricate dream, wherein he encountered the enigmatic Mirror of Ariste. Upon waking, a smile graced his face as he donned his glasses, his gaze falling upon a box perched beside his bedside cabinet. Inside lay the Christmas gifts he had received this year. A large box of irresistibly sweet homemade fudge from Hermione, a crudely crafted flute from Hagrid, a pair of stylish gray half-frame glasses from Anthony, and a vibrant green-handed sweater from Ron's mother, Molly, which he wore proudly. Miss Dorothy had also gifted him a complete little suit, which he tried on only to discover it was somewhat oversized, dangling loosely on him. It seemed Miss Dorothy had miscalculated his size. After all, when buying clothes for children, it is wise to choose slightly larger garments, lest they outgrow them in a matter of months. Harry cherished the little suit and tucked it away, intending to wear it the following year. Mr. Harkness had sent him a Christmas gift as well, though not in his name. The package bore the address of 10 Downing Street. Inside was a postcard inscribed with warm wishes, signed by Mr. and Mrs. Harkness. Accompanying the card were 2 children's literature books, Lewis Carroll's renowned Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's The Little Prince. These were all the treasures contained within that box. Regardless of what his friends bestowed upon him, each gift was a cherished token. The Christmas feast days prior had been the happiest moments of his life, the long tables in the hall laden with an array of delectable foods. 100 plump, roasted turkeys, piled high like a small mountain, accompanied by heaps of succulent meats and boiled potatoes, large platters brimming with delectable sausages, bowls of peas generously dressed in butter, and dishes of rich, thick gravy paired with cranberry sauce. George and Fred had somehow procured an abundance of magical fireworks. Unlike the meager Muggle explosions, these enchanting pyrotechnics erupted with a roar of cannon fire, dazzlingly vibrant, transforming into a plume of crimson smoke that, with a powerful blast, gave rise to a magnificent lion. The resonant roars of the lion elevated the festive atmosphere to its zenith, even illuminating the usually serene countenance of Professor Dumbledore with a broad smile. However, those joyful days were now mere memories several days past. In the present moment, within the confines of the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore gazed intently at the ethereal blue glow emanating from the pensieve, lost in profound contemplation. His face bore an unprecedented gravity. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the entire confrontation between Ching Chiu and Jean Sangshui through Kingsley's recollections. To be candid, a sense of urgency gripped him. An unfamiliar sensation of alarm surged within his heart, stemming from both an admiration for the young man's prowess and a deep-seated concern for the future of Hogwarts. As far as he was aware, this young professor from Chang'an University was merely around 25 years of age. 25? How had such a prodigy emerged from the esteemed magical institution? Suddenly, Professor McGonagall hurried into the office, delivering a letter. The scant words on the envelope, identifying it as originating from the minister's office, hinted at its sender. This marked the 3rd such correspondence today. Where was it all leading? McGonagall placed the envelope upon the desk, exhaling a weary sigh. Dumbledore, upon hearing her, gathered his thoughts and approached, taking the letter and casually tearing it open. The handwriting was hasty, yet the words bore a weighty severity as if threatening him. He scanned the letter swiftly, his brow gradually furrowing. It was a missive signed by Malfoy, vehemently proclaiming that the school board would scrutinize his abandonment of duty, which had placed Hogwarts' young sorcerers in peril. It primarily hinged on his absence from Hogwarts while Jean Sangshui had coincidentally appeared in Hogsmeade. The tone mirrored that of previous letters from Fudge, rife with accusations and insinuations of guilt. However, what truly vexed Dumbledore was not the exchange of barbs. He could dismiss their quibbles with ease. What genuinely troubled him was Fudge's intent to dispatch Dementors to Hogwarts, purportedly for the safety of the students. Dementors? To enter Hogwarts? Since the foundation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry around the year 990, no dark creature had ever brazenly entered the school, excluding those illicitly smuggled in. This was a flagrant affront to the dignity of the professors and an egregious insult to the millennium of glory that Hogwarts had upheld. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, how could Dumbledore acquiesce to such a ludicrous demand? Chapter 77, Return to School. On the morning preceding the start of term, Anthony boarded the Hogwarts Express. From the moment he entered King's Cross Station, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The platform was suddenly teeming with individuals clad in robes, and several adult wizards in similar attire could be seen aboard the train. He surmised they were Aurors, though he remained unaware of their purpose for being there. On the train, he looked up to see an unfamiliar face, the corners of the stranger's eyes bloodshot and their hair disheveled, suggesting a prolonged absence of rest. The Auror stared intently at him and instructed, "The compartments at the back are sealed. All young wizards must move to the hard seats at the front." "I don't know," he replied. "Have you heard? There was an attack in Hogsmeade. The entire Ministry of Magic is in disarray. The Daily Prophet has reported on it several times." In the forward carriage, a group of young wizards was chattering animatedly about the recent events in Hogsmeade, filling the air with a cacophony of voices. Hogsmeade? Anthony furrowed his brow at the mention. He suddenly recalled a page from the Daily Prophet he had perused a few days prior. He had been preoccupied with rigorous spell practice lately, leaving little energy for other matters, and his subscription to the Daily Prophet had been redirected to Downing Street, so he had scarcely paid attention to it. "Hey," Anthony, over here. A familiar voice called from nearby. Turning his gaze, he spotted Simon and Neville seated together. Justin from Hufflepuff waved his arm in greeting. Hi. Anthony hastened over and sat alongside Justin. Not too bad, to be honest. It's just that with such a large family, I feel quite out of place, Anthony remarked, loosening his bow tie with a look of resignation. Moreover, my parents concealed my wizarding identity. When relatives inquired about my school, they couldn't reveal that I attended Eton. You know how renowned it is. So, they merely named some obscure institution instead. You wouldn't believe the looks I received afterward. Huh. Anthony regarded Justin with sympathy. Nearly everyone in the royal family was aware of his wizarding status, and those who were uninformed dared not fabricate stories about him. But behind closed doors, observing Justin's expression of indignation, Anthony found it rather amusing. In his quest to evade his numerous aunts and uncles, he almost wished for the school year to remain in session. Furthermore, if Jesus were not a deified historical figure, he would undoubtedly be a wizard, Anthony asserted with conviction. In the context of the Harry Potter universe, his reasoning was not without merit. After all, history was replete with wizards who found amusement in pranking muggles. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for a wizard to claim divinity and manifest miracles in the mortal realm. That makes sense. Justin nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing Anthony's deduction. Anthony responded with a subtle smile. The train, which had been steady, suddenly jolted to life. Finally, it had departed. On the other side, Simon let out a sigh of relief. It was now 10 o'clock, a full hour behind the anticipated departure time of 9. The young wizards were growing increasingly impatient. But now that the train was finally in motion, a sense of ease enveloped the entire carriage. Just as everyone began to relax and prepare for light-hearted conversation, the door to the front compartment was abruptly flung open. A gaunt figure clad in a black robe and cloak with greasy hair approached. Silence. Snape's iconic, somber voice resonated throughout the carriage. In an instant, the atmosphere felt as though time had been paused. All sounds vanished, leaving only the clattering of the train. In this peculiar silence, Snape surveyed the room and spoke in a deep, drawn-out tone. I trust you are all aware of the recent events in Hogsmeade. He then proceeded to take attendance. Hannah Abbott. Yes, Professor, came a timid voice. Susan Bones. Yes. The remaining young wizards sat in silence. After a dozen names, the roll call concluded. Professor Snape, having swiftly verified the names on the parchment in his hand, abruptly turned and glided away, his robe billowing behind him. The tension in the carriage deflated like a punctured balloon, and everyone relaxed. What was Snape doing here? Anthony gazed at the receding figure in bewilderment. He was quite taken aback. Even more surprising than Snape's appearance was Hogwarts' response to the recent events. In the original narrative, even with Sirius's escape from prison, the school had not reacted with such gravity. Although Professor Lupin was present on the train at that time, perhaps Dumbledore had arranged for his protection of the young wizards in advance. The severity of the situation was nowhere near as pronounced as it was now. Was the incident in Hogsmeade truly that serious? Phew, Neville gasped, displaying signs of lingering anxiety. Whenever Snape was nearby, Neville always felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and fear. My grandmother says the current magical world resembles the time when Voldemort was rampant, he added, shrinking his neck in trepidation. That is a bit of an exaggeration. Isn't it? Anthony shrugged skeptically. After all, Voldemort was known as the Dark Lord, the most powerful and dangerous dark wizard in history. If anyone could easily rival or surpass him, it would render the title of the most dangerous dark wizard rather trivial. It's true, Neville insisted stubbornly. You should take a look at the recent newspapers. Neville was not mistaken. Simon chimed in. My mother says that Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, is about to be ousted. It is strikingly reminiscent of the previous chaos wrought by the enigmatic figure, when the moderates were ousted in favor of a more hardline faction. The publication Chanting Dissonance has recently been reporting that Barty Crouch is set to ascend to power. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Anthony regards it with disdain. Among the British wizarding community, Chanting Dissonance undoubtedly ranks among the most widely circulated newspapers. However, this peculiar enthusiasm appears pathological and abnormal in the eyes of mainstream media, such as the Daily Prophet. Many high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, including Dirk Cresswell, the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, dismissed Chanting Dissonance as nothing more than a rag, a waste of paper filled with nonsensical drivel. It is worth noting that Mr. Cresswell hails from a Muggle background and holds no biases against purebloods. I am aware that most of Chanting Dissonance's reports are fabrications, yet this time feels different. This time, the newspaper offers an unusually detailed account of Barty Crouch's life and posits potential reforms in the ministry should he assume office. You find it quite compelling. Indeed, for once, This publication has exhibited a rare semblance of normalcy and has even ventured to make its own predictions. Your father? Anthony is taken aback, as he knows that Seamus is half-blood, with a witch for a mother and a Muggle for a father. On the first day of term, Seamus had regaled them with vivid tales of his father's reaction upon discovering that his wife was a witch. My mother is merely an ordinary witch, but my father works for the British government as an official. In October, London was rocked by a series of heinous murders, which were resolved only through the Prime Minister's strong leadership. My father asserts that during times of societal crisis, decisive leadership is essential. Upon hearing this, Anthony is astonished. It is the first time he learns that Seamus's father is a government official. Justin, seated beside him, also becomes intrigued and gently inquires whether he is a civil servant or member of Parliament. He is the deputy head of the Northern Ireland Affairs Office. After contemplating for a moment, Seamus articulates the somewhat convoluted name. Anthony's mouth drops open, his eyes fixed on Seamus, their irises darting up and down. A peculiar smile slowly emerging at the corners of his lips. Justin beside him wears a similar expression. Why are you both looking at me like that? Seamus asks, puzzled by their reactions. Oh, Finnegan, Finnegan, Finnegan. Justin bursts into a fit of laughter and elbows Anthony, curiously asking, Anthony, your parents are not civil servants, are they? No, they are not. Anthony quickly clarifies, as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. You are the civil servant. Your entire family is composed of civil servants. Although Anthony vehemently denies it, Justin does not press further and instead continues to address Seamus, saying, no wonder your father is so concerned about the Ministry of Magic. Isn't that part his job? Beyond that, he admits he knows little, as most of it requires explanation from my mother. As the conversation veers further off course, Anthony suddenly realizes he feels an uncanny sense of being at Eton College. It turns out that those who appear to be Muggle-born or live in the Muggle world, these little wizards are far from ordinary. Each one seems to be a true flag-bearer of aristocracy. Hogwarts is on the verge of transforming into Oxford. Ultimately, it seems there are no genuine Muggle wizards. It is merely a struggle between pure-blooded aristocrats and the affluent Muggle elite, is it not? This peculiar sense of déjà vu stretches from London all the way to Hogwarts. After discovering that Seamus's good friend, Dean Thomas's mother, is also extraordinary, Anthony finally comes to a realization. Among the few of them in their dormitory, there are no commoners. Even Neville hails from a noble, pure-blood lineage, and the Potter family boasts a history of several centuries. Ron's father is a Ministry of Magic official, and one need not even mention the seemingly endless history of the Weasley family. Now, with Seamus being the scion of a civil servant, it appears Hermione stands alone as the only truly, entirely Muggle-born. Although being a dentist in Britain is a well-paying profession, she indeed lacks any significant background. Yet, upon contemplating that the future Minister of Magic will be her, a thought emerges in Anthony's mind. What goes around comes around. Do not underestimate a young girl from humble beginnings. Thus, it is only Hermione who is the one genuinely transforming her destiny through hard work. Just as Anthony extricated himself from his musings, intending to cultivate a good relationship with that future Minister of Magic upon arriving at school, the Hogwarts Express, already an hour late, made several unscheduled stops for personnel checks. It finally meandered into Hogsmeade Station around 9 o'clock that evening. The following morning, as dawn broke, he was still in slumber when he suddenly felt a tugging sensation, as if someone were pulling him up. Instinctively, he kicked the intruder, disturbing his rest. The tugging sensation vanished, and he fell back to sleep. Ouch! Having received a kick from Anthony, Ron stumbled momentarily, losing his balance and sitting down on the ground. What happened? His voice attracted Harry, who had just awakened. Groggy and bewildered, Harry looked at Ron sitting on the floor and began to search for his glasses on his bedside table. Let us go. We must head to the Great Hall. Ron quickly sprang to his feet, urgency lacing his voice. A professor from another magical school has arrived at the castle, and he is in the Great Hall. Chapter 79. Is this really a professor? Ron hastily stood up, urgency in his tone. Wizards from other countries? A professor? Harry, finally locating his glasses, donned them and looked at Ron, his expression filled with confusion. How could there possibly be wizards from other countries at Hogwarts? Who knows? Ron shrugged. Perhaps they are here on a visit. You see, wizards rarely engage in exchanges. The Ministry of Magic receives only a handful of immigration requests each year. My dad says that most of the foreign wizards who truly manage to enter the UK do so through illegal means. Harry was momentarily taken aback. His understanding of the magical realm was rather limited, and these revelations felt quite novel to him. He then inquired why. Do they all have a penchant for clandestine crossings? Ron shrugged his shoulders in response, It's quite a hassle for wizards to enter. My father mentioned that each country has its own regulations. You must apply weeks in advance. And even then, approval isn't guaranteed, not to mention the need for a guarantor. In short, it's a cumbersome process. Indeed, it seems rather difficult for a foreign wizard to arrive at Hogwarts, Ron continued. Of course, we ought to hurry. George and Fred have already headed to the Great Hall. As he spoke, Ron glanced at Anthony, who was still lost in slumber, and casually reminded Harry, don't forget to wake him. With that, he dashed off. With a resounding bang, the door slammed against the frame, creating a cacophony. Anthony stirred in bed, reluctantly opening his eyes. That red-haired imp did that on purpose. He propped himself against the headboard, dazedly surveying his surroundings. He noticed that 3 of the beds were already vacant. Ron, Neville, and Seamus were absent. If he had not been hallucinating, they must have gone to the Great Hall to gawk at the foreign wizard. Ugh, it's just a foreign wizard. What is all the excitement about? He thought, bemused by the youthful exuberance of his peers. Hey, Anthony, are you going to join the spectacle? Harry instinctively asked, as Anthony sat up. The boy, now having tossed off his covers, replied nonchalantly, of course. Why wouldn't he? Let's go right now. After changing into his clothes and completing a quick wash-up, Anthony and Harry departed the Gryffindor common room. Hey, Hermione, what a coincidence. As they stepped out of Gryffindor Tower, they encountered Hermione. Anthony couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. If memory served him correctly, the clock in the common room had only just pointed to 8 o'clock. Had she risen early to study in the library, or had she stayed up all night? However, Hogwarts Library was closed at night, and Madame Irmapants would never allow young witches and wizards to linger there after hours. Oh, that's a relief. Otherwise, it would be terrifying for a studious witch to start burning the midnight oil right after the holiday. Hermione regarded them with curiosity. What brings you two up so early? The fact that these two were awake at this hour was quite astonishing to her. Are you not aware? A foreign professor is visiting Hogwarts and is currently in the Great Hall, Harry succinctly explained. Anthony added, You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Regardless of whether he is a foreign wizard, let us fill our stomachs first. Come along. All right then. Intrigued, Hermione accepted the invitation and joined them on their way to the Great Hall. Along the way, Anthony's attention was entirely fixated on Hermione's hair. He admitted that it was likely a psychological effect, yet he couldn't shake the unsettling impression that Hermione's locks appeared somewhat thinner than before. Suddenly, a vision of a future version of the blonde Malfoy flickered in his memory, momentarily crossing his mind. As I reflect upon his lush demeanor at this moment, I exclaim, Oh dear, Hermione, do not tread the same path as Draco. Ahem. The trio traversed the moving escalator and ascended the marble steps before the entrance, ultimately arriving at the Grand Hall. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the spectacle of a hall teeming with an assembly of young wizards. What is this? The benches of the 4 houses were filled to capacity with eager students. Typically, a mere 13 would suffice at this hour, yet today, all were present. One might mistake the hall for hosting a grand banquet. The trio settled into the Gryffindor bench, blending seamlessly with the surrounding young wizards, their gazes drawn to an unfamiliar wizard upon the podium. Is this a minor? This was Anthony's initial reaction upon glimpsing Chinchio. Firstly, this professor appears rather diminutive. She seemed just slightly taller than Ron, standing at approximately 5 feet, 15, comparable in height to an ordinary second-year wizard. Furthermore, her appearance was strikingly youthful. 15? Or perhaps 16. Were it not for her somewhat mature hairstyle, Anthony would have presumed her to be at most 12 or 13 years old. Wow, she's indeed youthful, Harry exclaimed in genuine astonishment. And so beautiful. On stage, Chinchio conversed animatedly with Professor McGonagall, her clear and bright eyes, delicate willow-like brows, and long eyelashes quivering gently with the motion of her small head. Her complexion was flawless, exuding a subtle blush, and her lips, reminiscent of tender petals, seemed almost to glisten. The rhythm of her speech was imbued with allure. Is this truly a professor? This is, quite frankly, a professor? Anthony found himself momentarily dazed, sensing that his worldview had been somewhat shaken. Where had this enchanting witch, so distinct from their usual encounters, emerged from? She is indeed quite beautiful. Suddenly, a wistful voice broke his reverie. Ahem, Hermione, you also possess considerable potential. If only you would invest a bit of effort into beauty, your future would be undoubtedly promising. With that, he directed his gaze towards the far right bench, pointing at a Slytherin girl whose visage resembled that of a lion dog, remarking, Doesn't it feel much better now? How juvenile. Hermione shot him a glance before turning back to the stunning professor, though her lips now bore a slight upward curve. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, bordering on boisterous, particularly among the Gryffindors. In addition to marveling at Xingqiu's beauty, there were lively discussions about holiday adventures. It appeared that she and Xingqiu were engaged in delightful conversation, as if a profound friendship had blossomed in mere days. This camaraderie was mirrored in her demeanor as she transitioned to her role as the Transfiguration Professor. Chapter 80. The Department of Transfiguration Runes. Compared to previous days, Professor McGonagall appeared less austere today. For Anthony, who had received special tutoring, the intricacies of this level of transfiguration posed little challenge, and he executed the tasks with ease. Hermione, too, showcased her remarkable skill, flawlessly transfiguring a matchstick into a silver needle. By the end of class, approximately 4 or 5 young wizards had successfully transformed their matches into silver needles. In the afternoon, first-year students were to attend Professor Flitwick's Charms class. However, at noon, the announcement board in the lounge bore an additional handwritten note from Professor McGonagall, informing that the afternoon classes for first-year students had been canceled and replaced with an open lecture in the auditorium. An open lecture? The sudden change caught the young wizards off guard, their faces etched with expressions of confusion. Around 1 o'clock, they trickled into the auditorium in small groups. HM, is this not an open lecture for our house? They gazed at the young wizards from various houses and years filling the auditorium. Anthony patted Harry on the shoulder and remarked, clearly, this is the true open lecture. After scanning the room, he discerned that the majority present were 4th years and below. It appeared that the professors had prepared 2 open lectures. This one was for the lower years, while the next would cater to the upper years. Yet, there were indeed some upper-year wizards present, as he spotted Percy Weasley blending into the crowd. The auditorium was divided into 4 sections, each house occupying a corner, with an open space in the center adorned with a square carpet printed with stars and moons. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the Ravenclaw section, as a foreign wizard made an appearance amongst them. She seemed to be conversing with a young Ravenclaw. As he pushed through the crowd, he realized it was Autumn Zhang, a professor 1 year above them. He recalled that she was also from China. Could they be related? Silence, please. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached from the front of the auditorium, smiling as she nodded toward Professor Zhang. She then moved to the center of the room and announced, "This is Professor Zhang from the Chang'an School of Magic in China, who will be visiting us at Hogwarts for the next few days at the invitation of Professor Dumbledore to conduct an open lecture." Her gaze was kind, yet held an unmistakable warning when she mentioned Zhang's visit to Hogwarts. "Now, let's extend a warm welcome to Professor Zhang." With that, she gestured invitingly, allowing Zhang to take the stage. The young wizards in attendance responded with enthusiastic applause that reverberated throughout the auditorium, lasting for quite some time. As Professor Zhang slowly made her way to the stage, she appeared remarkably composed, wearing an appropriate air of modesty. After nodding to Professor McGonagall, she finally spoke. "Hello, Professor. Why do you look so youthful?" Professor, is there some sort of beauty magic in your country?" "Professor, I read in the Daily Prophet that you are here to assist the Ministry of Magic in capturing that criminal. When do you think you will succeed?" "Professor, do wizards in China also use wands?" As soon as she uttered a few words, the surrounding young wizards erupted into a flurry of questions, their curiosity overwhelming any heed to McGonagall's earlier warning. Yet, she did not intervene to quell the chaos. Instead, she stood quietly, her expression unchanged as she observed them. With her silence extending, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. The young wizards surrounding her suddenly sensed an inexplicable pressure. Gradually, the atmosphere became awkward, and the once boisterous sounds transformed into hushed murmurs. Eventually, even these whispers faded into silence, leaving the hall eerily empty. Feelings of embarrassment, confusion, and bewilderment slowly dissipated from the hearts of the young wizards, replaced by a suffocating pressure that stirred the air, relentlessly assailing them. With a soft exhale, Xingqiu broke the silence, providing a sound to the stillness that enveloped them. She then gently spoke. "Chang'an Taixue is the largest and second most populous magic school in all of Asia, boasting a rich history and profound culture, where respect for teachers and the value of education are paramount traditions. Most of your inquiries will be addressed in my forthcoming speech, and we will reserve some time at the end for additional questions." As she gazed around at the young wizards, her voice was imbued with a gentle warmth. Yet her words and the authority radiating from her were undeniably potent and deeply resonant. "First, allow me to introduce my alma mater, Chang'an Taixue. It is one of the 3 esteemed magic schools in Huagua, alongside Chengniangang and Jixiaxigong. The history of Taixue dates back to approximately 221 BC, making it the most recently established of the 3 institutions in this culturally ancient nation." Xingqiu's gaze settled on the Hufflepuff girl who had posed the initial question. Headmaster Dumbledore has encouraged me to share some knowledge of magical practices or combat techniques pertaining to Hogwarts. Thus, I shall impart some insights regarding the art of transfiguration, including the secret behind my youthful appearance. Oh, by the way, I am only 25 years old this year. My youthfulness is not solely attributable to magic. Qingqiu remarked with a hint of playful jest. This light-hearted comment infused vitality into the previously stagnant air, prompting many young wizards to re-engage with enthusiasm. Before delving into the intricacies of transfiguration, I must caution you that the curriculum at Taishuo differs significantly from that of magic schools in other nations. Students enroll at the age of 9, progressing through 9 grades. The initial 4 years, similar to most countries, focus on a refined curriculum encompassing spells, transfiguration, potions, and more. However, beginning in the 5th grade, students select their magical disciplines based on their strengths, such as the transfiguration runes that I teach. As she spoke, Qingqiu gracefully unfurled the jade fan in her hand. The shimmering waters danced around its frame, resembling a living painting where several small koi fish frolicked, occasionally playfully surfacing to blow bubbles. She extended her hand, tapping the koi gently, and suddenly a swirl of water appeared, enveloping the koi as they swam out of the fan. Soaring through the air, their forms rapidly expanding. Goodness! By Merlin's beard, how astonishing! The young wizards stood in awe. Their eyes glazed with wonder. They gazed at the magnificent fish gliding gracefully across the ceiling of the hall, exclaiming in astonishment. To achieve such feats, one must master 3 distinct disciplines: runes, transfiguration, and spells, immersing oneself in profound study of each. With a graceful sweep of her jade fan, which transformed into a vast net of water, Qingqiu captured the grand fish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the fish vanished, leaving only a few koi swimming on the surface of the fan. Chapter 81. The Formal Address. A hush fell over the hall once more. Enveloped in the enchanting scene, the young wizards momentarily lost their focus. When the grand fish morphed back into koi, their astonishment faded into silence. Qingqiu paused deliberately, allowing the audience to absorb the moment before she spoke. The wonders of magic, transfiguration, potions, and runes captivate the heart of Hogwarts. An individual's energy is finite. Thus, a wizard should dedicate their limited lifespan to their areas of expertise, which is the very reason for the division of disciplines within the academy. Now, I would like to share a spell that I believe every girl would find intriguing. Professor, do you truly possess a spell for enhancing beauty? Indeed, Professor. As she broached the subject, the young witches erupted into animated chatter, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Qingqiu smiled gently, nodding, such magic indeed exists. Wow, is that really true? Will you teach us? Yes, Professor, we implore you. As the commotion among the young wizards escalated, Qingqiu did not remain silent this time. Instead, she gently placed her finger to her lips, signaling for quiet. Instantly, the surrounding wizards fell silent. Yet if lips could make noise, the atmosphere would have resembled a bustling marketplace. This magic pertains to transfiguration of the human form. Your Professor McGonagall is undoubtedly a master of this field. Yet I must acknowledge that human transfiguration is a perilous art. Throughout history, many powerful wizards have met their demise while exploring this magic, leading to a widespread apprehension in Europe regarding the subject. Hence, our understanding of human transfiguration remains limited to that of animagi. Nevertheless, transfiguration magic holds exquisite potential for the future. At that moment, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, interrupting Qingqiu's lecture. She felt compelled to remind the professor not to entice the students with such a dangerous magic. As she had stated, human transfiguration is indeed a very, very hazardous practice. Professor Zhang, considering the current skill level of our young wizards, do you believe it is appropriate for them to engage with this magic? Professor McGonagall, I understand your concerns, but please trust me, it is not as you envision. She then pointed to herself. If you achieve proficiency in human transfiguration, you might want to explore this magic, which we refer to as the elixir of youth. It has the effect of slowing the aging process. However, it is merely a delay. The body continues to age, albeit at a rate reduced to 1/10 that of an ordinary person. Amidst the crowd, Anthony raised his hand to inquire. Did you master this magic at such a tender age? To be precise, it was at the age of 12, Qingqiu replied, blinking with a hint of pride. I am quite the genius. This proclamation elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembled young wizards. At 12, they were merely in their 2nd year at Hogwarts, and the thought of mastering such profound magic was unfathomable to them. Even the simplest levitation charm proved elusive for some. Professor McGonagall, standing nearby, wore an expression of sheer disbelief. although she did not fully comprehend the extent of the ageless spell Qingxiu mentioned. A comparative analysis with the animagus transformation suggested the formidable nature of this magic. Surely, even Dumbledore could not have accomplished such a feat at the age of 12. With this thought, McGonagall felt a surge of respect for the Chang'an Academy behind Qingxiu. Soon, a subtle smile graced Qingxiu's lips as her lecture on human transfiguration commenced. The joy radiating from her, coupled with her effortless discourse on various theories of transfiguration, continually broadened the horizons of the Hogwarts faculty and students. During her days at Hogwarts, she had seemingly perused the young wizard's textbooks, referencing theories contained within a beginner's guide to transfiguration, intermediate transfiguration, advanced transfiguration guide, and the 4 major branches of transfiguration: transformation, vanishment, conjuration, and transfiguration. She even mentioned the renowned transfiguration master, Emmerich Switch, the author of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. For the next 3 hours, the lecture transformed into an exercise in tedium for the young wizards. The vacuous theories and techniques prompted a series of yawns. This was hardly surprising, as the content Qingxiu presented was profoundly intricate. Concepts such as the basic laws of transfiguration, Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, the laws of transcendence, and the essence of matter left them feeling as if they were elementary students attending a university lecture. Throughout the entire presentation, only a handful of wizards remained fully engaged. Professor McGonagall was likely the sole exception. Even Hermione, seated beside Anthony, found herself momentarily distracted. Although she felt a twinge of regret, her attentiveness far surpassed Ron, who struggled to stay awake after just 5 minutes, Harry, who lost focus after 10, and Anthony, who succumbed to drowsiness after 11. Hermione, on the other hand, kept her eyes wide open, swiftly jotting down notes, earning her the title of a true prodigy. Of course, Percy was also among the remarkable few. Anthony swore that he had not felt such drowsiness in ages, recalling the last time it happened during university calculus class. Despite his earnest desire to pay attention, he found himself adrift in thought just 5 minutes into the professor's lecture, lost in a reverie. Now, listening to Qingxiu's discourse seemed to awaken a dormant skill within him. When he finally roused from his stupor, startled by the surrounding commotion, the formal lecture had come to a close. The young professor then opened the floor to questions, with the most frequently asked inquiry concerning whether wizards from Huawei utilized wands. Certainly, the majority of wizards in Huawei utilize wands, although there are some who do not. Most of our wands are crafted by 3 esteemed schools, with the materials for the wands produced by Taishue predominantly derived from the colossal phoenix trees within the academy. Subsequently, she gracefully displayed her jade fan, its elegantly crafted ribs measuring at least 15 inches in length. The vibrant green fan was intricately adorned with a lifelike phoenix, and although it was subtle, a careful inspection would reveal a square crack at the base of the phoenix's tail. Holding the jade fan, Qingxiu chanted softly, and from the fissure, a wand fell forth. Phoenix wood and phoenix feathers. Most wizards from Taishue are made from these 2 materials. Chapter 82. Public Class. You have assignments too. Phoenix wood, phoenix feathers. Indeed, these are the predominant materials for most wizards at Taishue. Phoenix wood? Phoenix feathers? Harry and Anthony from the Gryffindor crowd were momentarily taken aback, as both of their wands were also composed of such materials. Anthony's wand featured a body of phoenix wood and a core of unicorn hair, while Harry's wand boasted a body of holly and a phoenix feather. The 2 of them each possessed one of the types. However, upon observing the wand in Qingxiu's hand, translucent and radiant, with its tip seemingly engulfed in flames, Anthony felt a sudden disdain for his own smooth, unadorned wand. Mr. Ollivander, you are indeed too conservative. Just look at the wands from other countries, intricately carved with dragons and adorned with rubies. They resemble exquisite works of art. Yet mine appears as if it were merely a charred stick. The disparity is astounding. Among the myriad questions posed by the young wizards, the second most frequent inquiry pertained to the fugitive witch. Qingxiu asserted that although they had failed to capture her last time, she had sustained considerable injuries and would likely refrain from further misdeeds. Additionally, she emphasized that Jean Tsangxue had long been expelled from the school. Her actions were entirely personal and unrelated to Taishue. Following this, she addressed a multitude of additional questions, providing answers to each one. Finally, after nearly 4 hours, her lecture came to a close. For Qingxiu, it marked the end of her debut at Hogwarts. Amidst the resounding applause, she concluded her first appearance. Yet, for the young wizards, it was merely the onset of their tribulations. Professor McGonagall wore a smile, only to utter a dreadful proclamation, based on today's lecture. You are to write a transformation essay of no less than 12 feet. The gathered young wizards were rendered speechless. Is there homework for public class? In the ensuing chaos, they frantically searched for the few bookworms who had taken notes. After all, it was a public lecture, and most attendees had merely come for the spectacle. Very few had actually taken notes. Oh, Merlin S. Beard, I only listened for 5 minutes. How am I supposed to write this? Ron exclaimed in a panic, swiftly turning to search among the Gryffindor crowd for assistance. Harry was not much better off. Having listened for just 10 minutes, he felt little better than Ron, who had only managed 5. Hermione. At that moment, both of them, recalling the two ineffectual men, thought of Hermione simultaneously. Yet amidst the crowd, her presence eluded them entirely. Anthony rolled his eyes at this spectacle. These two straight-laced fellows, who rarely acknowledged Hermione's existence, had failed to notice her departure until now, and in their panic, it was too late. The two, in their frantic search for Hermione, caught Anthony's attention. What should we do? They implored. As the only one among the trio with commendable academic standing, Anthony became their beacon of hope. Gazing into their earnest eyes, he refrained from disclosing that he had only listened for 11 minutes. Instead, he patted a small metallic box hanging from his chest and declared, "Fear not, just watch me." Harry and Ron rushed to the library area to secure a spot. They dragged their trunk from beneath the bed, bringing it downstairs. This trunk had been enchanted with an extension charm by Mr. Lucius A.M.B., significantly increasing its capacity. Of course, such actions were deemed illegal. The Ministry of Magic imposed extraordinarily stringent regulations regarding the extension charm. Primarily, it was mandated that the charm could not be employed for personal gain, and individuals were prohibited from casting it independently. It could only be utilized for purposes sanctioned by the relevant ministry authorities. The misuse of the extension charm had already wreaked untold havoc upon Ministry. 100 wizards proficient in this spell could fit into a single suitcase. The implications of such a method being used for an attack were beyond contemplation. In the original tale, Mr. Weasley and Hermione Granger were guilty of illegal use of the extension charm when they enlarged the Ford Anglia and the beaded bag, respectively. Mr. Weasley faced repercussions for his actions, and the car was subsequently lost, while Hermione was spared any charges owing to her contributions during the Battle of Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Anthony harbored no apprehensions about being implicated. The school's trunks were inherently imbued with the extension charm, which was registered with the Ministry, and Mr. Lucius A.M.B. had merely skillfully augmented its dimensions. He had skirted the edge of legality without fully crossing it. "Hey, Anthony, what are you doing with that trunk?" Ron inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "You'll find out soon enough," Anthony replied. With all eyes upon him, he opened the trunk and extracted a roll of fabric. Following that was a projector connected to a diesel generator. The camcorder around his neck was linked to the projector. Using the levitation charm, he suspended the fabric from a nearby bookshelf and set up the projector. He then half-clambered into the trunk, laboriously activating the diesel generator. Once the power was connected, he closed the trunk. Thanks to a silencing charm placed upon it, the generator's noise was effectively muffled. Next came the installation of various connecting cables and sound equipment. After a flurry of activity lasting 5 minutes, he completed the setup. "All done," he announced, joining Harry and Ron in a row. "What is this?" Ron asked, pointing at the projector. Clearly fascinated by the contraptions, he had been eagerly observing as Anthony worked, poking and prodding, seemingly assessing the sturdiness of these metallic boxes. The projector was utilized to showcase the recorded images. As Anthony activated the machine, he elaborated on its function, with a beam of light illuminating the screen. The afternoon's visuals re-emerged before the captivated young wizards. Despite Anthony's recording equipment being a bespoke luxury from MI6, the constraints of the era and his filming techniques rendered the video somewhat subpar, with an uneven frame and chaotic audio. Nevertheless, the surrounding young wizards were utterly astonished, gathering closely together. After all, maintaining focus during a 3-hour lecture was quite the challenge, especially when one struggled to grasp the intricate theories. It was a true test of endurance. Then, an unprecedented scene unfolded in the Gryffindor common room. The usually exuberant lions were found earnestly taking notes, the air filled with the soft rustling of parchment. One might have mistaken it for the common room of Ravenclaw. As the 3 hours swiftly passed, Anthony paused the playback as the visuals transitioned to the question and answer segment, only to be met with protest from the audience. Their curiosity regarding the Muggle device that projected images was palpable. Observing the time, which was only around 7 o'clock, and sensing the group's enthusiasm, Anthony decided to screen a Muggle film. Considering they were merely teenagers, he opted against any inappropriate content. Ultimately, he selected a recently released film from the previous year, The Silence of the Lambs. Chapter 83, Screening Films for the Professors. Since The Silence of the Lambs premiered in the Gryffindor common room, Ron had undergone a transformation. He became rather peculiar, especially in the way he regarded Anthony, Hermione, and Seamus, with an inexplicable hint of trepidation. Frequently, one could catch him muttering incoherently, with phrases like "Muggles are truly frightening" escaping his lips. It seemed he had been traumatized by Dr. Hannibal Lecter's unconventional recipes. The 1991 film certainly did not feature dishes like sautéed kidney, sweet and sour pork, or chicken stuffed in pig stomach. However, gory scenes such as raw fish did exist. Yet, was Ron truly so fragile as to be unable to handle such content? After all, he was a Gryffindor. Anthony paid no heed to Ron's distress. Eventually, Hermione could no longer bear it, spending several minutes elucidating the concept of films and recordings to him. However, her efforts appeared futile. Ron's recent fixation on recipe books indicated that his psychological trauma had yet to heal, as he had subsisted on a vegetarian diet for several days. Consequently, Hermione expressed her discontent towards Anthony, suggesting he should not have frightened Ron. In reality, Ron was not the only one affected. Even the elegant demeanor of Uncle Barty left many young Gryffindors with significant psychological scars. This group of wizards began to realize that, in terms of moral depravity, Muggles might indeed be more terrifying than they themselves. Although the Dark Wizard was equally cruel and bloodthirsty, it was not observed that he sought sustenance from others. Consequently, in the ensuing days, the dining fare at Gryffindor unexpectedly took on a verdant hue. Vegetarian options, such as salads, became the reluctant choice for the young wizards, while the chicken legs were left unclaimed by anyone but Anthony. This peculiar shift plunged the house elves within the castle into a profound state of self-doubt. Had their culinary skills diminished? Yet, the students from other houses continued to dine as usual. The baffled house elves, in their confusion, sparked a minor uproar, leaving the Hufflepuff young wizards questioning the sudden influx of new dishes in their common room. As the instigator of this change, Anthony's decision to screen a film could hardly be deemed accidental. It was, in fact, quite deliberate. Yet this was Hogwarts. During the film screening, nearly headless Nick floated nearby, intrigued by the unfolding scenes. From a wizard's perspective, horror films often resembled comedies, as they would incessantly critique the absurdities presented. The anticipation for the viewing experience was nearly non-existent. To avoid any awkwardness, Anthony deliberately selected a crime thriller, devoid of supernatural elements, yet evoking a primal fear of humanity. The actual effect was quite remarkable. Even Hermione, who frequently visited cinemas, found herself startled, let alone the other young wizards who had never encountered such films. Following Chinchio's second lecture on Wednesday, Anthony suddenly realized he had become quite popular. Of course, this notion was met with skepticism by many. After all, if Muggles could wield magic, wouldn't he that render them wizards? Due to the overwhelming number of requests, Anthony reluctantly sought Professor McGonagall's assistance. Upon receiving her approval, he relocated the screening to the Great Hall. On Saturday, the film projector began displaying previous recordings for breakfast onward. The professor showed great interest in Anthony's Muggle contraption, with several even joining the young wizards for a morning of cinematic viewing. After lunch, most of the young wizards had completed their assignments. Just as students from other houses prepared to depart, many from Gryffindor began to cheer, hoping Anthony would screen another one of those Muggle films. What was it called again? Yes, a movie. Faced with such enthusiastic demand, Anthony could not refuse. However, with several professors present, he dared not repeat the horror genre. Otherwise, the professors might prohibit future film screenings at Hogwarts, and that would be a significant loss for him. After much deliberation, he ultimately settled on a modern sci-fi cinematic milestone, 2001, A Space Odyssey. This film requires little introduction. It was certain to deliver a profound impact that resonated through both soul and body for the young wizards. As the powerful, majestic tones of German composer Richard Strauss's symphony Also Sprach Zarathustra filled the air, the outline of Earth gradually emerged on the screen, followed by the radiant brilliance of a shining star. A solemnity and a profound reverence for the cosmos and the unknown enveloped the atmosphere. However, for the young wizards of Hogwarts, who had never encountered the novelty of cinema, patience was in ample supply. Not only the young wizards, but also many professors were drawn to the 2.5-hour film. Even Headmaster Dumbledore mysteriously appeared among the seats in the auditorium, intently gazing at the floating screen. As the film progressed, the expression on the face of the greatest white wizard gradually shifted from ease to gravity. Unlike the young wizards who merely sought amusement, Dumbledore was more concerned with the scientific theories and the intricate technologies portrayed in the film. The esteemed headmaster was not one of those pure-blood wizards who harbored an ingrained disdain for Muggles. He possessed a reasonable understanding of Muggles and their myriad accomplishments. However, the fantastical scenes depicted in the film, showcasing such technologies, were truly a first for him. Is this not a space odyssey? At that moment, Qingqiu, who had been wandering around Hogwarts Castle for the past few days, approached the podium. Compared to the grand architecture of the Chang'an Academy, this castle was a sight to behold for her. She had the fortune of visiting the Kotis Dora School of Magic in Moscow, which, although also a castle, was more akin to a palace and lacked the towering stature of Hogwarts. Of course, touring was merely a fraction of her purpose. Understanding the educational standards of Hogwarts was of utmost importance. Chapter 84. Aspiring to film Harry Potter. The proficiency of the young wizards at Hogwarts. Qingqiu could only acknowledge that the professors were indeed of the highest caliber. Oh, Professor Zhang has seen this film as well? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Indeed. Qingqiu casually took a seat beside the headmaster and nodded. It is a gem of cinematic history. I once had a disc. Unfortunately, the player broke, and I lacked the skills to repair it. Thus the disc has long since vanished. With her short legs swinging, she straightened her posture, striving to appear more authoritative. Are there many Muggle technologies at the Academy? The headmaster astutely extracted crucial information from Qingqiu's words and promptly posed a question. Not in abundance, really. There are devices like the child's projector, but those are primarily for educational purposes. Of course, Qingqiu would not divulge every intricate detail about the Academy's situation to Dumbledore. Regarding technology, there are numerous devices aimed at enhancing magic, and research is ongoing. For instance, utilizing modern chemistry to analyze potions, among other things. From Qingqiu's understanding, even in the most cutting-edge sector of the magical world, Area 51, the application of technology was still in exploratory stages. In this regard, the Academy did not possess a competitive edge. He was also aware that certain clandestine matters would yield no fruitful results upon inquiry. However, he has come to realize that the Muggle technology indeed exists within the Academy, and they're even utilizing this technology to enhance the quality of education. It appears that Hogwarts must also keep pace. The 2.5 hours swiftly elapsed, and soon the film concluded. Naturally, it is unrealistic to expect a group of young wizards to comprehend 2001, A Space Odyssey. Nevertheless, this novel experience piqued their intense curiosity. Meanwhile, the cunning Weasley brothers immediately sensed the scent of galleons. Once the screening ended, they hurried over to Anthony with a proposal. Since everyone enjoys watching films so much, why not charge admission? Taken aback, Anthony pondered. Were these brothers truly considering opening a cinema at Hogwarts? On further reflection, it was not entirely implausible. However, Muggle films ultimately may not be well suited for wizarding audiences, as apart from a few science fiction works, excessive exposure to other genres could lead to aesthetic fatigue. Moreover, these narrative films posed another issue, one that Anthony had not previously contemplated and had only recently begun to consider. Many of the conflicts depicted in the films would hardly be regarded as conflicts by wizards. For instance, in cases of falls or car accidents, wizards might simply think, apparate. Why not just apparate to safety? Therefore, to genuinely benefit the entire wizarding world, why not create our own films? Suddenly, a marvelous idea emerged in Anthony's mind, making movies, which seemed far simpler than engaging in theft or creating mischievous trinkets, especially in this magical realm where special effects could be effortlessly conjured. As long as a decent story is found and a group of competent actors is assembled, they could produce magnificent films. He even envisioned achieving the monumental feat of filming Harry Potter within the Harry Potter universe, with Harry himself portraying the titular character, directly embarking on a magical version of The Truman Show. Ahem, just a jest. Nevertheless, they could indeed create some extraordinary works in this world. The first title that sprang to Anthony's mind was The Lord of the Rings, a tale he had cherished since childhood. As one of the greatest fantasy narratives in British history, few works, aside from The Little Prince, could even slightly rival its monumental status in terms of sales, as per Amazon data. Should wizards undertake the filming of this epic, it would undoubtedly result in an unparalleled masterpiece. He had even envisioned the cast, Dumbledore as Gandalf, Dobby as Gollum, and perhaps a Dementor to portray the Ringwraiths or Death Eaters. Finding someone to depict an elf would be even simpler, perhaps casting a Vila to capture attention. Ahem. Of course, this is not intended to spark contention, but one must acknowledge the immense influence of Tolkien, as many subsequent fantasy works have been profoundly shaped by his legacy. Yet for now, producing films remains merely an idea, for Anthony himself lacks the skills to create films. He is unfamiliar with film editing, And this is not the computer age where everything can be accomplished on a computer. Currently, their endeavors merely revolve around capturing the mundane daily lives of the young wizards. However, Anthony has etched this notion deep within his heart, vowing to create a wizarding film when the opportunity arises. He has even conceived a title, Where is the Enigmatic Newt? The Romance of the Twin Towers. There could even be sequels in the future. On Sunday, after mastering the use of the projector and various other machines, George and Fred embarked on their initial foray into the world of ticket sales in the Gryffindor common room. Naturally, as this was their first attempt, they possessed little experience and were uncertain about the appropriate ticket price. After much deliberation, they decided to symbolically charge each patron 5 bronze nuts. Subsequently, the film Star Wars commenced its screening. Alas, their joyous moments were short-lived, as the twins were soon summoned by Wood for Quidditch practice in the afternoon. Poor Weasley, along with Harry, braved the falling snow to practice Wood's new tactics on the pitch. If one were to stand before the clock tower on the second floor, they could glimpse that scene through the window. The north wind, heavy snow, towering mountains, the vibrant red of the uniforms on the field amidst the human realm. The setting sun, obscured, warm from the day, yet the cold wind biting to the bone, chilling to the core. A sense of poetic reverie inexplicably arose outside the hazy window. This sentiment was primarily fueled by Gryffindor's triumph the previous year, having defeated their greatest rivals, Slytherin. Should they emerge victorious in their upcoming match against Hufflepuff, they would seize 2 victory points, solidifying their chances of clinching the Quidditch Cup this year. However, fate took an unfortunate turn when a sudden piece of grim news interrupted Wood's strategy session. The referee for the next Quidditch match would be Snape. Snape as the referee? The twins stared at Wood in astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "When has he ever officiated a Quidditch match? What about Professor Rolanda Hooch?" Wood's expression darkened as he grumbled, "I don't know. It seems there is a matter at hand." Chapter 85. Malfoy, beloved by all. How could Snape possibly be impartial? He would undoubtedly ensure our defeat against Hufflepuff, granting Slytherin the opportunity to surpass us. Fred shouted, his voice echoing across the Slytherin table, drawing hostile glances from several students of the Snake House. Why even bother competing? We might as well concede. We are bound to lose anyway, and against Hufflepuff no less. It would be wiser to conserve our strength, Ron murmured from the side. Ronald, what are you saying? George exclaimed, rushing over to pin his brother's head down. Do you understand strategy? If we concede, although we lose, the score remains 0-0. In a situation where the overall score is tied, the scores from smaller matches become the crucial factor. Ron struggled to lift his head and replied, "Consider Snape. If he truly officiates, what do you reckon the final score will be? He will surely make Gryffindor lose as badly as possible. For the worse we fare, the greater Slytherin's chance of victory." George gradually relaxed his hands, while Ron freed himself. As a devoted Quidditch fan, Ron was well versed in the intricacies of the game's rules. Even in the Muggle world of football, instances of deliberate underperformance occur to secure a more advantageous path to advancement. Now, Gryffindor found itself in a similar predicament. With the certainty of a devastating loss in their next match, it seemed prudent to cut their losses. However, if they truly chose to capitulate, they would cease to embody the spirit of Gryffindor. "We must compete," would remain silent for a moment before suddenly rising to address everyone. "If we concede, it would be as if we cower before Slytherin, afraid to confront Snape, which would only embolden them further." Wood, with resolute determination in his eyes, declared, "I am eager to see their expressions if we emerge victorious." Indeed, George's enthusiasm ignited, and he raised his fist, exclaiming, "Gryffindor will prevail. Gryffindor will triumph. Victory!" Although Gryffindor was re-energized by Wood's fervor, their match was not until February. In the ensuing 2 weeks, Wood adopted a relentless captaincy, compelling all team members to train even amidst the unceasing rain following heavy snowfall. Every movement and every play was executed with utmost precision. On Wednesday afternoon, Harry trudged in, caked in mud, utterly exhausted to the point of lacking the energy to bathe. The twins were in a similar state. It was reported that the dampness from the rainy weather had caused them to tumble off their brooms several times during their practice dives. Hermione, who was playing chess with Ron, immediately rose and rushed to confront Wood upon hearing this news. Training under such hazardous conditions was unacceptable. If anyone were to get injured, they would truly have to forfeit the match. However, Anthony, who had been observing, did not share this sentiment. He believed that Hermione was merely seeking an excuse to escape her chess defeat against Ron, as evidenced by the solitary white pieces on her board. This was precisely why he refrained from playing chess with Ron. Bang! Ouch! Sitting near the roaring fire in the common room after a shower, Harry resembled a dreamless, listless soul. Just then, a scream echoed from the doorway. Hermione rushed over to assist, and Anthony cast a spell to help the fallen individual. They gathered around the armchair, inquiring about what had transpired. It was Malfoy, Neville stammered, his voice trembling. I encountered him outside the library. He claimed he was practicing spells, and then he practiced on you? Anthony asked incredulously. Go tell Professor McGonagall, Hermione urged, insisting report him. Deduct points from him. Neville mumbled, lowering his head. I don't want to cause trouble. Punch him, Neville. The more you fear him, the more he will bully you. Look at Anthony. Does Malfoy dare to confront him? Ron shouted in exasperation, having long harbored a dislike for Malfoy. However, ever since Anthony had given him a thorough beating, Malfoy had ceased to harass them, leaving Ron with pent-up frustration. Do not say, I am too timid to belong to Gryffindor. Malfoy has already voiced that opinion. Suddenly, Neville began to choke on his words, tears streaming down his cheeks. You are far superior to countless Malfoys, Harry gently reassured him, patting his shoulder. Malfoy is over there, in that detestable Slytherin house. Indeed, Slytherin delights in preying on the weak. Let's confront him now. Ron sprang to his feet, brandishing his wand and shouting at the group. Yes, we shall hold him accountable. Harry immediately voiced his agreement. What do you intend to do? Fight? If McGonagall. Oh, come on, Hermione. Malfoy bullies students from other houses daily, yet Snape has never intervened. Ron interrupted her rebuttal. Wait for me. Neville offered a feeble smile, reluctant to stir trouble or incur the professor's wrath. Cheer up, Neville. Anthony strode over, lifting Neville from his chair, declaring, if it weren't for Harry Potter, this book would be titled Neville Longbottom. You are the second savior. What are you talking about? Neville's lips trembled in confusion. Never mind, we shall teach him a lesson. He dares to bully our dormitory. With that, the group, without waiting for Neville's consent, hoisted him along as they made their way out of Gryffindor Tower. Hermione followed closely, claiming she was there to supervise them and prevent matters from escalating. Thus, the group marched resolutely towards the library. As they navigated the moving staircases, they soon encountered Malfoy and his two lackeys cornering a hapless Hufflepuff wizard. This guy truly. Chapter 86. The Blossoming of Draco. Upon witnessing this scene, even the usually broad-minded Hermione could not suppress a frown. Leading the charge was Ron, who lunged forward. Damn you, Malfoy, shut your foul mouth. Fool. Anthony rushed over to help Ron up, his face darkening as he admonished. Please do not shout when engaging in surprise attacks. Are you daft? He then drew his wand and shouted at Malfoy, Leglock or Curse. This hex was the very one he had just employed against Neville. The incantation was quite simple to master, as it was merely a prank spell, hardly comparable to the true curses found in the realm of dark arts. Damn it. You again, Anthony, you filthy mudblood, daring to ambush me. Taken by surprise by the curse, Malfoy nearly stumbled, saved only by the quick reflexes of his companion, Crabbe. Justin, come over here. Malfoy, having turned his head, only then did Anthony realize that the bullied Hufflepuff was none other than Justin. Harry and Hermione were furious. This wretch had dared to bully their friend. Leglock or Curse. After swiftly dispelling the curse cast upon himself, Malfoy immediately grasped his wand, preparing to retaliate. His two lackeys, brandishing their wands, shouted incantations that resembled curses, such as the left-right separating Tarantalegra. They were nowhere near as competent as Rizius. Anthony, with a dismissive curl of his lip, waved his wand in an upward and downward motion, declaring, Protego. A shield of glowing light formed, effortlessly nullifying all those feeble curses, demonstrating their utter ineffectiveness. Disarm. A flash of red light darted from the tip of Anthony's wand, causing Malfoy's wand to clatter to the ground. In quick succession, he flicked his wrist and unleashed two disarming spells within 5 seconds, sending Crabbe and Goyle's wands tumbling down as well. How can you cast disarming spells like that? Malfoy stared in disbelief at the wands on the ground. It was well known that even 4th or 5th year wizards might struggle with disarming spells. And yet Anthony was merely a first-year student. Don't come any closer. If you harm me, my father will not let you off. Faced with the advancing Gryffindors, Malfoy instinctively took a few steps back, his voice trembling. Oh, where's he now? Regardless, Lucius will surely seek revenge on me later. So, I might as well take my frustrations out on you now. With that, Anthony led the charge forward. Terrified, Malfoy dared not linger any longer and chose to flee, not even pausing to retrieve his wand. Ha ha ha. Look at his pathetic state, Ron exclaimed, gleefully picking up the wands of the 3 miscreants from the ground, and added with delight, let us hide their wands and make him search for them. Indeed, Harry's eyes lit up as he recalled the incident during their flying lesson when he bullied Neville. Forget it. If he does that, he'll certainly inform the professors. and we'll end up losing points, Hermione cautioned. She then turned to Anthony, scrutinizing him. When did you learn the disarming and shield charms? Those are advanced dark magic defense spells. Haha, I am a genius, Anthony replied with a smirk, casting a mysterious smile at Hermione before continuing. You make a valid point. Hermione, considering we just barely surpassed 100 points for our house, Ron, you should take their wands to Professor McGonagall and say we found them on the way. Malfoy, having suffered a loss, would likely refrain from reporting the incident to the professors since he had initiated the conflict. Ron scratched his nose, a hint of regret in his voice. All right then. This is truly humiliating. Not only was I chased around, but he thought, his expression darkening as he felt his empty pockets, I even lost my wand. How could that mudblood be so capable? How did they learn those formidable spells so quickly? Is there someone aiding these mudblood wizards from behind the scenes? He and Minister of Magic Fudge both harbor suspicions of a wizard traitor relaying information to Muggles. Could it be that the mudblood named Anthony serves as the Muggles' informant at Hogwarts? The more Malfoy pondered, the more convinced he became that he must inform his father. Meanwhile, Anthony and Ron arrived at Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. Upon knocking and entering, they presented the wands of the three miscreants to the professor. Under her stern gaze, they maintained their story, insisting the wands were merely found and that they had not sought trouble with Malfoy. McGonagall, baffled, could not fathom how first-year students could have acquired wands from other wizards. After a thorough interrogation, she ultimately allowed them to leave. Feeling relieved, Ron swiftly exited the second floor. As they traversed the corridor on the 8th floor, they unexpectedly encountered an individual of notable interest, the Professor Qingqiu from Chang'an Academy in China. Professor. The two young wizards gazed at her with curiosity, as this Chinese which stood before the tower's door, seemingly admiring the portraits adorning the walls. Oh, it's you two. I was just about to enter, but I do not know the password this lady mentioned, so I have been standing here. Qingqiu remarked with a calm demeanor. Would you like to come in for a visit? Anthony inquired softly. Oh no, I'm here to find you again. Me? Anthony responded, puzzled. Indeed. Now, this will be a private conversation. The red-haired boy, Qingqiu, lowered her head and winked at Ron. Understanding the cue, little Ron took a step back and said, of course, Professor, I should be heading to bed. He then uttered the password and swiftly slipped through the doorway. Chapter 87. Long Live the King. Certainly, Professor. After Ron's departure, silence enveloped the area before the common room. Qingqiu did not speak immediately. Instead, she gazed at him with a smile. This silence persisted for half a minute until Anthony finally broke it. All right, Anthony. Qingqiu patted his shoulder and gestured for him to take a stroll. The evening had grown late, and the end of January still bore chill. A draft coursed through the halls, rendering the expansive castle a playground for the wind. Qingqiu guided Anthony through the moving staircases of the castle. Throughout their journey, the professor's gaze remained fixed upon him. Although her smile bore no malice, it made Anthony feel quite uncomfortable. Dumbledore has hidden you well, Qingqiu suddenly remarked during their walk. Professor, what do you mean? Anthony replied, bewildered. What did she mean by Dumbledore hiding him? Ms. Trelawney, while renowned across Europe as a seer, has her counterparts in the magical community of China. What are you talking about? Anthony's brow furrowed. Although he recognized that the Trelawney Qingqiu referred to as the grandmother of the professor at their school, residing in Hogsmeade, this did little to clarify Qingqiu's intentions. You certainly do not understand? That is of no consequence. At this moment, the enigmatic figure of Qingqiu remained cheerfully enigmatic. It appeared that the sensation of dangling secrets before others was rather delightful. The two ascended to the second floor of the castle, where a colossal mechanical clock loomed before them. Its heavy ticking resonated loudly in the stillness of the night. Gazing through the clock tower's window, one could see an unending expanse of ominous clouds, shrouded in darkness devoid of any light. Aside from the flickering lights in a few tower windows, the entirety of Hogwarts was engulfed in shadows. Professor? Here. Suddenly, Qingqiu shook her sleeve, and a sharply faceted red gem materialized in her hand. With a graceful arc, the gem sailed through the air and landed perfectly in Anthony's grasp. Greetings from Chang'an Taixue and the esteemed Confucian scholars. Anthony, Qingqiu smiled at him, then continued, my task is complete. I have searched Hogwarts for so long. Tomorrow I shall depart from the castle, as it seems there is new intelligence from the Prime Minister's office. This time, I shall surely capture the elusive Jean Sanchez. Her fist clenched resolutely, her gaze revealing unwavering determination as she looked out into the distance through the window. After a prolonged pause, she quietly left, leaving Anthony, still entranced by the red gem in his hand, lost in thought. He seemed unaware of her departure. What a beautiful gem. It must be worth a fortune, was Anthony's first reaction upon seeing the jewel. Soon after, An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. This gem must be an accessory from some significant object, something of great importance to him. But what could it possibly be? Why did he have no recollection of it? The clock's chimes echoed around him, and inexplicably, fragmented voices drifted in on the wind. Initially, they sounded like mere idle chatter, but gradually, the voices grew louder and clearer. Anthony seemed to hear a multitude calling out to him, though they did not address him by name, but rather with reverence. The words rang distinctly, "For the king. Long live the king." The following day, upon awakening, the first thing Anthony did was retrieve the skull-shaped pipe that Dumbledore had gifted him, belonging to Grindelwald, from the cabinet beside his bed. Without a moment to ponder, he grasped the serpentine tube and blew forcefully into it. The skull emitted a golden glow, and a cloud of smoke erupted forth. However, much to Anthony's surprise, no images appeared this time. Instead, the smoke remained in a misty form. Curious. He sat at the edge of his bed, clutching the skull, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He surmised that the absence of images might be due to the chaotic emptiness of his mind. Yet he could not shake off the echoes of the voices he had heard the previous night. "Oh, Mr. Windsor, what brings you to me? You appear quite unwell. Furthermore, you should be on your way to class at this hour," Professor McGonagall observed with concern as she sat in a chair, her gaze fixed on him. The little one's condition was far from ideal. His deep green eyes were notably swollen, and dark circles under his eyes suggested a night spent in wakefulness. At the academy, there already exists a Hermione Granger, who, despite her late-night endeavors, has been a subject of my concern. Madame Pomfrey has delivered invigorating potions on several occasions, although such elixirs should not be consumed over prolonged periods. I am aware of this. Anthony nodded, approaching Professor McGonagall's desk, and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, "Professor, where does Professor Chinchio reside? I have matters to discuss with her." Professor McGonagall, momentarily taken aback by his request, lifted her gaze to meet his. She departed Hogwarts early this morning, accompanied by several Aurors. Departed? Anthony's eyes widened in disbelief. Professor Chinchio's duty involves apprehending that criminal sorcerer. She was merely invited by Headmaster Dumbledore to visit the school for a few days. She has her own responsibilities, Professor McGonagall stated matter-of-factly. Anthony blinked, his mind swirling with a multitude of questions that eluded expression. Ultimately, he sighed and shook his head, murmuring, "My apologies for the disturbance, Professor." "Very well," Professor McGonagall acknowledged with a nod, returning her attention to the documents before her. "Oh, by the way, Anthony, Professor Chinchio left a book for you," she suddenly recalled, extracting a distinctly incongruous, palm-sized tome from the shelf behind her. "For me?" Anthony questioned, taking the book from Professor McGonagall's hands with a puzzled expression before departing the professor's office, his mind still clouded with uncertainty. Some individuals seem to believe that a modicum of talent in other subjects grants them the liberty to disregard my lessons. I trust one am not referring to you, Mr. Windsor. It was during Professor Snape's potions class that the professor stood before Anthony's desk, his piercing gaze fixed upon the lanky boy, lips pressed tightly as if suppressing an inner turmoil. He was striving to contain the flames of his frustration. Hello, Professor Snape. Chapter 88. Crisis, Fudge's Retaliation. Fudge personally summoned him. Over the past few months, the Minister of Magic's authority had plummeted, and with the erosion of power came an escalation of his volatile temperament. Presently, within the Ministry of Magic, no one dared to provoke Fudge, as the last employee who faltered before him had been dismissed. Everyone was subservient, yet their compliance did little to quell Fudge's increasingly erratic behavior. For the past month, he had incessantly dispatched Aurors across the entirety of Britain in a relentless quest to capture the murderer, even entreating employees from other departments of the ministry to join this grand search. However, weeks passed with nothing but disappointment to show for their efforts. As for the earlier apprehension, Fudge's tirades directed at Chinchio had endured for several weeks. What a waste, incompetent, arrogant. One might mistakenly believe he was describing himself. The protracted manhunt only deepened Fudge's conviction that there was a traitor among the wizards, perhaps even within the ministry itself, relaying information to the outside world, thereby obstructing the Aurors' pursuit of Jean Sangsue. Their motives, he surmised, were to unseat him, inciting public uproar to ultimately force his resignation. Amidst this oppressive tempest, Fudge had ceased to trust anyone. Once, the image of the amiable good person had completely vanished. Now, he resembled a sinister mad dog, ready to inflict grievous wounds at the slightest provocation. A sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted Fudge's impending outburst. He slowly set down the newspaper in his hand and barked, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a noble wizard with pale, golden hair and icy gray-blue eyes. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy. Under the pressure of his Gallian offensive, Fudge had bestowed upon him the position of ministerial advisor, granting him unfettered access to the minister's office. Following closely behind was a wizard with striking silver hair, none other than Rodolphus Lestrange. Unlike the other two, Rodolphus wore a remarkably expressionless countenance, his calmness bordering on the eerie, as if he were indifferent to the entire situation. Enough of your trivialities. Now tell me, what movements are occurring among the Muggles? Fudge's pallid face suddenly flushed with an unusual color. The Daily Prophet, weighed down by a pile of documents, still revealed a conspicuous headline through its creases. The Ministry's failure, Fudge's failure. Movements? None to speak of. They are currently identifying the little wizards across the nation. Identifying little wizards? Fudge's initial surprise quickly transformed into a surge of indignation that raced from his heart to his mind. What does that wretched Hark intend to do? Do they seek to wage war against the Ministry? Fudge swore he had never felt such rage before, his entire being quivering with fury. I believe the Prime Minister merely provided those unfortunate children with food. You know, many in the magical world are also starving, Rodolphus remarked, his tone indifferent to Fudge's fury. And the Muggles are no better. Do not presume I am ignorant. Their relief centers are overflowing with refuse, Fudge retorted angrily. I sent you to ascertain their movements, not to defend them, Rodolphus Lestrange. Do not forget your station. I am well aware of my station, Mr. Minister. However, before I am a wizard, I am first and foremost a Briton. What? Fudge's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unprepared for Rodolphus's declaration. Stammering in surprise, he paused before shifting his gaze to Lucius, asking, "Is this the person you sought?" Lucius fell into an awkward silence, taken aback by this sudden transformation. In his recollection, the Lestrange family had always been known as honest, pure-blood wizards. After he had received a substantial sum of galleons from old Lestrange, their integrity had become even more apparent. As for his son, to be frank, Lucius did not know him well. But certainly, this was not the case. Had this fellow fallen under the Imperius curse? Now, Mr. Minister, rather than dwell on this matter, we have more pressing concerns, such as uncovering the rat among the wizards. Lucius promptly redirected the conversation. He tilted his head, casting a glance at the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, whose position was precariously unstable. However, before the inevitable downfall, he believed there was still something to be extracted. With this thought, a smirk graced his lips. I possess reliable intelligence. The rat is indeed at Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Fudge's nerves immediately conjured the image of Dumbledore. Could it be him? Has he been the one to relay wizarding secrets to the Muggles? Is it Dumbledore? He inquired tentatively, like a predatory serpent fixating on Lucius. No. Lucius scoffed disdainfully before denying it. No, it is a minor wizard, but as the headmaster, Dumbledore must bear some responsibility. I presume such a severe breach warrants nothing less than Dumbledore's resignation. Excellent. Fudge's mind raced with elation, a cruel smile creeping across his face. For months, Dumbledore had been his adversary, opposing the Ministry of Magic, and now he had finally found leverage against him. He cared not for the identity of the insignificant wizard responsible for the leak. What mattered was that Dumbledore would be held accountable. Subsequently, he unprecedentedly made his way to the fireplace in the office. The Ministry of Magic had a direct Flu network connection to Hogwarts, a special passage leading straight to the headmaster's office. Although Hogwarts ostensibly fell under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic, the school had never truly been governed by it. It held a transcendent status. After all, the minister himself was once a student there, and respect for one's alma mater was to be upheld. Yet at that moment, Fudge clearly had no intention of adhering to this ancient protocol. He resolved not to inform anyone, but to take Lucius directly through the Flynn network, intending to visit Hogwarts. Chapter 89, The Breach. Amidst a swirl of green flames, Fudge's pallid face abruptly appeared in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, engrossed in his work at the desk, immediately noticed the flames in the fireplace, yet he refrained from speaking. Fudge strode past the assorted trinkets in the office, approaching Dumbledore directly, his cold, piercing eyes locking onto him as he declared, "Humph, this time you have no retort. Do you, Dumbledore?" "I do not comprehend your meaning, Cornelius." The headmaster paused, setting down his quill, and calmly raised his gaze to meet Fudge's. He was taken aback by Fudge's sudden appearance. During these tumultuous times, should he not be urgently seeking the murderer? What brought him here? My apologies for the intrusion. Headmaster Dumbledore. At this moment, Lucius stepped forward with a smile, feigning an apology. However, this show of contrition was felt by none. Yet for Lucius, This gesture sufficed to confer a degree of respect upon Dumbledore. To the heir of a millennia-old pure-blood family, the position of Minister of Magic was but a fleeting current. Today, it was one individual, tomorrow another, of little consequence. Dumbledore, however, was undeniably of far greater significance than any mere minister. Although he thrived as the principal benefactor of Fudge under the minister's decree, it does not imply that they are on the same boat. One might say he would not hesitate to cast Fudge overboard. We possess reliable intelligence, indicating that one of your students has disclosed the existence of the magical world to Muggles. Rest assured, we have evidence. With that, he produced a scroll of parchment from his robe. Unfurling it, he read aloud. The records from the Owl Post indicate that every week, copies of the Daily Prophet, along with various magical items, are sent to 10 Downing Street, along with transaction lists from the shops of DeVries and Bands. Should you desire, I can provide a comprehensive 12-inch list. In his final moments, Lucius added, "This is far more grave than the casket incident." The casket incident refers to a scandal in the 18th century when a witch named Casket fell in love with a Muggle, leading to a significant information leak. The repercussions were profound, affecting a vast number of individuals. Emily Lapaport, then president of the Magical Congress, had no choice but to inform the International Wizarding Federation during a public inquiry that she could not ascertain whether all those privy to the casket leak had their memories erased. Subsequently, the American Magical Congress enacted the Lapaport Law, which completely separated the Muggle and Wizarding societies. Lucius's comparison to this event indicates that he genuinely believes the current breach is exceedingly serious. "Do you hear that, Dumbledore? You have trained a traitor among wizards." Fudge shouted fervently, pointing an accusatory finger at Dumbledore. He had finally, at long last, secured leverage over Dumbledore. "I believe you may have overlooked some crucial information." Dumbledore remarked lightly. He exhibited none of the urgency that Fudge and Lucius anticipated. Throughout the encounter, he remained composed. Yet, in a fleeting moment imperceptible to most, a glimmer of disappointment flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he regarded Fudge. "Enough. I have grown weary of your sweet words, Dumbledore." Fudge glared coldly at his former headmaster, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Now, tell us where that Anthony is." In potions class, Anthony anxiously gazed into Snape's eyes and tentatively said, Professor Snape, hello? May I inquire about the ingredients for the draft of living death?" Snape interjected suddenly. "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Aconite and wolfsbane are, in fact, the same plant, collectively referred to as aconitum. Anthony lowered his head, striving to avoid Snape's icy gaze. "What is the purpose of gillyweed?" Gillyweed? Professor. This question seems beyond the syllabus." Anthony internally lamented. "Moreover, this does not pertain to potions. It is an herbology matter. This is a topic that Professor Pomona Sprout should be addressing. Furthermore, this is typically covered in fourth-year herbology, not something an ordinary young wizard would know. Unfortunately, he is not an ordinary young wizard. After all, he had read the original texts. Consuming gillyweed results in the growth of gills on both sides of the face, enabling one to breathe underwater for approximately 1 hour. Professor. Oh, quite impressive. You even know this? Is it any wonder that you feel you no longer need to attend my lessons?" Snape remarked coldly. Subsequently, with his signature acerbic tone, he added, 10 points from Gryffindor for your blatant disregard for authority." Anthony opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately chose silence, discreetly attempting to tuck the small comic book hidden in his sleeve. Yet, internally, he was fervently lamenting, if you wish to deduct Gryffindor points in the future, why not simply state it outright? Why pose so many questions? Noticing Anthony's silence, Snape scoffed lightly before turning to leave. In that moment, Anthony found himself elevated to the status of a know-it-all. "Anthony, what are you up to?" Harry inquired softly, peering at Snape's retreating figure. "You seem off today. Has something happened?" "Nothing, just a momentary lapse in concentration," Anthony replied with calmness. "A lapse in concentration? Oh, I implore you, do not let your mind wander. Slytherin has surpassed Gryffindor in house points. We are now in last place," Hermione interjected quietly, having grasped after half a term that not all professors were as fair as Professor McGonagall. As she spoke, a chilling voice echoed from behind them once more. 2 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness, Mr. Longbottom. Perhaps you should consider dropping this course, given that your empty mind cannot even distinguish between cow bile and goat bile." "Oh dear God," Hermione gasped in despair, her eyes glazing over with visions of Gryffindor at the bottom of the standings come finals. "Enough, Hermione. You know he is simply looking to trouble us," Ron retorted indignantly, entirely oblivious to the fact that their conversation had drawn the attention of those involved. "Stop it. Trouble is approaching," Anthony quickly interrupted. his gaze fixated on the simmering cauldron before him. He wished to avoid giving Snape any reason to deduct points. Professor McGonagall's silent demeanor had already cast a shadow over Gryffindor. Ultimately, the trouble Anthony had feared did indeed arrive, but not from Snape. It came from outside the potions classroom. Chapter 90, The Legal Heir, Part 1. Bang! Instantly, all the young witches and wizards within the classroom turned their attention to the doorway, including Snape himself. Anthony Windsor, that's him. Outside stood the rotund figure of Fudge, his cold gaze sweeping over the entire classroom before finally landing upon Snape. Severus Snape, the one accused of being a Death Eater. Even he dares not defy me. Fudge's haughty expression fixated upon Snape and all the young wizards present, which naturally did not escape Anthony's notice. With a resigned sigh, Anthony slowly rose to his feet, already sensing that this could only bode ill. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, speaking in a calm and detached tone. Sir, may I inquire if you're seeking me for something? Are you Anthony? Fudge raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him from head to toe. Yes, sir. Very well. I am here to inform you that you have been expelled from Hogwarts. Enough. Behind him, Dumbledore's deep voice suddenly erupted in Fudge's ear. The headmaster strode in from outside, his face ashen as he cast a cold glare at Fudge, and then said icily, "The right to expel a student belongs to the headmaster. I do not believe Mr. Windsor has any grounds for expulsion. He has revealed the secrets of the magical world. Can you not see that?" Fudge, momentarily daunted by Dumbledore's sudden surge of authority, quickly regained his composure. Moreover, Dumbledore, Fudge sneered, I believe the Board of Governors will soon provide clear directives regarding your negligence. Those are trivial matters. With that, he turned to the little wizards around him, who wore expressions of schadenfreude or disdain. Severus, take the little wizards away immediately. How dare he? Fudge suddenly erupted in fury, his gaze fixed intently on Snape, as if he would devour him at the slightest movement. A tense silence fell over the professors, but only for a moment, as a voice familiar to the little wizards, cold and laced with mockery, broke through. Are you all deaf? Now get to the Great Hall. That expression seemed to convey disdain for an imbecile. Stop. All of you stop. Watching the little wizards rise to leave, unperturbed, Fudge could no longer contain his anger. He drew his wand and pointed it at the approaching little wizards, declaring, I am the Minister of Magic. Do you wish to be expelled from Hogwarts? Enough. A sudden, thunderous shout erupted from Dumbledore, causing Fudge's wand to clatter to the ground. The surrounding air fell into a chilling silence, everyone acutely aware of the palpable anger on Dumbledore's face. No one had ever forced him to this extent. Not even Grindelwald had evoked such fury. The little wizards and Lucius were even more alarmed. They did not see Dumbledore draw his wand or utter any incantations. They merely felt a gust of wind, and Fudge's wand fell to the floor. Lucius's expression turned awkward as he suddenly realized that even if he could incite the Hogwarts board to oust Dumbledore, what would it matter? In the face of the most powerful white wizard in history, they were as fragile as infants. It is no exaggeration to say that Dumbledore could easily eliminate them and erase the memories of all the little wizards. Trust him, this white wizard, who had contended with Voldemort for years, could undoubtedly accomplish it. In that moment, he recognized his own folly. He should not have come today, but rather sent a substitute or a scapegoat to wade through these troubled waters. Fudge, you have disappointed me greatly. Have you become so intoxicated by power that you would even turn against a group of little wizards? Dumbledore's face was grave, and behind his half-moon glasses were eyes that were terrifyingly sharp. As Fudge, interrupted by Dumbledore's spell, regained his senses, he reflected upon the moment he had brandished his wand at a group of young wizards. Had this incident been reported in the newspapers, it would undoubtedly mark the end of his career as minister, perhaps even his life as a human being. A wave of apprehension washed over him, causing his steps to falter as he retreated a couple of paces, struggling to regain his composure. Regardless of his circumstances, this young wizard would be accused of violating the international statute of wizarding secrecy, and a severe judgment awaited him from the Wisengamot. Gasping for breath, Fudge clenched his teeth and asserted his authority. Sir, when have I ever broken the law? At that moment, Anthony suddenly leaned forward, his tone calm and composed. You dare to quibble at this juncture? No, but I merely hope that when you accuse an innocent young wizard, you present evidence. Evidence? Lucius, provide him. Fudge bellowed. Gazing at the unusually serene young wizard before him, he was struck by a disconcerting illusion of facing Dumbledore. This sensation was truly revolting. Lucius scoffed, having heard plenty from his son Draco about how this mudblood had tormented him. Now, with an opportunity to send him to Azkaban, he certainly would not let it slip away. Lucius then unfurled the parchment once more, reciting the evidence he had previously presented to Dumbledore. This had been procured at great expense, bribing employees of the Owl Post, and was undoubtedly authentic and reliable. Stop! Anthony interjected abruptly, raising his hands in resignation. Gentlemen, it seems you have forgotten my identity. You? Lucius blinked, unable to fathom how a mudblood could possess any notable identity. Anthony Galvin Foolcork Windsor. Perhaps you have overlooked that? While the surname Windsor has been widely known in England for quite some time, that was decades ago. Given the prolonged absence of communication between wizards and muggles, allow me to remind you, although there are commoners bearing the Windsor name, I am not one of them. I, Anthony Galvin Foolcork Windsor, am a prince of the House of Windsor, Duke of Foolcork, and one of the legitimate heirs to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. According to Article 7 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, wizards may disclose the existence of magic to close relatives, friends, and subordinates. Thus, the British government is under the auspices of the House of Windsor, and its personnel naturally fall within the royal domain, complying with the standards set forth by the law. Therefore, revealing magic to Mr. Hark or any government official does not constitute a violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Chapter 91. The Stirring of All Parties. Legally speaking, I have committed no offense, Anthony stated calmly, yet urgently. As to whether his assertion held merit, that would be a matter of perspective. After all, Anthony could not be expected to have memorized every clause of the statute. He had at most skimmed it. However, he had long forwarded this classic legal document of the magical world to Downing Street, confident that Mr. Hark and several esteemed judges of the realm had thoroughly examined it. It is indeed a case of bullying these two naive wizards who are oblivious to the intricacies of the law. Lucius? He is nothing more than a worthless fool. And expecting him to comprehend the International Confederation of Wizards Secrecy Act is akin to anticipating a pig to ascend a tree. As the most powerful family in Britain, the Malfoys have sunk to such depths, revealing the caliber of their lineage throughout the ages. And what a fudge! One can only say he ought to be knowledgeable. Yet, as a former deputy head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, it is likely that over the years, he has forgotten everything he once learned. If we were to delve into the Secrecy Act, I believe Barty Crouch, the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, would easily outshine him. Your reaction? Fudge and Lucius exhibited contrasting responses. The former recognized Anthony's identity, but was taken aback by his sharp tongue, while the latter was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Anthony was a British prince, causing his countenance to shift drastically. Oh my, a prince. What prince? The Prince of Muggles? Wow, a genuine prince among us Gryffindors. It is simply unbelievable. The surrounding young wizards erupted in a cacophony of chatter, momentarily forgetting the recent crisis. Hermione and Harry were particularly astonished, although Ron was also surprised by Anthony's identity. As a pure-blood wizard, he harbored little reverence for the British royal family. In contrast, Harry and Hermione, both raised in Muggle households, have been educated to uphold and respect the monarchy. Even simple courtesies, such as the courtesy of a lady's curtsy or a gentleman's hand-kissing gesture, persist largely due to the existence of the royal family. Oh my! The young witch stared incredulously at Anthony, never having imagined that the boy she had grown so accustomed to was a prince. Indeed, upon hearing the surname Windsor and recalling Anthony's earliest appearance at 10 Downing Street, one might have harbored doubts. Yet at that time, she had assumed he was merely another guest, just like herself, invited to Downing Street. Who would think of royalty first? After all, on the Queen's birthday, they were granted a day off. A day off! Just this fact alone has garnered the Queen the loyalty of countless individuals. How cool. A prince. I wonder if I could be knighted someday. Haha. Ron was the most relaxed of the three, looking at Anthony with the excitement of a discoverer unveiling a new world. In an instant, he had even envisioned his own knightly title. Nonsense. Utterly absurd. Fudge exclaimed, his face taut with anger. According to Anthony's logic, if all citizens of Britain are subjects of the Queen, would that not imply that all Muggles are aware of this without breaching the law? It is preposterous. Save your sophistry for the Wisingamot. Fudge retorted with a cruel smile. Very well, sir. Anthony tightened his bow tie, speaking nonchalantly. As the defendant and a minor, my guardian must appear in court. Correct, Minister Fudge? Come as you please. Fudge expressed his irritation and turned to leave the room, fully intent on departing from his place. It held no further significance for him. The remaining matters would be handled by the officials of the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, the demeanor of that young wizard was quite exasperating, particularly Anthony's calm attitude, as though he were the jester in this scenario. Wait, after taking just a few steps, Fudge seemed to have a sudden realization. He swiftly pivoted and, lowering his gaze to Anthony, coldly inquired, Who is your guardian? Me? Anthony replied with a nonchalant smile, having anticipated that this fool might not grasp the obvious. My guardian is, by the grace of God, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and its other territories and dependencies, the head of the Commonwealth, the protector of Christianity, and the sovereign venerated by Merlin. Of course, the Queen would not attend such an occasion. Thus, it would be her government, represented by the Prime Minister, who would appear in her stead. Anthony grinned mischievously, as if everything was well within his control. The title of the Queen is indeed lengthy. Inventing a title is no simple task, but it is true that she ought not to be present for such matters. Professionals should handle professional affairs. He and Mr. Hark had anticipated this scenario, albeit reality unfolded a bit sooner than expected. Yet it mattered not. Meanwhile, in Westminster, London, at number 10 Downing Street, in a private meeting room adjacent to the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Hark was engaged in watching a documentary on television with Sir Humphrey and Mr. Burner. This documentary, produced by the BBC, chronicled the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Those vultures, drawn to the scent of decay, rushed to complete this film in just a month. It cannot be deemed anything but swift. However, the Prime Minister, the first audience member, felt a twinge of melancholy. He did not experience the exhilaration of triumph over an adversary, but rather a sense of bewilderment. Throughout Mr. Hark's entire political career, he had navigated the years of the Cold War, and now, having finally ascended to the position of Prime Minister, he found that the greatest rival of the Western world had suddenly collapsed. It was akin to an individual laboring diligently to achieve the highest level only to discover that the most formidable boss had been eliminated in a version update, leading to an overwhelming sense of discomfort and loss. A tragedy, Mr. Hark lamented. A tragedy. Sir Humphrey and Mr. Burner echoed in unison. Gorbachev was a great man. A great man. We shall remember him forever. Humphrey, do you think we should bestow an award upon this great man, in recognition of his ending his own country, or rather, for maintaining regional peace? Mr. Hark suddenly proposed. Of course. What do you think about nominating him for the Nobel Peace Prize? It suits him perfectly, Mr. Burner interjected. As the voices of Schadenfreude filled the private meeting room, a sudden knock echoed at the door. It was another assistant of the Prime Minister, delivering a letter to Mr. Hark. From a moment that iconic brown letter had yet to be grasped in his hand, the Prime Minister was already aware that it was a missive from the magical realm. Indeed, upon opening the correspondence, the familiar script unfolded before his eyes. Antony's handwriting. Bernard, please notify the legal department and the Lord Chancellor, requesting their presence at Downing Street, and inquire about the progress on the Wizarding Secrecy Act research. Humphrey, alert the Home Office, WCI, MI6, and MI5 elite agents to converge at Downing Street. Additionally, inform the Ministry of Defense to prepare the 1st Airborne Brigade around London for immediate combat readiness. Furthermore, please contact the royal family, and if possible, summon Prince Charles. After scanning the room, Prime Minister Hack swiftly issued his directives. Suddenly, an air of tension enveloped the entire house. Acting on the orders, Humphrey and Bernard promptly sprang into action, executing all instructions with meticulous precision. Within a minute, a report phone call came from the Lord Chancellor, leading the research team on the Secrecy Act. It was noted that even a casual search for a registered lawyer on the street could easily uncover at least 6 loopholes among the documents. 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, Inspector John from the Home Office, along with Mr. Bond, Agent Mycroft, and the Secretary of Defense, successively arrived at the Prime Minister's office. At this moment, Mr. Hack was urgently perusing the memoranda sent by the judges. Prime Minister Bernard hastily pushed open the office door, followed closely by the Secretary of Defense. Since Mr. Hack adeptly managed the incidents in London and dealt with foreign adversaries, as well as ordered military action against Syria, his power had reached an unprecedented zenith among past prime ministers. Now, with the recent red flag incident, it could be said that the balance of power in Britain had shifted, with the Prime Minister holding an unrivaled position. Even Sir Humphrey had found it increasingly difficult to impose any constraints upon him, let alone his cabinet ministers. Mr. Hack had even dispensed with the need to chastise them. Those individuals would naturally ascertain their positions, for serving as a minister under Churchill was a world apart from serving under Johnson. Sir, the airborne troops have been assembled. Excellent. Mr. Hack did not lift his gaze, but continued to scrutinize the document in his hand. Bernard, how is my speech coming along? It is ready. Here it is. Bernard responded, drawing a document from a stack in his hands and presenting it to the Prime Minister. Sir, Headmaster Dumbledore has arrived. Just then, Sir Humphrey unexpectedly entered, clutching a pile of documents and appearing quite urgent. That was quick. Mr. Hack slowly removed his glasses, gazing toward the doorway. Antony had departed from Hogwarts that very day, accompanied by Professor McGonagall to the Ministry of Magic. After the green flames had flickered, he and the professor found themselves at the Ministry, a first for Antony in utilizing the Floo network. In terms of experience, it exceeded his expectations. It felt as though he had entered a sort of conduit, a rush of compression, and after a brief flight, as his vision cleared once again, he found himself at his destination. At this moment, he stood at one end of a resplendent hall. The floor was polished to a brilliant shine, composed of dark, lustrous wood. The peacock blue ceiling was adorned with gleaming golden symbols that danced and shifted, resembling a colossal aerial bulletin board. The walls on all sides were lined with glossy, dark wood panels, interspersed with numerous gilded fireplaces. Every few seconds, a wizard would emerge with a soft pop from one of the fireplaces on the left, while on the right, several individuals queued patiently before each hearth, awaiting their departure. In the center of the hall, a fountain graced the space. At its heart stood a group of pure gold statues, towering above life size. The tallest of these was a noble-looking wizard, his wand raised high, pointing towards the heavens. Surrounding him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a fairy, and a house elf, all gazing up at the two wizards with infinite admiration. Streams of sparkling water erupted from the tip of the wizard's wand, the centaur's arrowhead, the fairy's hat, and the house elf's ears, an archetypal wizard's fantasy. Except for the house elf, the other two species would not have looked at the wizards in such a manner. The air was filled with the soft pops of apparition and the disordered footsteps of hundreds of male and female wizards. Their faces bore the characteristic pallor of the early morning, as they made their way toward a row of golden doors at the far end of the hall. The atmosphere was peculiar, as if these individuals were not officials of the Ministry of Magic, but rather employees of a private enterprise. Furthermore, Antony noted that many of their briefcases were tattered, and their attire was exceedingly plain, even antiquated. Although magic could prevent wear and tear, the air of age still lingered. Most of the passers-by clutched a precarious stack of parchment and read newspapers as they walked. Few smiled. Their somber expressions suggested they were in a realm akin to hell. Unlike Harry's experience during his fifth-year trial, this time, as soon as Antony appeared at the ministry, several aurors swiftly surrounded him and the professor, escorting them without hesitation after confirming their identities. Passing through the golden doors, they entered a diminutive hall featuring at least 20 elevators, all elegantly fenced with golden railings. The aurors led them into one of the elevators. As it began to move slowly, the sensation was peculiar. Neither ascending nor descending, the inertia was chaotic, shifting from side to side and up to down, while a cold, indifferent female voice announced, 7th floor, Department of Magical Games and Sports. The doors opened, but no one entered, so they soon closed again. 6th floor, Department of Magical Transportation. 5th floor, Department of International Magical Cooperation. 3rd floor. 2nd floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Auror Headquarters, and the Wisengamot Administration Services. We have arrived. The nearby Auror remarked with a lackluster tone, fatigue evident in his voice. Before Antony lay a corridor flanked by doors, with windows interspersed between every two doors. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Yet he was acutely aware that this was not the genuine sun. They were beneath the earth, after all. The window merely showcased a weather charm akin to that which adorned the Great Hall of Hogwarts. As they traversed the hallway, they passed the Auror Command and the Office of Magical Law Enforcement. The Auror Command was eerily empty, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Office of Magical Law Enforcement, where the open area was partitioned into numerous small cubicles, filled with wizards engaged in lively conversation, their spirits buoyant, an atmosphere utterly different from the preceding somberness. Chapter 93, Wizards and Muggles, the Great Trial of the Century. Oh, Professor McGonagall, and a little one, what brings you here? A familiar figure rounded the corner, a tall, somewhat balding wizard with dark skin. His deep, slow voice bore the weight of fatigue, yet he mustered the energy to address Professor McGonagall. Kingsley? McGonagall furrowed her brow. I am here with this child for the trial. The Aurors have been quite busy these days, as you may not be aware, but... No, Professor, I am informed. The Minister of Magic, Fudge, has rescheduled the trial to 5 in the afternoon, and it will no longer take place in the 10th Court, but rather in the Ministry's Grand Hall. The Grand Hall? In front of the Ministry? Anthony gazed at Kingsley in astonishment, swiftly grasping Fudge's intentions. Upon revealing to Fudge that his guardian was Mr. Hark, Fudge must have realized that the focus of the trial had shifted from Anthony to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The repeated setbacks experienced by Mr. Hark over the past few months had significantly diminished Fudge's standing as Minister of Magic. Rumors circulated that the minister was outclassed by a Muggle. Was Fudge attempting to publicly humiliate Mr. Hark before the entire wizarding community to restore his own reputation? How juvenile! Anthony scowled, unable to suppress his concern for Fudge's intellect. As a noble wizard, regardless of the outcome of the debate, in the eyes of many pure-blood wizards, the moment one places oneself on the same platform as Muggles, one is already lost. This was evident to all, explaining why Fudge's tenure was nearing its end. He likely would not endure through the year. Perhaps he was aware of this, which is why he orchestrated such a grand trial. This reckless maneuver, unbeknownst to him, was either a desperate gamble for survival or merely a final revelry before the curtain fell. Dumbledore had already proceeded to Downing Street to inform the Muggle Prime Minister. Truly, this was an unprecedented event. Kingsley remarked with a hint of sardonic resignation. As an Auror who had weathered dark times, he had encountered many tumultuous situations. Yet he had never witnessed a spectacle quite like today's. Ultimately, the Minister of Magic bore an undeniable responsibility for the events that had unfolded. Downing Street in London was already bustling with activity. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Prince Charles arrived at number 10, bearing a letter from the Queen. Accompanied by Princess Anne, the 6th and 5th departments, along with agents from the Wizard Intelligence Committee, had also arrived at number 10, all on high alert, awaiting the Prime Minister's command. By 10 minutes past 3, reporters from various media outlets flocked to Downing Street, gathering at the entrance as the main thoroughfare was cordoned off by Scotland Yard police, with the Royal Guard and the Road and Traffic Command collaborating on the operation. The streets were teeming with the presence of CTSFO, counterterrorism specialist firearms officers. It was evident that a significant event was unfolding at Downing Street, and the seasoned journalists were certainly aware of this. Furthermore, there were individuals within number 10 leaking information to the press. A consensus was reached among all that this was undoubtedly a major operation, rivaling the joint command against the Northern Irish insurgents that had occurred 2 months prior. The matter had even drawn the attention of foreign consulates scattered throughout London. At this moment, Downing Street had transformed into the epicenter of public opinion in the city. Inside Downing Street, in the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Hack was intently scrutinizing the documents in his hands, surrounded by a cadre of experts in law, security, psychology, literature, and oratory. When Dumbledore announced that the trial would be moved to the main hall of the Ministry of Magic, facing all wizards in the United Kingdom, the three individuals at the pinnacle of British power, Prime Minister Hack, Cabinet Secretary Humphrey, and Chief Private Secretary Bernard, immediately recognized this as a remarkable opportunity. Not only did Fudge yearn to suppress Mr. Hack, but Mr. Hack also hoped that this event could serve as a breakthrough against the Ministry of Magic. A war without gunfire had commenced, building momentum over the course of several hours. At 4 o'clock, the vast political machinery of Downing Street began to operate fervently. The Prime Minister, along with Prince Charles and Princess Anne, exited Downing Street, followed by a procession of high-ranking government officials, including the Secretary of State for Defense and the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. However, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, known as Number 11, was conspicuously absent, suggesting that Mr. Hack was wary of the wizards. The entourage boarded their vehicles, escorted by agents, as the police-guarded convoy slowly made its way towards Whitehall in Westminster. Today, Whitehall is not merely a name of a chamber. It derives its name from the Whitehall Palace, which was consumed by fire in 1698. The Grand Palace was situated in the area now known as Whitehall, and the road beneath their feet was once the Grand Avenue leading to the palace's entrance. Presently, Whitehall refers to the name of this street. This thoroughfare, which connects the Houses of Parliament to Downing Street, serves as the political heart of the United Kingdom, housing various government departments such as the Ministry of Defense, the Foreign Office, the Home Office, and the Admiralty. Hence, Whitehall is often used as a metonym for the British administrative apparatus. A right turn from Downing Street leads directly to Whitehall, where one continues forward, passing various government institutions. The route is not long, merely a few hundred meters. Soon, the convoy arrived at the banqueting house. Established in 1622, the banqueting house stands as the only surviving edifice from its time. It is said that during the English Civil War, King Charles I stepped from the second-floor window of the banqueting house on January 30th, 1649, to ascend the temporary scaffold outside, where he was executed publicly. Perhaps the preservation of the banqueting house is linked to this event. However, unbeknownst to Muggles, the banqueting house also houses the Ministry of Magic, located directly beneath it, serving as the main entrance for wizards. It is indeed the protection of wizards that has ensured the survival of this structure. At this moment, the banqueting house had already cleared its premises of all personnel. The entire street was cordoned off. Upon the arrival of the motorcade, wizards began to appear before the banqueting house. This meeting was historic. It marked the second gathering in nearly 3 centuries since the Ministry of Magic's inception in 1707, which had attempted to establish contact with Muggle monarchs William III and Mary II to no avail. Both the government and the Ministry of Magic placed immense significance on this trial, as it would directly determine the future relationship between wizards and Muggles. The Daily Prophet even rushed to print an extra issue, emblazoned on the front page with a striking headline, Wizards and Muggles, the Great Trial of the Century. Chapter 94. Seating and Commencement of the Trial. The entrance of the banqueting house appeared somewhat altered from its usual state. After disembarking, Mr. Hart did not hastily follow the wizards inside. He recalled his agreement with Dumbledore. As anticipated, moments later, the grand doors of the banqueting house were pushed open. The venerable headmaster, Dumbledore, adorned in resplendent purple robes, manifested before the banqueting house. The doors had been enchanted by the wizards, allowing passage directly to the Ministry of Magic. This was reminiscent of the American Magical Congress, located in the Woolworth Building in New York, where the correct incantation would transform the space into one suitable for wizards. British wizards, however, looked down upon such cooperative architecture with Muggles, viewing it as a testament to a lack of heritage. The old headmaster moved with haste, approaching Mr. Hart to exchange a few quiet words before gesturing for those behind him to follow, striding purposefully into the banqueting house. Meanwhile, the Golden Hall of the Ministry of Magic was already brimming with wizards from all walks of British life. Before the pure gold statue in the entrance hall, the wizards had constructed a circular seating arrangement reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. At this moment, all high-ranking officials of the ministry were present, their expressions grave and poised, awaiting the arrival of what they perceived as their adversaries, the Muggles. Cornelius Fudge, Rufus Scrimgeour from the Auror headquarters, Faldahop Cork from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Batik Crouch from the International Magical Cooperation Division, and Amelia Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement were all in attendance. My goodness, such prominent figures were rarely seen together. It was remarkable that even the red-haired Weasley had arrived, despite the seeming irrelevance of the Department for the Regulation of Magical Equipment to this affair. What is this? Have you not noticed that the peculiar beings from the Magical Creatures Management and Control Office have become involved? A motley crew that interacts with magical beasts. It remains uncertain if they are still capable of human speech. Beneath the stands, a gathering of wizards, their elegant attire revealing their lineage as purported pure-blood aristocrats. Above them, a group clad in crimson robes, each adorned with an intricately embroidered silver W on their left breast, representing members of the Wisingamot. Leading them is none other than the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Flanking him are various officials from the Ministry of Magic, and below them, a multitude of ordinary employees or common wizards. In the very center of the stands hovers a colossal and intricately designed clock. Countless metallic gears interlock, powering the hour and minute hands. The time displayed reads 4:50 in the afternoon, just as the audience holds its breath in silence. A sudden distortion occurs in the air beneath the arched ceiling, resembling shattered glass, shimmering with the iridescence of a kaleidoscope. Figures emerge from this glass-like space, followed by a second, a third, and gradually, a large throng of individuals fills the hall. The atmosphere becomes unexpectedly crowded. The first to spring into action are the 3 major task forces, MI6, MI5, and the CTSFO, who immediately disperse. The WIC agents have provided these elites with briefings on how to confront wizards. Although perhaps not of significant utility, it can indeed inflict harm on these magical beings. Meanwhile, Mr. Hark and his companions, guided by several wizards, proceed towards the makeshift platform at the center of the hall. Everything unfolds in an orderly fashion. The actions of the Muggle soldiers elicit no response from the wizards, their innate magical pride compelling them to watch as a group of Muggles transport a 2-meter-long lead box into the venue. No one knows what it contains. Even Prime Minister Hark and the Minister of Defense are left in the dark, with the Prince himself unaware of its contents. Once the Muggles are seated, Fudge, wielding his gavel, strikes it down, a cold voice resonating throughout the hall. Mr. Windsor has confessed to his crimes. I believe the Wisingamot can issue a direct verdict. At this moment, Anthony, seated at the bottom of the stands, nearly erupts in protest, questioning the premature judgment before the trial has even commenced. Have you lost your mind? Why create this spectacle? Just toss him into Azkaban and be done with it. If you believe someone is guilty, simply take action. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic should rename itself to the Gestapo or the Death Eater Club. Is this the legal process of wizards? What need have you for law, if not to serve as mere toilet paper? Instantly, a relatively young judge rises from the government side, brandishing a document, the copy of the Secrecy Act. What blasphemous nonsense are you uttering? You wretched Muggle. A wizard from the opposing side leaps forward, wand drawn, aiming it at the judge with a fierce expression, as if prepared to cast a deadly curse upon this audacious Muggle. Oomph. The judge, appearing to be in his 40s, merely snorts in disdain. He hails from England and is a graduate of Oxford University, currently serving as the chief advisor to the sitting Minister of Justice. Rumors have emerged within the cabinet that he is poised to succeed the current minister, who is a rather senile individual in his 70s, often dozing off during cabinet meetings, particularly during the prime minister's speeches. A sudden silence enveloped the room when it was least expected. While many anticipated that the meeting between wizards and muggles would be less than amicable, no one foresaw the immediate tension that arose from the very first utterance. At that moment, the previously silent Fudge interjected, halting the wizard and disdainfully declaring, "Since you have perused the Confidentiality Act, do you have any objections you wish to present?" He aimed to showcase his magnanimity as a minister, striving to prove himself as a competent leader. However, Fudge did not believe that the Muggles could possibly outshine the expertise of the professional judges surrounding him in their comprehension of legal texts. Could a Muggle truly prevail over wizards within the confines of laws crafted by our kind? Is this a fairy tale? Certainly, we have our disagreements. With that, members of the Emergency Judicial Council rose sequentially, making their way to Anthony's side. They first nodded to Anthony and Professor McGonagall before one of the judges spoke. According to Article 7 of the International Confederation of Wizards Confidentiality Act, Your Highness. Articles 12, 24, 25, 30, 60, 71, 72, and 77. Gradually, the stage transformed into a solo performance by the Muggle judges, continuing for a full 30 minutes without repetition or pause, as they enumerated the loopholes within the legal provisions and defended the legitimacy of Anthony's actions. In the audience, Sir Humphrey unconsciously licked his lips, a honeyed smile gracing his face. Engaging in wordplay with these bureaucrats, you wizards are still quite naive. Chapter 95. Turning the Tables. We are the victims. The surrounding air was filled with a rustling sound. On the wizarding side, journalists were intently focused on the parchment before them, their quills gliding swiftly over their fingertips. Meanwhile, several professionals from the British government had already set up cameras to capture this historic moment. Regardless of the future path of wizards and muggles, these records would become invaluable historical documents. Enough. After a full half-hour of critiques, this group of self-proclaimed aristocrats from the wizarding realm finally found their defenses breached. We are noble wizards, our magical essence surging through our veins, coursing with illustrious blood. When did it become your turn for these lowly muggles to orchestrate such a spectacle? A member of the Wisingamot suddenly stood, directing a piercing gaze at the Muggle judge, declaring, "The signing of the Confidentiality Act stems from your persecution of wizards. Why do you have to spout such nonsense here? You should feel ashamed, for you all bear the blood of executioners." Under the prolonged scrutiny of half an hour, comprehensive, multifaceted, and dissection-like, even numerous wizards found themselves wavering in their beliefs regarding the Confidentiality Act. Perhaps it is conceivable that this legal document indeed harbors significant issues. Hence, this wizard from Wisingamot took an unconventional approach, delving into the background surrounding the signing of the legal document. Surely, you muggles must concede the gruesome realities. After all, these events have transpired in the annals of history. A smile crept upon the lips of several judges, for the entire debate unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. In fact, one might assert that even the current topic was a deliberate result of their guidance. Meanwhile, Mr. Hack upon the dais exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly marveling at the prowess of those psychological experts who could deduce the thoughts of these wizards. As the Prime Minister of England, he certainly would not endorse a law representing not merely the wizarding class, but rather the elite within it. However, he did not seek to overturn it. Rather, he believed that this debate must transcend mere legalities. It required a deeper exploration, as only then would the impact of his forthcoming speech be maximized. The witch hunt movement, which erupted in the late 14th century, persisted for 3 centuries, and we do not contest this barbaric conduct. The moment the judge's words fell, a fierce uproar and shouting erupted among the gathered wizards. Journalists from the Daily Prophet thrust their cameras into the faces of the judge, the Prime Minister, and the royals, the incessant clicking of shutters filling the air. Fudge was particularly delighted to witness this scene, grinning as he provocatively gazed at Mr. Hack from afar. Although he was uncertain why that Muggle official would utter such statements, it was evident that the wizard's animosity had been stirred, and he himself held the upper hand in this confrontation. However, he was disappointed to find that Mr. Hack paid him no heed. instead engaging in hushed conversation with Prince Charles nearby. Bang! The Muggle judge forcefully slammed his fist onto the chair before Anthony, the resounding noise drowning out the wizard's quarrels. Yet, I must interject. You have only witnessed the persecution of wizards during the witch hunt. Do you not recognize the suffering inflicted upon ordinary people? The number of wizards truly slain over 3 centuries is negligible, while countless innocents perished, engulfed in flames. He continued to exclaim. Between 1347 and 1353, the Great Plague of the Middle Ages claimed at least 25 million lives. Now, I ask you, how many among these were killed by wizards? 10 million? 5 million? Or merely hundreds of thousands? And what are the dark wizards that followed? Take, for instance, the recent terror organization among wizards known as the Death Eaters, who among them has not stained their hands with the blood of ordinary people. Indeed, some of these individuals still mingle among us today. The judge's retort turned the faces of a significant number of ministry officials a shade of iron gray. Particularly Fudge, whose smile had barely graced his lips, vanished within a minute. Yet he could not counter this assertion, for the Aurors had indeed failed to apprehend that cursed Indonesian. In the lower seating area, the judge, undeterred by Fudge's sullen expression, continued. The wizard had indeed interacted with the monarch of England, albeit without success. However, it is rather peculiar that both King William III and Queen Mary II succumbed to illness. This raises some eyebrows, does it not? You slander. A representative from a ministry of magic interjected vehemently. The ministry guarantees that the death of the Muggle monarchs is in no way connected to wizards. An official promptly stood up, a robust woman with a square jaw, gray hair, and a single monocle, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was also a member of the Wisingamot. Coincidentally, Mrs. Dorothy, seated near the Prime Minister, stood up in response. I would like to ask this lady whether the ministry, as the governing body for wizards, possesses the authority to regulate every wizard within British territory. Let me be clear, I am referring to every single wizard. Amelia Bones momentarily faltered, as Muggles had just mentioned the Death Eaters. How could she assert that the ministry had that capability? Given history, it is evident that in the struggle between wizards and ordinary people, we are the true victims. Countless individuals have been brutally slain by malevolent dark wizards. Can we be blamed for our resistance? Absurd. This is an attempt to absolve oneself. The Muggles' cunning arguments. Chapter 96. I have a word to share. I ask for your silence. A few wizards in the stands began to voice their objections, though the majority remained silent. After all, wizards had indeed killed numerous Muggles. A fact far from honorable, especially since many present had lived through the dark times under Voldemort, when Muggles were routinely murdered by Death Eaters on one occasion. Voldemort had even slain thousands at once. These were undeniable truths, and most there were witnesses. However, this contradicted their ingrained education, making it difficult to form a judgment at that moment. You lot. Dorothy boldly fixed her gaze on the most vociferous purebloods. One side claims to view Muggles as mere ants while simultaneously espousing the Muggle threat theory. Do you not find this laughable? Enough, Dorothy, Mr. Hark suddenly interjected, rising slowly. He surveyed the assembly of wizards before speaking softly. Her Majesty the Queen has penned an open letter for wizards. It will be read by Prince Charles on her behalf. I believe you all should pay heed. The Queen? The Prince? The wizards in the stands were taken aback. The Queen held significant prestige in England, and even wizards, such as the Malfoy family, traced their lineage back to William the First's arrival from France. Moreover, it was the heir apparent himself delivering the message, a future king. The last time Muggles and wizards had engaged, it was through emissaries sent to the palace. Now, a future king was present in person, bestowing them with considerable respect. Yet, none had anticipated the prolonged path awaiting the future monarch. Prince Charles rose slowly. Mr. Huck was the first to initiate the applause, which soon resonated throughout the government stands, drawing even many wizards into the fervor. The young prince, in his prime, made his way down from the stands to Anthony's side. Observing the brother before him, who was of a similar age to his own son, Charles felt a twinge of jealousy. The influence of Anthony, in a mere 6 months, had eclipsed his own, surpassing that of the Prime Minister as well. Yet, this emotion was fleeting. After all, Anthony posed no real threat to his position. Regaining his composure, the prince slowly retrieved a letter from his pocket, raised it high, and surveyed the audience. Once he was assured that all eyes were upon him, he tore open the letter and held its contents aloft. In a deep voice, he began, for those who have lost loved ones over the past month. The anguish has been profound. The suffering we have endured has hindered our ability to celebrate Christmas as we wish. For both wizards and ordinary citizens, I believe certain truths are self-evident in their quality. My hope is that wizards and ordinary people may share their affections like brothers, living in a society where character alone is the measure of worth. The speech continued, yet Anthony lowered his head, his eyelids fluttering. His aunt's speeches had maintained a singular tone for decades. While it was clear that she had not penned this particular address, the overall style remained consistent, with each year's focus varying only slightly. Themes of family, kinship, and harmony were recurrent, delivered in a tone reminiscent of a mother's teachings. The initial warmth of her words might evoke fondness, yet familiarity bred a sense of monotony. The British government, of course, had developed an immunity to such rhetoric. The Queen's speeches were largely crafted by some among them. However, the wizards responded differently, as a ripple of surprise surged through their ranks. Many wizards were taken aback by the content of the Queen's letter, their perceptions of the Muggle monarch still rooted in tales of old, where Muggle rulers were often depicted as foolish, greedy, and tyrannical. Hearing the Queen's words, so reminiscent of a maternal figure, struck a chord, albeit a confusing one. The sinister implication lingered. Would we wizards heed the rule of a Muggle? An old woman. What right did she possess? As the speech drew to a close, and Charles uttered his final word, a pure-blood wizard rose abruptly, loudly questioning the address. Clad in opulent garments, a deep green robe embroidered with gold, his status was unmistakably high, though his demeanor was less than gracious. Sir, did your mother never teach you the basic tenets of respect? Anthony retorted sharply, his tone dripping with sarcasm. My sincerest apologies. I should not have presumed you had a mother. How unfortunate. The balding, unsightly warlock, wielding a wand, bellowed with a menacing expression, I shall kill you. Kill. Anthony raised an eyebrow, his countenance replete with disdain. He had always considered himself a gentle soul, never boasting of his princely lineage. Yet, there were always some wretched creatures who dared to offend him for their peculiar bloodlines, whether crimson or violet. Did they not comprehend? He cared not whether the blood of these serpents flowed green or red. A surge of fire ignited within his heart. Anthony erupted. If you could muster even a modicum of intellect, you would realize that the Queen can summon storms with a mere thought. To dare offend her would unleash a tempest capable of obliterating a small nation, leaving thousands dead and millions displaced. Do you truly believe you stand upon whose land? Do you think that with merely a handful of pure-blood wizarding families, you could overturn the world, disregarding all? Do you presume that with that fragile wand in your hand, you could extinguish my life? Suddenly, a mysterious aura filled Anthony's green eyes. In a moment of clarity, an image overlapped with his own. Foolish frog at the bottom of the well, apart from the wealth inherited from your ancestors, what right do you have to occupy that place? What did you say? The warlock, seemingly infuriated, stumbled, his heart racing, blood surging, feeling faint. I said you a one-armed dog, what are you barking about? Little do you know, common wizards would relish the thought of devouring your flesh. You dare threaten others, filthy wretch, only bold enough to snarl at young wizards. You pathetic fool. What face do you have to survive in this world? I have never encountered anyone so utterly foolish. Chapter 97. What falls there, rises here. You. The warlock's eyes suddenly widened, clutching his chest, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and he collapsed, unconscious. The wizards on either side were stunned, quickly kneeling to assess his condition. The remaining wizards were even more alarmed. Even Mr. Hark gazed at Anthony in astonishment. A mutual bewilderment arose. Is there truly a way to perish from anger? What a formidable tongue! Professor McGonagall and the silently observing headmaster, Dumbledore, wore expressions of slight rigidity. This was their first encounter with such verbal ferocity, especially the aura that Anthony had just exuded. The fallen warlock was ultimately carried away by several ministry employees. Throughout the entire episode, the stands fell into a deathly silence. Gazes continually shifted between Anthony and the warlock, their expressions a spectacle of unspoken intrigue. A wizard had been rendered unconscious by a mere young wizard's ire. Though it should not be so, the thought was undeniably amusing. Such sharp wit. We ought to establish an investigative committee headed by the ministry. Mr. Hark, unflinching, stood up, interrupting Fudge's impending remarks. He nodded towards Dumbledore, then locked eyes with Fudge. This was a matter for the Ministry of Magic, and Muggles had no right to interfere. Indeed, but at this moment, I am not acting in the capacity of Prime Minister, merely as a guardian to a child. As he spoke, Mr. Hark glanced down at Sir Humphrey beside him, and they exchanged a knowing look before the Prime Minister continued. For several months, the government has gathered a considerable amount of information regarding the wizarding world, allowing us outsiders a glimpse into a corner of the magical realm. Oh, what have you seen? Fudge inquired, intrigued by Mr. Hark's words. Mr. Hark did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the numerous ordinary wizards on either side of the stands. A pitiful bunch. Unlike Anthony's past life, this was, after all, the world of Harry Potter. This is a significant point. After the conclusion of the Second World War, a society that had lost its market vitality required extensive government intervention in economic policies, leading to the gradual resurgence of the oppressed Labour Party in Parliament, ultimately forming the government for 2 consecutive terms. In the original timeline, a crisis arose within the Labour Party in 1979. The Conservative forces, led by Thatcher, ascended, initiating a wave of privatization of British state assets. With 11 years of continuous governance that weakened civil service authority, curtailed union power, and promoted privatization. While this did spur economic growth to some extent, it also resulted in rising crime rates, fractured communities, and an increasing wealth gap across British society, which is the source of her polarized evaluation. Overall, British society leans leftward, although this leftist inclination is primarily reflected in economic policies, excluding the Cambridge Five. Furthermore, Mr. Hark's background is noteworthy. He is considered the first Commoner Prime Minister post-World War II, with no noble lineage or titles in his family. Once, Mr. Hark was determined to make his mark until he encountered Sir Humphrey. Yet at this moment, the flame within the Prime Minister seemed to reignite. Order. Order is a shield against cold and death. Every wizard must remain in his rightful place. Would you wear shoes on your head? Hats are meant for the head. But who has ever told you who should be the hat and who should be the shoes? Mr. Hark tightened his tie and gazed silently at the crowd. I have perused some history of wizards. The dark times of yesteryear, dark wizards, Death Eaters. It feels as though it is happening again. We must acknowledge that we have been attacked. Yet, fellow countrymen, it has never been prophecy that combats darkness, but rather fire. Let's unite. Unite. The stirring words echoed in the hearts of every wizard. An unprecedented emotion began to spread within them. Then Mr. Hark paused for a moment before continuing. If history has chosen me, I have nothing to offer but my fervor, hard work, tears, and sweat. I choose my profession, guided primarily by the pursuit of human happiness. Upon uttering these words, a resounding applause erupted from the government stands. Sir Humphrey's companion, Burner, leaned in with curiosity and whispered, "Is that a famous quote? Shakespeare?" Heinrich Benah. The applause was abruptly interrupted by the gavel in Fudge's hand. As this foolish man finally comprehended the perilous reason behind the Muggle Prime Minister's presence here, he had come to vie for power. Mr. Jim Hack, this trial concerns Anthony's violation of the law. The law is not a means to suppress freedom, just as the law of gravity is not a means to hinder motion. Furthermore, as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, I fail to understand, does the British Ministry of Magic operate under the International Confederation of Wizards? Why must we adhere to a set of laws predominantly crafted by Europeans? Indeed, why must we? Those damned French. Cheers erupted in waves, as if a grand era was dawning. Anthony smirked, finding amusement in the British crowd. He found it difficult to grasp such fervent emotion, the sentiment that, regardless of circumstance or identity, a mere shout of FK Europe would send the British populace into a frenzy. What will transpire next? How intriguing. Chapter 98. Change is imminent. This monumental trial ultimately reached its conclusion. For Fudge, it was a debacle. For the wizards, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Mr. Hack's speech garnered enthusiastic applause. Though merely a muggle, devoid of magical prowess, and possessing only superficial knowledge of the magical world gleaned from newspapers, the Prime Minister's unparalleled confidence and distinctive charisma resonated deeply. It starkly contrasted with Fudge's hysteria. Anyone with their faculties intact could palpably feel the vast disparity. That sense of inclusiveness and leadership belonging to a true leader overshadowed Fudge by countless streets. Though he was merely a muggle, such a statement might seem a betrayal of wizarding identity. Perhaps this gentleman's leadership of the magical realm would not be a detriment, and would at least not be worse than Fudge's tenure. In that moment, many wizards found themselves harboring such thoughts. Enough. Observing the surroundings, particularly the common wizards on either side of the stands, their admiration for the muggle sword. Fudge, unable to continue his entanglement, hastily waved his gavel, disrupting the wizard's contemplation, and then, feigning composure, declared in a booming voice, "We shall now commence the trial. Those who believe that first-year Hogwarts wizard Anthony Gawain Falkirk Windsor has violated the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, please raise your hand." At that moment, a previously silent Dumbledore emerged from one side of the stands, calmly standing beside Anthony, his towering figure casting a shadow over him. A figure clad in a robe of deep purple and black, with a visage that bore an expression of calmness, even contentment. The gaze, framed by half-moon spectacles perched on a hawk-like nose, was slightly raised, directing its attention towards Fudge. The sudden appearance of Dumbledore captivated the attention of all present. The anticipated swift show of hands for a vote did not materialize. Instead, members of the Wizengamot huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves. Some displayed irritation, others trepidation. Yet the predominant sentiments were admiration and welcome. Dumbledore observed for a moment, noting the continued silence from the assembly. Perhaps he had been standing for too long. He abruptly drew his wand and gently tapped the chair beneath Anthony, which then split to reveal a new one. Not stopping there, the new chair began to transform, expanding rapidly, and suddenly, fluffy cotton emerged from the wooden armrests. From this cotton, fine threads and fabric sprouted, stitching the cotton into a cushion. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. To an onlooker, it appeared as though the wooden chair had instantaneously morphed into a plush, upholstered armchair. After completing this transformation, the venerable headmaster settled into his seat, remaining silent throughout, not uttering a single word. "You remain unchanged, Dumbledore," remarked a notably elderly witch among the Wizengamot members. Her demeanor benevolent. She appeared exceedingly aged, perhaps even more so than Dumbledore himself. "I still vividly remember the cluster of delphiniums you conjured during your newt examination. Those enchanting blue-violet flowers exuding a captivating fragrance. It was a sight unlike any I had ever witnessed." "Thank you for your kind remembrance, Madame MacBanshee," Dumbledore replied with a smile, nodding in her direction. Her gaze then shifted to Anthony, as she continued, "Legally speaking, we cannot pinpoint any clause that substantiates your alleged transgressions. However, I must assert that this merely highlights a legal loophole, and you're the first wizard to successfully navigate through it." Madame Giselda MacBanshee's expression grew solemn. Having served as a judge in the Wizengamot since the late 19th century, she was indeed a venerable figure within its ranks. In her youth, she had overseen various examinations in the magical realm, including the OWL, Newt, and Wombat tests. It was she who had examined Dumbledore during his own Newt assessments in Transfiguration and Charms. Thus, her influence within the Wizengamot was substantial, representing authority itself. Taking a deep breath, Madame MacBanshee continued, "Yet, the law is the law. If it can be amended at whim, it poses a direct threat to the common populace." At this juncture, a shadow of despondency crossed her aged features, etched with lines of concern for the future. At over 150 years of age, she had devoted her life to the magical arts, but the world she had dedicated herself to had not progressed towards peace. Rather, it had descended into greater chaos over the years. From the European Wizarding War to the rise of the Dark Lord, the calamities that have unfolded in merely a few decades surpass those of the preceding centuries. At times, she would reflect upon her tireless efforts over the centuries and wonder if they were truly worthwhile. Perhaps this is the essence of transformation. "I have grown old." Lady Gellert Grindelwald sighed softly, then murmured something indistinctly. After a moment, her voice gradually became clear. "If you truly possess the capability, then act upon it." As she spoke, her tone suddenly intensified. "Anthony, I declare you innocent." "What? Innocent? That seems somewhat reasonable. How could one be innocent? He has exposed the magical world." As the old woman's words fell, a great uproar erupted within the entire Wizengamot. Some faces were contorted with rage, while others remained indifferent, as if the matter did not concern them. A few even nodded slightly, in tacit approval of such an absurd judgment. Bang, bang, bang. Fudge, in a fit of exasperation, pounded his gavel, shouting hysterically, "Blasphemy! This is a desecration of magic. He has broken a law and must face punishment." Bang! Suddenly, the Minister of Magic slammed his fist onto the table, toppling an inkwell. "Dumbledore, do not further influence the Wizengamot's judgment. You and your followers are dismantling the entire magical world." The minister's voice trembled with indignation. "Mr. Minister," the esteemed headmaster replied calmly, "your assertion about dismantling the magical world raises my curiosity. Has anyone been harmed?" "I'm not I." Fudge found himself momentarily speechless, akin to a caged lion, angrily clawing at the bars of his confinement, yet unable to escape its grasp. Chapter 99. The trial concludes the inertia of an era. Moments latte. Fudge glared at Lady Gellert Grindelwald, venomously uttering, "The law is amendable." "Indeed." Dumbledore inclined his head and remarked, "Nothing endures indefinitely. It appears you are undoubtedly enacting numerous amendments. Cornelius, perhaps tomorrow I shall be asked to leave the Wizengamot. However, you must recognize one point clearly. At least for this moment, everything is settled, has it not?" Dumbledore maintained his characteristic humility and courtesy, yet his words conveyed a chilling undertone. An inexplicable chill surged from the stands, enveloping them tightly. At that moment, the old headmaster settled into his armchair, fingers interlaced, and ceased to speak, his gaze fixed upon all present in the stands. Roar. Beside him, Anthony turned his profile toward Dumbledore. He had never before felt so closely the presence of this great white wizard of the age. The palpable pressure, though unspoken, was undeniably substantial and overwhelming in its might. Ultimately, the magical world remains a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Although the individual prowess within this world has not reached the epic heights of legendary tales, the dangers it presents are no less significant. Consider the man beside him, Dumbledore. What would the world have looked like had he joined forces with Grindelwald in their youth? The former principal has remained at Hogwarts for many years, seldom making an appearance, leaving the younger wizards unaware of his true prowess. This ignorance emboldens them, leading them to act with impunity. His word is law, and who dares to contest it? At that moment, every individual present at the Wisengamot felt the palpable weight of pressure. The murmurs that had filled the air gradually faded into silence. I concur with Ms. Griselda Marchbank's assessment. At least for now, Mr. Anthony has not transgressed any specific laws. Ms. Amelia Bones spoke slowly. Therefore, let us proceed to a vote, she declared in a resounding voice. Upon hearing this, Fudge immediately raised his hand, and, including Umbridge, at least 7 or 8 others followed suit. Among them the witch to his right, the scruffy wizard, and the curly-haired witch in the second row. However, their numbers did not seem to constitute a majority. He glanced around, his throat constricted as if a great weight had lodged there, and he lowered his hand, taking a couple of deep breaths, struggling to suppress the anger bubbling within him. Even his voice took on an unusual tone. Very well, he exclaimed. It appears the charges are unfounded. Dumbledore said cheerfully, promptly rising to his feet and drawing his wand, transforming the floral upholstered chair into nothingness. Well, I must take my leave. I wish you all a pleasant day, he remarked, turning to depart. Just then, a chilling voice halted him. Wait, Professor Dumbledore, Fudge said, his gaze piercing. He then stood and made his way directly off the platform. Meanwhile, Anthony was finally liberated as Professor McGonagall assisted in removing the chains from his chair. She grasped his arm firmly, admonishing him not to run off, before hastening to follow Dumbledore to his department. Your Grace, Your Grace. Numerous officials approached him, offering their greetings. Following this incident, he had undoubtedly become a well-known figure in the upper echelons of the civil service. Greetings, Your Grace. Sir Humphrey approached, a playful smile gracing his features. It seems your time at school has not been particularly pleasant. Such occurrences are common, sir. This time, however, it has escalated somewhat, Anthony replied. That was inevitable, Mr. Hark said, still basking in the joy of his recent successful speech. He patted Anthony's shoulder and added nonchalantly, perhaps this is ultimately a good thing. The reactions from those wizards were rather positive. It is too early, Anthony said. A stable group seldom undergoes transformation without external influence. Do not fret too much, Your Grace, Sir Humphrey advised, shaking his head. Given the circumstances, we have limited options, but at least the speech was a resounding success. That is one of the few pieces of good news. As Anthony grappled with uncertainty about the future, a familiar agent suddenly pushed through the crowd on the opposite side of the platform, anxiously calling out, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister. At this moment, Mycroft Holmes clutched a document, his expression grave as he swiftly navigated through the throng. Sir, intelligence from Germany, Mycroft murmured, presenting the file to Mr. Hack, while discreetly whispering a few words into the Prime Minister's ear. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hack's demeanor shifted dramatically, prompting him to quicken his pace, ready to depart. Oh, by the way, Your Highness Anthony, as one who has traversed this path, I advise you to heed the counsel of the professors, particularly that of Headmaster Dumbledore. He's indeed a good man. Suddenly, Mr. Hack seemed to recall something, turning to Anthony with urgency. Confused, Anthony stood bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Mr. Hack's words before witnessing his hurried exit. In an instant, the once bustling Golden Hall felt desolate. Everyone was preoccupied, functioning like cogs in a well-oiled machine, moving forward even without the impetus of direction. He longed to shout, hey, are you not aware that wizards have now been exposed? Yet, the words remained unspoken, trapped within the confines of his heart. Indeed, the era was on the brink of transformation, but due to the immense inertia of the past, perhaps it would take many years before these wizards truly grasped the significance of the change. Standing still, Anthony gazed vacantly at the golden dome of the Ministry of Magic, his mind buzzing incessantly. Suddenly, a cacophony of an anachronistic and jarring accordion melody reached his ears. Accompanied by a magnetic emphasis, a song emerged, intertwined with the dust of history and the flicker of flashlights. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown. And accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If you're